Chen Mo found himself transported to the live set of a reality show titled Money-Making Competition. With an initial capital of 100 yuan, the contest aimed to determine who could amass the most wealth within a specified time frame. The first contestant to earn 1 million yuan would secure a substantial champion's prize. Chapter 1. The competition begins Antique Street. Let's go. This fellow is unbeatable, one spectator remarked. While others are desperately saving their 100 yuan, he nonchalantly orders a bowl of Longjiang pig trotter rice, another commented. Even opting for the deluxe meat version clearly, his focus is on indulgence, someone else added. Ah, it's a pity I wasn't selected, another lamented. This moment. The show prominently featured the trending topics of ordinary people's entrepreneurship and money-making contests. The production team had invested a considerable sum to prepare and promote the show, which, after 6 months of anticipation, transformed into a magnet for viewers, receiving over 1 million applications on the day of registration. Ultimately, 99 contestants were randomly selected and dispatched to an unfamiliar city, each equipped with an initial fund of 100 yuan. They were tasked with earning money and embarking on entrepreneurial challenges without external assistance. Aside from personal time, the entire competition was broadcast live. The contest was expected to last 100 days, with rankings determined by the amount of money earned. The total prize pool was a staggering 100 million yuan, with the first-place winner taking home 50 million. Moreover, any contestant who earned 1 million yuan within the deadline could secure the championship and claim the grand prize. Chen Mo, having crossed over, was one of the fortunate 99 contestants, assigned the number 99. Before his transmigration, he had been a small business owner, having risen from humble rural origins to accumulate a net worth of just over 10 million after years of hard work. This experience had imparted to him the harsh reality that earning money is difficult and hardships are inevitable. According to the competition rules, every contestant, barring the bottom 50, would receive a prize from the substantial 100 million yuan pool. Even the 49th place would earn a minimum of 200,000 yuan. Considering the timeline of 100 days, this translated to an impressive monthly income of 60 to 70,000 yuan, surpassing most high-paying jobs. Thus, Chen Mo had every reason to remain in the competition. From what he gathered, the 99 contestants were primarily ordinary individuals from various walks of life, and he believed that his own earning potential should place him among the top contenders. As Chen Mo pondered his strategy, he found himself in front of a Longjiang pig trotter rice restaurant. The enticing aroma wafting from within, coupled with his recent transmigration, stirred a sudden pang of hunger. Recalling a humorous saying from his past life about tears soaking pig trotter rice and vowing to earn 1 million, he took it as an auspicious sign and resolutely entered the establishment. Boss, 1 bowl of pig trotter rice, please. The production team had spared no expense. Each of the 99 contestants had their own dedicated live streaming room, equipped with top-notch equipment and multiple camera angles for comprehensive coverage. Viewers could choose to watch whomever they wished. For the contestants, the competition had officially commenced. The first step towards earning money was ensuring their survival. The 100 yuan provided by the production team would only sustain them for 3 or 4 days if they avoided renting accommodations. Consequently, nearly everyone planned to find temporary work to secure their basic needs while generating startup capital for their entrepreneurial ventures. Some inquired at restaurants, supermarkets, and tea shops about temporary employment. Others visited discount stores to procure goods. For a small stall, some opted to buy a bottle of water and a couple of buns to scrape by. So far, the most ambitious contestants I've seen are the 2 lottery ticket players. One observer noted, classic startup strategy, risk it all for a chance to win big. Another chimed in. What was the outcome? One lost 50 yuan by scratching 3 tickets in for 1 and 20 for 2, totaling a complete loss of half his initial capital. But the other one hit the jackpot with a single 50 yuan ticket, winning 250. Oh wow, that's exhilarating. His assets just tripled from 100 to 300, making him the richest contestant in the room. In mere minutes, the live stream of the lucky lottery winner, contestant number 64, saw its viewership double, surpassing 500,000 real-time viewers despite it being daytime. Well before the evening rush. For Chen Mo, contestant number 99, his live stream had only 80,000 viewers, but the comment section was abuzz with astonishment at his extravagant spending. He had ordered a bowl of pig trotter rice, complete with extra meat and an iced cola, hardly the behavior of someone participating in a money-making challenge, but rather someone seeking pure indulgence. That you're a true legend. While others gamble on lottery tickets, you seem to be here for a feast, one viewer remarked. If it were me, I would strive for the prize instead of squandering this opportunity, another added, echoing the sentiments of many in the chat. However, Chen Mo remained oblivious to their critiques. After placing his order, he sat down to wait, contemplating how to approach the challenge of making money. Your meal is ready, the owner's wife announced, bringing over the enticing pig trotter rice, which smelled absolutely delectable. Eagerly, Chen Mo reached for his chopsticks, but then froze. Blinking rapidly, he realized that it was not an illusion. Before him, on the bowl of pig trotter rice, two numbers appeared: 23. Turning to the cola, he noticed a similar number: 3. These figures matched the price he had just paid. With a hint of curiosity, he observed closely. Moments later, the numbers transformed into a series of small text lines. Item name: Longjiang Pig Trotter Rice. Category: Food. Quality: Premium. Produced by Chef Wang Dajiang, Longjiang Pig Trotter Rice Restaurant, Luocheng, Jianglan District. Manufacturing time: 2 minutes ago. Ingredients: Wuchang rice, local pork, eggs. Manufacturing process: broth preparation, spice blending, marinating. Market value: 23. Note: regular version price is 1, with egg 10 and meat 20. The same detailed information appeared for the cola as well. Chen Mo stared in astonishment, taking a moment to process what he had just witnessed. After a brief pause, he began to explore further. He discovered that by focusing on an object for more than 9 seconds, he could see its specific value, closely aligned with the market price. If he concentrated for over 29 seconds, he would access even more detailed information from production time to ingredients and manufacturing processes, all meticulously detailed. The only limitation was that he could only observe inanimate objects. Living beings fell outside his range of perception. Understanding this, Chen Mo felt an overwhelming surge of joy. With such an extraordinary ability, why would he need to strategize for making money? Was he not a born treasure Sangsu? No, he should be referred to as a master of uncovering hidden gems. Antique Street. Here he comes. Chen Mo found himself transmigrated into the live setting of a reality show titled Money-Making Competition. With an initial capital of 100 yuan, the challenge was to determine who could accumulate wealth more effectively within the stipulated time frame. The contestant who first amassed 1 million would secure an enormous grand prize. Chapter 1. The competition commences at the Antique Street. This guy is unbeatable. While others are struggling to make ends meet with 100 yuan, he starts by ordering a bowl of Longjiang pig trotter rice. The only limitation was that he could only observe inanimate objects. Living beings were beyond his observational reach. Once he comprehended this newfound ability, Chen Mo was overjoyed. With such a remarkable skill, he had no reason to contemplate money-making methods. Chapter 2. Arrival at Longmen Street. The host chosen by the production team is none other than the currently most popular official host, Bing Bing. In addition, based on the audience's voting preferences, they have lavishly invited 3 esteemed guest speakers. Professor Zhou Zhongji from the Economics Department of Xuanmu University, renowned internet analyst Zhang Xiefei, and the newly crowned Best Actress and star at the zenith of her popularity, Li Zhimon. In the command room of the program, the contestant ranked first on the wealth leaderboard is our contestant number 64. How long do you think he can maintain this position? Bing Bing, the host, smiles as she warms up the audience. Analyst Zhang Xiefeng remarks, I must say, contestant number 64 is truly innovative. He not only had the audacity to gamble 50 for a chance at 300, but he also demonstrated remarkable restraint by choosing not to splurge on himself. Instead, he invested in a tailored suit and even got a stylish makeover. Clearly, he has a well-defined plan and vision for his future endeavors. As the saying goes, a step ahead leads to further advancements. I eagerly anticipate the kind of employment he will discover. In the command room, the host and several guests sequentially comment on the 99 contestants, analyzing their actions to interpret their thoughts and aspirations, thereby aiding the audience's understanding. Whenever they provide their insights, it coincides with the peak traffic moments, with the online viewership in the contestants' live streams surging exponentially. Before long, they arrive at the 99th contestant's live stream. The acclaimed actress Li Zhimon observes, this contestant is quite handsome, but did you just say he spent a quarter of his startup funds right after having a meal? Doesn't he consider the subsequent competitions? However, as soon as her words leave her lips, the scene in the live stream leaves her momentarily speechless. The 99th contestant leisurely exits the restaurant after a hearty meal and calmly stands by the roadside to hail a taxi. How absurd. He intends to take a cab. Doesn't he realize that this $100 in startup capital is precious? Other contestants have walked the entire distance to save money, opting for public transport only when the destination was particularly far. Upon witnessing this, Bing Bing's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. Instantly, the audience's barrage of comments erupted in laughter and ridicule. One moment we were defending him, and the next he smacks us in the face. This is hilarious, haha. I can't take it. My goddess Bing Bing is just too adorable. While some jest, others express confusion, pondering the character of contestant number 99. who indulges in lavish pig trotter meals and opts for a taxi without a thought for frugality. What is his true intention? Is he genuinely considering spending all his funds and withdrawing from the competition? Does anyone know where the location he just mentioned, West City 263, is? I'm a local from Luocheng, and if I'm not mistaken, West City 263 should be Longmen Street in our Luocheng. Oh, Longmen Street. I recall now. It's that well-known antique street in your Luocheng. Yes, precisely. It's akin to the famed Panjiayuan in the capital or the Yuyuan Treasure Pavilion in the Magic City. A thriving market for second-hand antiques and vintage goods. Upon reading the comments, host Bing Bing appeared utterly astonished. Going to the antique street? Upon noticing the comment about the antique street, she suddenly realized that contestant number 99 was preparing to seize an opportunity. The barrage of comments continued to flood the screen. 666, as I just searched on Gouda, revealing a distance of nearly 10 kilometers, with a taxi fare likely exceeding 20 yuan. This implies that he intended to make do with the remaining 50 yuan, correct? To be candid, it was somewhat amusing. Such a whimsical notion. Upon reaching the destination, he paid the taxi driver 21 yuan, glanced at the sign ahead, where the words Longmen Street Secondhand Market exuded a sense of nostalgia. After casually purchasing a bottle of mineral water, Chen Mo meandered inside. As a well-known antique and cultural relic trading market in Luocheng, this street boasts a long history and has previously yielded significant treasures. Numerous stalls line the street, appearing quite modest, with mere pieces of cloth delineating each vendor's space. The wares on display varied widely, encompassing porcelain, paintings, and jade, each stall showcasing its unique charm. At this hour, foot traffic was relatively sparse, as most people had just finished their meals and were resting at home. Even the vendors seemed to be taking a moment to recuperate. Chen Mo chose not to disturb them, instead leisurely wandering in front of the stalls. Having previously attempted this multiple times, he had confirmed his ability to discern the value and detailed information of items before him. Besides the requirement of focusing on an item for either 9 or 29 seconds prior to usage, there were no other restrictions, no cooldowns, no backlash. He could utilize this ability at will. It was perfectly suited for uncovering hidden treasures. Standing before a small stall, Chen Mo remained silent, intently observing the antiques laid out before him. Every 9 seconds, he shifted his gaze to the next item, resembling a cold, human scanner. The numbers representing prices danced before his eyes, yet they predominantly indicated trivial objects of little worth. One by one, he examined each piece until he had scrutinized everything on the stall, yet found nothing of value. However, he was not disheartened. This was anticipated, and he would simply continue his search. Meanwhile, Bing Bing was still providing explanations. Contestant number 99 seemingly had his own strategy. However, professional analyst Zhang Xiefeng interjected. It is well known that most visitors to antique streets harbor a mindset of seeking hidden treasures. If they find something, great. If not, it's no matter. Yet, there exists a distinct group of individuals who rely on this pursuit for their livelihood, treating it as their profession. These are the professional treasure hunters. They gamble small amounts, investing thousands or tens of thousands in hopes of uncovering items worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. On average, out of 10 treasure hunts, at least 9 are claimed by these professionals, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary tourists to succeed even once. Why? Because the game is far too intricate. Even seasoned veterans can easily misjudge, let alone the average person. The tales of those who have squandered their fortunes in pursuit of this endeavor are far too numerous. Nearby, Professor Zhou from Shuemu nodded in agreement with this sentiment. I have an old friend who is utterly passionate about collecting and has immersed himself in this pursuit for several decades. 3 years ago, he stumbled upon a particular item, with the seller pricing it at 500,000. However, upon his inspection, he realized that it was none other than the exquisite Qianlong period floral vase, valued at over 7 million. To validate his assessment, he discreetly consulted several experts, all of whom confirmed its authenticity. Yet, you won't believe what happened next. When he finally arranged for the item to be appraised, the results left him utterly dumbfounded. It was a counterfeit. Not only was it worth far less than 7 million, but it barely could fetch 700. Following this debacle, we, his old comrades, found amusement in his plight for the next 3 years. Ultimately, he presented us with a treasured rare book, and only then did we reluctantly agree to keep it a secret. Thus, it serves as a reminder that for those of us lacking such discerning eyes, we should refrain from expecting fortunes to fall from the sky. What descends is not a pie, but a heavy iron disc. Chapter 3. Boss, How did your yuan daitu get attracted to a magnet? Professor Zhou is quite amusing. He promised not to divulge the matter, yet here he is, discussing it in front of 1 million viewers. Quite candid of him, indeed. It seems he is earnestly attempting to steer us away from potential folly. I have decided to temporarily unfollow the Ice Queen for a day and focus solely on Professor Zhou. Now, does this fellow numbered 99 genuinely seek to uncover hidden treasures? I observe that those who find bargains typically engage in meticulous examination and discussion with the seller regarding provenance. This individual, however, behaves quite differently. He merely stands before the stall, neither awakening the vendor with inquiries nor handling the items. He simply observes with his eyes. Can one truly uncover treasures by mere observation? How is that even plausible? If a casual glance sufficed for such discoveries, there would be no need for employment. Everyone would be out there collecting wealth. The case is solved. This fellow is not hunting for bargains, but is merely wandering about. This antique street stretches for several hundred meters, boasting numerous stalls. Chen Mo leisurely strolled past various displays. Some vendors were alert, but after years in this business, they can easily discern whether a customer harbors any intention to purchase. After exchanging a few words, they recognized that the young man before them was not inclined to buy, and thus, they left him to browse freely. As he meandered through the stalls, he encountered vendors selling paintings and ceramics, both genuine and fake. However, the authentic pieces were priced exorbitantly, leaving little room for any bargains. As for the major items from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, none were in sight, though many from the previous week were available. Despite the lack of finds, Chen Mo had gained considerable insight into the antique market. After departing from the porcelain stall, he ambled towards the next one, which specialized in coins. The stall appeared quite modest, with a few old newspapers spread across the ground, displaying dozens of silver dollars, commonly known as yuan daitu. Without hesitation, Chen Mo focused intently on these coins. 25, 35, 15, 8, 12. Within 2 minutes, his keen gaze scanned over a dozen pieces. Lo and behold, they were all replicas, even if they were genuine yuan daitu coins. The most common ones from the 9th and 10th years of the Republic would command prices of at least 600 or 700. The ones before him, priced at merely 20 or 30, were clearly all counterfeit. Young man, take a look at our exquisite coins. I assure you, these are fine treasures, personally sourced from the countryside, the vendor remarked with a broad smile upon noticing a customer. Chen Mo nodded slightly. They seem quite decent. I shall examine them on my own for the time being. Feel free to browse at your leisure. Should anything catch your eye, do let me know. They are all offered at excellent prices. After spending 5 or 6 minutes perusing the items on display, Chen Mo found, as expected, that they were all replicas. However, just as he was about to depart for the next stall, he noticed a coin tucked away in the corner that he had missed. Turning his gaze towards it, a number materialized before him after 9 seconds. 4,800. Taken aback by this price, Chen Mo initially assumed it to be authentic and continued to scrutinize it. After 29 seconds, detailed information appeared. Item name, silver dollar. Category, currency. Quality, replica. Manufacturer, Sun Qian minting machine. Date of manufacture, January 1915. Materials, iron, aluminum, copper. Manufacturing process, line engraving. Sand casting, melting, and pouring. Market value, 4,800 yuan. Value explanation. This piece is linked to the first batch of counterfeit silver coins uncovered by the Beiyang government in 1915, with very few remaining, hence possessing certain collectible value, mistakenly believing it to be genuine. Chen Mo felt puzzled upon seeing the term replica and the mention of iron and aluminum. However, upon reading the value explanation, he grasped its significance. The first batch of counterfeit coins identified by the Beiyang authorities indeed held considerable collectible worth. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he casually reached for a silver coin he had previously examined, one valued at only 20 or 30 yuan. How much for this one? 1,200. And this one? This one is a bit pricier. Look at its condition. It's preserved exceptionally well, and the edge details are very clear. 2,800. Hearing the vendor quote exorbitant prices for these counterfeit coins, Chen Mo inwardly scoffed but refrained from making it known. After inquiring about several more pieces, the vendor, perhaps sensing a shift in mood, grew slightly impatient. Young man, do you actually intend to buy anything? Of course I wish to purchase, Chen Mo replied. But I can't shake the feeling that there is something amiss with the merchandise here. At this, the vendor raised his voice. What could possibly be wrong? All my yuan shirkai coins are sourced directly from the countryside. Allow me to demonstrate. As he spoke, he picked up a coin and began to blow along its edge, producing a crisp sound. However, Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. No need for that, sir. The sound could be produced by anyone with the right technique, regardless of authenticity. The vendor attempted to retort, but Chen Mo swiftly produced a magnet from his pocket. With a decisive clink, the 2,800 yuan shirkai coin was drawn to it with unwavering strength. An immediate hush fell over the scene. Simultaneously, the live stream audience erupted in laughter, their comments flooding the screen. "Oh wow, incredible. Haha, I thought this guy was just wandering aimlessly, but he is quite skilled. That magnet trick is impressive. By the way, where did he get that magnet? Could it be that you purchased it just now while buying water? Ah, being a newcomer, I'm unaware of what you are laughing about. Indeed, could someone explain this to me? I shall elucidate for you. The silver dollar. Do you ponder why it is called a silver dollar? It is because it is minted from silver. A standard yuan shirkai silver dollar contains at least 90 silver, with the remaining 10 being copper. Do you think a combination of silver and copper could be attracted by a magnet? Ha! Oh, now I understand. It implies that it is counterfeit, right? Certainly. Not to mention genuine products. Even normal replicas are crafted from silver. Those made of iron are undoubtedly the most fraudulent of all. A case solved. Number 99 is purely here to cause mischief. I can only imagine the psychological shadow cast upon the vendor at this moment. Chen remained silent, simply placing down the silver dollar that had been attracted by the magnet. He then turned to pick up another piece, click, and then another, click. The vendor was utterly baffled. Although his stall was filled with counterfeit goods, most were replicas made from silver, with only a handful being iron. Yet, this young man did not even place the magnet on the silver items, but instead focused solely on the iron pieces, successfully identifying each with precision. It could be argued that the differing densities of silver and iron might allow those sensitive to wait to distinguish between them after handling. But the vendor observed clearly that apart from the first two coins, the young man had never touched any of the others. This meant he had discerned the differing materials solely by sight. Clearly, this individual was no naive lamb, but rather a skilled connoisseur. The vendor darkened his expression. "My dear brother, are you not aware of the unspoken rules here at the antique street? To see through without speaking out." Yet before he could finish, Chen interrupted him. "Boss, I have no intention of undermining your business. I genuinely wish to make a purchase. Your pricing is quite arbitrary, making it difficult for me to negotiate." As he spoke, he placed a magnet above the yuan shirkai dollar that held a true value of 4,800 yuan. And with a click, it adhered. Chen smiled, detaching the silver dollar from the magnet, and said, "Boss, I truly wish to acquire this piece. Although it is counterfeit, it appeals to my aesthetic sensibilities. After all, the essence of collecting lies in such affinities. Please refrain from quoting inflated prices of 2,000 or 3,000. How about 50 instead? Consider the extra as compensation for my earlier breach of etiquette." Upon hearing this, the vendor was momentarily taken aback. He had expected the young man to cause a disturbance, yet he genuinely wished to make a purchase. A sense of confusion arose within the vendor. It seemed that the young man was knowledgeable. Such iron replicas hold little value in the Northwest market, hardly worth 10 yuan, so why offer 50? Could it truly be a compensation for his earlier breach of decorum? The vendor doubted it was a ploy. He had a clear recollection of his merchandise, and the magnet had indeed confirmed this silver dollar was an iron imitation. In his bewilderment, the young man inquired further, "So, will you sell it or not? If so, just give me a sign." "Yes, I will sell." "All right, here is 50. Please take it, boss. I'll be on my way." Chen Mo smiled as he placed the 50 yuan note on the stall. Simultaneously, he tucked the magnet and the counterfeit silver coin into his pocket, turning away with a cheerful demeanor. Chapter 4. Are imitations truly worthless? There was little to captivate the audience. Yet, the performance of contestant number 99 was not so much perplexing as utterly incomprehensible. The individual was rather handsome, and the viewers' eagerness to vote in favor of this live stream was nearly overwhelming, making it illogical not to promote the broadcast. The host, Bing Bing, along with 3 other guests, watched the screen in a state of confusion. Not only them, but after Chen Mo purchased that counterfeit coin, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted with astonishment. "Come on, knowing it's a fake, why buy it? I'm not Li Jia." Could it be that this silver coin held a different narrative? Was it genuine? What a ridiculous notion. It can be attracted by a magnet. It must be made of iron. Have you ever heard of an iron genuine silver dollar? Indeed, who could elucidate the reasons behind his choice to purchase counterfeit goods? Ask me? I have no idea. But did he genuinely intend to seize an opportunity? I recall that after his meals, taxi rides, and buying water and the magnet, he should have been left with only 50 yuan. And now he spent it all. Was he not planning to eat dinner? Could it be that he intended to withdraw from the competition? Yet, if he wished to withdraw, he could simply apply. Why waste the money? The audience was bewildered. And naturally, Chen Mo would not provide them with an explanation. He was entirely unaware of the happenings in the live stream. At that moment, with the counterfeit silver dollar in his pocket, Chen Mo remained composed. The grand prize of 50 million for first place was substantial, but with his extraordinary abilities, earning it was not particularly challenging. That counterfeit silver dollar in his pocket served as his initial capital. Chen Mo cast his gaze upon the shops lining Longmen Street. Unlike the stalls set up on the street, there was Yaobao Xian, Jubao Pavilion, and Zakaibo. Ultimately, he opted for the most imposing-looking establishment, Jubao Pavilion, preparing to see if he could sell it there. Upon entering, the decor was indeed exquisite, luxurious yet understated, exuding a certain restrained grandeur. "Welcome, dear customer. Are you here to browse or to sell a collection?" A pleasantly attractive employee greeted him with a smile. "I'm looking to sell a small item," Chen Mo replied. "Could you please fetch your manager?" "Certainly. Please hold on a moment." The employee nodded and proceeded to find her manager. After all, should a customer wish to purchase something, she could provide some introductions. However, for selling items, a professional appraisal was necessary, and she was not qualified for that. Soon, Chen Mo glanced around and noticed that the manager had an impressive demeanor and appearance. She was undoubtedly at least a 7 or 8 out of 10, suggesting she was the manager of this establishment. "Hello, esteemed customer. I am Zhang Mei Fong, the manager here. I understand you wish to sell an item. May I see it now?" The elegant woman inquired with a smile. As they conversed, he led his companion to the guest area, gesturing for the waiter to bring forth tea. Chen Mo, undeterred, retrieved the counterfeit silver dollar from his pocket and placed it upon the table. The manager, without uttering a word, donned white gloves and picked up the coin for a meticulous examination. Yet, within mere seconds of handling it, his expression shifted subtly. He raised his gaze to Chen Mo and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. "Sir, this is not quite right." Pausing briefly, the manager continued, "Though my establishment, the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, may not boast a storied legacy, we have been a fixture on Longmen Street for over 70 years. Surely, we should not be deceived by such an obvious counterfeit." Zhang Meifong, feeling a twinge of irritation, had initially hoped that the rather handsome man before her would present something of value. Instead, he had produced this rudimentary iron imitation. Could she not discern the difference between silver and iron? In the realm of antique appraisal, such an act was nothing short of provocation. However, Chen Mo remained unfazed, taking a sip of tea before asserting, "Manager Zhang, this is indeed a replica. Yet, no one has claimed that replicas lack value." Zhang Meifong furrowed her brow, preparing to retort, but Chen Mo interjected. "What if I were to tell you that this counterfeit silver dollar was produced by the mint involved in the first counterfeit case uncovered by the Bayonne government in 1915? At this revelation, Zhang Meifong was momentarily taken aback. The Yuan Shikai silver dollar was minted in 1914 and officially began circulating that December. The first counterfeit discovered that year was likely handcrafted by a private workshop, thus difficult to trace. However, if what he claimed was true, this counterfeit could not be dismissed as mere triviality. Instinctively, Zhang Meifong inquired, "How can you prove your assertion?" Chen Mo merely smiled in silence. Realizing her misstep, Zhang Meifong's cheeks flushed. As the manager of an antique shop, it was her responsibility to authenticate the items, with customers merely providing supplementary evidence. I cannot determine that myself." Despite her embarrassment, she graciously acknowledged her limitations. She quickly added, "I have an uncle who is quite knowledgeable in the field of silver dollar authentication. Would you mind if I contacted him?" "Of course," he replied. After receiving his consent, Zhang Meifong stepped aside to make a call, returning shortly after with a fresh cup of tea for Chen Mo, her demeanor apologetic. Before long, an elderly gentleman hurried in, exclaiming, "Ah Fong, did you say this is a counterfeit from the first case uncovered by the Bayonne government?" By now, Zhang Meifong's complexion had returned to normal. She stood and addressed the elder. "Yes, Uncle Zhou, this is the silver dollar brought by our guest. Could you take a look at it?" The old man cast a glance at Chen Mo, but remained silent, redirecting his focus to the Yuan Shikai dollar on the table. After holding it in his hand for a while, he then fished out an old, yellowed newspaper from his pocket, comparing the silver dollar with the photograph inside the paper. Chen Mo was rendered speechless. The old man was quite intriguing. It had only been a short while since he made the call, yet he managed to locate an old newspaper from back then for comparison. However, the photographs were so blurred, could they really be discerned? Chen Mo expressed his skepticism. After scrutinizing the items for a full 5 minutes, the old man adjusted his glasses and finally inquired, "Young man, where did you acquire this silver dollar?" From a stall just outside came the reply, How do you know this is the silver dollar from the first counterfeit coin case? The Bayong government should have destroyed it on the spot after confiscation. How can you be certain it is a remnant? Upon hearing this question, Chen Mo responded simply, "It is due to the coinage technique." Oh, pray elaborate. Most counterfeit coins at that time were handcrafted by private workshops, whereas the counterfeit coins involved in that case were industrially produced. The investigation took place in February, merely 2 months after the official circulation of a silver dollar. This implies that the coin minting machine seized in that case was likely the first industrial counterfeit coin machine in the country. As for how we can ascertain that this silver dollar was produced by that very machine, it lies in its craftsmanship. Chen Mo continued. The technique employed by the Bayong officials was an improved version brought over from the West, refined by experts. However, the machine involved in the case utilized the unaltered Western technique, known as rifling. This method was originally developed in the West for minting gold-nickel alloy coins. But when applied to silver coins, it presented a significant issue, a low yield rate. This was the primary reason for the Bayong officials' modifications. Coins minted using this technique exhibit an irregular bump on their edges approximately every 5 millimeters. This small protrusion is absent in genuine silver dollars or even in counterfeit silver dollars that mimic the genuine ones, making it quite easy to observe. As Chen Mo finished speaking, Zhou Qian hurriedly glanced at the photograph on the old newspaper, then compared it with the silver dollar in his hand, discovering indeed several subtle protrusions. Chapter 5, A Fortunate Find, a deposit of 5,500. At this moment, Zhou Qian was nearly convinced that the young man before him was not mistaken. Having studied silver dollars for many years, he was well aware of the first counterfeit coin case uncovered by the Bayong government. But he had not anticipated that the technique employed in the counterfeit coin machine involved was the unaltered rifling technique. This was indeed an enlightening experience. Zhou Qian looked again at the counterfeit silver dollar in his hand. Generally, counterfeit coins are worthless, and ordinary versions of silver dollar counterfeits are even less likely to hold value. However, this particular piece held real collectible worth. He was already contemplating adding it to his collection, envisioning the amusement he would have when showing it off to his friends who also studied currency. "Young man, I am Zhou Qian. Though this may be a counterfeit coin, its provenance certainly holds collectible value. Might I inquire if you would part with it?" "Of course," Chen Mo replied calmly with a smile, as if he had anticipated this very moment. "However, dear friend, you must be mentally prepared for the price. It certainly will not be exorbitant, as collectors of counterfeit coins are quite rare. Moreover, this counterfeit coin merely imitates an ordinary silver dollar. Therefore, after some contemplation, Zhou Qian extended 5 fingers. "I offer 5,000. Would that be acceptable?" Yet, before Chen Mo could nod in agreement, the old man added, "and an additional 500. In total, 5,500. Is this price agreeable to you?" Naturally, Chen Mo had no objections to this amount. He never anticipated fetching a high price for such a trinket. After all, based on his assessment, the market value was merely 4,800. Thus, the fact that the other party was willing to offer over 5,000 was already quite generous, with the extra amount being a delightful surprise. Once the price was settled, there was no further banter. Zhang Meifang, being well-versed in this line of business, had a pre-existing transaction contract. After some minor adjustments, both parties reached a consensus, and the agreement was swiftly signed. Consequently, Zhou Qian acquired the silver dollar, while Chen Mo's account balance transformed from 0 to 5,500 yuan. Simultaneously, the 99th livestream room was inundated with question marks, as viewers began to wonder about the authenticity of the claims being made. Is this for real? Surely, if a prominent collector is bidding, it cannot be a hoax. I just checked the information, and indeed, he was correct. The minting machine involved in the first counterfeit coin case of the Bayong used the rifled process he described. Though I may not comprehend it fully, I am utterly astonished. Is this considered a successful find? Perhaps. However, I suspect this gentleman merely had good fortune, having previously encountered knowledge of this subject. After all, who doesn't he indulge in dumplings during the new year? It is not unreasonable to occasionally stumble upon a small treasure. At this moment, in the command center of the program's backstage, according to these analysts, the greater the funds, the more operational space, thereby increasing the likelihood of remarkable performances. Thus, the host, Bing Bing, along with her 3 guests, was tasked with seeking out contestant standout operations during this relatively uneventful phase to retain the audience's attention. Presently, the large screen behind them showcased the live stream of contestant number 64, who had profited from scratch cards. It must be said, this contestant indeed possesses talent. At the outset, he boldly wagered half of his funds on scratch cards, and upon earning money, He promptly purchased a suit and styled himself for presentation. Once adequately prepared, he swiftly proceeded to apply for jobs, demonstrating remarkable initiative. While other contestants were still deliberating between tea shops and hot pot restaurants, contestant number 64 had already set his sights on the most luxurious Marriott hotel in the entire city of Luo. The results proved that his eloquence matched his initiative. During his live job application, he adeptly secured a position as the deputy team leader of the front desk reception department from the hotel's human resources department with his silver tongue. Although it was a subordinate role and not a formal one, it was in essence a legitimate leadership position. He even negotiated a salary with HR, securing an 8,000 yuan monthly wage for the first month of his probation, which could be settled weekly. His performance was nothing short of dominating among the other job-seeking contestants. The audience in the live stream room speculated that this gentleman must have been an executive at a large corporation prior to participating in the competition. Upon witnessing his successful interview, the host, Bing Bing, along with her colleagues, began to praise the abilities of contestant number 64. Suddenly, a flood of comments urged them to switch their attention to contestant number 99. After a brief moment of hesitation, they decided to cut to the broadcast of contestant 99. Just in time, they observed Chen Mo pulling out his phone to receive a payment of 500 yuan, leaving them utterly astonished. What was happening? Just moments ago, he had been haggling with a vendor over counterfeit currency at a street stall, and now his wealth had skyrocketed from 50 yuan to 500 yuan in such a short span. Contestant number 64, the standout among the job-seeking participants, had showcased remarkable skills, yet had secured a job with a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan and a weekly payment of 2,000 yuan. Meanwhile, contestant 99 had amassed over 5,000 yuan in less than 5 hours of streaming. Was this reasonable? Host Bing Bing resolved to closely observe this live stream room, eager to discover what this seemingly handsome contestant number 99 would do next. Zhang Meifeng, the manager of the Treasure Pavilion, sensed that this younger man before her was rather extraordinary. Although the amount involved in this transaction was merely a few thousand yuan, insignificant compared to the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands she typically dealt with, she still proactively exchanged contact information, considering that there might be future opportunities for collaboration. Chen Mo had no objections. After exchanging contact details, he calmly exited the shop. However, he had no intention of leaving just yet. He had only explored a fraction of the extensive antique street stretching several hundred meters, with many stalls yet to be discovered. At this hour, most people who had been napping were now awake, and the foot traffic on the street had noticeably increased. Numerous stalls were surrounded by curious onlookers, some even forming crowds, which Chen Mo surmised indicated the presence of valuable items. Nevertheless, he refrained from pushing toward those stalls. What was meant for him would not evade his grasp, and he was in no rush. With his phone tucked away, Chen Mo blended into the crowd, leisurely browsing the various items on display at the stalls, his gaze sweeping over them one by one. Chapter 6, 120,000 in a trash heap. Boss, I want to return this. A young man, likely in his 20s, stood before a stall, shouting in anger. You're deceiving me. If you don't refund me, I'll call the police. Clutching a pair of porcelain bowls, his expression was frantic, his words urgent. Yet the vendor before him remained remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the commotion caused by the young man. Seeing that he was being ignored, the young man raised the 2 porcelain bowls high and shouted loudly to passers-by. Everyone, please adjudicate. Frustration radiated from him as his voice echoed, soon drawing a large crowd of spectators. Chen Mo, too, found himself amidst the gathering, his attention fixated on the 2 porcelain bowls clutched in the young man's hands. However, the prices in his line of sight left him somewhat perplexed. 80,017. One valued at 80,000 while the other scarcely reached 20. It was evident that one was genuine and the other a counterfeit. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo had formed a rough conjecture in his mind, remaining silent as he continued to observe the unfolding scene. The young man continued to vociferously berate the vendor for his alleged misdeeds, attempting to garner the support of passers-by, hoping to leverage public opinion to facilitate a return. At that moment, the vendor interjected. Young man, therein lies your error. I, Wang Baoshan, have operated this stall on Longmen Street for 8 years, and never has anyone accused me of selling fakes. You accuse me of deceiving you. Pray tell, how have I deceived you? Yes, I did claim authenticity, with a return policy if it proved otherwise, but I guaranteed the authenticity of the inner bowl you hold in your right hand. Did I make any mention of the outer bowl? While speaking, the vendor produced a mobile phone and addressed the gathering crowd. I have been in the antique business for 7 or 8 years, and I record every transaction. The entire process of my dealings with this young friend was documented. Feel free to listen. You may inquire with this young friend if any antique shop has refused to accept this bowl. My guarantee pertains solely to this bowl. I hereby declare that if you can provide evidence that this bowl is a replica, not only will I accept a return, but I will also compensate you with 800,000. The vendor paused before continuing. As for the outer bowl, the young friend expressed interest only after the transaction for the inner bowl was completed. I was quite clear in stating that I was uncertain about the authenticity of the outer bowl. I could not ascertain whether it belonged to the same set. I repeatedly cautioned that this bowl was not guaranteed, yet the young friend insisted on purchasing it, and ultimately, I quoted a price of 65,000, to which he agreed. The entire dialogue during our transaction was recorded on this phone. Feel free to examine it. With that, the vendor spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Upon hearing this, the bystanders began to grasp the situation, and those who initially supported the young man swiftly shifted their allegiance to the vendor. Among them, an elderly gentleman advised, in the realm of antiques on Longman Street, money and objects exchange hands easily, and transactions bear no regrets. These 8 words represent the most fundamental principle. Is it appropriate to seek a refund upon discovering that a supposed bargain holds no value? It is hardly fitting anywhere. This business is fraught with depth. Young man, do not always think you can find a hidden treasure. Consider this as 60,000 as a lesson learned. I advise you, reporting this to the police would be a waste of time. You initiated the purchase, and the vendor recorded the entire interaction. There is little recourse, the young man, witnessing the shift in public sentiment against him, became increasingly agitated. Yet, no matter how fervently he pleaded, the vendor merely shook his head in refusal. In the end, the young man's voice trembled with emotion as he lamented that the 14,000 he lost represented 5 years of labor after graduating university, equating to 2 years' worth of effort down the drain. Alas, his pleas fell on deaf ears. Observing this scene, the guests in the control room of the program shook their heads in disapproval. Professor Zhou Zhongji of the University of Water and Wood. Is there anyone in the live stream who still does not understand? Allow me to elucidate. The entire process is essentially a case of the young man being ensnared by the vendor, a practice within the antique trading realm known as pairing and splitting or chaibot. The specific method involves separating paired antiques. One genuine piece is sold first, exploiting the buyer's desire for a bargain and completeness, followed by the sale of a counterfeit replica. The first piece is indeed authentic, yet the second is not. By employing this tactic, a set of paired antiques can be sold at the price of 2 sets. Some may claim this is a scam. Indeed, it is a deception, albeit one that is overtly transparent. Professor Zhou articulated the entire scheme with clarity, subsequently offering a friendly warning to the audience in the live stream. The antique market is rife with tricks. One must be cautious when seeking bargains. The audience, thoroughly engrossed, exclaimed that they had learned a valuable lesson. Such tactics, which prey upon the psychology of buyers, once one falls victim, they may find themselves, like the young man, toiling in vain for 2 years. Chen Mo, mingling within the crowd, discerned the value of 2 porcelain bowls and, observing the vendor's demeanor, quickly surmised the general situation. As he had anticipated, the young man was indeed at a disadvantage. Regarding such matters, Chen had little to say, nor could he leap forth to champion justice on the young man's behalf. He could only hope that the young man would learn from this experience and not squander his tuition in vain. Chen Mo shifted his focus to the items displayed at the stall, realizing that this small booth held some treasures. A cursory glance revealed 5 or 6 genuine items valued in the 5-figure range, one of which was astonishingly priced at 180,000. However, upon inquiring about the prices, he found that the vendor's quotations were generally inflated by several thousand beyond their actual worth. Chen understood, then, that there were no bargains to be found here. With a dismissive wave, he bid farewell and meandered towards other stalls in the vicinity. As time passed, the number of tourists and passers-by in the antique street increased. Yet at this moment, Chen Mo, pausing before a particular stall, was captivated by the displayed items. This was yet another porcelain stall, but instead of porcelain bowls, it featured celadon vases. The stall boasted over a dozen vases of varied appearances, seemingly of fine quality, with pure and elegant glazes. The vessels were modest in size, yet delicately crafted, some adorned with carved floral patterns and painted decorations. However, it was not these seemingly exquisite vases that captured Chen Mo's attention. Rather, it was the heap of refuse haphazardly wrapped in old newspapers on the ground beside the stall. To call it a mere rubbish pile would be somewhat misleading, for within the tattered newspapers lay several clearly flawed vases. These imperfections rendered them rather unsightly when compared to the beautifully crafted vases on display. Chen Mo clearly observed that among the pile of refuse, there floated a number above a vase with less apparent flaws. 120,000. Indeed, 12,000. Chapter 7. Is this fellow still hoping for a bargain? The vendor was an elderly man in his 40s or 50s, clad in garments that were not only severely faded, but also adorned with several patches, presenting the image of a simple rural farmer. The vases displayed on his stall were resplendent, and the redwood boxes behind him also contained vases that appeared to be in commendable condition, not differing much from those on display. In stark contrast, the defective items carelessly discarded on the ground beside the stall seemed utterly inconspicuous. Chen Mo's immediate reaction was that he had stumbled upon an opportunity. Instinctively, he averted his gaze while discreetly observing. Standing before the stall, he casually weighed one of the vases in his hand, his peripheral vision sweeping across the entire setup. "How much for this one, boss?" Chen Mo inquired, lifting a vase. 200, replied the vendor, munching on a cucumber. "And this one? That one is a bit pricier. 280. Feigning casual interest in the prices, Chen Mo meticulously noted the vendor's demeanor. The man's expressions were quite natural, and his pricing seemed quite genuine. However, Chen Mo suddenly realized that the vendor would subconsciously glance at the ground beside the stall every so often. Although that gaze was subtle, Chen Mo perceived it distinctly. The direction of the vendor's glance was precisely towards the pile of defective items. Something was amiss. Chen Mo's hopes of finding a bargain were immediately extinguished. He resumed examining the discarded items wrapped in old newspapers with a fresh perspective. Viewing them with a mindset of seeking problems rather than answers revealed new insights. The arrangement of these defective items was rather intentional. They were seemingly haphazardly placed on the ground, yet they were strategically positioned away from the pedestrian walkway, eliminating any concern of passers-by inadvertently kicking or bumping into them. Moreover, they were conveniently within the vendor's reach. Upon closer inspection of the specific items on the newspapers, some of the defective pieces were even partially resting on the ground, yet it mattered little. However, the valuable item Chen Mo had noticed was securely wrapped in old newspaper, completely shielded from any potential harm. At this point, Chen Mo understood that this was not an opportunity. Rather, it was a ruse. While maintaining a seemingly casual conversation with the vendor, he had already dismissed the thought of finding a bargain and prepared to explore the next stall. As Chen Mo was about to depart, a casual glance led his attention to another vase. It was the first item visible in the open compartment of the large redwood box used for storage behind the stall. Noticing that Chen Mo had halted his departure, the vendor's eyes narrowed slightly. After finishing the last of his raw cucumber, he rubbed his hands together and inquired with a smile, "What is this? Have you found something you fancy?" Chen Mo feigned a casual wave of his hand, remarking that he had not seen clearly moments ago and would take another look. "Feel free to examine as you wish. If something catches your eye, just let me know." The stall owner remained seated, yet his attention was evidently heightened compared to earlier. The clientele he attracted were not the ignorant tourists who could not discern the quality of his wares. His true target audience consisted of seasoned treasure hunters, those discerning collectors of antiques endowed with both vision and means. Only those with the acumen to recognize the worth of his goods would find it worthwhile to part with their money. For instance, the young man before him, who appeared to be somewhat hesitant, seemed to exhibit a flicker of interest. The stall owner mused that if all went well, his first transaction of the day would soon materialize with this individual. He observed every subtle gesture and expression, noting the several casual glances the young man cast toward the pile of inferior items beside his stall, unaware that this was a carefully crafted ruse, patiently awaiting his curiosity. Could it be that this fellow hoped to strike gold once more? Surely not. Who could possibly unearth two treasures in a single day? Indeed, the last time had merely been a stroke of luck. This time, it was unlikely he would succeed. I would stake my claim on this assertion. Should he find another treasure, I would gladly accept whatever he offers. Meanwhile, the spectators in the live stream began to express their intrigue as contestant number 99 appeared to contemplate a purchase. The topic of antique hunting was simply too captivating, rendering the performances of other contestants somewhat lackluster in comparison. Soon, a fervent debate erupted in the chat regarding the possibility of another successful find, with opinions divided, some optimistic, while the majority remained skeptical, believing that the contestants' previous success was merely a fluke. The host and her guests were in high spirits. While they had to analyze and predict the behaviors of other contestants, they found watching contestant 99 to be a refreshing reprieve, requiring no effort other than to observe. Their anticipation was effortlessly heightened by the contestants' own enthusiasm. In another locale, in the opulent Huashu Yunyang residence of Luocheng, where the environment was unparalleled and property prices rivaled those of the country's first-tier cities, starting at a staggering 70 to 80,000 per square meter, with total costs often exceeding 10 million. One of the homeowners, Su Baolong, exemplified the success possible within such a realm. Hailing from a rural background, he had not completed his education and ventured into society at the tender age of 15. From humble beginnings to amassing a fortune in the tens of millions, he had certainly weathered a share of trials and tribulations. His initial fortune had been garnered right here on Longmen Street through the art of treasure hunting. It was with this capital that he embarked on his entrepreneurial journey. Subsequently, his business expanded significantly, leading to the establishment of a company and the recruitment of numerous employees, resulting in an ever-increasing profit. Yet, the vivid memories of that afternoon when he earned his first pot of gold remain etched in his mind. Once his company was on a steady course, Su Baolong employed professional managers to oversee operations, affording him ample leisure time. Perhaps it was a sense of nostalgia, or perhaps a genuine passion, that ultimately drew Su Baolong into the realm of antique collecting. However, his intention was not to profit from this endeavor. For him, the satisfaction derived from uncovering a hidden gem worth tens of thousands far surpassed the joy of making millions in business. Now, in middle age, with little formal education, one would expect his ability to learn to have substantially diminished. Yet he found himself surprisingly adept at acquiring knowledge about antiques. Wealthy and unhurried, Su Baolong traveled across the country, generously spending money to seek guidance from renowned masters in the antique community. Moreover, he diligently studied the subject in his spare time, ultimately mastering a notable degree of expertise. Within the antique circles of Los Angeles, many collectors recognized the name Su Baolong. At this moment, Su Baolong was engrossed in a live stream. Finding the mobile screen too small, he projected the image onto the television in his living room, even switching the perspective to the athlete's chest-mounted camera, rendering the view remarkably clear. However, after a short while, he discerned that there was nothing of value at this booth. Just as he pondered why the athlete lingered, the scene shifted, and he caught sight of a pile of refuse on the ground. Su Baolong's eyes narrowed, and he instinctively exclaimed, "A treasure." Chapter 8. Is the real find hidden among the debris? He inquired, "Sir, are these Celadon vases from the Tang dynasty?" "Indeed," the vendor replied. "You must have heard of the Southern Green and Northern White. Although these are not representative of the authentic Yu kiln products, they're second-tier pieces from the Huai kiln, considered fine examples of their time. They do appear quite impressive," Chen Mo commented, "with a glaze that is lustrous, green like ice and jade." Yet, in the next moment, he added, "If I am not mistaken, these are all replicas, aren't they?" The vendor chuckled, unfazed. "You are correct. Otherwise, I wouldn't be offering them at a price of $200 to $300. If they were genuine, the price would surely start with at least 3 additional zeros." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo wore an expression of confirmation. The audience, witnessing their exchange, was utterly bewildered. What? After all this? It turns out to be a stall selling fakes. They spoke so authoritatively about Southern Green and Northern White, colors like ice and jade, and after such a lengthy discussion, it turns out to be last week's merchandise. How amusing. Indeed, it was quite absurd to think one could purchase Tang Dynasty antiques for a mere few $100s. It was a rather fanciful notion. To speak candidly, this vendor is quite genuine. The genuine article is valued at $200,000 to $300,000, while he prices the imitation at merely $200 to $300, which is not overly exploitative. I was thoroughly amused by these two individuals. It appears that this gentleman was not here to seize a bargain after all. I had assumed he was about to execute some cunning maneuver. Time to disperse. There is no treasure to be found here. At that moment, however, a striking paid comment unexpectedly floated across the top of the live stream. LV49 Su Baolong. Do not rush. The best is yet to come. Upon seeing this, the public chat erupted in astonishment. Goodness, a level 49 master. He must have spent over $1 million to achieve that. Truly impressive. Indeed, this gentleman is quite extravagant. All his comments are paid. Yet what does he mean by suggesting we should not rush? And that the best is yet to come? I am perplexed. Could someone elucidate? I'm at a loss as well. Regrettably, no one offered any clarification to the audience. And Su Baolong did not continue to comment, but instead casually gifted a carnival worth $3,000, after which he fell silent. This, however, sparked further astonishment in the chat. Typically, it is only when competitors begin to showcase their various money-making tactics that the affluent individuals, feeling entertained, would contribute generously. At this moment, the viewers remained puzzled. Though someone recognized Su Baolong, the gentleman who just sent gifts. I believe I have heard of him. He seems to be a prominent figure in our local antique circle. Indeed, as mentioned earlier, this gentleman possesses remarkable discernment. He must have perceived something significant. Could there be a twist in the tale? Enough of the idle chatter. Let us continue watching. The vendor candidly acknowledged that he was selling imitations and did not fabricate the prices. Chen Mo exhibited little reaction, merely picking up the imitation vases to scrutinize them closely. After a prolonged examination, he suddenly waved his hand. "Boss, I see you are an upfront person. I shall speak plainly." Chen Mo pointed at the stall, stating, "Though these vases are merely worthless imitations, the craftsmanship is decent, and they are visually appealing. Perfectly to my liking. I propose a figure." With genuine intent, Chen Mo extended 5 fingers. 5,000. "I will take the entire lot from your stall. What say you?" Upon hearing this, the vendor's eyes brightened. He recognized that the other party had been ensnared. A broad smile spread across his face. "Agreed. Young man, you are indeed forthright." At this moment, the vendor's expression mirrored the appreciation for the other party's sincerity. Not only did he not decline, but he also took the initiative to lower the price. "Let us not speak of 5,000. I shall give you an additional discount of 300. 4,007. Just 4,007 will suffice." Little did he know, deep down he was elated. The total cost of the over 10 vases on his stall did not exceed 400. With just a slight maneuver, he effortlessly earned over tenfold. Thus far, both parties appear to be in good spirits, with smiles adorning their faces. Yet, the vendor could almost envision the moment when the truth would be revealed, and the smile would vanish from the other's countenance. Reaching a consensus on the price, Chen Mo promptly completed the transaction by scanning the payment on his phone. The vendor, without further ado, began to carefully pack the vases. Thus, the exchange of money for goods transpired smoothly, presenting an ostensibly harmonious transaction. The show's host, Bing Bing, posed a question that echoed the curiosity of the live audience. "Professor Zhou, could it be that among these replicas there are genuine items hidden? Or perhaps, similar to before, there are valuable replicas?" That shouldn't be the case. The vendor appears quite certain about the origins of his merchandise. If there were valuable items mixed in, he should be able to discern them, right? So why would contestant number 99 spend all his freshly earned money on these replicas? Several guests, along with the audience, expressed their bewilderment over this maneuver. However, shortly after, Chen Mo's subsequent actions provided clarity. The vendor, nimble in his movements, retrieved a large wooden box to meticulously pack the vases, even offering to deliver the goods to a specified location for free. Chen Mo waved his hand, graciously declining the offer. While the vendor continued packing, he feigned nonchalance and casually remarked, "Hey boss, I noticed a few defective items beside your stall. Are those just waste? They seem quite appealing to me. Why not just give them to me? There's still some space in that wooden box." Chen Mo spoke with an air of casualness, deftly bending down to collect 2 defective vases from the pile of refuse, one of which fortuitously happened to be worth 12,000. As he conversed and moved fluidly, he prepared to place the 2 defective vases into the wooden box, the entire process unfolding with remarkable grace. Observing the scene, Professor Zhou in the control room raised an eyebrow, seemingly beginning to grasp the situation. After scrutinizing the footage for over a minute, he remarked, "Those 2 defective items are likely not ordinary." The barrage of question marks flooded the screen. "Professor Zhou, could you elaborate? Defective items? Not ordinary? What do you mean?" Indeed, many were perplexed, asking if he referred to the 2 defective vases in the contestants' hands. Addressing the audience's confusion, Professor Zhou organized his thoughts before elaborating. "To be honest, I couldn't discern anything unusual about those 2 defective vases. However," he shifted his tone, "the contestants' expressions and actions are all part of an act." "An act?" Bing Bing's face displayed disbelief, struggling to accept the notion. "Indeed, it is an act," Professor Zhou stated with conviction. The vases displayed at the stall were undoubtedly worthless replicas. His seemingly generous purchase of the entire stall was not out of true benevolence, but rather a calculated strategy, as his true objective had always been the defective items he now held in his hands. His words about them being appealing, and even his willingness to splurge 5,000 to buy out the stall, were mere performances. All of his actions were simply a facade to construct a persona of generosity. His intention was to confuse the vendor, thereby effortlessly acquiring the defective goods. Consequently, Professor Zhou tactically took a sip of water, asserting that among these 2 flawed items, one must undoubtedly possess value, a genuine find. Chapter 9. You've ensnared me, and I concede. Upon hearing Professor Zhou's explanation, The audience in the live stream experienced a moment of clarity. Wow, is it really that impressive? Indeed, if something valuable were carelessly discarded on the ground, directly expressing interest would surely arouse the vendor's suspicion, potentially leading to a price hike. Instead, he crafted an image of generosity, feigning a desire to gift it, which would naturally avoid raising any doubts. Could it be that this fellow is indeed a connoisseur of antiques? Is he about to make another remarkable discovery? But why? One might wonder, could this defective item still hold value? Generally, aren't such items considered worthless? Those upstairs may not grasp this. Previously, a large blue and white plate from the song Dynasty shattered upon hitting the ground, and after being repaired, it fetched $3 million at auction. Goodness, what then? Might this man's flawed item be worth? Who can say? However, if he is willing to spend $5,000, it could very well be worth $30,000 or $40,000. I simply cannot accept it. Why wasn't it me who made the discovery? I'm feeling quite envious. Not only the protagonist, but also the audience in the live stream became increasingly excited. The prospect of making a profit from a small investment was simply too enticing, and everyone was eager to see how much he could ultimately gain. Yet in the next moment, an unexpected twist occurred. While Chen Mo continued to inquire if the vendor might be willing to gift the items, his hands worked busily, nonchalantly placing the two defective items into a large wooden box, poised to package them once the vendor agreed. Standing nearby, the vendor, the architect of this entire ruse, observed the proceedings with a knowing smile. He mused to himself that while the young man possessed some discernment and swift hands, it was ultimately of no consequence. The old man halted his packing, stating, "Well, this one I can give you, and the others on the ground as well. However, this particular piece is off limits." As he caressed the vase in his hands, he added, "This has been my old companion. Though it is indeed flawed, it is unlike these imitations. It is a genuine product from the Huai Hills. If you desire it, you'll need to part with at least 150,000. Chen Mo was rendered speechless. Not only he, but also the guests invited by the production team, Su Baolong watching from home, and even the audience members, who had surpassed 100,000 in the upper right corner of the live stream, were momentarily stunned by the vendor's proclamation. The barrage of comments on the screen paused for 2 to 3 seconds before erupting. Wow, what a remarkable old companion. Various expressions of shock flooded the chat, as nearly everyone watching the live stream was taken aback by the vendor's maneuver. One of the guests, Li Zhimon, swallowed an imaginary lump in his throat. So the owner truly knows the value of this vase. The stall displayed a vase worth 150,000. It was carelessly cast aside. Why, one may wonder. Clearly, this esteemed actress remains somewhat bewildered, for it was merely a ruse. Zhang Xiefeng, who quickly grasped the unfolding scenario, expressed his astonishment. This vendor is fishing. The vase, valued at 150,000, is his meticulously crafted bait, intended to lure customers into purchasing the replicas displayed at a stall. Professor Zhou remarked, "Indeed, young Zhang is correct. It appears we have misconstrued the entire situation." The veteran professor from Shuimu University expressed his sentiments. The stall owner is a true master. He has definitely understood the psychology of bargain hunters. By juxtaposing genuine items with inferior replicas and feigning ignorance of their true worth, he waits for discerning eyes to recognize the genuine article. Naturally, these individuals, wishing to avoid alarming the vendor, will likely resort to purchasing the replicas, unaware that such actions play directly into the vendor's hands. Professor Zhou nodded in agreement, stating, "This cannot be attributed to contestant number 99's lack of skill. How could an ordinary person discern a genuine item hidden among a pile of subpar goods? It is simply a testament to the vendor's superior prowess." As this analysis unfolded, the audience in the live stream began to grasp the intricacies, inundating the chat with comments expressing their astonishment. The world of antiques is indeed fraught with depth. What a remarkable old trickster, undoubtedly a seasoned performer. This display of cunning leaves me in awe. One must admit, this vendor is exceptionally clever, while one believes they are playing on a secondary level. The vendor observes from a higher vantage point, quietly witnessing their engagement. It is simply impressive. With previous schemes of matching pairs, and now this fishing tactic, who could withstand such manipulation? The vendor's fishing strategy far surpasses that of the matching pairs. Indeed, matching pairs are merely traps for the untrained, while fishing eludes the ordinary eye. This illustrates the art of targeting the skilled, does it not? It seems that contestant number 99 possesses some aptitude for treasure hunting. Unfortunately, his lack of experience led him to encounter a vendor of greater skill, losing the 5,000 he had just earned before it could even warm in his pocket. Is there no possibility for recourse? Can one not simply withdraw from the purchase? The upstairs observer seems unaware in the realm of antiques. The principle of money easily exchanges for goods prevails. Once the payment is rendered, ownership of the item is transferred, and the transaction is deemed complete. The vendor has acknowledged the replicas and clearly marked the prices. What grounds does one have for a return, unless one intends to abandon the antique trade altogether? Chen Mo's expression mirrored a blend of confusion, astonishment, and a dawning realization. He gazed at the vendor, lost in thought for 2 or 3 minutes, his mouth agape, yet ultimately uttering nothing, embodying the look of a strategist whose plans have been wholly unveiled. Opposite him, the vendor had already packaged the sold vase and, from a redwood chest of supplies, produced a fresh batch of replicas, casually arranging them on display. Unfazed and self-satisfied, he conveyed a clear message without uttering a word. Young man, you still have much to learn. These 7 characters seemed to materialize, floating before everyone's eyes. Chen Mo did not even glance at the newly displayed goods and took a considerable amount of time to fully accept the reality before finally speaking, his voice slightly hoarse. I am indeed outmatched. The tuition fee of 4,700 yuan was not spent in vain. I have learned a valuable lesson this time. His tone was somber, yet his demeanor was strikingly sincere, akin to a student who has just gleaned precious knowledge from a teacher. Despite being a participant himself, he showed no inclination to entangle himself further, save for a hint of regret on his face. The stall owner observed his reaction, secretly admiring his composure. It was quite remarkable for someone of his age to maintain such a mindset upon realizing he was part of the game. He understood well that those in the antiquities trade were often proud and haughty, and it was rare for someone with genuine skill not to be somewhat arrogant. The fact that this young man could perceive the bait he had laid out indicated that he possessed a modicum of discernment. This was not the first time the stall owner had engaged in such dealings. Among past buyers, many had ultimately succumbed to the pressures of the game. This was not merely a matter of gaining or losing a few thousand. It was about the sheer dominance of skill. Because of this, the stall owner found himself somewhat optimistic about the young man before him. Had he known of his temperament earlier, he would have offered him an additional discount of 200. Chen Mo stood there in a daze, lost in thought for quite some time. Once his emotions began to stabilize, he clasped his hands together and bowed slightly towards the stall owner, forcing himself to say, I shall not take these replicas. Of course, I do not mean to request a refund. I understand the fundamental rule of money follows goods. You are well aware of my true objective, which is the genuine piece from the Huai kiln. I must admit my own inadequacy. Having fallen into your trap, I could not resist the bait you set, and thus I was caught. I accept this as a lesson learned, a memento of sorts. To be honest, this is my first time paying tuition. Chen Mo presented a rather magnanimous facade, yet a trace of disheartenment lingered in his tone. Chapter 10. All a performance. All an act. User LV49 Su Baolong gifted the 99th contestant a Carnival X1. User LV49 Su Baolong gifted the 99th contestant a Carnival X1. User LV49 Su Baolong gifted the 99th contestant a Carnival X1. The exclusive gift effects of the carnival appeared in the live broadcast, resplendent and luxurious. Su Baolong continuously sent 10 gifts, extravagantly spending 30,000 yuan, causing the gift effects to flood the screen. LV49 Su Baolong. At first, I thought the 99th contestant might find a hidden treasure, but it turned out to be a trap set by the stall owner. Nevertheless, I am more impressed by the composure demonstrated by the 99th contestant after realizing he was in the game. Keep it up, I believe in you. Not just him, but many other viewers also sent gifts, including user LV32, a delightful 38-year-old girl, who gifted the 99th contestant a Heart Sailboat X1. User LV43, Impervious Zheng Zhongda, received a continuous stream of various gift effects that filled the screen, with contributions from both affluent gentlemen and wealthy ladies, lasting for a good 10 minutes. In this brief span, the audience in the live broadcast room managed to bestow an astonishing total of 170,000 to 180,000 gifts, excluding the complimentary little hearts and the extravagant funds returned by the guild. This was purely the result of enthusiastic viewers' generosity, a remarkable phenomenon indeed. At this moment, despite the fact that Room 99 had only been streaming for a few hours, it had undeniably garnered a significant following, with numerous viewers converting to devoted fans. However, according to the unwritten laws of live streaming, where loyal supporters inevitably attract their share of detractors, this broadcast was no exception. The naysayers reveled in the failure of Chen Mo to capitalize on his previous opportunity, relishing the sight of him losing nearly all the profits he had earned. They filled the screen with various mocking comments, and some even went so far as to pay for high-energy comments to amplify their derision, seeking to draw more attention. Little did they know that their contributions would ultimately enrich Chen Mo's pockets. At this moment, the asset rankings of the participants were refreshed once more. Initially, Chen Mo from room 99 led with an impressive asset of 500 yuan. However, the first place was temporarily claimed by contestant 17, who, with an asset of 1,095 yuan, had surpassed Chen Mo. This contestant was a sweet-looking young lady, and in stark contrast to Chen Mo's hard-earned riches, offered little intrigue. As a result, while both live rooms boasted an audience of approximately 100,000, contestant 17 barely reached that threshold, whereas Chen Mo's true viewer count had long since surged toward 500,000, despite the platform's display limit of 100,000. Any full-time streamer witnessing this would likely gasp in astonishment. The fervor of the live broadcast did not translate into the real world. Chen Mo wore an expression of nonchalance. The vendor could hardly fathom that the over 4,000 yuan lost by the other party represented more than 80 of his entire fortune. To the vendor, the youth appeared astute, possessing a commendable understanding of antiques. As the average person would not recognize the bait he had displayed, a person of such caliber was unlikely to be short of funds, and the vendor did not dwell on it further. The affable Chen Mo certainly would not indulge in any melodramatic displays of despair. Once he had regained his composure, he continued to engage the vendor in conversation, naturally steering the topic back to the porcelain before them. Boss, your previous batch was a replica of Huai Kiln Celadon, but this current batch seems different, Chen Mo remarked, pointing to the newly displayed stock. Indeed, the vendor nodded. Can you identify which kiln this originates from? Did you not previously mention the distinction between southern green and northern white? Chen Mo paused for a moment, contemplating before he continued. If I am not mistaken, it should be the Huangbao kiln from Beibei's Hong. Although this kiln is recognized as a northern white porcelain kiln from the Tang dynasty, its proximity to the capital, Chang'an, also results in the production of a portion of Celadon. The characteristics of this porcelain include a glaze color reminiscent of a Yu kiln, predominantly in shades of greenish yellow, with a relatively thick body, marking it as a precursor to the Yaozhou kiln. What do you think, my esteemed shopkeeper? Upon hearing Chen Mo's response, the stall owner widened his eyes slightly in astonishment. It was absolutely accurate. This realization made him reassess his previous estimation of Chen Mo's antique appraisal abilities, considering them to be even lower than he initially thought. At that moment, the stall owner felt as though he had encountered a true connoisseur. For only someone with a profound understanding of the porcelain produced by major kilns during the Tang dynasty could articulate such intricate details. His desire to share knowledge surged. You are absolutely right. This batch of goods is indeed a reproduction of the porcelain from the Huangbao kiln. However, despite being replicas, the craftsmanship used in their creation is remarkably authentic. Just look at the patterns on the bottom of this vase. Chen Mo nodded in agreement, expressing his concurrence. He then remarked, hearing this makes me reconsider. Perhaps I should refund you the money and settle for the cost price. The stall owner contemplated this idea, but Chen Mo decisively waved his hand, firmly rejecting the notion. That simply cannot be. After all, one must adhere to the rules. Besides, I have indeed learned a great deal today, and considering it as tuition is not a loss. The stall owner felt a twinge of embarrassment at this point. Yet, Chen Mo remained remarkably nonchalant, selecting one item from the first batch he had packed in the wooden box and another from the newly displayed second batch. Observing the other party's genuine attitude, the stall owner produced a more exquisite wooden box, repackaging the two selected replicas and handing them to Chen Mo. Thus, the transaction was complete. Watching the young man depart with an air of elegance, the stall owner felt a sense of nostalgia. He even found himself hoping that the young man would return to his stall again, not out of a desire to profit further, but out of a genuine wish to cultivate a friendship. After all, money is easily earned, but kindred spirits are rare to find. Chen Mo, carrying the wooden box, strode towards the Jubileauge, his expression seemingly tranquil, yet within, he was secretly elated. For, indeed, the truly valuable items were quietly nestled within the wooden box he held. Without a doubt, from beginning to end, every expression and gesture he displayed had been meticulously orchestrated. Chapter 11. Layers within layers, the true leak. From the very moment Chen Mo discerned the stall owner's instinctive actions, he had surmised the other party's scheme. Initially, he believed there were no opportunities to exploit and prepared to take his leave. However, He halted his departure upon noticing another series of numbers from the redwood box stocked by the stall owner, which eventually appeared in the second batch displayed. The number was 570,000, a staggering 570,000, unlike the bait worth 120,000. The vase among the stock was the true treasure lurking within the humble stall. The considerable value attributed to this item unequivocally indicates that it is far from the mere imitation claimed by the vendor. Rather, it is an authentic relic that has been preserved impeccably since the Tang Dynasty's Huangbao kiln. Its pristine appearance allows it to blend seamlessly among numerous replicas without raising suspicion. Consequently, Chen Mo is determined to seize this opportunity, undeterred even by the vendor's clear attempts to bait him. He willingly immerses himself in the scheme, playing the part of a gullible fish drawn to the enticing lure, and cleverly turns the tables on the vendor's stratagem. With a light-hearted demeanor, Chen Mo steps lightly, having only departed from this place a mere 2 hours prior. Despite his total assets dwindling to a mere 5,500, having lost 4,700 in a single bout, he maintains his composure. One cannot help but marvel at this remarkable individual. Yet, why does it seem that he is in such high spirits? Whistling a cheerful tune, he strides with such buoyancy that one might imagine him bursting into laughter at any moment. Is this level of nonchalance truly warranted? Sister Bing Bing and the others find themselves perplexed by Chen Mo's current state of mind, sensing an underlying oddity. Initially, the audience had been taken aback by his display of equanimity in the face of financial loss. But upon witnessing his departure from the stall, his demeanor shifted to one of despondency. The joy radiating from him seemed far too genuine to be feigned, leaving the viewers in a state of confusion. Could it be that he has transcended to such a level of enlightenment that he finds joy in losses? This notion seems implausible. Bing Bing and several guests exchange glances, yet none voice their thoughts, as they too struggle to comprehend the situation. Aside from Professor Shui Mu, who possesses a modicum of knowledge about antiques, the majority of the others are utterly baffled by the intricacies of his actions, rendering analysis impossible. Unfortunately, in this realm, the true luminaries are typically affluent individuals who are unlikely to be in need of funds. Their participation in public endeavors is contingent upon their willingness to step into the limelight. It is not merely a matter of spending a bit of money to casually invite them over, and thus she instinctively inquires. To be candid as a host, her reaction seems somewhat at odds with her professional demeanor, yet in that moment, no one pays heed. As for purchasing antiques, with less than 1,000 yuan remaining, he might afford only a hammer. Antique shops differ vastly from the small stalls outside, particularly prominent establishments like the Rebirth, where authenticity is guaranteed, but prices soar to exorbitant heights. The idea of rummaging through their offerings for a bargain is utterly implausible. Why, then, would one entertain such thoughts? Surely, he cannot intend to return to their shop to peddle the counterfeit item he just acquired for 4,700. In comparison, it seems he is simply intrigued by Manager Zhang of the Rebirth. Who could resist the allure of such a refined and graceful lady? At that moment, Manager Zhang Meifong happens to be sipping tea in the front hall. Upon noticing Chen Mo returning with his wooden box, her eyes widen in curiosity as she inquires, "Mr. Chen, what brings you back?" Perhaps due to his buoyant mood, Chen Mo jested lightly. "What? Am I not welcome? How could that be?" Observing the somewhat charming young man before her, Zhang Meifong vividly recalled the scene from just over 2 hours ago. Having grown up in an antique shop alongside her forebears, she had encountered a multitude of people and objects. Consequently, she grasped a profound truth. Whether it be antique artifacts or diverse individuals, each possesses a unique aura. When he sold that counterfeit silver dollar to old Joe, the inexplicable confidence radiating from him made her aware that he was no ordinary person. Thus, she had deliberately retained his contact information, anticipating future interactions. Little did she expect to see him again merely 2 hours later. Zhang Meifong gazed at the wooden box Chen Mo was carrying, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Chen Mo made his way directly to the reception area, gently placing the box on the tea table. The implication was unmistakable. Momentarily taken aback, Zhang Meifong quickly regained her composure and waved her hand, prompting a nearby attendant to promptly bring forth a new set of tea utensils. While Chen Mo settled into his seat, she personally brewed him a cup of tea and inquired, "Mr. Chen, have you stumbled upon another treasure?" "Indeed," Chen Mo replied with a nod. "I've selected another item and wish to see if you would be interested in acquiring it." Zhang Meifong could not suppress her astonishment. She had encountered many customers who unearthed gems at street stalls, but few could do so consecutively. Nevertheless, she sensed that, although he appeared in good spirits. He had yet to reach the level of excitement, likely indicating it was merely a minor find, akin to their previous encounter. Without hesitation, Zhang Meifang affirmed, given your expertise, Mr. Chen, the item you have chosen is undoubtedly worthy. Our store will certainly consider it. Chen Mo moistened his lips with tea and opened the wooden box. Chapter 12. Is the minor find you refer to a tenfold profit? At that moment, in the top-floor office of the rented building belonging to the production team, a middle-aged man clad in an exquisite suit was intently watching the live broadcast. He was originally a senior executive at Huading Group, but now, in the wake of Huading Group's endeavors, Wang Xiao found himself at the helm of substantial investments before the broadcast, an impressive sum indeed. The aim, naturally, was to cultivate a high-quality, high-traffic platform. Over the course of the 100-day competition, the promotional resources harvested would be remarkably considerable. Whether through the promotion of corporate products or the mastery of public sentiment, this would serve as a formidable tool. For these reasons, Professor Zhang Qinghua from the Archaeology Department of Luocheng University was willing to serve as a guest. Ah, splendid. Then you should hasten to invite him over, the sooner the better, Wang Xiao promptly declared upon hearing his subordinate's report. Among the 99 contestants, it was the 99th live stream that garnered the highest level of attention. Naturally, Wang Xiao kept a close watch on this unexpected delight. He promptly instructed his subordinates to recruit an additional guest. He was unperturbed by the potential increase in expenses. As long as he could maintain this fervor, he was willing to spend any amount necessary. His subordinates departed to fulfill his command, while Wang Xiao turned his gaze back to the live broadcast. To be candid, even from the perspective of an audience member, Wang Xiao himself found the contestants' discovery of this hidden gem to be quite captivating. At that moment, the live stream's comment section was inundated with question marks. Huh? Didn't he fail to uncover a hidden gem? Well, spending 4,700 on 2 fakes can still be considered fine, right? Perhaps he is trying to charm the attractive manager into taking a chance on him. But surely, as someone who runs an antique shop, he should be able to discern between genuine and counterfeit items. That, however, was debatable. Hadn't this fellow already garnered the trust of the manager? It was entirely possible that he intended to exploit that trust to persuade her into taking the bait. The demeanor he exhibited earlier led me to believe he was a man of integrity. If he truly meant to deceive a woman, that would be quite reprehensible. Yet, in the realm of competition, any advantage, no matter how unsavory, could be justified. After all, the first prize was a staggering 50 million. At that moment, the audience had come to recognize that the 99th contestant indeed possessed some expertise in antiques and collectibles. However, the vendor who had previously set the trap for skilled participants clearly exhibited a higher level of proficiency. Consequently, in the minds of the viewers, the 2 replicas acquired for $4,700 could not possibly hold the same value as the previous instance, which had also been a valuable counterfeit. Both the vendor and the reactions of the 99th contestant reinforced this notion, confirming that these were nothing more than ordinary, unremarkable replicas, certainly devoid of any plot twists. Thus, Chen Mo's actions at this moment became quite perplexing. Aside from the detractors, even bystanders were left questioning. Chen Mo opened the wooden box, and Zhang Meifang instinctively sat up straighter, eager to observe closely. As 2 celadone vases came into view, she immediately relaxed. Among the 8 major categories of antiques, porcelain was indeed her family's specialty, falling well within her expertise. This time, there was no need to summon outside help for appraisal, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Her own judgment would suffice. Zhang Meifang focused intently, but as she began to scrutinize the first piece, the beautiful manager found herself momentarily taken aback. Instantly recognizable as a fake? Could this be yet another replica with a unique provenance? Zhang Meifang instinctively thought, raising her gaze to look back at Chen Mo. Although she did not vocalize her thoughts, her intent was clear. She awaited his explanation. Chen Mo replied, "This piece is indeed a fake. The primary focus should be on the one beneath it." "Oh, I see." Zhang Meifang suddenly realized her misjudgment and hastily shifted her gaze to the next vase. To her astonishment, upon her initial glance, she sensed something was amiss. Could be a counterfeit? No, that was not the case. Carefully, Zhang Meifang lifted the entire vase, meticulously examining each detail from the floral patterns on the body to the opening and the base. She even procured a magnifying glass and illuminated it to scrutinize the glaze and clay quality. After a considerable time, this elegant manager finally ceased her examination, her eyes brimming with astonishment. A piece from the Huangbao kiln of the Tang dynasty? Chen Mo calmly nodded in affirmation. However, Zhang Meifang felt anything but calm inside. Initially, she had believed that the so-called bargain mentioned by the other party merely referred to a trivial item. To her surprise, it turned out to be a genuine artifact from the Tang dynasty. While the value of antiques is not solely determined by their age, many factors influence their worth, including, but not limited to, the originating kiln, the integrity of preservation, as well as provenance and lineage. For instance, among the Tang dynasty porcelain, one piece might be a humble rice bowl used by common folk, while another could be a secret color kiln piece from the Yu kiln, specifically crafted for imperial use. The price discrepancies would be vast. The former might only be worth a few thousand, whereas the latter could start at several million, with some true treasures fetching tens of millions or even surpassing 100 million at auction. As for the Huangbao kiln, it likely belongs to the second tier among the many kilns of the Tang dynasty. Last year's Sotheby's specialized porcelain auction featured a green porcelain vase from the same kiln, which sold for approximately 530,000. However, that piece had a slightly different design and exhibited minor wear at the rim. Zhang Meifang internally appraised the value at no less than 550,000. And given its remarkable condition, it would undoubtedly command a premium. With this in mind, Zhang Meifang inquired, "How much did you acquire this for?" Chen Mo extended 5 fingers. 50,000? Upon hearing this price, Zhang Meifang found it acceptable. Indeed, it could be considered a minor find, guaranteeing a profit of several thousand. Yet, Chen Mo shook his head. 5,000. Zhang Meifang exclaimed, her tone elevated and clearly incredulous. Observing her miscalculation once more, Chen Mo candidly revealed the truth. No, not quite. It was 4,700 yuan. An immediate silence enveloped the room. After a lengthy pause, a soft voice eventually broke the stillness. Do not tell me that the 4,700 yuan was earned from selling that counterfeit silver dollar to Zhou Bo. Chapter 13. A deal? Not a script I eat. Gazing at the man leisurely sipping tea before her, Zhang Meifang felt an overwhelming sensation of breathlessness within her chest. Is this what one calls a trivial item? Is this what one refers to as a minor find? When she guessed 50,000, she already found it quite outrageous. According to Das Kapital, when profits reach 300, capital dares to commit any crime, even risking the noose. With a principal of 50,000, reaping profits exceeding 500,000, the profit margin astonishingly reaches 1,000%. In reality, the actual capital used was less than 5,000, and, at the outset, merely $50. In other words, within just a few hours, a 10,000-fold profit was achieved. Merely contemplating this made Zhang Meifang's scalp tingle. As an only child, having inherited her family's long-standing shop, her worth was undoubtedly considerable. Without delving into specifics, the liquid assets lying dormant in her bank account approached an 8-figure sum. Yet, reflecting on how the other party transformed 50 into 500,000 within mere hours, she could only describe her astonishment with the word shock. It could be said that among all businesses, only the art of seizing opportunities could reach such heights. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Meifang endeavored to calm herself before speaking. Mr. Chen, I can almost certainly confirm that this is an authentic piece. However, should you wish to proceed, I have 3 options available: consignment, auction, or a direct sale in my shop. As the conversation turned to matters of transaction, Zhang Meifang immediately adopted a professional demeanor. For consignment, the item will be temporarily housed in my shop, and I will assist you in contacting collectors. The specific price will be negotiated between you and the collector. Auctioning involves sending the item to a house for sale. This Qingxi vase has already surpassed the threshold for auctioning. As for the potential auction price, it is uncertain. It could fetch a high price or fail to sell. Additionally, sending it to auction incurs a 15% commission. After a brief pause, she continued, as for a direct sale, I can assure you that the offer will be no less than the market price. However, before Zhang Meifang could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted by Chen Mo. All right, I will sell it to you. While both consignment and auction could potentially yield several thousand more, they would require considerable time. For him, receiving the funds sooner would allow him to seize more opportunities. Thus, Chen Mo chose the final option without a moment's hesitation. Witnessing his decisiveness and trust in her, Zhang Meifang was determined to offer a favorable price. She made a phone call, and soon, a middle-aged man hurriedly arrived. Carrying a laptop, he was the price analyst employed by her shop. Wang, this is an authentic piece from the Tang Dynasty Huangbao kiln. Please provide an estimate. Upon hearing this, the man, referred to as Wang, wasted no time. He promptly opened his laptop, comparing it with similar items sold over the years to arrive at an estimate. After approximately 20 minutes, the analyst, having considered market trends and historical appreciation rates, provided a precise reference price between 538,000 and 580,000. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meifang's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, she proposed a strikingly bold offer that left even Wang Gu momentarily astonished. How about 600,000? That works. Chen Mo understood that Zhang Meifang's ability to present such a figure was likely a strategic concession aimed at fostering a favorable relationship with him. Naturally, there was no objection to this arrangement. In the future, should opportunities arise, he would prioritize this particular shop when seeking bargains. Such trivial matters held little weight in Chen Mo's mind. Once the price was settled, the transaction proceeded without any complications, flowing smoothly. It wasn't long before Chen Mo's phone chimed with a notification. Your account has received 600,000. The figures on the program group's back end were being monitored intently by the staff, their eyes wide with disbelief. Each passing second, the number representing the real-time audience in the live stream surged dramatically, akin to a heartbeat, pulsating with vigor. In less than half a minute, the live viewer count in room 99 escalated from 500,000, surpassing 600,000, then 70,000, and ultimately, just as it approached the threshold of 800,000, it settled at an astonishing 793,000. Witnessing this spectacle left the staff in a state of bewilderment. They hurriedly checked other metrics in the back end, seeking the cause of this explosive surge in viewership. It was only upon scrutinizing the barrage of comments that they discerned the reason for the rapid increase in audience numbers. The comments. In that brief span of 1 minute, the comment count in room 99 reached a staggering 3,120,000, with an average of 445 comments per viewer. Notably, comments containing question marks constituted a remarkable 84% of the total. As this data sank in, the staff instinctively began to calculate in their minds, quickly arriving at a shocking conclusion. Did the audience just post over 2,600,000 comments? The staff were left speechless. Professor Bing Bing and others exchanged glances, equally perplexed. The public comments section erupted in fervor. Wang Defa. What the heck? Is this beautiful manager being duped? Or am I the one being fooled? What nonsense! Without any inside information, who would believe this? Is it scripted? I'd eat my hat if it were. A thorough investigation is warranted. Clearly, the manager and that individual from room 99 are acquainted. This must have been a prearranged scheme. Indeed, one might accept that the manager was swindled out of a few thousand or even tens of thousands. But to place a price tag of 600,000 on a mere counterfeit? Who will buy that? It was as if they were no longer even pretending. Did they think the audience was foolish? Observing the live stream, the viewers were filled with righteous indignation. As the host, Bing Bing was taken aback by the myriad of inquiries flooding the comments. Was this all part of script? She had received no prior notification regarding such an arrangement. Shaking off her confusion, Bing Bing quickly addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not doubt. This is certainly not a pre-planned scenario. Upon hearing their idol speak, the audience reluctantly stilled their skepticism. Chapter 14. Former members of the National Archaeological Team. It is authentic. Wang Xiao gazed at the live broadcast, utterly astonished. There was no way this could be a conspiracy. Crucially, the competition rules explicitly stated that the first contestant to accumulate 1 million could secure victory in advance. The stream had only been live for 5 or 6 hours. How foolish would one have to be to devise a script allowing a contestant to achieve a 60 progress right from the outset? Was this not a blatant attempt to hand the championship to the opposing side? Just as Chen Mo departed, Zhang Meifang became aware that the staff's visit was to question whether she and the contestant had known each other prior to the competition and had conspired a script in advance. This revelation incensed Zhang Meifang. As the proprietor of an antique shop, her reputation, built over decades, was paramount, unlike the mere profit-driven stalls outside. To suggest she was acting in a script was tantamount to tarnishing her image before the entire online audience. This was intolerable, Zhang Meifang firmly stated. While I will be delighted to befriend Mr. Chen, I did not know him before. Your so-called script is sheer nonsense. She gestured towards the vase on the table. Yet to be collected, you imply this is a forgery, correct? A genuine artifact cannot be deemed false, nor can a false one be mistaken for genuine. Yes, you. Feel free to summon anyone to verify. It is authentic. Her tone was calm, her voice not loud, yet it resonated with an undeniable authority. At that moment, a vehicle halted at the storefront. An elderly gentleman, wearing glasses, alighted from the car. The viewers from the original 99 live stream flocked into this new investigative broadcast, soon confirming the staff's assertions. He is indeed our esteemed Professor Zhang from Loda. I am a student of Professor Zhang. He is a man of integrity who would never deceive. Let the professor ascertain the vase's authenticity. The former member of the National Archaeological Team would undoubtedly discern the truth. On the way, Zhang Qinghua had already grasped the situation's context, yet subconsciously believed that the contestant had orchestrated a ruse to secure victory. After all, he understood that such a significant leak was exceedingly rare. Thus, upon arrival, Zhang Qinghua wasted no time and approached the vase, prepared to evaluate its authenticity. However, after merely a few glances, he dismissed his earlier thoughts. This vase appears to be in order. To be certain, he donned a pair of gloves, lifted the entire vase, and scrutinized it closely. After a considerable time, Zhang Qinghua set the vase down and delivered his appraisal. It is authentic. In an instant, the previously skeptical audience fell silent. Those three mere words struck like slaps echoing in the air, leaving them stunned. So, who, in the end, was the true fool? At this moment, in the 99th live broadcast room, the host, Bing Bing, gazed at the incessantly apologetic barrage of comments, utterly at a loss for words. Is it indeed genuine? Could it be that contestant number 99 has once again stumbled upon a hidden treasure? Does this not imply that everything he previously exhibited was merely an elaborate performance? He had clearly seen through the vendor's scheme, yet feigned participation. The delight upon discovering the bait, the regret upon learning of the vendor's strategy, and the moments of heartfelt revelation were all mere fabrications. Only the vase, valued at 600,000, remained authentic. As Bing Bing slowly unveiled the truth, a profound silence enveloped the entire audience. User LV49, Su Baolong, rewarded contestant number 99 with 9 carnival gifts. User LV31, Cute Cat, gifted contestant number 991 Cosmic Heart. User LV14, Ruthless with limited funds, bestowed 100 lollipops upon contestant number 99. The audience remained taciturn, solely focused on showering gifts. After an indeterminate period, a paid comment finally emerged. Brother 99, I am genuinely impressed. From this day forth, I shall be your devoted fan. Same here, devoted fan. The skill, the acting, one cannot help but admire. It is often said that antiques are rife with tricks. Initially, I was skeptical, but today I have truly witnessed it. Contestant 99 remarked, You think I am on the second level while you're on the third. Little do you know I dwell on the ninth. Everything is false. The entire world is an illusion. Another person upstairs has lost their mind, not literally. Watching the live stream, Wang Xiao grew anxious. This is no script. How are we to proceed from here? With 1 million as the threshold to advance, and considering the broadcast has only been live for a few hours, he truly amassed 600,000 through sheer talent. We need a meeting. Notify everyone immediately. Wang Xiao urgently rose, shouting at his subordinates. A meeting was imperative to discuss how to address this issue. If they delayed further, he might inadvertently scoop up another treasure, surpassing 1 million, thus concluding the competition prematurely. What is the point of continuing the broadcast then? Chapter 15. A triumphant return. The video went viral. Meanwhile, in a rented apartment somewhere in Luocheng, Zhu Xiaokong watched the live stream in utter shock. After graduating from university, he had no desire to toil under a boss. Having read online about the freedom and profitability of becoming a content creator, he impulsively embarked on a journey as an upmaster. However, reality soon dealt him a harsh blow. After spending days painstakingly editing a video and uploading it online, he eagerly checked the backend an hour later, only to be met with disheartening figures. Merely a dozen or so views, yielding no income whatsoever. Following a month of relentless effort, he calculated his earnings at the month's end, which totaled a meager 43 yuan and 80 cents. After deducting the 80 yuan for electricity that month, he found himself in the red, shattering the dream of being a full-time upmaster. It was only later that he began accepting editing gigs online, just enough to stave off hunger. Having watched the entire process in room 99, Zhu Xiaokong couldn't help but feel that this individual's maneuvers were rather extraordinary. Had it not been for the ultimate revelation of the truth, he might have remained oblivious to the fact that it was all a performance. With this thought in mind, Zhu Xiaokong resolutely decided to take action. After months of honing his skills through online orders, editing had become second nature to him, almost effortless. He efficiently trimmed what needed trimming, accelerated where necessary, and added close-ups as required, culminating with an exhilarating background music track. In no time, A video spanning over 10 minutes had been crafted. Zhu Xiaokong gazed at the video before him, thoroughly pleased. He opened Bilibili and selected the upload option. A title and video description were also needed. Without a second thought, he hastily typed them in. Title: Uncovering Layers Within Layers, a step-by-step guide to achieving tenfold profits. Description: You think I'm on the second layer and you're on the third. Why not look up and see who occupies the ninth layer? All set. Just as he was about to close Bilibili, the scenes he had once longed for as a budding content creator materialized before his eyes. A small red dot appeared in the back end, or rather, a striking 99. Remarkably, only a minute had passed since he uploaded the video. Zhu Xiaokong stared at the 99 in the back-end data, utterly bewildered. Once he regained his composure, he quickly checked the specific figures. Views: 9,745. He blinked in surprise and accidentally clicked the mouse. In the blink of an eye, the page refreshed, and the views skyrocketed to 180,000. Another refresh brought it to 290,000, then 470,000, 730,000, and finally 180,000. Watching the view count surge past 100,000 in mere seconds left Zhu Xiaokong utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Chen Mo remained blissfully unaware of the online commotion. After exiting the antique shop with a hefty cash balance of 600,000, he chose not to continue his treasure hunting. Having just traversed into this realm, he felt a hint of fatigue after wandering the streets for several hours. He decided to first book a hotel for some rest, intending to resume his quest for hidden gems once he had fully recuperated. Chen Mo hailed a taxi, directing the driver to the local tax office. The earnings from personal sales of antiques constituted capital gains, and thus, he was obliged to pay a certain amount in taxes. With so many viewers online, it was imperative that he fulfill his tax obligations to avoid any potential penalties from reports. Arriving at the tax office, Chen Mo presented the contracts from his 2 transactions. Elucidating his purpose, the young staff member at the tax office stared at the transaction amounts on the contracts, taken aback. Goodness. After 2 years of arduous study to pass the civil service examination amidst fierce competition, he had barely secured a position in this unit, earning a meager monthly salary of just over 3,000. Yet here was someone who had effortlessly made 600,000 just from a fortunate find. With astonishment, the staff initiated the tax processing procedure, ultimately arriving at a figure that even he found somewhat disheartening, over 120,000. Yet, Chen Mo remained unfazed, nonchalantly transferring the funds to the tax office's public account. Subsequently, amidst the bewildered gaze of the still reeling staff, he departed with an air of tranquility. Once all matters were settled, Chen Mo opened his mobile application, preparing to book a hotel. Skipping past the homepage's budget recommendations, he directly selected accommodations rated 5 stars and above. After half a minute, he resolved on the most luxurious option in Luocheng, the Marriott Hotel, with a lavish single suite priced at $1,888 per night. Initially, he had considered reserving a presidential suite, but regrettably, in this second or third-tier city, the Marriott did not possess such an offering. $1,888 was indeed the pinnacle of luxury available. Feeling a slight twinge of disappointment, Chen Mo hailed a taxi, intending to rest at the hotel. Meanwhile, 17 minutes had elapsed since Zhu Xiaokong completed the editing and uploading of his video, The Hidden Layers of the Deal, which had officially surpassed 1 million views. It had even made a striking debut on Bilibili's homepage recommendation, with its view count escalating at an extraordinarily rapid pace, seemingly devoid of any bottleneck. Notably, the video's likes, coins, shares, and saves were exceedingly impressive, even surpassing those of videos boasting millions of views. Despite its length of over 10 minutes, considered lengthy by standards, the completion rate astonishingly exceeded 85%, with 480,000 likes and 420,000 coins. The comment section was inundated with remarks at a staggering rate of 3,000 per minute. Gazing at the back-end data, Zhu Xiaokong could not help but close his eyes. This was far beyond mere viral success. To put into perspective, the data from just these 17 minutes already eclipsed the earnings he had accumulated over half a year of editing work. Furthermore, given the current momentum, surpassing 10 million views was merely a matter of time. Observing the influx of private messages, he noted that advertisers had begun to reach out, with one proposing to pin an advertisement in the comment section for a sum of 80,000, leaving him with mixed emotions. Chapter 16. A hotel stay for $1,888 a day. He booked for an entire month? In the comments section of Bilibili, indeed, especially as the 60,000 mark was reached, the accompanying background music perfectly aligned, sending chills down my spine. The title, suggesting layers within layers, seemed arbitrary at first, yet it truly encapsulated the essence of the narrative. Even if it were a scripted performance, I found the script remarkably compelling. For those inquiring about the authenticity of the script, I assure you, it is genuine. Perhaps due to the video's viral reach, upon Chen Mo's arrival at the hotel, the real-time online viewers in livestream room 99 had just surpassed 100,000. At this moment, among the other 98 competitors, most had barely managed to reach 100,000, with some not even touching the threshold. The lowest among them having just over 30,000 online. In stark contrast, Room 99 was experiencing a crushing superiority that was several tiers above. Chen Mo alighted from the taxi at the hotel entrance and made his way inside. The taxi driver observed everything with envy. The most affordable room in this hotel was over 700 a night. Although he could technically afford it, thoughts of his wife and children, as well as tuition and mortgage payments, quickly dispelled any such notions. Unless something unexpected occurred, he didn't anticipate ever having the opportunity to experience such an upscale hotel, with nightly rates starting at 700 or 800 in his lifetime. Shaking his head in wistfulness, the driver pressed the accelerator and immersed himself back into his work. At this moment, the audience in room 99 was once again filled with excitement. The hotel Chen Mo had booked was the same one where competitor 64 had started working. The two were destined to cross paths. The anticipation for 64's reaction was palpable. To be fair, competitor 64 was quite impressive. Their eloquence was undeniable. After all, who else could ascend to the position of deputy team leader? This was already considered a minor leadership role. Indeed, among the other contestants, this was one of the best jobs available, as many had yet to secure employment, and they might find it challenging to cover their hotel expenses for the night. Not only the contestants, but many recent graduates struggled in today as society to find jobs. I had diligently searched for 2 months and barely managed to secure a position with a monthly salary of 3,000, with only 1 day off per week. Apure grassroots endeavor. At the Marriott Hotel, Zhou Tianyi stood in the reception lobby, surveying his surroundings. He occupied the position of deputy team leader in the front desk department. Although it was merely an acting role and a subordinate position, Zhou Tianyi felt quite content. He was originally a young executive in a top 500 company in the country, universally praised for his exceptional capabilities. His departure from that company had been voluntary, as he wished to take advantage of his youth to venture into entrepreneurship. Unfortunately, he encountered treachery, just as his new product was about to launch. A traitor in his team leaked all product information to a competing firm. Following a wave of competitive suppression, he suffered a staggering loss of 30 million. This setback was the reason Zhou Tianyi decided to participate in this competition, with a singular goal in mind, the grand prize of 50 million in cash. Only by securing this substantial reward could he hope for a resurgence. Zhou Tianyi speculated that only half a day had passed since the broadcast began, and this job of his must surely be unique. The other contestants might not have even found employment yet. In comparison, his position not only provided meals and accommodation at a monthly salary of 8,000, but also granted him a leadership role, making it appear quite dignified. Moreover, this job was not something he had stumbled upon haphazardly. As the most prestigious hotel in Los Angeles, it attracts affluent guests, either business elites on work trips or wealthy locals from nearby counties. Even top companies in the city, when hosting events, seize every opportunity to secure a champion within a mere 2 months or even a month and a half. However, in the next moment, Zhou Tianyi was taken aback. He recognized a rather familiar face entering through the revolving door of the hotel. Wasn't this the competitor he had seen just before the morning competition? They had shared breakfast together. Was it number 90-something? He had never regarded this individual as a rival. To Zhou Tianyi, this contestant, appearing at this upscale hotel at this hour, could only signify one possibility. He was seeking employment. Zhou Tianyi glanced at the individual's attire, which bore a rather shabby air, starkly contrasting with the surrounding opulence. It was evident that he was an inexperienced novice fresh to the workforce, lacking even the most basic understanding that formal attire was requisite for applying to such a high-end establishment. Zhou Tianyi thought that if he were an HR manager, he would dismiss this applicant solely based on his appearance. Nevertheless, the young man was quite handsome, and considering his looks, there was indeed a chance he might secure a position. Zhou Tianyi observed discreetly, noting that the front desk of the reception department, where he had recently been employed, was currently understaffed. As it was a reception role, appearance held certain importance, and good looks could serve as an advantage. If this individual were to be hired, He might very well end up working under Zhou Tiany's supervision. The thought of this scenario made Zhou Tiany chuckle inwardly. However, the subsequent events left him perplexed. The contestant did not glance in Zhou Tiany's direction, but walked directly to the hotel front desk, showing his phone to a young receptionist. What followed left him utterly astonished. The receptionist, after examining the phone, handed over a room key and even summoned a staff member via intercom. Due to the distance, Zhou Tiany could only vaguely hear, "Sir, this way to your room." Zhou Tiany. In utter confusion, he hurried to the front desk to inquire about the situation. The young lady, noticing the new supervisor, replied, "Oh, is he a guest?" "Yes, he is quite handsome, and his voice is lovely," she whispered. "He is especially wealthy." Zhou Tiany automatically disregarded the first part of her statement, but the latter left him even more bewildered. Wealthy? What room had he booked? "The most expensive single luxury suite in our hotel." The young girl turned the computer screen towards her and pointed at the information displayed. "Look, 18,888 a day. That's even higher than my salary for half a month. This guest has directly booked for a month." Zhou Tiany was taken aback. Chapter 17. The production team was in a state of panic. "Should we remove this rule?" "Ha, it cracks me up." Contestant 64 looked as if his eyebrows were about to twist into 2 question marks. Alas, what can we do? Although this contestant is quite strong, he is simply unfortunate to encounter someone who is extraordinarily talented. Indeed, how can an ordinary person compete with someone who possesses exceptional abilities? One glimpse and they're gone in an instant. TSK. To think that over 50,000 yuan has been spent so frivolously? Just imagine. If I could earn hundreds of thousands in a matter of hours, I would surpass his spending. I'm already looking forward to tomorrow and the day after. Why, goodness. It's true. We all share this anticipation. As the bullet comments flooded with discussions, the head of the production team, Wang Xiao, was leading a group in a meeting room. The topic of discussion was precisely the rule stating that a contestant must earn 1 million to secure the champion's grand prize in advance. To be frank, it is quite normal not to earn 1 million within 100 days. After the competition concludes, rankings will simply reflect actual assets. However, given contestant 99's current momentum in earning, no one believes he will fail to reach 1 million. Everyone understands that his worth is merely a matter of time before it aligns with the 1 million mentioned in the rules. No one can predict when the next loophole will appear. Thus, Wang Xiao and his team were becoming increasingly anxious. They needed to make certain modifications to this rule immediately. "Director Wang, how about we just remove this rule altogether?" someone suggested. "Yes, exactly. Changing a pre-established rule so casually could harm the public image of these companies. Who will take responsibility for that?" Wang Xiao questioned loudly. Upon hearing this, the employees who had just made the suggestion fell silent. In the current climate of public opinion, if the image of these companies were to be adversely affected in the eyes of netizens, the stock market could fluctuate significantly, resulting in losses far exceeding mere billions. Moreover, in the spacious and bright meeting room, everyone wore a frown. The atmosphere was rather tense. After Chen Mo arrived at the luxurious single suite he had booked, he never stepped out of his room. Since the hotel environment was considered private space, the several cameramen from the production team did not enter, and could only switch to the hidden sports camera mounted on the contestant's chest. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner delivered by the hotel staff, Chen Mo finally cut off the live broadcast, gazing at the black screen of the live room, with 100,000 viewers online in the upper right corner. Although they hadn't seen enough, since contestant 99 chose to end the broadcast, they had no choice but to switch to other contestant streams to pass the time. However, as soon as they entered and took a glance, the viewers nearly lost their composure. The dinner consumed by contestant number 99 was a culinary masterpiece, meticulously prepared by a renowned chef using exquisite ingredients, embodying the essence of French cuisine that emphasizes a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor. Observing the other contestants, those who performed adequately might reward themselves with a meal at a local establishment, while those who faltered would be left with nothing but cold water and steamed buns. It was nearly evening, and it seemed that their accommodations for the night were still uncertain. The stark contrasts on display amused the audience, leaving them to ponder whether this was truly the same competition. After a restful night, Chen Mo awoke to the dawn of a new day. However, this time, his mode of transport was no longer a mere taxi. Instead, he was whisked away in a luxurious business vehicle provided by the hotel, designated for the transportation of esteemed members. As the live broadcast commenced, the online viewer count in room 99 surged dramatically, surpassing 100,000 within just 2 minutes. What opulence this interior exuded. Could it be an Alfred? How enviable. while other contestants were still economizing on public transport. The illustrious number 99 had already begun his luxurious journey. Was he preparing to seize another opportunity? The direction surely indicated as much. Anticipation mounted for the actions of contestant 99. At that moment, the bustling morning market on Longmin Street was alive with activity. Eager to experience this early market, Chen Mo opted not to indulge in breakfast at the hotel, instead purchasing a few buns and a cup of porridge from a roadside vendor. Savoring his meal as he strolled and explored stalls he had missed the previous day. His gaze swept over the various trinkets on display, scanning them one by one. 350, 20, 170, 80, trinkets of modest value, with the most expensive barely reaching 5 to 600 yuan, prompting Chen Mo to refrain from engaging in haggling. However, as he neared the entrance of the Jubiode shop, a small wooden box caught his attention, piquing his interest. 18,000 yuan, a noteworthy price amidst the sea of items valued at mere dozens to hundreds. Chen Mo picked it up for a closer inspection, and within 29 seconds, detailed information appeared before his eyes. Name: Qing Dynasty Deer Antler and Sengxi Huangtan Jewelry Box. Category: Wooden Jewelry Box. Quality good. Materials: Dalbergia Cochinchonensis, Deer Antler. Market value: 18,000 yuan. The young vendor, noticing Chen Mo's interest, began to scrutinize him. How much for this small wooden jewelry box? Chen Montak in Kvilet Plifoli. 660,000 yuan. The young vendor replied, his tone laced with uncertainty, which elicited a chuckle from Chen Mo. Let us not haggle over 60,000. Would you part with it for 600? Chen Mo interjected directly. Are you suggesting this is the exquisite Hainan Wangwali jewelry box gifted by Emperor Qianlong to Consort Jia? A national treasure indeed. Hainan Wangwali boasts a golden to reddish-brown hue, exuding an amber-like quality, darkening to deep brown or purple-brown with oxidation. The most distinctive feature is the ghost face pattern. Do you see the depth of this design? Does it resemble a ghost face? With a flurry of expert insights, Chen Mo rendered the young vendor speechless, who had hoped to deceive the buyer but found himself at a loss for words. Chen Mo continued, this piece, with its striking red sandalwood, scientifically known as Dalbergia Cochinchonensis, hails from Southeast Asia. After a brief moment of imparting knowledge, he added, I surmise that you acquired this for merely around 100 yuan, right? It certainly caught my eye. Otherwise, how could it be priced at 600? You must have at least 500 yuan in profit. This statement left the young vendor utterly astonished, for he had indeed purchased it for exactly 100 yuan, not a cent more or less. Contemplating this, the vendor thought that although he couldn't be duped, he had still made a profit and thus agreed to the quoted price. All right, if you say 600, then 600 it is. Having settled the price, Chen Mo swiftly transferred the money and, with the jewelry box in hand, walked into the neighboring treasure hall. The entire transaction took less than 5 minutes. Chapter 18. The sleeves swallow gold? Mr. Chen? Zhang Meifang was taken aback to see Chen Mo arrive so early. He raised the jewelry box in his hand as a gesture, indicating his good fortune. I happened to pass by your shop and stumbled upon this delightful trinket. Take a look. It's a late Qing Dynasty deer horn sandalwood jewelry box. It should be worth around 10 to 20,000, I'd say. Zhang Meifang took it, examining it closely. How much did you pick it up for? Upon hearing that he had found yet another bargain, she was momentarily stunned. However, her astonishment was fleeting. As compared to yesterday, such a profit of 20 to 30 times was no longer surprising. 18,000? Will you buy it? Clearly, Zhang Meifang had done her homework on these wooden jewelry boxes and quoted a price that aligned with the market value. Certainly, Chen Mo nodded in agreement. Without further ado, they signed a contract, one party transferring the funds while the other did not touch the jewelry box again. The transaction was completed in just a few short minutes. In the end, Zhang Meifang even brewed Chen Mo a cup of morning tea, which he consumed in one gulp, bidding her farewell before departing. In a mere 10 minutes, the viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained. Truly, he is remarkable. Incredible. 17,400 yuan earned in just 5 minutes. I can only say he's a genius. Bowing down to the master, I nearly died laughing when that vendor quoted 60,000. I bet he is still thrilled about his 500 yuan profit. Wait, my friend, is it really that easy to stumble upon bargains? This seems far too casual. The ease was due to the fact that the vendor was dealing with the formidable number 99. If it were anyone else trying to score a bargain, they would be easily deceived. Bing Bing and her companions had already logged on. The originally planned 3 guests had now transformed into 4. Zhang Qinghua stood up, waving to the viewers in the live stream. Hello everyone, you should already be familiar with me from yesterday. Now, let us discuss the acquisition and sale of this wooden jewelry box by contestant number 99. First and foremost, I can confirm it truly was a bargain. The price of 10 to 20,000 is not an exaggeration. Allow me to explain why it holds such value. Zhang Qinhua began to enlighten the viewers in the live stream, methodically presenting each point without a hint of impatience. While Chen Mo was examining items at a stall, the commotion from a neighboring booth captured his attention. The stall owner, appearing to be a simple, rustic man, had only two objects displayed in front of him, a tall vase and a shorter one. At that moment, a wealthy-looking customer was inquiring about the price of the tall vase, asking, "How much for this exquisite piece?" The stall owner replied, 500,000. Taken aback by such a steep price, Chen Mo approached the scene. The stall owner continued, addressing the interested customer, "Do not dismiss the price lightly. This is a piece from the Song Dynasty's official kiln. Are you familiar with the official kiln? It was exclusively supplied to the royal family, disregarding costs in pursuit of unparalleled quality. In the Song Dynasty, merely possessing such an item could result in execution." The stall owner elaborated, "These two pieces have been handed down through several generations in my family. If it weren't for my wife's illness, I wouldn't even consider selling them." The customer, visibly skeptical, prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a black jacket and donning gold-rimmed glasses approached, positioning himself between the stall owner and the affluent customer. He pointed at the tall vase and inquired about its price, prompting the stall owner to reiterate his previous explanation. The man in the black jacket did not dispute the claim of it being a fine piece from the Song Dynasty. Instead, he knelt down to examine it more closely. This display of scrutiny intrigued the wealthy customer, who halted his departure. The man in the black jacket continued to inspect the vase for some time, causing the onlookers to grow impatient. Suddenly, he produced a pair of white gloves from his pocket, donned them, and took out a beautifully crafted magnifying glass along with a measuring tape. He observed the vase with even greater diligence, measuring dimensions while feeling the rim of the vase. His demeanor exuded professionalism. Viewers in the live stream, witnessing this unfold through Chen Mo's perspective, began to speculate. This fellow appears rather knowledgeable. With that attire and those tools, could he be a professional treasure hunter? One viewer remarked, "Is he truly a professional treasure hunter? I bet I, the esteemed number 99, am more proficient." Yet, the words that escaped the lips of the man in the black jacket left the live stream audience in utter astonishment. He placed the tall vase down and earnestly stated, "Sir, you claim this is from the Song Dynasty's official kiln, but it does not appear so. What do you mean it doesn't look like it?" The stall owner retorted. The man in the black jacket continued, "The official kiln was established and controlled by the court, aiming solely for the highest quality, without concern for cost. The craftsmanship required multiple layers of glazing. Therefore, the porcelain produced typically has a thick, lustrous glaze, imparting a rich texture. The clay is exceedingly refined and, due to its high iron content, often appears grayish-black. However, regarding this long-necked vase of yours, although it appears to be crafted with similar techniques, the glaze is neither as thick nor as lustrous, and the color lacks sufficient gradation, completely failing to meet the standards of the Song Dynasty's official kilns." The man in the black jacket adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and spoke with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, the vendor became incensed. "What do you know?" Yet, before he could finish, the man in the black jacket interrupted again. "Please, hold your horses. I have not concluded my thoughts. I can assert that this is not what one would call a Song Dynasty official kiln piece, but..." He pivoted his statement. "I did not claim it to be worthless. The open work on your long-necked vase is quite natural, and the ice crackle pattern is indeed of high quality, while the glaze possesses a gentle sheen. If I am not mistaken, its true origin should be a Qing Dynasty imitation, correct? It is an imitation of the Song official kiln." The man in the black jacket spoke with unwavering confidence, as if entirely assured of his assessment. Indeed, upon hearing this, the vendor's expression shifted dramatically. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. "I never expected to encounter an expert. You are absolutely correct. It is indeed a Qing imitation of the Song." The man in the black jacket then smiled. "Well then, it's settled. I shall take it." Afterward, he retrieved a sleeve from his pocket, inserted one hand into it, and extended the other end to the vendor, employing the method of bargaining known as swallowing gold in the sleeve. Chapter 19. "Sir, your performance in this charade is commendable. Isn't it? Why extend your hand into the sleeve? Indeed, wouldn't it be better to ask the price directly? I don't understand. Can someone elucidate this?" Observing the confusion among the audience, It was Professor Zhang who provided clarity. This practice is referred to as swallowing gold in the sleeve, also known as asking the price in the sleeve. It shares similar characteristics with negotiating prices through handshake or covered cloth transactions. This method arose due to the prohibition of private sales of official kiln porcelain, with minimal circulation among the populace, presenting significant risks in black market transactions. Thus, it necessitates discretion to evade governmental scrutiny. Bargaining in this manner is clandestine, swift, and not easily observed by outsiders, gradually evolving into a traditional norm in antique trading. After the explanation, Professor Zhang elaborated that such scenarios have become increasingly rare due to societal peace and stability. The audience nodded in understanding. The man in the black jacket and the vendor were engaged in price negotiations within the sleeve. The former maintained a natural demeanor, while the latter's expression fluctuated repeatedly. After some time, the vendor's face managed to regain its composure, likely as a result of the man in the black jacket conceding a price, leading to mutual compromise. Once the price was settled, they prepared to finalize the transaction. However, the man in the black jacket waved his hand and said, "Please, do not rush. Kindly wait a moment. I recently acquired a fine item from the Ming Dynasty, and I have just exhausted my funds. Please hold on while I go sell this piece to the antique shop over there. I will return with the money to pay you for this." He lifted his jacket, revealing a beautifully crafted silver box, which flashed before the eyes of those present. The actions witnessed by the vendors and the affluent patrons nearby were apparent to all. Yet none found any fault in his words. From the moment the figure clad in black leather appeared, his demeanor and the effortless command of the underworld vernacular served to subtly affirm his identity as a seasoned bargain hunter. Consequently, no one harbored doubts. The man in black nodded and swiftly made his way toward the nearby antique shop. Observing this, the well-to-do patron, who had initially shown interest in the long-necked vase, grew restless. How could this happen? He had laid claim to it first, only to have it snatched away. The vase was a counterfeit. This was a fact that had circulated within his social circle, much to his chagrin for days on end. Now, encountering what appeared to be a valuable piece, though not from the Song Dynasty official kiln, at the very least, it was a Qing imitation of the Song. According to the vendor and the man in black, it was purportedly from the early Qing period, which, all things considered, dated back several centuries. It could certainly be classified as an antique. The patron mused to himself, thankful that the man in black had exhausted his funds on other items. Otherwise, he would have truly lost out. He directly addressed the vendor. "Sir, I was the one who first expressed interest. How could you sell it to that man in black? What price did you agree upon? I am willing to offer more." The patron feigned an assertive demeanor, intent on acquiring the vase. The vendor appeared embarrassed and replied, "It is not merely a matter of money. I've already settled on a price with him." The patron retorted, "But he hasn't even paid. I have heard that your customary practice is money for goods. If no payment has been made, how can one claim that a transaction is complete?" He waved his hand dismissively. "Name your price, and I will add an extra 10,000. The vendor replied, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." The vendor continued, "I agreed upon 88,000 with him. If you are truly earnest in your intention, offer 95,000. Deal. I will transfer the funds immediately." The patron appeared exhilarated, as if fearing the man in black would snatch the vase from him, and he was unwilling to wait even a moment longer, promptly sending the money. At that moment, panting heavily, the man in black handed over cash from an envelope, saying, "Sir, here you go." However, the vendor shook his head, apologetically stating, "I'm afraid that the long-necked vase now belongs to this gentleman. He actually arrived before you." Upon hearing this, the man in black was left bewildered. He turned to the affluent patron, his previously composed demeanor unraveling, and his expression grew dark. He muttered a few incomprehensible expletives in dialect. Witnessing this, the wealthy patron clutched the long-necked vase even tighter, delighting in the moment. He couldn't resist flaunting his acquisition before the man in black, inciting further frustration from him, before humming a cheerful tune and departing. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, who had been observing the entire spectacle, shook his head in disbelief. For in truth, this was all a ruse. The long-necked vase was utterly worthless. The glaring digits floated before Chen Mo's gaze. Forget about the early Qing dynasty. It was a miracle if it wasn't merely from last week. By the time, Chen Mo had been staring for over 29 seconds. More specific details had already appeared on the screen. According to the source information, the true origin of that long-necked vase was a recent purchase made by the stall owner from another vendor just yesterday. Antique. What a joke. Both the stall owner and the man in the black jacket had concocted a flimsy story about its provenance. The wealthy patron likely had no idea that this seemingly professional black jacket and the stall owner were in cahoots, a duo hired to deceive. Everything that had just transpired was merely a staged act performed by the two. A professional bargain hunter, by showcasing purported expertise, had artificially inflated the value of a fake, leading the customer to believe it was a genuine treasure. When the other party made an excuse to leave, it was merely to give the customer time to rethink their decision. Chen Mo was certain that if the customer chose not to pay, the black jacket would never have shown up. Such a scheme had left the buyer utterly bewildered, watching the smug expression on the other party's face as they departed. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. He observed everything unfold but remained silent, acutely aware that cautioning the buyer about the forgery would not only earn him no gratitude, but could also render him the villain obstructing their profit. Moreover, recognizing the ruse, but opting not to reveal it was customary in this line of work, the stall owner relied on their own abilities to operate in this antique street. And whether they were scheming or genuinely selling, it was all part of the business norm. Calling it out directly would be breaking the unspoken rules. Chen Mo had no interest in being that meddlesome figure. Once the customer had completely vanished from sight, he approached the stall, smiling as he spoke. "Boss, your little charade was quite the performance. You bought that piece for less than 100 yesterday, and today you've managed to sell it for this price, a profit of 95,000. As his words settled, the atmosphere fell silent. The black jacket and the stall owner, who were still feigning a dispute, abruptly turned their heads, scanning the area only to breathe a sigh of relief upon realizing that the buyer had already disappeared. Their gazes then shifted toward Chen Mo, filled with malice. Chapter 20. What the hell? This is quite the coincidence. Damn it, another scam. 666. I thought that the black jacket was a master, yet he's merely a pawn. I can spot other people's pawns at a glance. But I was completely oblivious to any inconsistencies with these two. Their performance was too convincing. I wondered why the esteemed figure now 99 didn't seize the opportunity when he encountered a bargain. It turned out this wasn't a bargain at all, but an elaborate trap. It's still numbered 99. He saw through the truth in an instant, and I bowed in reverence. Earlier, when I watched the esteemed figure number 99 sift through bargains for 5 minutes, I had thought finding a deal was simple. Having come to terms with reality, I now acknowledge that the likelihood of those who lack understanding seizing an opportunity is even slimmer than the chance of a pie falling from the sky. What might as well be a discus? When Chen Mo unveiled the truth, observing the instinctive reactions of others, the audience finally grasped the reality, instantly igniting a flurry of comments in the live broadcast. Among them, one viewer pondered why number 99, fully aware that it was a setup, did not warn the customer. Is the person upstairs genuinely benevolent or merely feigning kindness? This is the antique market. After all, traversing this street, one's fortunes, whether profit or loss, hinge entirely on personal ability. To aspire to find a bargain without the requisite skill, what a fanciful notion. Moreover, do you truly believe that by alerting him, he would feel indebted to you? When he profits, he hardly leaves a share for you. Indeed, those engaged in this trade adhere to unwritten rules, which dictate that one should see through a transaction without voicing such insights, unless one wishes to sever their ties with the industry. As the live chat continued to debate whether or not to warn a buyer, the atmosphere on site had subtly shifted. Once Black Jacket and the vendor confirmed that the buyer had completely departed, they felt unrestrained. The two fixed their gaze on Chen Mo and inquired in a low tone, "Are you in the same trade?" Upon hearing this, the vendor's mind raced with thoughts. They were accustomed to circulating through various antique markets, always relocating after a deal. The two porcelain vases at their stall had indeed been acquired just yesterday. At the eastern end of this very street, the long-necked vase for 90 and the short-necked vase for 60, totaling 150 yuan. The fact that this individual could accurately state the precise time and price of their acquisition from the previous day indicated that he had undoubtedly witnessed their purchasing process. Yet, he refrained from exposing them in front of the client, suggesting that he too was well-versed in the industry's norms. After a moment of contemplation, the vendor continued. "In any case, we must express our gratitude for your earlier restraint." Restraint is an overstatement. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. In this line of business, whether one gains or loses relies solely on individual capability. I am well aware of this principle. The vendor then queried, with this transaction completed, "It should sustain my brother and me for several months." He wished to tidy up and make a swift exit. However, he felt a tinge of confusion towards the smiling man before him, instinctively reluctant to engage further. Had the buyer still been present and unpaid? Their obstruction would have been easily understood, merely an attempt to claim a portion of the spoils. But now, the deal was sealed, and the buyer had vanished without a trace, making it impossible for him to share the profits already secured. Meanwhile, Black Jacket, who had been posing as a buyer, grew impatient at Chen Mo's calm demeanor and, with an irritable tone, pressed, to say it plainly, "What exactly do you want?" Hearing this, Chen Mo retracted his smile, stating, "It appears that the items at your stall remain unsold, and since you're looking to leave, I thought I might assist you in handling this." He pointed to the remaining short-necked vase, his voice earnest. "It just happens to catch my eye." Upon hearing these 4 words, the emotions of the audience in the live stream instantly ignited. What a stroke of luck. This is utterly amusing. Could this possibly be another opportunity? What opportunity? What does it mean? I'm new here. Could someone elucidate? Allow me to explain. This distinguished individual, number 99, has already seized 3 such opportunities since yesterday, including a remarkable find worth 600,000. Each time before he makes a discovery, he utters the iconic phrase, "What a stroke of luck." Therefore, when these 4 words are spoken, it signifies that something fortunate is about to unfold. Oh, I see. But isn't this rather absurd? How can these 2 conspire to deceive, yet display valuable items so openly? That remains uncertain. Thus far, no one targeted by number 99 has ever incurred a loss. Just moments ago, he managed to unearth a Qing Dynasty jewelry box valued at 18,000 within 5 minutes. Let us continue watching, observing the other party's serious demeanor. Both the stall owner and the man in the black jacket furrowed their brows, particularly the stall owner, who was filled with perplexity. Could it be that this bottle possesses some significance? With a sense of doubt, the stall owner took the short-necked bottle in hand, examining it closely. Yet, something felt amiss. Aside from its weight, which was somewhat cumbersome, there were no signs indicating it was an antique. The stall owner was nearly knitting his brows into a single line. Although he was merely a transient dealer orchestrating schemes, he certainly possessed his own discernment. After all, he had once apprenticed in his youth. The reason he acquired these 2 counterfeit items from a stall at the eastern end of the street yesterday was that the long-necked bottle bore a resemblance to a Qing imitation of Song Dynasty ware. Both in terms of its clay quality and the ice crack patterns on its surface, it at least had some semblance of authenticity and was not immediately dismissible. However, the short-necked bottle was merely a prop intended to accentuate the beauty of the long-necked bottle, as showcasing a solitary item would render the stall too desolate to capture the attention of potential customers. In essence, this short-necked bottle was nothing more than an obvious counterfeit. As the stall owner touched the bottle's clay quality, he could ascertain, based solely on this aspect, that its production date was undoubtedly not too far removed from the present. It was undoubtedly a modern creation. After confirming repeatedly, the stall owner stated, "Brother, when I procured these 2 items from the eastern end of the street yesterday, you must have been right there observing. You know exactly how much I paid for them." The short one was purely intended to complement the long-necked bottle. "Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? Does it truly appeal to you?" Chen Mo nodded, reiterating that he was not jesting. Seeing this, the stall owner directly proposed, "All right, then I shall simply gift it to you as a token of gratitude for your keen insight earlier." Having confirmed that the short-necked bottle held no significance, he genuinely did not wish to delve into the reasoning behind the other party's actions any further. This transaction had garnered him over 90,000. Yet Chen Mo shook his head, stating, "That will not do. In this line of work, there are conventions. I shall pay for it." Having spoken, Chen Mo took out his phone and casually tossed 100 yuan towards the vendor. The stall owner, eager to make a swift exit and unwilling to squander any more time, promptly handed the short-necked vase to Chen Mo, signaling the completion of the transaction. He then hurriedly packed up his stall alongside the man in the black jacket and quickly departed. Chapter 21. The Art of Deception. Yesterday afternoon, after expending considerable effort to outwit everyone, even going so far as to place himself in the midst of a scheme, he ultimately succeeded in acquiring a rare find. In stark contrast, the scene before him now unfolded with effortless ease. Mere words exchanged led to this acquisition. The audience instinctively believed that the more challenging an item was to obtain, the more valuable it became. Comparatively, the item before them, while valuable, was unlikely to fetch an exorbitant price. The viewers flooded the live stream's chat with their speculations about its worth. Was it really that easy to acquire? How much is it worth? I guess 20,000. I estimate 30,000. Looking at that ugly vase, I doubt it reaches 35,000, if it does. I'll eat my words. Are you underestimating the prowess of the esteemed number 99? I wager it's worth 50,000. If it's less than that, I'll send gifts to the esteemed one. Indeed, These wealthy gentlemen are formidable. Absolutely. Far superior to those who merely seek to exploit. At this moment, a viewer had a sudden realization. With Professor Zhang present, why are we even guessing? That's a valid point. Professor Zhang used to be part of the National Archaeological Team. Surely he can discern its true value at a glance. We should just ask him. Yes, Professor Zhang. Could you enlighten us about the worth of this newly discovered find? In the production team's control room, Bing Bing noticed the multitude of inquiries in the chat and, smiling, turned to Zhang Qinghua, saying, "It seems I am not the only one curious. The audience is eager to know as well. Perhaps we should invite Professor Zhang to share his insights?" As a newly appointed guest, Zhang Qinghua took the microphone and, with a smile, said, "Allow me to share my thoughts." He carefully observed the live stream on the screen. In truth, even before the man in the black jacket made his excuse to sell items for cash, Zhang Qinghua could have surmised that this was a stage performance. In his earlier years, prior to joining the National Archaeological Team, he had encountered numerous similar scams. Initially, he had intended to use this classic con as an example to explain its intricacies and key points to the audience. However, just as he was about to speak, 99 had preempted him by revealing the ruse. Zhang Qinghua chose not to revisit the topic. Yet, the subsequent remarks made by the contestant about purchasing another short-necked vase left him somewhat perplexed. From his earlier glances across the screen, he had determined that both the long-necked and short-necked vases were worthless fakes, modern reproductions. Could it be that he had misjudged? Zhang Qinghua understood that 99 indeed possessed some level of skill. Otherwise, they would not have been able to secure 3 rare finds consecutively. Thus, Zhang Qinghua's initial reaction was to think he had misread the situation. After all, he was observing through a screen and could not physically interact, and his attention had previously been focused on the slender-necked vase. A misunderstanding, in this case, would be quite forgivable. Clearing his throat, Zhang Qinghua redirected his focus to the bottle in Chen Mo's hand, preparing for a more meticulous examination. Something still felt amiss. Zhang Qinghua narrowed his eyes. The production team had ample funding, employing only the most sophisticated cameras, which ensured that the visuals were remarkably clear. From the perspective of the action camera positioned on Chen Mo's chest, Zhang Qinghua could see with utmost clarity. Yet, it was precisely this clarity that intensified his confusion. This was undoubtedly a modern creation. While the stall owner might require tactile inspection of the clay quality to ascertain its authenticity, Zhang Qinghua, hailing for the National Archaeological Team, could rely solely on the sheen of the vase's surface as a credible basis for his judgment. It was unequivocally crafted using contemporary techniques. In fact, he could even approximate its production date, estimating it to be within a range of 5 to 6 months ago. To validate this assessment, Zhang Qinghua meticulously scrutinized the rim and the ear connections of the vase. Zhang Qinghua declared, "This slender-necked vase is produced using modern techniques." "You mean to say it's not valuable?" Bing Bing instinctively interjected, but then suddenly realized, "Wait, modern techniques? Are you suggesting it lacks worth?" Simultaneously, the public screen began to fill with question marks. "Wait, modern techniques? Doesn't that imply it's a counterfeit? No way. Did the esteemed number 99 just falter?" Certainly, if Professor Zhang has said so, then the vase must indeed be of little value. Could you possibly think that number 99 surpasses Professor Zhang, who comes from a National Archaeological Team? That is utterly implausible. Zhang Qinghua continued, akin to a professor lecturing students, elucidating the rationale behind his conclusion to the audience. From the clay quality to the rim and the ear connections, each point was substantiated, leading to an indisputable conclusion. In closing, Zhang Qinghua summarized, "Though I am uncertain why contestant number 99 chose to purchase it, I can assert with confidence that this slender-necked vase holds no significant value." The live audience erupted in astonishment. While some comments questioned his assertion, they were swiftly met with collective ridicule. What a jest! The National Archaeological Team is a formidable entity in the realm of antiques, a veritable authority. There is no conceivable way they could err. At this moment, those lurking in the live stream, waiting for the contestant to falter, began to mock the contestant's skill. Yet, loyal fans countered in the business of treasure hunting. Occasional missteps are perfectly normal. Besides, the previous 3 attempts were successful. Indeed, contestant number 99 had spent merely 100 yuan. Perhaps they had no intention of hunting for bargains, but were simply purchasing something they liked. You remain silent when they profit hundreds of thousands, yet cannot let go of a mere 100 loss. Such critics exist solely to criticize. Why bother with them? Chen Mo, holding his prized acquisition, which cost him 100 yuan, ambled cheerfully towards the treasure pavilion. He had not anticipated such fortuitous luck today, stumbling upon a remarkable find. Compared to the Qing Dynasty jewelry box he had just collected, which could barely be deemed an appetizer, the item in his possession was undoubtedly a sumptuous feast. When he unearthed the Tang Dynasty Celadon vase from the Huangbao kiln yesterday, he had to rehearse his approach to avoid detection by the vendor. However, with this short-necked bottle, he felt no such need for caution. He was confident that the average person would never discern the bottle's unique qualities. The reason being, this exquisite piece was indeed crafted using modern techniques. This was irrefutable. Any connoisseur could identify it with just a glance. But what if this layer of modern craftsmanship was merely a clever ruse? Chapter 22. Who says it isn't an antique? Song Dynasty Official Kiln. Item name: short-neck bottle with string pattern from the Song Dynasty Official Kiln, defective. Category: porcelain. Quality: good. Manufacturer: Song Dynasty Official Kiln. Manufacturing date: 979 AD. Materials: kaolin, lime alkaline glaze. Crafting techniques: bisque firing, dipping glaze, glaze washing, kiln transformation control. Market value: 2,700,000 yuan. Gazing at the detailed information noted above regarding the history of this short-necked bottle, Chen Mo felt a wave of emotion wash over him. It was thanks to this veil of deception that he was able to acquire such a treasure. This was, after all, a product of the Song Dynasty Official Kiln. Globally recognized, the number of complete pieces remaining is a mere few hundred, with most residing in prestigious museums. The circulation among private collectors is practically non-existent. Although this piece is flawed, it is still remarkably complete, qualifying as a first-rate collector's item within private circles. With this porcelain bottle, worth the equivalent of 2 apartments in Luocheng, Chen Mo cheerfully made his way towards the treasure pavilion. Observing a familiar scene, the viewers in the live stream began to feel uncertain about their own judgments. Just yesterday, in a similar setting, everyone had concluded that a counterfeit item held no value, only for it to sell for an astonishing 600,000. Now, under similar circumstances, with a counterfeit and a low purchase price, the echoes of yesterday loomed large. Some viewers found themselves grappling with an incredulous thought. Could it be that even authorities could misjudge? Aside from manager Zhang Meifang, a stranger, a middle-aged man, was now present in the store. Upon seeing Chen Mo, Zhang Meifang was momentarily taken aback. She quickly stood up to introduce the two. This is Mr. Ma, a longtime customer of our shop and a renowned collector in Luocheng. And this is Mr. Chen, from whom I received this Celadon vase from the Huangbao kiln. After being introduced by Zhang Meifang, both parties became acquainted with each other's identities. One was the seller of the Celadon vase in the shop. Ma Shichun stood up and extended his hand, saying, Ma Shichun, a pleasure to meet you. He had long heard from Zhang Meifang of the remarkable capabilities of the young man across from him, who had managed to seize opportunities 3 times in less than a day, undoubtedly a master in his field. As an art collector, he was eager to become acquainted with such a person, handing over his business card while proclaiming, I have previously learned from Manager Zhang that Mr. Chen, although still young, possesses profound prowess. Now that I see you in person, you truly are a remarkable individual. Are you continuing with your transaction? He assumed he had interrupted their dealings and prepared to wait until they finished. However, Ma Shichun shook his head and raised the transaction contract in his hand, stating, We have already completed our transaction. Feel free to converse. At this moment, Zhang Meifang had already noticed the short-necked vase in Chen Mo's hand and exclaimed in slight surprise. Did you find this as well? Chen Mo nodded in affirmation. Ma Shichun, filled with curiosity, leaned in closer. Earlier, when he had arrived, Zhang Meifang had shown him a Qing Dynasty jewelry box, mentioning it was something the other party had just acquired that morning. It had not been long, and yet he had found another piece. Ma Shichun instinctively felt a tinge of disbelief. He was engaged in the real estate business and harbored a passion for collecting. Although most of his acquisitions were made at market prices, he had previously stumbled upon a few minor treasures. Though he had not profited significantly from these finds, he took great pride in them. He understood well that the art of discovery required both luck and skill. According to Zhang Meifang, this master surnamed Chen had acquired 2 pieces yesterday afternoon and 2 more today, totaling 4. Could it be that he truly possessed extraordinary abilities? Ma Shichun focused his gaze on the short-necked vase, examining it closely. Observing the curiosity on their faces, Chen Mo chose not to elaborate, simply placing the vase on the table for them to inspect. Ma Shichun primarily collected porcelain and considered himself somewhat knowledgeable in this category. Yet, as he scrutinized the short-necked vase before him, he sensed something amiss. It appeared rather too new. However, no matter how he examined it. This piece did not resemble what one would expect from a valuable antique. With a look of confusion, he turned to Zhang Meifang. He was aware that her father was a friend of his and that the Zhang family had a notable reputation in the field of porcelain appraisal. He also understood that, as the sole heir, Zhang Meifang, though seemingly young, had surpassed her father's expertise in the realm of porcelain. Thus, he was eager to hear her opinion. To his surprise, Zhang Meifang was equally puzzled. The vase appeared obviously counterfeit. Aside from its weight, it seemed utterly inauthentic from every angle. Yet, unlike Ma Shurchen, she understood that while this short-necked vase was likely a fake, it was brought by Chen Mo, indicating that even if it were counterfeit, it must possess some value. She simply was not yet aware of what made it valuable. Please enlighten me as to what makes it valuable. Upon hearing these words, Ma Shurchen was left with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Could it be that even an old object could hold significant value? Just as he was about to inquire about Zhang Meifang's assertion, Chen Mo's subsequent statement rendered him even more astounded. Who claimed this was not an antiquity? This item boasts a history of at least over 1,000 years. Chen Mo accepted the teacup handed to him by the waiter, brewed himself a cup of tea, and smiled as he spoke. Chapter 23. Please hand me the hammer. Zhang Meifang. Ma Shurchen. Even the audience appeared bewildered. If you were to argue its worth was attributed to its complex provenance, that would suffice. Yet, including Professor Zhang, the beautiful manager of the antique shop, the collector surnamed Ma, and the two swindlers orchestrating the ruse, all confirmed that this was not an ancient artifact, exhibiting evident signs of modern craftsmanship. Yet, you insist it has a history exceeding 1,000 years. Is this not sheer nonsense? Even if you are an expert, one cannot casually spout such claims. Immediately, critical comments began to flood the live chat, and even the staunchest supporters of Room 99 found themselves at a loss for rebuttal. Zhang Qinghua, witnessing the entire scene unfold, could not help but furrow his brow. Even he struggled to comprehend the basis of Room 99's assertions, choosing instead to remain silent as he awaited the unfolding of events. Observing the puzzled expressions on Zhang Meifang and Ma Shurchen's faces, Chen Mo chuckled lightly, deciding not to keep them in suspense. He addressed Zhang Meifang, requesting, "Please fetch me a hammer, preferably one of those wooden ones used for back massages." This peculiar request deepened Zhang Meifang's confusion. However, she did not refuse and promptly rose to search in the back area of the shop. At that moment, the live audience in Room 99 had already surpassed 100,000. Yet, regarding Chen Mo's request, not a single individual among the hundreds of thousands could fathom the purpose behind his sudden need for the wooden hammer. Only Zhang Qinghua raised an eyebrow, as if recalling something. Back when he was part of the National Archaeological Team, the tools utilized during their work in tombs were predominantly wooden shovels, wooden hammers, wooden brushes, eschewing metal whenever possible. This was due to the fact that metal tools could easily leave scratches on artifacts if one was not cautious. In contrast, wooden implements, when wielded with controlled force, were far less likely to damage ancient relics. Just as Zhang Qinghua pondered this, Zhang Meifang returned, handing the hammer to Chen Mo, her eyes still filled with confusion. Accepting the hammer with a smile and offering no explanation, Chen Mo first tested the weight by striking his palm a few times. Then, without further ado, he grasped the short-necked vase with one hand and the hammer with the other. Under the astonished gazes of all present, he raised the hammer and brought it down upon the vase. In this scene, all who beheld it gasped in shock. Yet the next moment, silence enveloped the crowd once more. With a crisp crack, the expected shattering of the entire bottle did not occur. Only a delicate shell had fractured. Bang, bang, bang. The thin layer continued to splinter. Soon, a completely new visage blossomed before the spectators. From the mouth of the bottle to its body, and even its base, it resembled ice fracturing, adorned with golden threads and iron wires. Chen Mo meticulously cleared away the remnants of the shattered thin layer, peeling the porcelain vessel from the debris. At that moment, the true essence of the bottle gradually revealed itself to the eyes of the onlookers. Upon discerning the live broadcast, Zhang Qinghua in the director's room abruptly stood, his gaze betraying his astonishment. He could hardly fathom that this counterfeit held such depth. Moreover, it was an extremely rare piece from the Song Dynasty's official kiln. At the scene, Chen Mo inverted the bottle, finally discerning the location of the alleged defect within what was deemed a flawed piece. The signature at the base was only half visible. In the space where the other half should have been, a subtle, unremarkable pit lay. This was the so-called flaw. After observing the minute indentation through the live stream, Zhang Qinghua was nearly driven to exclaim in frustration, initially believing it to be an accidental result of Chen Mo's earlier tapping of the outer shell. However, upon closer inspection, he confirmed that the small pit was inherent, not a result of human error. Thus, Zhang Qinghua could only let out a silent sigh of regret. What a pity it wasn't intact. As for Zhang Meifang and Ma Shichun, they were utterly flabbergasted, struggling to find their words. Both had handled the piece firsthand. Although they had sensed a slight weightiness, they understood that the weight of porcelain varies. Some bottles are crafted from thicker materials, naturally making them heavier, while lighter ones are less substantial. They never anticipated that the so-called marks of modern craftsmanship were merely a facade. Gazing upon the nearly flawless, ice-crackling pattern, Zhang Meifang needed but a glance to ascertain that this was undeniably a product from the pinnacle of porcelain artistry, the Song Dynasty's official kiln. Alas, the small imperfection at the base significantly diminished its value. One must understand that a complete piece from the Song Dynasty's official kiln, regardless of its auction setting, is always a centerpiece of great distinction, typically starting in the millions and easily ascending into 8 figures. Conversely, flawed remnants like this one are exceedingly rare. Even in the realm of private circulation, primarily held by collectors who pass them down through generations, seldom displayed openly. Nonetheless, examples of slightly flawed pieces from the Song Dynasty's official kiln do exist in auction. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Meifang arrived at a rough estimate of its worth, starting from $1 million. Indeed, even flawed remnants command no less than 7 figures. After calming her emotions for a while, Zhang Meifang finally spoke, inquiring about the price of the flower. Upon receiving the answer, she fell into a profound silence. Once again, it was a remarkable windfall, yielding profits 1,000-fold, if not more. Beside her, Ma Shichun gaped in astonishment, utterly speechless, as he could hardly find the words to express his thoughts. Or perhaps all his words could be distilled into 2 characters. Incredible. A mere 100 yuan for a Song Dynasty imperial kiln piece. He was completely astounded. Truly and utterly so. As a porcelain collector, he was acutely aware of the intrinsic value of the Song Dynasty imperial kiln. The northern Song imperial kiln was devastated during the Jinkong incident, while the southern Song imperial kiln gradually faded away due to the transitions of dynasties. Coupled with the ravages of war and natural deterioration over the centuries, each surviving piece could be counted on one's fingers. It is often said that porcelain diversified during the Ming and Qing dynasties. However, in reality, both the Ming Yongle and Xuande periods, as well as the Qing Yongzheng and Qianlong eras, saw official orders for imitations of the Song Dynasty imperial kiln, clearly reflecting their admiration for its aesthetic. One can only imagine its esteemed position in today as collecting world. Ma Shichun gazed at the porcelain vase in Chen Mo's hands, his eyes filled with fervor. Consumed by a singular thought, he must acquire it at all costs. Chapter 24. Brothers, wish me success. At this moment, it was precisely 9 o'clock in the morning. All contestants suddenly received a notification text message from the official organizers. Simultaneously, a statement was released. The first place grand prize of 50 million remained unchanged. The second place prize was increased from 10 million to 25 million. The third place prize was raised from 8 million to 12 million. Upon the release of this announcement, the comment section erupted with excitement, filled with question marks. Curiously, while the first place prize remained the same, only the second and third prizes were augmented. After the statement was issued, there was no further communication, maintaining an aloof demeanor akin to a lion on the African savanna. Little did they know, this was the result of an intense discussion held by Wang Xiao and his team the previous day. Before participant number 99 managed to earn $1 million, it was imperative to diminish his influence on the competition. As for how to achieve this reduction, their conclusion was to manipulate the already sensationalized massive prize pool. Reducing the first place prize was the most effective method, yet a direct cut would undoubtedly provoke public outrage. The production team, left with no alternative, decided to increase the prizes for the other ranks. Originally, the first prize was 50 million and the second was 10 million. Now, elevating the second prize to 25 million naturally lessens the disparity between the two. Consequently, the influence of the first prize would also diminish. The contestants, who were striving to earn money, were understandably exhilarated upon reading the contents of the text message. After all, securing a commendable position would translate into an unexpected windfall of prize money for them, naturally eliciting joy. To put it differently, those contestants working as waitstaff in hot pot restaurants, striving to accumulate startup capital for their ventures, exhibited even more genuine smiles while serving customers. As for contestant number 99, he completely disregarded the content of the text message. Now, regarding the 50 million yuan prize for the champion, he no longer seemed as invested as he initially was. With his capabilities, earning money was merely a matter of time. In the production studio, Zhang Qinghua noticed Ma Shichen's expression through the live broadcast. Being someone who has long dealt with antiques, he recognized at a glance that this was unmistakably the reaction of a collector encountering a coveted item. The intense determination to acquire, it was palpable. Zhang Qinghua felt a twinge of anxiety. To be frank, he too harbored a desire to collect this slightly imperfect Song Dynasty official kiln piece. Unfortunately, he was not present at the scene, forced to watch helplessly without the ability to bid, let alone secure the item. As expected, in the next moment, the scene he dreaded unfolded. In the treasure pavilion, Ma Shichen leaned in, asking Mr. Chen, "Would you be willing to part with it? If so, please feel free to name your price." Observing the earnestness in the other man's tone, and his eagerness that seemed to light up his eyes, Chen Mo found himself at a loss for words. However, in terms of the transaction, such buyers were undoubtedly desirable. More was indeed merrier. Naturally, Chen Mo nodded and replied, "Of course, a bid must be made, based on market conditions. You can negotiate directly with manager Zhang." Upon hearing this, Zhang Meifong was momentarily taken aback. It was important to note that with both parties present for this transaction, they could negotiate among themselves, thereby avoiding her role as a third-party intermediary and saving a significant fee. Yet, Chen Mo's words clearly indicated his intention to entrust her with the authority for this transaction. This not only represented trust, but was also a clear gesture to help her secure profit. Zhang Meifong felt a stir in her heart, an inexplicable warmth creeping to her cheeks. Clearing her throat, she said, "In that case, I shall take responsibility for the handover." At that moment, Ma Shichen's attention remained firmly fixated on the short-necked vase, showing no concern for who he was dealing with. He was solely focused on acquiring it as swiftly as possible. Observing this, Zhang Meifong called for the pricing analyst to prepare for the transaction. Meanwhile, inside a limited edition S680 Maybach, a man in the back seat inquired urgently, "How long until we reach Longmen Street?" The inquirer was none other than Su Baolong, who had previously gifted in the live stream. He had been watching the broadcast from home and, upon witnessing Chen Mo seize the opportunity with the Song Dynasty official kiln piece, recognized a man, surnamed Ma, who appeared on screen. Even so, the two individuals had been acquainted for many years as old friends. How could Su Baolong remain composed? Like Ma Shichen, he too yearned for it. He promptly contacted his driver, instructing him to expedite his journey to Longmen Street. If we were to speak of a pristine Song Dynasty official kiln piece, it would easily command prices in the millions, even tens of millions. For someone of his financial stature, merely to gaze upon such an item would be a privilege. Although acquiring it was not entirely beyond his means, it would still impose a considerable strain. After all, the company required liquidity, needing to maintain a substantial cash flow to support a cadre of employees. He could hardly disregard corporate risks by liquidating all assets solely to indulge his personal passions. Yet, the item at hand was a version with minor imperfections. Its market value was well within the budget allocated for his personal expenditures. Thus, he could certainly make a bid for it, within the confines of his Maybach. Su Baolong remained transfixed by the live stream. Fortunately, he had departed early, and at that moment, the transactions within the store had yet to be finalized. The price analyst had just arrived and was still conducting market assessments. He still had a chance. In high spirits, Su Baolong observed the barrage of comments in the live stream. Many viewers were showering the host with gifts, yet the majority were modest tokens worth only a few or a dozen units, with the highest gift barely surpassing that of a miniature sports car. He swiftly navigated to the recharge page, adding 30,000. In the next moment, the livestream chat exploded with gift effects. User LV49 Su Baolong rewarded contestant 99 with a Gala X1. User LV49 Su Baolong rewarded contestant 99 with a Gala X1. User Su Baolong leveled up to LV50. User LV50 Su Baolong rewarded contestant 99 with a Gala X1. User LV50 Su Baolong rewarded contestant 99 with a Gala X1. Another 10 consecutive Gala gifts. Even his user level surged due to this generous gifting spree. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the chat erupted. "Wow, it's this esteemed Su again. The Gala is lighting up. What a magnanimous boss. Level 50 achieved. Impressive indeed. Truly remarkable." As the effects subsided, an exceptionally conspicuous high-energy paid comment emerged from the myriad of messages, gracing the upper section of the live stream. User LV59 Su Baolong. Brothers, wish me success. Upon reading this comment, the audience was momentarily perplexed, uncertain of the meaning behind this statement from the esteemed Su. However, just 2 minutes later, clarity dawned upon them. Chapter 25, 3,500,000. A strikingly luxurious Maybach came to a halt in front of the treasure pavilion. A well-dressed, middle-aged man alighted from the vehicle, striding purposefully towards the shop. As this scene unfolded in the live stream, it instantly piqued the curiosity of the viewers. Wow, the S680 limited edition. My dream car. I must admit, this vehicle is rather charming. Who is the distinguished figure emerging from it? He appears quite formidable. Did anyone from Los Angeles recognize who he was? Soon, a local emerged to clarify. Isn't this the esteemed Su Baolong from earlier? He has business dealings with my company's owner. I saw him just the day before. To my astonishment, this was indeed the same Su who had just flooded the live stream with comments. The audience grasped immediately the significance of the earlier high-energy barrage of messages. Su Baolong is intent on acquiring that slightly imperfect Song Dynasty official kiln piece. As he stepped into the shop, several pairs of eyes were drawn to him. Old Su? Upon seeing a familiar face, Ma Shurchen was taken aback. What brings you here? But as soon as the words left his mouth, realization struck him, and he exclaimed, No way. You're not here to snatch my treasure, are you? Su Baolong merely smiled, offering no response, his gaze fixated intently on the short-necked vase, silently conveying his intentions to all present. Witnessing this, Ma Shurchen felt a chill run down his spine. He had known this Su for many years. Initially, they were merely business associates, but as they discovered their shared passion for antiques, their relationship evolved into friendship, spanning over a decade. Ma Shurchen understood all too well that Su Baolong possessed a keener eye for antiques than he did. His deep appreciation for fine objects was beyond question. Though Ma was uncertain how Su learned about this particular treasure, the urgency of his arrival cast doubt over their previously smooth transaction. He lamented the time he had wasted, wishing he had acted more swiftly to finalize the deal. In the face of a beloved item, the notion of friendship evaporated. This was no longer a friendly rivalry. It was the harsh reality of competition. If Su were to snatch this coveted piece away, Ma knew he would have to endure daily displays of Su's triumph, with Su flaunting the vase at every opportunity. No, he must secure it for himself. If anyone were to boast, it should be him, not Su. Contemplating Su Baolong's potential smugness in the future, Ma gritted his teeth and made a silent vow. Old Ma, you're being rather inconsiderate. After all these years of friendship, you didn't even inform me about such a fine piece. You intend to keep it to yourself, don't you? Su Baolong Thima Ominu Sili. Then, he firmly declared, let us not mention our years of friendship today. Let us engage in fair competition, shall we? As soon as he finished speaking, the audience in the live stream buzzed with excitement. Goodness, these two actually know each other. I can't believe these two gentlemen have maintained a friendship for over a decade. From their conversation, it seems both are eager to claim this exquisite vase. It's a certainty, given that it's a Song Dynasty official kiln piece. Will they turn against each other? Surely not. After all, how could a decade-long friendship be so easily cast aside? Yet, regardless of who triumphs, both would undoubtedly revel in flaunting their acquisition before the other. How intriguing. I am rather eager to discover who will ultimately prevail. I cast my vote for Mr. Su. I too support Mr. Su. In that case, I shall place my bet on Ma. As the live broadcast commenced with the voting, the price analyst, having scrutinized the results of previous auctions, provided an estimated market value range of between 2.5 million and 2.8 million. Instantly, the public screen was inundated with question marks. Not a chance, my friend. With the previous example of the Celadon vase in mind, the audience had developed certain expectations regarding the value of the porcelain before them. The Celadon vase, produced by the Huangbao kiln, though not of the highest caliber, was remarkably well preserved, valued at 600,000. In contrast, the Song Dynasty official kiln piece before them, while of a slightly higher tier, bore imperfections that would undoubtedly have a considerable impact on its pricing. Most audience members speculated that the price would hover around several hundred thousand, with only a handful daring to suggest it might exceed $1 million. Yet, regardless of their conjectures, none could have anticipated its true worth to be as high as 2 to 3 million. Nevertheless, the two individuals, Ma and Su, remained unfazed by the analyst's valuation, clearly within their expectations. Ma Shurchen boldly stated, 2.9 million. 2.95 million. Su Baolong immediately countered, without hesitation. 3 million. 3. 1 million. 3. 15 million. 3. 2 million. Observing the rapid-fire bidding between the two, the newcomers in the live stream were bewildered, uncertain if they were quoting in thousands. Indeed, they seemed to have overlooked a word. It was thousands preceding the units. 3 million. 3. 5 million. Ma Shichan intoned gravely, fixing his gaze on Su Baolong. Besides, you have always desired that Qing Kongshi Dahua porcelain cup with poetry, have you not? If you concede this piece to me, I shall gift you that cup. Upon hearing this, Su Baolong hesitated. While he indeed possessed a keener eye for appraisal than Ma Shichan, he could not compete financially with the real estate mogul. In recent years, during a fervent period of collecting, Ma had treated money with little regard, acquiring numerous fine pieces, including that Dahua cup, which in today's market could easily fetch 800,000 and was exceedingly difficult to procure in such pristine condition. Su Baolong understood that since Ma was willing to offer that cup, it signified his strong desire to obtain the Song dynasty piece. Continuing to contest might very well transcend the bounds of friendly banter. With this thought, Su Baolong pursed his lips and conceded very well. Given your willingness to part with the cup, I shall not contend further. I shall not require your gift. 800,000 is simply that. Consider it a purchase. However, I must have 3 months to enjoy this vase first. First, allow me to indulge in this moment before I make any purchases. He extended a finger and remarked, in a month's time, but only after I have had my fill of enjoyment. As for the poetry cup, let us not discuss matters of money. It must be a gift from me, or I shall not part with it at all. What about 2 months? At most, 1.5 months. Agreed. After their exchange, Ma Shichan's expression transformed instantaneously from serious to one of radiant delight, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. The swiftness of his demeanor shift left the audience in the live stream utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the current owner of the short-necked vase, Chen Mo, sat leisurely sipping tea, appearing as a mere onlooker throughout the proceedings. With a beaming countenance, Ma Shichan leaned closer and inquired, "What do you think, Mr. Chen? Is 3,500,000 an agreeable price? Naturally, I shall not neglect the intermediary service fee. Should you accept my proposed price, I will ensure that the fee is paid to Manager Zhang upon completion of the transaction." Chen Mo nodded in affirmation, replying, "That works." As before, once the price was settled, the transaction proceeded smoothly, and in no time, both parties had signed a formal contract. Observers watched in astonishment as this substantial sum was transferred to Chen Mo's account, causing a stir in the live stream. At that moment, the clock read 9:45 a.m., with just 15 minutes remaining until 10. In other words, it was the first day of the wealth ranking. Zhang Qinghua felt a pang of envy. To be honest, 3,500,000 was not beyond his means. This price, while slightly above the typical market value, was reasonable given the scarcity of such items. The demand from collectors far exceeded the supply. Thus, a slight premium was entirely justifiable. He could only watch helplessly as the item was purchased by another, without even a chance to place a competing bid. With a sigh, he prepared to enlighten the audience about the Song dynasty official kiln, explaining that this price was not inflated. However, at that moment, the live stream's comments erupted. Cleared. 24 hours. The upstairs is mistaken. It hasn't even been 24 hours. Regardless, it was truly remarkable. Boss number 99 is phenomenal. All hail the boss. From today onward, I am a devoted fan. 666, cleared in a day. Though I only had a $5 lunch, I've decided to gift the boss $10 worth of sunglasses. I must say, this storyline has been quite exhilarating. As he observed the screen filled with comments celebrating the clearance, Zhang Qinghua, the new guest, felt somewhat lost. He did not quite grasp the meaning behind the barrage of comments. Yet, whether he understood or not was evidently inconsequential. What mattered was that the live stream was soon flooded with various gift effects. User LV23 mop dipped in excrement gifted a luxurious cruise to contestant number 99. User LV46 heart fluttering gifted contestant number 99 7 carnivals. User LV37 man to pay Shui gifted contestant number 99 a chorus of Cheers X3. User LV13 happy little cabbage bestowed upon contestant number 99 a treasure chest of popularity X99. An overwhelming display of high-level effects dazzled the newcomers who had just entered the live stream. What was happening? Was this method of gifting not requiring any monetary expenditure? They watched in astonishment as a carnival, rarely seen in other streams, unfolded before them as if it were free of charge. The newcomers, bewildered and taken aback, only realized the situation after reading the comments. She had been concerned a previous day about whether contestant number 99 could earn $1 million in a short span of time. And now it had astonishingly become a reality. In a single day, not only had they surpassed the $1 million mark, but their earnings were far beyond that figure. Before the broadcast ended yesterday, they had amassed a total of $600,000. Today, in less than 2 hours of streaming, they had already snagged another $350,000. Excluding taxes and hotel expenses, the net profit had already exceeded $4 million. Was this not a remarkable achievement? Reflecting upon the grand prize of $50 million for the champion, Bing Bing found herself momentarily lost in thought. In other words, the man quietly sipping tea in the live stream had a net worth surpassing $50 million. Bing Bing instinctively calculated her own income, which had no relation to expenses, as it was directly settled with her respective institution. Her actual monthly salary was merely the basic wage normally disbursed by her unit, including allowances and bonuses. And after deducting social insurance and housing fund contributions, she could expect to take home approximately 8,300 yuan monthly, with fluctuations generally not exceeding 50. Thus, without considering any side gigs or performances at her current salary level, it would take her roughly 502 years to amass 50 million. Arriving at this conclusion through mental arithmetic left Bing Bing utterly flabbergasted. At this moment, the clock struck 10. The time until the competition began marked the completion of the first full day. The production team would announce the wealth rankings of the contestants precisely at 10 o'clock every day after the competition commenced. This provided the contestants an opportunity to gauge the standings of their competitors. Such a practice by the production team aimed to stimulate the competitive spirit among the contestants. Consequently, in various live streaming rooms, the contestants, who had been busy throughout the day, sought any excuse to check their phones. Some slipped away to the restroom. Others seized the moment when their supervising leaders were distracted, while some simply had not found work. However, they waited for 2 to 3 minutes, yet nothing transpired. Contestants. Meanwhile, in the office building of the production team, the data department staff responsible for announcing the rankings was sweating profusely from anxiety. At this moment, a line of impeccably dressed individuals stood behind him, each exuding the aura of a corporate elite. Moreover, the individual at the center was none other than the ultimate authority of this building. Why was he standing behind him? This left the employee utterly bewildered. He was merely a grassroots worker earning a meager salary of 3 or 4,000 yuan. Such a formidable assembly was beyond his comprehension. Instinctively, he glanced at his immediate superior, who appeared equally perplexed. Their eyes exchanged glances, ultimately converging on the head of the organization, Wang Xiao. Shall we still release the data for this ranking? The leader asked, his voice trembling. Silence ensued. Just before the atmosphere grew too tense, Wang Xiao finally spoke, though his tone bore a weighty gravity. Go ahead. With those words, under the scrutinizing gaze of many, the grassroots worker cautiously copied and pasted the pre-edited information. He then struck the keyboard, and with a click, the message was dispatched. Ding! The crisp sound of a text notification resonated. The contestants hastily retrieved their smartphones, eager to read the contents. Wealth Ranking Day 1. Chapter 27. How long does it take to turn 100 yuan into 4 million? At the Marriott Hotel, Zhou Qianni had just concluded a work meeting with his ordinary team members when he made his way to the smoking lounge alone. Being a person of high standards, he was not there to indulge in idleness. Like the other contestants, Zhou Qianni was simply curious about the capabilities of his competitors. Most importantly, he wished to utilize this ranking to discern the circumstances surrounding the contestant who ranked around 90, who had spent over 50,000 yuan on hotel reservations on the very first night of the broadcast. This was utterly absurd. Zhou Qianni had pondered for an entire night regarding the origins of that 50,000 yuan, ultimately losing sleep over it. Was he being supported by a wealthy patron due to his handsome looks? Was he a special character arranged by the production team? Had he won the lottery, like Zhou Qianni? Or perhaps the contestant was a twin, which would explain the sudden wealth. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not conceive any conventional method of making money capable of transforming 100 yuan into tens of thousands in just a few hours. Exhaling a deep breath, Zhou Qianni took a long drag from his cigarette before forcefully exhaling. This pack of cigarettes was, to date, his sole personal expenditure. Besides that, all his other expenses could be deemed entirely for the competition. With one hand occupied with the cigarette, he pulled out his phone with the other. Upon seeing Wealth Ranking Day 1, he paused momentarily before opening it. In the next instant, a list formatted in a table appeared before him. The list was extensive, and since it was arranged in ascending order, Zhou Qianni's gaze was first drawn to the entries at the bottom of the ranking. To view the rankings, one must scroll upwards. Zhou Qianni focused intently on the contents of the list. The 99th position belonged to the 72nd competitor, whose current wealth was 17 yuan. The 98th place was occupied by the 33rd competitor, with a wealth of 21 yuan. The 97th spot was held by the 91st competitor, boasting a wealth of 32 yuan. It was highly likely that these lower-ranked participants were still searching for employment. And the 100 yuan startup fund provided by the production team had likely been spent on basic necessities. Zhou Qianni regarded these individuals with indifference. They could hardly be considered as rivals. He continued to scroll upwards. The 37th place had a wealth of 103 yuan, and the 36th had 114 yuan. It wasn't until after the 47th rank that he encountered competitors with wealth exceeding 100 yuan. This indicated that only those ranked higher had begun to accumulate earnings, rather than merely relying on past resources. Before long, Zhou Qianni located his own ranking. 21st place, 64th competitor, with a wealth of 174 yuan. He was not overly concerned about this position. He understood well that those ranked above him had likely secured jobs and received advances on their salaries. However, his situation was different. He was residing in a hotel, incurring no additional expenses. Moreover, during his conversation with HR before starting work, they had agreed on weekly salary payments. Once he received his first paycheck, that would mark his moment of breakthrough. Zhou Qianni continued scrolling, curious to see if there were any exceptional cases, particularly those whose earnings exceeded the typical range of 3 to 5,000 yuan. As he ascended the list, he arrived at the top 3 competitors. The 3rd place, the 8th competitor, had a wealth of 3,038 yuan. Normal. The 2nd place, the 54th competitor, had a wealth of 4,022 yuan. Also normal. Upon seeing the amounts behind the 3rd and 2nd places, Zhou Qianni felt a sense of relief. These sums, in a range of 3 to 4,000 yuan plus some small change, appeared quite standard. It seemed that among the participants in this competition, there weren't many formidable contenders. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Qianni took another drag from his cigarette and scrolled to the very top. The data for the 1st place materialized before his eyes. However, in the next instant, he dropped the majority of his cigarette, but onto the ground in shock. Zhou Qianni was utterly stunned. His pupils dilated, and his mouth hung open in disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. The 1st place, the 99th competitor, possessed a staggering wealth of 3,942,000 yuan. Zhou Qianni's initial reaction was disbelief. He thought he must be seeing things. He hurriedly removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, taking a moment to compose himself before looking again. Regrettably, the figures above remain unchanged, exuding a chilling sense of despair. Zhou Qianni found himself at a loss for words to describe his current emotions. He simply could not comprehend how, in the span of a single day, one could transform 100 yuan into 4 million. Even if one claimed to have purchased multiple lottery tickets and won the grand prize, it would be implausible. The lottery results are announced the following evening at 9:15, and it is merely morning now. The draw time is yet to arrive. Moreover, even if one were to assert that they had indeed won, it is impossible to claim the prize immediately. There are several working days of procedures to navigate first. This young commercial elite was genuinely beginning to question the very essence of life. In truth, he was not alone in this existential doubt. Nearly all competitors who laid eyes on the leaderboard were left in a state of shock. Did this sequence of numbers truly have 3 additional zeros appended? The participants were bewildered. Just an hour prior, they had been exhilarated by the prospect of increased bonuses, only to be informed an hour later that someone had successfully completed the challenge. This was an absurd competition. While others had amassed 4 million, they were left here, fumbling around aimlessly. Simultaneously, on Weibo, the post surged into the top 100 trending topics within mere minutes of its release. Remarkably, its specific ranking continued to ascend at an astonishing pace. In Chapter 28, Teacher number 99, please commence your lecture. I shall listen on bended knee. Although the previous video had soared to the historical rankings of Bilibili's view counts within just one evening, Zhu Xiaokong remained grounded. He understood that the virality of the video was largely independent of his own influence. It was solely due to the completeness and swiftness of the content he had uploaded. Consequently, during the live stream that morning, Zhu Xiaokong adopted a combative stance, simultaneously watching the broadcast and recording the screen while editing in real time. On Chen Mo's side, the deals had just been finalized not long ago. By this time, he had nearly completed the video editing and proceeded to upload it directly in the back end. Meanwhile, the momentum of the heat surged ahead, escalating at a visually apparent rate. Thus, these two major platforms transitioning from text to video formats. began to astonishingly drive traffic towards each other. After Zhu Xiaokong uploaded the video, he remained glued to the back-end data, soon finding himself astonished once again. The video's view count, likes, favorites, shares, comments, and even the conversion rate of followers were all climbing at a pace even swifter than the previous video. The comments section was inundated with remarks. I feel the same way. After watching this video, all I can say is 4 words. It's absolutely incredible. I admit that in terms of making money, teacher number 99 is slightly more adept than I am. Slightly? Well, fine, I concede. He is considerably more skilled than I am. Whether I can learn the art of making money is of little consequence. I am merely drawn to teacher No. 99's handsome appearance. When 100 yuan earned officially ascended to the trending search rankings, a multitude of bewildered onlookers, driven by curiosity, began to delve into the specifics of the situation. Concurrently, various online media outlets, marketing accounts, and even some local official accounts commenced their fervent sharing. It was evident that Chen Mo, the protagonist mentioned in the tale, remained at Zhang Meifang's establishment, leisurely sipping tea. Following the completion of the transaction, Ma Shiqin and Su Baolong did not depart immediately. After this encounter, both men were acutely aware of the reality. In stark contrast to the modest vase, the young man before them, who had just earned over 3 million, yet maintained his composure while sipping tea, was their greatest discovery of the day. Su Baolong, who had previously prided himself on being an expert in the antique world of luocheng, found himself considerably outmatched in perceptiveness by Chen Mo. As for Ma Shiqin, while he was indeed proficient in business, in the realm of antiques and collectibles, he recognized the need to connect with someone whom even Su Baolong admired. Consequently, both men were eager to cultivate a relationship with Chen Mo, displaying remarkable enthusiasm. After finishing his tea, Chen Mo took a brief respite before preparing to leave. As a law-abiding citizen, he intended to pay his taxes first to avoid any online scrutiny. Upon seeing Chen Mo rise, Ma Shiqin inquired, "Mr. Chen, where are you headed?" Chen Mo replied, "To the tax office to settle my taxes." Ma Shiqin was momentarily taken aback. As a businessman, his first instinct upon earning money was typically to think of how to spend it. He had never encountered someone whose primary thought after earning was to pay taxes. However, Ma Shiqin quickly regained his composure. Paying taxes is commendable. Mr. Chen, you truly embody the essence of a law-abiding citizen. After this compliment, he promptly suggested, "In that case, allow me to drive you. The tax office is not far. We can park just a couple of 100 meters away. Very convenient." Yet, Su Baolong countered, "Come on, old Ma. Your car is parked so far away. That is hardly convenient." He proudly gestured towards the entrance and added, "My car is right out front. Let us take mine." Hearing this, Ma Shiqin was left speechless. Could this be a competition? Faced with such a warm invitation, Chen Mo saw no reason to decline. Was someone offering a ride? It would save him the trouble of hailing a taxi. However, just as they were about to depart, Ma Shiqin, sporting a beer belly, approached with exaggerated gestures, while even Zhang Meifang left the shop in the hands of her staff to join them. In response to this scene, Su Baolong was rendered speechless. Ultimately, he had no choice but to send the driver away, taking the wheel himself, with Ma Shiqin in the passenger seat and Chen Mo alongside Zhang Meifang in the back. The spectators were bewildered. It was merely a trip to the tax office. Yet 2 entrepreneurs with net worth starting at 9 or even 10 figures were vying to escort him. Not only did they personally drive, but they were also accompanied by a wealthy and beautiful lady. The spectacle and treatment were nothing short of extraordinary. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, filled with envy. "I, a mere lemon essence, am utterly sour. Truly, you are a titan, revered as a deity. My esteemed teacher number 99, please commence your lecture. I shall listen on bended knee. Should you publish a book, I would undoubtedly clear the shelves." Amidst the acidic remarks and the comments, a few soon arrived at the entrance of the tax bureau. At that moment, a leader from the bureau happened to be in the lobby, preparing to exit. Upon recognizing the visitors, he abruptly halted his steps, altering his direction to approach them, a smile adorning his face. "Ah, Mr. Ma, Mr. Su, what brings you 2 esteemed gentlemen here? Is there something that the company's staff cannot handle, requiring your personal involvement?" Wang Fuchuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering 2 significant taxpayers of luocheng here, particularly Ma Shiqin, who managed to conduct real estate business with such stability. What background could he possibly possess that was not unfathomably profound? Not even a deputy director would dare to treat him with anything but cordiality, let alone a deputy bureau chief. Ma Shiqin responded, "It is Director Wang. I have come to assist a friend with some business." At this remark, Wang Fuchuan felt a jolt of surprise. To be referred to as a friend by Ma Shurchen in such a manner, and even to accompany him personally, there was no need for conjecture. The background must be equally inscrutable. Having navigated the bureaucratic waters for many years and being adept in the subtleties of human interaction, Wang Fuchuan had no other special skills. But his ability to read people was undoubtedly exceptional. He recognized both Ma Shurchen and Su Baolong, while the remarkable young lady standing slightly behind them was clearly another companion. Thus, the so-called friend, if his intuition served him correctly, must be the youthful gentleman positioned at the center of their group. Wang Fuchuan composed himself. Since he is a friend of Mr. Ma and Mr. Su, he is naturally also a friend of mine. Wang Fuchuan, you are here for business, I presume? Please, follow me. Let us discuss matters in the office upstairs. Chapter 29. Let it be a solo performance by number 99. It is said that banks offer VIP treatment, but lo and behold, the tax bureau extends similar privileges. What an enlightening experience. Honestly, if you were required to pay approximately $700,000 in taxes, would you accept such treatment? Absolutely not. I would need to work an entire year without sustenance to earn $70,000. For $700,000, I would toil for a decade. For me, it would take 15 years. For 20 years. As the audience in the comments section jested, Chen Mo and his party had already exited the tax bureau. From this morning until now, he had seized opportunities twice, amassing a total of $35,180,000. Based on a 20% capital gains tax, he had to pay over $690,000, almost $700,000. This tax alone, considering the housing prices in Luocheng, could suffice to acquire a property outright. At this juncture, Chen Mo's post-tax net worth had reached $3,240,000. Upon learning that Chen Mo intended to resume his treasure-hunting endeavors, everyone, including Zhang Meifang, was intrigued. The three individuals exhibited no inclination to leave. Instead, they were eager to remain on-site, keen to witness firsthand the operations of Chen Mo. Unlike before, Chen Mo was now in possession of over $3 million in cash, liberating him from a narrow focus on low-priced antiques. He could now entertain bids in the hundreds of thousands, even millions. With his hands clasped behind his back and an air of nonchalance, he surveyed each stall with a discerning gaze. If an item piqued his interest, he would inquire about its price. If not, he would simply bypass it and proceed to the next vendor. Behind him trailed three elegantly dressed companions, resembling devoted shadows, their expressions grave and focused. Among them, Su Baolong, a connoisseur with profound knowledge of antiques, quickly discerned a pattern during their exploration of the stalls. Ordinary items garnered only a brief observation of about 10 seconds from Chen Mo, as these were typically either worthless replicas or inherently devoid of value. However, items that captivated his attention for over 30 seconds, or those he handled personally, indicated a certain significance. Whether these could be deemed as fortunate finds is debatable, yet they were certainly not the worthless fakes. For Su Baolong, identifying the authenticity and value of a single piece was within his capabilities. But sifting through a plethora of items posed a greater challenge, easily leading to confusion. The speed and precision displayed by Chen Mo left Su Baolong utterly astonished. After over an hour of browsing, they eventually reached mealtime. Chen Mo had made two purchases, one for 600 and the other for 3,000. The price analyst calculated the market values, determining that the former was worth 13,000 and the latter 25,000. Thus, it could be said he effortlessly earned over 30,000, a significant profit considering the initial investment of merely 3,000, yielding a return exceeding tenfold. Undoubtedly a successful venture in treasure hunting. This entire experience invigorated Ma and Su, both of whom possessed net worths in excess of 9 figures. This one is yours, and that one is mine. Let's not encroach upon each other's finds, shall we? Agreed. Under the witness of Zhang Meifang, the two gentlemen reached a gentleman's agreement. One item each, finalized on the spot. Simultaneously, the sumptuous feast that Ma Shurchen had previously ordered from an upscale private kitchen in Luocheng arrived just in time. The group indulged in the delightful spread, while the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but shed tears of envy. Which takeaway service is this, brothers? It appears quite appealing, and I too wish to indulge. Indeed, it seems far superior to those takeout establishments. Does anyone know the name of the restaurant? Fellow upstairs, do not harbor any illusions. This is a high-end private kitchen. I was once taken there by a friend, and the average cost begins at 3,000. Aside from a few dishes, the prices on the menu seldom dip below 4 digits. The clientele of this establishment hardly consists of ordinary individuals, Predominantly, it caters to company owners hosting upscale business banquets. If I recall correctly, this restaurant does not offer delivery services. 3,000 per person? That would consume several months of my salary. Goodness, is this what they call financial prowess? Competing with you wealthy individuals feels overwhelming. Suddenly, I feel that braised chicken rice is the true delicacy of the mortal realm. In the afternoon, with the weather outside growing a tad warm, after lunch, Chen Mo refrained from continuing his quest for bargains. Instead, he remained in the Jubioj, enjoying the coolness while sipping tea and engaging in conversation with Zhang, Ma, and Su. The atmosphere was notably relaxed, devoid of any tension associated with the competition. The entire scene could be described as remarkably harmonious and easygoing. In stark contrast, Wang Xiao observed the backstage data in silence, remaining utterly mute. Since the morning's announcement, culminating in the 99 contestants' rise to the top of Weibo's trending topics, the situation had escalated beyond control. Public opinion online had completely spiraled out of their grasp. Their announcement to increase the prize money for other contestants was initially intended to mitigate the impact of a 99th contestant claiming the championship prematurely. They hoped this would sustain the competitive spirit of the contest. However, their intentions were brutally shattered. To illustrate with a simple example, the competition consists of 99 contestants, with a stable viewership of 170,000 genuine online spectators during the day and 250,000 at night. Achieving such figures would be considered a significant success. Yet, at this moment, the live stream of just the 99 contestant has effortlessly surpassed 160,000 viewers, while the combined total for the other 98 contestants barely reaches 400,000. Merely considering the data, the daytime viewership nearing 200,000 exceeds initial forecasts. But does this even qualify as a reality show? If this trend continues, it might as well transform into a solo showcase for the 99th contestant. The program's official website's message board is in a constant state of refresh, since the 99th contestant has already secured the championship. Why has the prize money not been dispersed? Why is it that the prize money for other ranks has been increased, yet the first place remains unchanged? Is there bias against the champion? With the champion already determined, is there any necessity for the competition to proceed? Wang Xiao sat in his office, watching the comments from amused netizens on the message board, utterly at a loss for words. Chapter 30. Excavation time. 3 days ago. It was not until around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, when the weather had cooled somewhat, that Chen Mo, amidst the anticipation of over 1 million viewers in the live stream, set forth once again. At this moment, Longmen Street witnessed a foot traffic that had more than doubled compared to the previous day. It is evident that many local spectators in Los Angeles, upon witnessing Chen Mo's swift accumulation of wealth, are eager to try their luck as well. Hello, esteemed number 99. I am your devoted fan. May I take a photo with you? I wish to share on my social media. Having walked less than 20 meters, Chen Mo encountered several audience members approaching to greet him. Fortunately, these individuals were aware that the live broadcast was ongoing, thus it did not consume too much time. As in the morning, this expedition was again comprised of 4 members. Ma, Su, and Zhang trailed behind him, fulfilling the role of his entourage. Chen Mo's gaze shifted ahead. If one were to regard the entirety of Longmen Street as a gaming quest, he had already cleared approximately 2/3 of the level, with only 1/3 remaining to be explored. The objective of this outing was to illuminate the untouched areas. Upon arriving at a stall selling calligraphy and paintings, Chen Mo surveyed the surroundings. Within mere seconds, prices began to materialize before his eyes. It was unsurprising to find that this was a notorious hub for counterfeits, as every piece was indeed a forgery. Not a single valuable authentic item was present. Without hesitation, Chen Mo turned and walked away. Beside him, Su Baolong was taken aback. Young Chen, are you done just like that? Unlike ceramics, discerning the authenticity of paintings and calligraphy is considerably more challenging. After all, there exists a relatively mature process for identifying genuine porcelain, encompassing standards for both clay and glaze. However, with paintings and calligraphy, differing authors and styles introduce a greater degree of subjectivity, thereby escalating the difficulty of discernment. Consequently, the rapidity with which Chen Mo conducted his assessment astonished Su Baolong. Hearing Chen Mo's unwavering tone, Su Baolong refrained from further comment. Human energy is finite, akin to the experts within the antique realm, who often specialize in a singular field. In the domain of ceramics, Su Baolong recognized that Chen Mo surpassed him significantly. Yet, when it comes to the realm of paintings and calligraphy, the verdict remains uncertain. Su Baolong chose not to follow, Instead, opting to approach the stall for a closer examination of the artworks Chen Mo had dismissed. However, the more he scrutinized, the more astonished he became. As he continued to observe, he realized that Chen Mo had indeed spoken the truth. The stall was filled with nothing but fakes, devoid of even a single valuable piece. Reflecting on the fact that Chen Mo had merely glanced for a few minutes while he himself had spent nearly 20 minutes evaluating the items, Su Baolong began to question his own abilities in the art field. A sense of embarrassment washed over him. Nonetheless, this only served to elevate Chen Mo's standing in his mind, rendering it all the more enigmatic. "Excuse me, are you going to buy something or not?" The stall owner, observing the patrons who merely looked without purchasing or inquiring about prices, grew increasingly impatient. "These are worthless trinkets. What is there to buy?" After uttering those words, Su Baolong turned and swiftly walked towards the direction of Chen Mo and his companions. Meanwhile, Chen Mo lingered at a stall for quite some time. This stall, like many others, showcased an array of porcelain, bowls, plates, jars, and vases of various sizes, totaling more than a dozen pieces. The vendor was a middle-aged man wearing a heavy straw hat, whose wide brim provided ample shade for his head, face, neck, and even shoulders, making it an excellent choice for farmers to shield themselves from the sun while working in the fields. Due to the hat, only his chin was visible, leaving Chen Mo unable to discern the man's features. This attire was not uncommon on this antique street. However, Chen Mo keenly sensed an incongruity about this vendor. He was clad in outdoor work attire, evidently made from high-quality, waterproof, and wear-resistant fabric. Such garments are typically expensive and are usually purchased by those who engage in outdoor activities. The man, appearing to be a farmer, yet dressed in such work clothing, raised a faint suspicion in Chen Mo's mind, particularly under the sweltering heat. Nonetheless, he concealed his intrigue and leaned closer to examine the porcelain displayed before him. The bowls, vases, and jars were practical items, characterized by simple forms and smooth lines. Their glaze was a muted egg blue, somewhat translucent, with a modest sheen. From the patterns and the overall appearance, they seemed to be products from a folk kiln of the Qing dynasty. Chen Mo donned gloves to inspect the items more closely. A few pieces indeed bore the inscription of the Qianlong era at their bases. However, their conditions were mediocre, each exhibiting some wear, categorizing them as common artifacts. He noted the projected market values of 2,150, 1,320, and 3,728. The four-digit figures indicated that he was correct. These were not modern products freshly produced last week, but rather genuine antiques from the Qing dynasty. Yet, being folk kiln items of average quality, they would be valued at only a few thousand yuan, far from reaching tens of thousands. Pretending to be an uninformed novice, Chen Mo inquired, "Boss, from which dynasty are these items? Are they old?" The vendor did not even lift his head, replying, "Qing dynasty." Chen Mo responded, "All from the Qing dynasty? Really? Don't tell me you think I'm easy to deceive and are just speaking nonsense." The vendor remained silent. Chen Mo continued, "Since you claim they are from the Qing dynasty, how much do they cost? What are the price ranges?" The vendor replied, "Just according to market prices." Chen Mo casually pointed to the item priced at 2,150 and asked, "How much for this one?" The vendor glanced at it and said 2,000. "And this one? 1,200. What about this one? 3,005. After a moment's thought, Chen Mo asked, "What if I were to buy them all together?" The stall owner's voice was deep and devoid of hesitation. "Based on these prices, I will offer you an additional discount of 2,000. Upon hearing this offer, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. This vendor was remarkably straightforward. Almost every item was priced a couple of hundred less than the market value. Moreover, if purchased in bulk, an additional discount of 2,000 could be applied. Was this not an opportunity to profit instantly? Simply reselling to an antique shop or another porcelain stall could yield at least a profit of 1,000 or 800. Chen Mo was astonished. He scrutinized the items on display until his gaze lingered for over 29 seconds, at which point detailed information began to materialize before him. Name: Qing Dynasty Qianlong, civilian blue and white bowl. Category: porcelain. Quality: average. Year of manufacture: 1766. Date of excavation: 3 days ago. Market value: 1,320. The initial lines of information seemed normal, but when Chen Mo discerned the excavation date, he was utterly flabbergasted. What? Just 3 days ago? So it had only recently been unearthed from a grave. A no-cost transaction. No wonder the prices were so reasonable. As long as it could be sold quickly, any profit, large or small, was still profit. Chapter 31. Hidden value: 500,000. Just 3 days since excavation. Such a brief period surely indicated it had not passed through many hands. it was highly probable that it had been freshly excavated and immediately put up for sale. To put it bluntly, this pointed to the involvement of tomb raiders. According to the laws of Long Country, this constituted a blatant criminal offense, the destruction of cultural relics. Such acts should be met with stringent legal repercussions. With this realization, Chen Mo's earlier doubts were suddenly clarified. The vendor's choice of expensive outdoor work attire stemmed from the necessity of wearing durable clothing while working outside. The wide-brimmed straw hat was likely an attempt to conceal his identity, shielding him from being recognized. The straightforward pricing was aimed at facilitating a swift sale to mitigate risk. Contemplating these insights, Chen Mo maintained a natural expression, yet his thoughts were now fully engaged. He had just discovered a suspected member of a tomb raiding gang. Should he report it? He was eager to know. Dog emoji. To validate his suspicions, Chen Mo remained composed as he scanned the other porcelain items on the stall. One by one. Date of excavation, 3 days ago. Date of excavation, 3 days ago. Date of excavation, 3 days ago. The excavation dates were identical. It was a batch of goods. At this point, Chen Mo found himself wavering on whether to alert the authorities, for this was indeed an unlawful act. However, the reality was that those in the know understood the implications if a thorough investigation were to commence. How many genuine antiques on this entire street could truly be claimed as family heirlooms? Moreover, given that he himself was engaged in the business of discovering antiques, he felt a reluctance deep within to report this incident. Nevertheless, there was one thing Chen Mo was quite certain of. Such groups, often drifting on the fringes of society, are rarely composed of individuals with clean hands, even excluding the act of tomb raiding, for they invariably harbor other transgressions. For an ordinary person, the best course of action is to maintain a safe distance and avoid excessive contact. In summary, regarding the current group, one could merely say that fortune has not favored their endeavors. With this thought, Chen Mo resolved not to report the incident. However, he could not influence the unfolding events, merely leaving them to fate. He continued to peruse the items before him. Soon, a wide-mouthed vase with a narrow neck captured his attention once more. Name: Qing Dynasty Qianlong Era Blue and White Vase. Category: Porcelain. Quality: Average. Manufacturing date: 1766. Excavation date: 3 days ago. Market value: 350 yuan. Hidden value: 500,000 yuan. Chen Mo was taken aback. An average quality vase from the Qing dynasty was indeed valued at over 2,000. But why was there suddenly a hidden value of exactly 500,000? This perplexity occupied his mind. In an effort to clarify the matter, he suppressed his doubts and pointed at the vase, inquiring, "How much did you say this one costs, boss?" The vendor cast a glance and replied, 2,003. I can lower it a bit. The lowest is 2,002. If you buy everything on my stall, I can offer a better discount, but for this single piece. Hearing this, Chen Mo conceded, all right then, 2,002 it is. He pulled out his phone and asked, what is your payment code? How can I scan it? To his surprise, the vendor produced an old mobile phone from his pocket and replied, cash please. I'm too old to use a smartphone. This scene was within Chen Mo's expectations. He turned to Zhang Meifang, who was behind him, and said, Manager Zhang, could you please give me some cash? I don't have any on me. Zhang Meifang looked perplexed. While she could not speak for other categories, porcelain was her family's forte, and she recognized this as a common Qing dynasty piece. She was certain of her assessment. This was evidently an ordinary item. Spending over 2,000 yuan for it would not incur a loss, but the profit margin would be minimal, perhaps only a couple of hundred yuan at most. For an average office worker, such an endeavor might be worthwhile, but for Chen Mo, she was acutely aware that his previous profits had often been in multiples of tens or even thousands. Was this trivial sum truly worth his personal involvement? Despite her concerns, Chen Mo took the cash from Zhang Meifang, counted out 2,200 yuan, and handed it to the vendor. The transaction was complete. Holding the vase, Chen Mo made his way towards the treasury pavilion, placing the vase on the table to scrutinize it closely. Beside them, Zhang Meifang and Ma Su both gazed intently, their expressions exceedingly serious. The trio unanimously concluded that this was undoubtedly an exceedingly ordinary piece from the Qing dynasty's folk kills. Yet, exchanging glances, none dared to speak first. The prior instances of Chen Mo's fortunate discoveries instilled a sense of uncertainty. No one could ascertain whether this situation similarly concealed hidden intricacies. With gloved hands, Zhang Meifang lifted the jar from the table, weighing it thoughtfully before examining the thickness of the clay at the mouth of the vessel. Everything appeared normal, effectively ruling out the possibility of a nested jar. What, then, was its distinctive feature? Zhang Meifang was not alone in her bewilderment. Both Ma Shiqin and Su Baolong shared her confusion, their brows furrowing deeper with every passing moment. They even began to question their own knowledge of porcelain. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Meifang turned to Chen Mo, finally breaking the silence. Are we certain this is a genuine find? Yet, Chen Mo himself was perplexed. Having scrutinized the object for some time without identifying the point of its purported $500,000 valuation, upon hearing Zhang Meifang's inquiry, the three collectively paused, momentarily taken aback by his words. The excavation date was 3 days prior. Could it be? Instantly, they grasped the implication of Chen Mo's statement. Zhang Meifang instinctively glanced out the window towards Longmen Street, her gaze piercing through the throngs of passers-by to the vendor seated a few dozen meters away, adorned with a wide-brimmed straw hat. Confirming that he had not departed, she softly affirmed, "Is that vendor involved in illicit dealings?" In response, Chen Mo cast a glance in that direction. "That is merely my conjecture. However, it is indisputable that everything on his stall, including this jar, was unearthed just 3 days ago." As these words resonated, the live stream, populated by hundreds of thousands, erupted into fervor. Chapter 32. A ball of toilet paper? Indeed. Concealed treasures. What? Just unearthed? That iron must have been dug up illegally. What does digging a pit mean? Haven't you read Tomb Raider upstairs? Digging a pit refers to tomb raiding. Terms like gold touch, grave exploration, and old pit digging all signify the same thing. Wait, isn't that illegal? Indeed. So that vendor is a criminal? Let us be precise. He should be referred to as a suspect. Did you not hear that number 99 stated it was merely a conjecture? What would the penalty be in such a case? I'm not sure. Perhaps we should consult Professor Zhang. Yes, let us directly ask Professor Zhang. Zhang Qinghua remained engrossed in the live feed, his focus unwavering. It was only upon hearing the host Bing Bing's reminder that he noticed the enlarged comments on the screen. Upon discerning the questions posed, Zhang Qinghua realized that the audience's attention was entirely misplaced. Was the legality of tomb raiding and the potential penalties truly the crux of the matter? The pivotal point was, after all, how the specific excavation date of 3 days prior had been determined. Zhang Qinghua had been intently listening to the live broadcast earlier. The tone of the speaker, designated as number 99, was remarkably assured, leaving no room for doubt regarding the authenticity of their claims. It was evident that they possessed some substantial basis for their assertions. Yet, despite Zhang Qinghua's contemplation, he could not ascertain the grounds upon which the speaker confidently determined such a precise date of excavation. As a member of the National Archaeological Team, Zhang Qinghua was undoubtedly an authority in assessing the dating of artifacts. It is well known that methods like carbon-14 dating and thermoluminescence dating can only achieve accuracy within a range of up to 20 years, making precise determinations nearly impossible. However, with advancements in technology, laboratories have indeed developed numerous new techniques. To Zhang Qinghua's knowledge, it was now feasible to pinpoint dates to a specific year. Yet, achieving precision down to the exact day remained an unattainable dream. Furrowing his brow in deep thought, Zhang Qinghua suddenly conceived a plausible explanation. The environment within the tomb was entirely sealed. When antiquities or artifacts were extracted from this confined space and exposed to the external atmosphere, they could potentially develop a very fine layer of dust oxidation on their surfaces due to the rapid interaction with the air. This oxidation layer would not last long, being nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, detectable only through touch. Upon realizing this, Zhang Qinghua finally comprehended the basis for number 99's judgment, and his admiration for the speaker grew even further. Most individuals, let alone archaeology students, or even those holding master's or doctoral degrees who had rarely ventured into tombs, would likely be unaware of the existence of such a dust oxidation layer. In the Jiobao Pavilion, as Zhang Meifang observed Chen Mo still examining the mouth vase, she assumed he was merely verifying the excavation date and paid little attention. Initially, she believed this to be a fortunate find by Chen Mo, and after scrutinizing it for a considerable time without discerning the flaw, she began to doubt her own expertise. However, upon realizing that Chen Mo was not simply capitalizing on a mistake, she felt a sense of relief. It was not her oversight that had led to this situation. At that moment, her focus shifted entirely to the vendor situated dozens of meters outside the window. Should they report this to the authorities? In truth, neither Ma Shiqin nor Su Baolong held strong opinions on the matter. As businessmen, they recognized that while the vendor might be linked to a tomb raiding gang, such a connection did not directly affect their interests. Therefore, The decision to alert the authorities ultimately rested with Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo remained indifferent to their concerns. Engrossed in examining the mouth vase. Why was it that all the other porcelain items at the stall were reasonably priced? Yet this particular vase harbored a hidden value of up to 500,000? What made it so special? Regrettably, despite thoroughly inspecting the vase inside and out, Chen Mo could not uncover the specific reason for its extraordinary worth. He activated the flashlight mode on his phone and directed it into the mouth of the pot, revealing it to be utterly vacant, devoid of any contents. Could it be that the true value did not reside within this vessel? Chen Montak pondered internally. Just as he hesitated to alter his line of thought, he suddenly noticed a blind spot in his view of the porcelain pot, the junction between its body and spout. As the spout curved upward, it had created a visual obstruction, preventing him from seeing the area where the spout connected to the body. Realizing this, Chen Mo quickly extended his hand, intending to reach into the pot's mouth to feel the connection and ascertain whether anything lay within. Unfortunately, the opening of the pot was somewhat small, and given the girth of his wrist, he could not manage to fit his hand inside. He immediately turned to Zhang Meifang, observing that her wrist appeared to be just the right size. "Manager Zhang, could you assist me? The opening is too narrow for my wrist. Could you see if yours fits?" Huh. Zhang Meifang was momentarily taken aback by Chen Mo's request, her expression one of confusion, clearly not grasping the reasoning behind such a task. Chen Mo continued, "Please reach in and check the junction between the body and the spout to see if anything is concealed there." Still bewildered, Zhang Meifang accepted the porcelain pot from Chen Mo, yet despite her doubts, she complied with his request, extending her delicate wrist into the dark opening of the pot. Ma Shurchin and Su Baolong fixated intently on the pot's opening, as did the audience in the live stream. All attention was riveted on the vessel. Even Chen Mo himself was equally engrossed. If they could not uncover the sole blind spot at the junction, he truly had no idea how to seek the so-called hidden value. Perhaps sensing the scrutiny of several eyes upon her, Zhang Meifang felt a flutter of anxiety. She reached towards the spot Chen Mo had indicated. "There's nothing here." However, before she could finish her sentence, her words faltered abruptly. Her pupils dilated in shock, her face reflecting disbelief. There's indeed something, under the gaze of all. She opened her palm to reveal a crumpled ball of white tissue paper resting quietly in her hand. Chapter 33. They want to silence me. Goodness, there really is something. Quickly, let us see what's inside. Those black marks, could they be writing? Hurry and open it. The audience in the live stream was taken aback. They had witnessed the previous illumination by Chen Mo's phone flashlight, seeing nothing within. Yet, to their astonishment, something had indeed been retrieved. Zhang Meifang handed the tissue ball to Chen Mo, who accepted it and smoothed out the creases before unfolding it. In the next moment, everyone was astonished. The tissue bore unmistakable writing. The words inscribed above were penned in black ink, and due to the loose fibrous structure of the tissue paper, the ink had long since seeped through, diffusing into irregularly shaped blotches. Additionally, the writer's hasty script rendered the message somewhat difficult to decipher. Chen Mo remained silent, intently scrutinizing the note. However, once he discerned the specific content, his expression darkened considerably. "Help! Please call the police for me. While hiking on Tianhua Mountain, I inadvertently witnessed a tomb raiding gang in action and was apprehended by them on the spot. They are deliberating on how to silence me. I'm currently imprisoned in Unit 1, 3rd floor, Building 2 of Debao Garden Community. I do not know the exact room number." As the action camera strapped to Chen Mo's chest captured the note for the live stream, the viewers in the broadcast were able to read the contents of the tissue paper. Everyone was stunned into silence. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo confirmed that the stall owner had not yet departed and promptly dialed the emergency number. "Hello, is this Yao Yaoling? I need to report an emergency. It may involve a matter of life and death." Upon hearing the phrase life and death, the dispatcher on the other end of the line jolted, their tone instantly escalating, involving life and death. "Where are you right now? What exactly is happening?" Chen Mo succinctly recounted the entire process of acquiring the tissue paper, articulating it with clarity. He then provided the specific addresses of Longmen Street and Debao Garden. The dispatcher asked, "Are you saying that the vendor who sold you the antique is still there?" Chen Mo affirmed, "Yes, he is still within my sight." The dispatcher instructed, "All right, keep an eye on him. Be careful not to alert him. I will report this immediately." They added, "If he shows any signs of wanting to leave, contact me right away." After hanging up, Chen Mo addressed those present. "Let us not go outside. We should remain here and observe. The vendor likely remains unaware of our presence. If we step out and he recognizes familiar faces, it could alert him and compromise our position. Upon hearing this, the others reluctantly quelled their impulsive desire to confront the vendor prematurely. They all gathered at the glass window, fixated on the vendor at the end of the street. Fortunately, the glass used in Zhang Meifang's establishment was one way, allowing visibility only from outside. Otherwise, the sight of so many individuals simultaneously staring outside would surely attract the attention of passers-by and incite a commotion. The atmosphere was thick with silence as they awaited the arrival of the police. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted in chaos. The screen was filled with exclamations of disbelief, as no one had anticipated that the tissue paper concealed within the porcelain vase bore a desperate plea for help. Witnessing a tomb raiding gang in action, discussing a cover-up, imprisonment, particularly chilling with the stark words silence that were written with great emphasis, sending shivers down the spine of all who read it, leaving them in a state of dread. How terrifying could this be? The mere thought made one's skin crawl. Once again, there are instances of imprisonment and silencing, which is utterly terrifying. One cannot help but wonder about the fate of the individual who penned the distress message. Are they alive or deceased? They should still be alive. For didn't the esteemed number 99 just mention that those antiques were unearthed only 3 days ago? This time frame is not overly extensive. If the adversaries have resolved to imprison someone, they likely would not resort to silencing them so swiftly. Speaking of which, are these tomb raiders truly so ruthless? Merely stumbling upon something should not warrant such drastic measures, should it? It seems the one upstairs does not grasp that many involved in grave robbing are desperate individuals. To them, human life holds less value than that of livestock. As the audience engaged in fervent discussion, a high-energy paid comment abruptly appeared, prominently displayed at the top of the live stream. User Chuhua Rurangwu exclaimed, "What the heck? My brothers, I reside in Building 2, Unit 1, on the 3rd floor of the Debao Garden Community. My apartment is number 301, but I noticed a change in the tenants of 302 across from me a few days ago. I distinctly heard multiple voices, seemingly several men. Moreover, they frequently venture out at night. Could they be the tomb raiding gang mentioned in the toilet paper?" This striking comment instantly captured the audience's attention. "Wait, bro, are you sure this isn't a fabrication? Is this an attempt to deceive us?" Others queried. "Based on your description, it seems to match that tomb raiding gang. Why don't you go check it out? Don't heed the nonsense from above. Chuhua, you must not go out. Number 99 has already contacted the police, and they should arrive shortly. If you go out now, you might alert them." Seeing the doubts cast upon his comment, Chuhua grew anxious and quickly posted another high-energy paid comment. "If I'm lying, I'll give you a live stream when the police arrive." Incredible. "I'm following you now, brother. I'll send you gifts during your stream." While the viewers fervently debated in the comment section of the live stream, the local police station in Luocheng began to mobilize swiftly. Station Chief Yang Dingshan was left dumbfounded upon receiving the information relayed by the dispatcher. Just 2 weeks from now marked the semi-annual internal audit of the police system. Goodness, at such a critical juncture, a case involving human lives arises. Isn't this a matter of life and death for him? Yang Dingshan was nearly frantic. Every homicide case holds the utmost significance within the realm of criminal offenses. It is of the highest priority, let alone his grassroots station. Even escalating to the county, city, or even provincial levels, this is one of the most consequential cases. If a homicide remains unresolved, an entire year's work is rendered futile. These 8 words resonate deeply within the public security system. They're no idle jest. As Yang Dingshan hurriedly changed his attire, he shouted fervently, regardless of whether there are ongoing tasks, drop everything, change into plain clothes, and prepare to depart. This is a level 1 alert. Move swiftly. Those who delay shall forfeit their vacation time for the next 3 years. Hurry, hurry. Chapter 34. Police. Don't move. Yang Dingshan was already well aware of the situation at hand. He now only hopes that the person who left the distress message has not yet encountered any misfortune. If something were to happen within his jurisdiction, it would be an understatement to describe it merely as troublesome. With a decisive wave of his hand, Yang Dingshan commandeered 6 private vehicles from the station, mobilizing a full contingent of 30 or so personnel from both the criminal investigation and public security teams. They split into 2 teams, with 1 vehicle heading towards Longmen Street, while the other 5 proceeded to Debao Garden Community. Perhaps it was the urgency of Yang Dingshan's commanding voice that spurred them on. From the moment they received the emergency call to their arrival at the scene, it took barely 7 or 8 minutes. Such speed, given the scale of deployment involving 30 individuals, was nearly akin to a lightning response. Chen Mo and his companions were waiting at the entrance of the Jibyoj store when, in their line of sight, a private vehicle approached with a steady course. Including the driver, 5 individuals emerged from the car. Noticing their gait was markedly different from that of ordinary people, Chen Mo deduced that these individuals were likely plainclothes officers. He waved and approached them, stating, "I was the one who reported the incident." The leader of the group promptly produced identification, declaring, "I am Meng Yang, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team at Luocheng police station." After introducing himself, Meng Yang continued, "We are already aware of the specifics. Our station chief has personally led a large team to the Debao garden community. Our group will manage matters here. By the way, is the vendor who sold you the antique still present?" "Yes," Chen Mo nodded, gesturing through the window towards the vendor's location. "It's him." Deputy Captain Meng followed his gaze and immediately relaxed. At that moment, the vendor remained blissfully unaware, engaged in bargaining with 2 customers at his stall. Observing this scene, Meng Yang took out his phone and contacted the larger team at Debao Garden Community. "Yang, I have arrived on site, and everything appears normal. We are ready to proceed at any moment." The voice on the other end was quite chaotic, clearly indicating that many were in motion. "Good, wait for my signal, and we will act simultaneously." After disconnecting, Meng Yang began to strategize, assigning 2 officers to block both ends of Longmen Street to prevent any escape amidst the commotion. Meanwhile, at Debao Garden Community, the contingent of 5 private vehicles had arrived at the scene. Station Chief Yang Dingshan, holding a panoramic map of the community obtained from the police system, was arranging defensive positions according to the personnel deployment. Upon seeing the captain of the criminal investigation team approach, Yang Dingshan inquired, "Have we confirmed which unit on the 3rd floor it is?" The captain of the criminal investigation team replied, "It has been confirmed. It is Unit 302. There are only 2 units on the 3rd floor, namely 301 and 302. Both are rental units, but 301 is occupied by a university graduate who has been renting long-term since graduation without any recent changes, and his identity information is legitimate. However, the situation with the opposite unit, 302, is problematic. I contacted the landlord, who informed me that new tenants just moved in a few days ago. I requested the identity information of the new tenants from the landlord, and after verification by the information department, it was discovered that their identity information is fraudulent. I have also verified the property management of this building. Over the past couple of days, there have indeed been complaints regarding excessive noise emanating from room 302 late at night, often with individuals leaving in the dead of night. This aligns perfectly with the information provided by the head of the criminal police." Yang Dingshan declared, "All right, since we have confirmed this, notify everyone to prepare for action." With a decisive wave of his hand, he insisted, "We must not allow any mistakes." Meanwhile, in room 301, Wang Ming pressed closely against the door, intently listening to the sounds outside. He was a user known as Chuha Rarangmu, who had previously sent high-energy comments in the live broadcast from room 99. Upon learning that the occupants of the opposite room were highly likely to be a ruthless tomb raiding gang, Wang Ming felt a surge of excitement. Having been in the same monotonous job for 2 years, devoid of any excitement, he often found himself entertained by arguments he witnessed on his way home from work. This situation was unprecedented for him. Wang Ming was filled with both fear and exhilaration. After receiving skepticism regarding his earlier comments, he thought to himself, "Can I really endure this?" He had already configured his live streaming software, ready to go live and refute those doubting his claims. At that moment, while still pressed against the door, he heard faint footsteps echoing in the hallway. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that there was more than one person, and they appeared to be organized and disciplined. Wang Ming surmised that the police had arrived. He casually titled his broadcast "The Tomb Raiding Gang Mentioned in Room 99's live stream," the arrest scene, and went live. In the next moment, Wang Ming was astonished. The number of viewers in the upper right corner of the live stream surged wildly. He barely registered the increase from 0 to 1,000 the moment he went live. It leapt straight to 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, 30,000. In just a minute, the viewer count skyrocketed past the coveted 10,000 mark that so many streamers yearned for. Wang Ming felt as though he were in a dream. "Streamer, is it true that the tomb raiding gang lives across from you? Is the person in distress still alive? Have the police arrived? Can you open the door and take a look?" The comments flooded in, urging him to showcase the scene. "If you dare to open the door, I'll send a massive gift." As he read the barrage of comments, Wang Ming felt a rush of warmth, as if adrenaline were coursing through his veins. He struggled to suppress his excitement and spoke softly to his audience. "The police have arrived. However, I cannot open the door right now. I fear it may interfere with their operation. Let us listen from behind the door, and once the police have completed their work, I will open the door for everyone to see. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a loud bang reverberated from outside. Unmistakably the sound of a door being kicked open. Moments later, a commanding voice boomed. Police, don't move. Hands on your head. Crouch down. Everyone, remain still. Comply with the inspection. Put down your weapons. Crouch against the wall. This is your final warning. Should there be a lack of cooperation during the inspection, we shall resort to force. The cacophony of shouts from the police persisted for several minutes, accompanied by the sound of objects crashing to the floor. Though devoid of visual imagery, the auditory spectacle left the viewers in the live stream utterly captivated. In the following moment, an array of gifts began flooding the chat. The streamer, Chen Mo, received a carnival of gifts X1, a Porsche X3, and a staggering 99 beers. At the same time, several high-energy paid comments refreshed above the live stream. The host should go outside and take a look. Show everyone the scene. Hurry, hurry once the police leave. We won't get to see it anymore. Chapter 35. Chief Yang Dingshan. Steady and spicy. Upon witnessing the barrage of gifts and energetic comments, Wang Ming was equally exhilarated. Pressed against the door, he noticed that the commotion outside had significantly diminished, leading him to speculate that the police operation was nearing its conclusion. Gritting his teeth, he raised his phone, which was still streaming live, and boldly pushed the door open. In the next instant, the scene outside was revealed to the viewers. Wow, so many police officers. There are countless porcelain vases and jars at the entrance. Could they all be recently unearthed antiques? They must be. Look, they still have dirt on them. It was evident that a tomb raiding gang was involved. Incredible. There's even a homemade firearm. What's that pale blue liquid and the brown liquid in the barrels at the entrance? Surely these aren't excavated from a tomb, are they? Does anyone know? Upon recognizing the items stacked inside, the viewers gasped in astonishment. The mere presence of those porcelain artifacts was enough to confirm the involvement of a tomb raiding group beyond a shadow of a doubt. Many of them still bore the remnants of earth, as the antique appraisal experts would say, instantly recognizable. Fresh, just unearthed. At that moment, however, the police station in the hallway immediately noticed Wang Ming, who was standing at the door with his phone aloft. What are you doing? Are you live streaming? You need to turn off your phone and put it down. Filming is prohibited at the crime scene, a plainclothes officer declared sternly, displaying his credentials. Wang Ming had anticipated this reaction. He quickly scanned the room 302 once more, providing his viewers with an additional glimpse of the interior before. In the presence of the police, he ceased the live stream. Observing this, the officer refrained from further comments. With Wang Ming's broadcast concluded, the screen turned to black. Yet the 100,000 viewers did not depart. For the last sweep he had captured revealed even more of the room's contents. Several barrels containing liquids of various hues had caught the audience's attention. What could those pale blue and brown substances be? Surely, tomb raiders would have no use for such items. Although the live stream went dark, the barrage of comments in the chat continued unabated, with viewers fervently engaging in discussions. Suddenly, a particularly striking comment surged to the top, standing out starkly against the pitch-black screen. User Medical Examiner Chen Ryu proclaimed, I am a forensic expert. Those large barrels of unidentified liquids are familiar to me. The colorless and transparent one is hydrofluoric acid, commonly featured in suspense dramas. Capable of dissolving a corpse to some extent, the pale yellow, oil-like liquid is concentrated sulfuric acid, which can corrode bones and teeth. The light blue liquid is a high concentration of hydrogen peroxide, used for bleaching. Beside it is industrial-grade ammonia, which masks the stench of decomposition. And there's also the biological inhibitors used in pig farms. The audience was taken aback by this detailed explanation. Wow, so they really are preparing to eliminate witnesses. On Longmen Street, Deputy Team Leader Meng had already completed the apprehension operation. After hanging up the phone, he began to strategize. Consulting with Chen Mo, he instructed him to take the recently purchased sealed container and feigned dissatisfaction to return it, thereby drawing the vendor's attention. Meng Yang and 4 others positioned 2 members at either end of Longmen Street to prevent any escape, while the remaining 3 trailed closely behind Chen Mo, waiting for the vendor to lower his guard before moving in for the capture. Once the strategy was set, with a signal from the Debao garden community, the operation commenced simultaneously on Longmen Street. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. As the vendor was distracted by Chen Mo's return attempt, Meng Yang and his team swiftly moved in, apprehending him before he had a chance to react, leaving no opportunity for a warning. The entire operation was broadcast live, swift, precise, and ruthless, providing the audience with an exhilarating display. prompting another wave of generous gifts and donations. After the operation concluded, Chen Mo refrained from further actions, as information relayed from Debao Garden indicated that this was no trivial case. Yang Dingshan wore a broad smile, clearly in high spirits. He was eager to express his gratitude to the individual who reported this case. Earlier, at Debao Garden, 5 suspects were apprehended, along with the vendors selling antiques on Longmen Street, totaling 6 individuals. The operation was executed with such speed and timeliness that it caught the suspects completely off guard. Among the officers involved, only a few sustained minor injuries, with no serious harm reported. The entire tomb raiding gang was captured, with not a single individual managing to escape. Notably, within room 302, alongside the 5 members of the tomb raiding gang, a woman was discovered, imprisoned and in a state of unconsciousness. She was the victim who had written a distress message on a roll of toilet paper, bound by chains and in a comatose state. She was at least still alive, and no fatalities occurred. This was the most uplifting news Yang Dingshan could have hoped for during this operation. Upon entering, the sight of those barrels filled with liquid agents sent a shiver down his spine. As a seasoned police officer with over 20 years of experience, Yang Dingshan immediately discerned the purpose of these liquid agents. They were intended for corpse disposal. Had it not been for the urgent call that alerted them, it is likely that the victim would have remained undiscovered for several more nights, potentially leading to a tragic outcome. The mere thought of such consequences made Yang Dingshan break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, everything concluded without incident. After leaving the scene, the female victim, still in a state of unconsciousness, was promptly transported to the nearest hospital. The makeshift firearms and other tools of the tomb raiders, along with a collection of artifacts unearthed from the grave, were all confiscated by the relevant departments. However, less than 10 minutes after he had settled into his chair, the interrogation room relayed exhilarating news that nearly propelled him from his seat. Following facial recognition and fingerprint analysis, it turned out that the leader of the tomb raiding gang was none other than a level 1 fugitive, wanted across the entire public security network. This individual had been evading capture for years while committing numerous serious criminal offenses, including 2 homicides. The bounty on his head was an astonishing 500,000 yuan, placing him at the pinnacle of the public security wanted list. This revelation left Yang Dingshan utterly astounded. The sheer serendipity of the smoothly executed apprehension felt akin to a windfall from the heavens, a golden opportunity bestowed upon him. Forget about mere commendations. This would surely warrant at least a 3rd-class merit award, if not the possibility of a collective 2nd-class honor. The thought of the latter sent his heart racing. Countless law enforcement personnel dedicate their lives to the service without ever receiving even a 3rd-class commendation. If they were to be awarded a collective 2nd-class honor, it would undoubtedly be the crowning achievement of his tenure as station chief. With such a distinguished record, he might even ascend to greater heights. Initially, the impending internal audit of the public security system in 2 weeks had made Yang Dingshan quite anxious. But now, he felt a sense of resolute calm wash over him. Chapter 36. Please register the bank account number. The bounty will be directly credited to your account. No longer able to remain in his office, Yang Dingshan hastened to the interrogation room's entrance, eager to replace the officer conducting the interrogation and take the reins himself. Oh yes, indeed, we have apprehended a fugitive. Just caught him fresh off the press, and I personally led the operation. I believe the bounty in the system is around 500,000. I'm not particularly versed in these matters, but that must be a substantial sum, right? Oh, I see, it's the highest tier. Well, I wasn't aware since I've never dealt with such cases before. We even rescued a victim who had been held captive. I must tell you, had we arrived even a moment later, Yang Dingshan spoke on the phone, his voice light and cheerful, his demeanor akin to a blooming golden chrysanthemum. In a short distance of less than 100 meters from his office to the interrogation room, he had already received no fewer than 5 calls, all from colleagues who had caught wind of the news, inquiring after the developments with heartfelt congratulations. The biannual internal audit of the public security system can be perceived as a competitive contest among various police stations. Provinces compete with provinces, cities with cities, and naturally, counties contend with their neighboring counterparts. The measure of success lies in the number of cases solved within the past 6 months. Based on the resolution of cases and the specific public safety conditions, various police resources are allocated accordingly. However, these resources are finite. The counties that rank higher receive a greater share, leaving those lower in the rankings with considerably less. While it remains uncertain how many accolades one might earn from this endeavor, the imminent audit is surely on the horizon. When considering the surrounding counties, It can be said that Luo City undeniably occupies the forefront with absolute advantage. It is precisely for this reason that Yang Dingshan finds himself in high spirits at this moment. Hearing the tone of envy emanating from the other end of the phone, he could hardly contain his laughter, eager to respond in kind. At that moment, a police officer nearby interjected, "Director Yang, the reporting party has arrived for their statement." "Oh, is that so? I must express my gratitude," Yang Dingshan replied as he made his way toward the recording room. Chen Mo and Meng Yang, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, had come to the station to provide their accounts. The process unfolded smoothly, from purchasing the drawstring pot at the stall to discovering the plea for help within it. The statement was completed swiftly, taking less than 10 minutes. As Chen Mo exited the recording room, he spotted a middle-aged man with a prominent beer belly approaching him, a broad smile adorning his face. "Are you Comrade Chen?" Prompted by Meng Yang's reminder, Chen Mo realized that this jovial figure was the head of the station. He quickly extended his hand. "Yes, hello, Director Yang." Yang Dingshan grasped Chen Mo's hand firmly, his tone imbued with sincerity. "Comrade Chen, I am aware of your commendable actions, and I sincerely thank you for reporting the incident promptly. I also appreciate your cooperation with Deputy Captain Meng and his team during the subsequent process. Without your timely intervention, the victim would have faced considerable peril. On behalf of the entire populace of Luo City, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you." Yang Dingshan's genuine demeanor left Chen Mo momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, the concealed sports camera on Chen Mo's chest continued its diligent work. Through this lens, the viewers in the live stream witnessed Director Yang's sincere disposition, marveling at his amiable approach. "This director's demeanor is truly commendable," one viewer remarked. "I believe I heard his voice earlier in the live stream. Was he on the front lines as well? Impressive. His approach is so approachable, and he is willing to engage directly. He appears to be a fine officer." Indeed, many viewers expressed their admiration, though some questioned whether his cordiality was somewhat excessive. "I've never encountered such a friendly attitude when handling matters at the station," one commented. However, the ensuing dialogue between the two provided clarity. Yang Dingshan, his face illuminated with a smile, declared, "Comrade Chen, I have more good news to share with you. Upon receiving your report, we have successfully apprehended the entire tomb raiding gang. During the interrogation, we discovered that the leader of this group is, astonishingly, a fugitive who has been wanted by the public security system nationwide." Yang Dingshan extended 5 fingers. "The reward is an astounding 500,000, he remarked with a smile. "As the actual provider of the lead, please register your bank account number shortly. The reward will be directly deposited into your account." Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the so-called hidden value of the 500,000 originated from this very circumstance. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted with excitement once again. Chapter 37. Earning 50,000 from 2,000. What a windfall. Wait, what is this about 50,000? It is the reward. What kind of fugitive has a reward of 50,000? Is that even possible? The public has stated that this fugitive is wanted nationwide, and the reward is indeed at the highest tier. Do you comprehend the significance of such an amount? The audience was astounded by the figure announced by Yang Dingshan. Merely reporting a crime could lead to a windfall of 50,000. What incredible luck! In Huagua, for the average worker, this amount is undoubtedly a fortune that would take a lifetime of frugality to save. The viewers who had watched the entire stream were aware that No. 99 had previously earned several million by capitalizing on similar opportunities. They understood that those earnings were all due to skill. No envy here. Yet, who would not feel a twinge of jealousy at such a windfall? At this moment, viewers from within the police system began to post several comments, elucidating the significance of the 50,000 reward in the live stream. User with 18 years of service. The reward amount for a fugitive wanted nationwide is primarily related to the severity and impact of the crimes committed. User with 18 years of service. The reward for a typical Class A homicide fugitive is usually only around 50,000, 80,000, or 100,000. User with 18 years of service. The fact that the reward has reached the highest tier of 500,000 indicates that this fugitive has committed numerous crimes, possibly multiple homicides, resulting in a significant adverse social impact. Moreover, they have successfully evaded capture multiple times, making them exceptionally difficult to apprehend. Upon reading the explanations from the police user, the viewers in the live stream gained a clearer understanding of the significance of the 50,000. Instantly, they felt even more envious. I transformed into a lemon warrior, ready to battle. To the naysayers above, let us be honest. Even if that porcelain jar were yours, would you have discovered the hidden toilet paper inside? Fair point. It makes sense. Who knows how number 99 discovered it? If I knew, I would have been raking in the profits myself. Speaking of seizing opportunities, earning 50,000 from 2,000 is indeed a form of seizing an opportunity. Wow, that is true. The rising Bilibili content creator Zhu Xiaokong maintained a combat-ready stance while watching the live stream. When he saw the mention of seizing opportunities in the comments, inspiration struck him instantly. Could this not simply be referred to as a master of seizing opportunities? This is truly the god of opportunity seizing. He exported the screen recording video from the software, and without uttering a word, he directly commenced editing. Shortly thereafter, the freshly minted video emerged from the editing software once more. The divine picker. Is not the bounty also a form of opportunity? Zhu Xiaokong swiftly reviewed the finished product. Feeling immensely satisfied, he accessed the back-end and proceeded to upload it. Within a mere span of less than a day, from last night until now, Zhu Xiaokong's mindset had undergone a transformation. Following the sudden explosion of popularity of his first video, he had shifted from a pursuit of traffic and trends to an aspiration for artistry. Indeed, in Zhu Xiaokong's eyes, editing the live segments of Editing No. 99 had transcended mere video editing. He was crafting a form of art. After leaving his bank account number, Chen Mo did not linger too long at the precinct. Once he completed his statement and engaged in a warm conversation with Director Yang, he departed. To him, this incident was merely a minor interlude in the daily tapestry of life. Days continued to unfold as usual, and he attended to his matters. However, after a day of traversing various locations, from Longmen Street to the tax bureau and then to the precinct, Chen Mo felt somewhat fatigued. Thus, he resolved to finish work early today. Meanwhile, at the Marriott Hotel, Zhou Qianni, clad in a suit, was surveying the lobby. This was indeed a customary aspect of his position. Yet in the next moment, Zhou Qianni found himself momentarily stunned. From a distance, he spotted a figure that instilled a sense of despair within him, stepping out of a luxury vehicle. Even from afar, he could perceive the calm, confident aura exuding from the individual. Chen Mo held a Qing dynasty jar in his hand. This jar was originally meant to remain at the precinct, as it was relevant to the case and its origin was illegal. The antiques excavated by tomb raiders lacked legal trading rights and should have been confiscated. Yet exceptions do exist. For such a civic-minded individual who made a significant contribution, special provisions were warranted. After discussions among Yang Dingshan and the others, they decided to retain only the piece of tissue with the message for assistance. Naturally, Chen Mo took the jar with him. He intended to deliver it to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion to be handled by Zhang Meifeng the following day. After all, it was an antique purchased with money. Holding the jar in one hand, Chen Mo entered the hotel lobby. At that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of hunger. No, he was famished. It was time to eat. However, glancing at the jar in his hand, he realized that bringing such an item to dine with him might be somewhat cumbersome. Chen Mo scanned the vicinity and noticed a man in a black suit observing him from not too far away. A hotel staff member? Considering that such upscale establishments typically provide luggage handling services for guests, Chen Mo mused that, as a VIP guest, he ought to be entitled to such service. With this thought in mind, he approached the man and caught sight of the name tag pinned to the individual's black suit. Marriott Hotel, front desk reception. Indeed, his assumption was correct. Chen Mo wore a smile as he spoke. Hello, I'm about to have my meal, and it would be rather inconvenient to take this covered pot with me. Could you assist me by placing in my room? Here is my room card. Observing the exceedingly polite man before him, Zhou Qianni, who had prided himself for a lifetime, fell silent as he received the porcelain pot and room card. Very well, he finally replied. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, he had failed to notice the grimace on Zhou Qianni's face, which was more sorrowful than laughter. After handing over his belongings, Chen Mo hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate your help. With that, he turned and departed, driven by an insatiable hunger that urged him toward the restaurant. In Zhou Qianni's hands, the room card and porcelain pot suddenly felt like burdens of despair. He understood that the individual at room 99 had not intended to insult him, as it was evident that the other party did not even recognize him. What then? Was there to discuss regarding humiliation? Zhou Qianni felt akin to a stray dog on the roadside, fervently participating in a competition to claim victory, only to be unceremoniously kicked aside before he could even begin. Chapter 38. I will allocate a budget of 70 million. You must secure the contract. At this moment, during the prime time of evening broadcasts, the weary brothers, who had laboriously toiled all day, finally picked up their phones. With their support, the concurrent online viewers in the 99 livestream room officially surpassed 200,000, a stable count of 200,000. Such an extravagant figure in the current live streaming climate, undoubtedly positioned it as the leading broadcast. It is not an exaggeration to say that with such traffic, even without any content, simply being live would attract gifts from viewers. However, he waved his hand, instructing the cameraman to end the stream. In light of the request from this already established champion contender, no one, not even the cameraman, could find reason to object to Chen Mo's desire to conclude the broadcast. As the screen of the live room turned black, the 200,000 viewers, like a gentle breeze caressing a bald head, collectively expressed their disappointment. What is happening? I just arrived. Is it over already? I haven't had enough. How can other contestants compete with my 9 brothers? Since this morning, I've only been entertained. Sigh. I envy those who've been watching all day. I've only had less than 10 minutes. Gradually, the barrage of comments on the public screen began to dwindle. Yet, the simultaneous online count in the upper right corner remained at a steady 10,000. Clearly, a drop from 200,000 to below 10,000 was not something that could happen in a matter of minutes. In the live broadcast division, the head, Sun Yu, along with several other employees resembling leaders, scrutinized the back-end data carefully. Sun Yu pondered, aside from this 99 live stream room, are there any other streamers with genuine data exceeding 2 million viewers? Reflecting on the situation, she recalled the hefty penalty for breach of contract, which had already consumed an entire minor target, not to mention the annual signing fee of 20 million. Despite 2 months of high-profile promotion, unfortunately, the following day, the numbers had plummeted to around the million mark. Subsequently, the numbers continued to decline daily. After 2 months of broadcasting, it could barely maintain around 1 to 200,000, just managing to stay above the 10,000 mark. Yet, this individual, known as number 99, had only been live for a mere day and a half, consistently attracting an astonishing audience of 1.5 million during the prime evening hours. This figure even surged past 2 million. It was nothing short of a miraculous phenomenon in the realm of live streaming. One subordinate nodded in agreement, acknowledging that without the burden of a contract, this individual was akin to an independent streamer. The formidable career woman immediately spoke with unwavering determination. We must secure him. No matter what, we must sign him before any other live streaming company has the chance. We need to act swiftly. I will authorize a contract budget of 50 million for a year. No, 70 million. As long as it falls within this budget, hesitate not, just sign. Upon hearing this sum, the subordinate was taken aback. The disparity between individuals was indeed greater than that between man and dog. In his department, he was considered part of the management layer, a coveted position admired by many. After a year of hard work, his salary barely amounted to 300,000. The prospect of signing bonus reaching 70 million was staggering. With the night passing in silence, dawn arrived swiftly. Yesterday, in haste to reach the morning market at Longmen Street, Chen Mo had skipped breakfast at the hotel. However, today was different. He leisurely enjoyed the hotel's breakfast after waking naturally before setting off for Longmen Street. Upon arriving at the Jubiloj, it was already 9:30. After handing over the bundle of items to Zhang Meifeng, Chen Mo strolled leisurely along Longmen Street. The foot traffic was noticeably more substantial than the previous day, indicating an increased interest in bargains. The cause of this was painfully obvious. As Chen Mo observed the crowd, he pondered. He had explored most of the street, having examined over 70 to 80% of the stalls. Only the eastern end, comprising less than 1/5 of the area, remained undeveloped. Chen Mo mused that after finishing his exploration today, it will be time to seek new destinations. The next locations merited careful consideration. Panjiayuan in the capital, Yuyuan Huabao Building in the Magic City, and Gulu Alley in Tianjin were all excellent choices. These antique markets were significantly larger than the Longmen Street he was currently on, and without a doubt, treasures awaited discovery. As he contemplated, he found himself in the undeveloped area when a sudden voice exclaimed, "Wow, it's the number 99 master." Startled, Chen Mo turned towards the source of the voice and discovered it to be a young vendor, who, with a bright smile revealing white teeth, excitedly declared, "Number 99 master. I've been your fan for 10 years. I've been waiting for ages for you to come to my stall." Chapter 39. Let me enlighten you on what it truly means to be a master of finding hidden gems. 10 years a devoted fan indeed. Upon hearing the words of the young vendor, the audience in the live stream burst into laughter. This individual evidently possessed a sharp wit. As expected, being a dedicated fan for a decade, the vendor's face radiated the excitement one can only witness when encountering their idol in person after 10 long years. He enthusiastically beckoned. "Esteemed number 99, do come and patronize a fellow fan's venture. Even if you don't purchase anything, A mere glance would suffice. Following this, the vendor added a layer of persuasion. Having viewed so many counterfeit products before, why not check out mine? I assure you, they're all genuine. His earnest demeanor even amused Chen Mo, who approached the stall to examine the displayed items. At the center of the stall was a photograph depicting a three-dimensional mouse intricately woven with golden threads, its form slightly curved as if poised to leap, remarkably lifelike. The decade-long fan pointed to the image and declared, "This is a Qing Dynasty golden thread mouse from the Palace Museum." He then gestured toward a series of small boxes on his stall, stating, "And this is my handcrafted modern copper mouse, made entirely of pure copper." Akin to the Palace Museum's version, the fan flashed a confident grin, his expression exaggerated as he proclaimed, "Forget 998. Forget 648. Just 68. You won't lose out. You'll be acquiring a piece reminiscent of the Palace Museum. It's sure to impress." Listening to his passionate and robust presentation, not only Chen Mo, but also the audience could hardly contain their amusement. Guaranteed genuine. But are we talking about the authenticity of the counterfeits? One might wonder. However, it would be inaccurate to label them as mere fakes. They are artisanal crafts, viewed as cultural and creative products akin to those from the Palace Museum. They indeed hold merit, especially in terms of fidelity to the original design. Moreover, the price was quite reasonable, crafted from copper that would shine even brighter with time. To be candid, I found myself somewhat tempted. Indeed, it became evident that this decade-long fan was seizing the opportunity presented by number 99 to promote his wares. Observing the vendor's antics, Chen Mo recognized the intent behind the advertisement but felt no aversion. He scrutinized the copper mouse for a moment, acknowledging the fine craftsmanship. It was clear the vendor earned his livelihood through skill and labor. Deciding to lend his support, he remarked, "It looks quite appealing. I'll take one." With that, Chen Mo pulled out his phone to make payment. The vendor, upon witnessing this, quickly waved his hands and exclaimed, "Esteemed number 99, how could I allow you to pay? It is my honor to have caught your eye, so I shall gift it to you." However, Chen Mo was not one to take from others without compensation. His actions were swift and decisive. This was merely a minor interlude, yet it lightened the mood of the audience in the live stream. After departing from a stall of the decade-long fan, Chen Mo continued his journey towards the unexplored area. Meanwhile, not far off, a gaunt-faced man, upon spotting Chen Mo, was instantly captivated. His name was Luo Zihao, a professional treasure hunter from the local area, known in circles as Luo the Rat. Unlike those who merely survive in the antiquities trade, Luo Zihao harbored grand ambitions. In the earlier days when social media began to flourish, numerous bloggers openly disclosed their annual incomes, which left him feeling quite envious. He contemplated merging antique collectibles with social media, aspiring to carve out a new niche. Unfortunately, after establishing his account and posting several related videos, he found himself disheartened by the lack of traction. The view counts were dismally low. It was then that Luo Zihao realized he had erred in his approach. Merely creating videos would not generate traffic. Live streaming was the true path to success. Observing the remarkably exaggerated streaming statistics of Channel 99, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy. However, Luo Zihao, ever the quick-witted individual, soon devised an ingenious strategy to engage in sensational marketing tactics. If he were to initiate a new account focused on antiques and compete for viewership against Channel 99, the challenge would be insurmountably daunting. But what if he could siphon off traffic directly from his competitor? As a seasoned internet user, Luo Zihao had encountered numerous successful cases of sensational marketing in the commercial realm. Instances of mobile devices colliding with brands like Samsung and Apple, or cars with luxury brands like Porsche, serve as classic examples of effective commercial strategies. He had already formulated a plan. Upon commencing his live stream, he would solely focus on sensationally marketing against Channel 99. Previously, he had watched an analysis video by another blogger that clearly indicated Channel 99 currently boasted at least 1.5 million viewers online. If he could attract even 100,000 viewers through his sensational tactics, it would be deemed a success. The methods for sensational marketing were plentiful. If a competitor expressed interest in a particular item, he could swiftly outbid them. Should they attempt to covertly secure a low-priced purchase, he would publicly expose their intentions. Such maneuvers would leave Channel 99 utterly defenseless. Moreover, if he could demonstrate his superior bargain hunting skills in front of an audience of millions, it would be all the more advantageous. Luo Zihao could already envision the scene of tens of thousands, perhaps even millions of viewers, showering him with gifts as soon as he began his broadcast. His excitement grew as he focused on the figure in the distance. He promptly retrieved his phone and got to work. In a matter of moments, he crafted an enticing title. Come in and discover what it truly means to be a master of bargain hunting. Perhaps due to the inclusion of the trending keyword bargain hunting, his live stream attracted a steady influx of new viewers as soon as it launched. 13. Within no time, the online count in the upper right corner surged to around 20. Comments began to flood in. Host, are you also preparing to hunt for antiques? A master of bargains? Are you as good as Channel 99? I clicked in. Please tell me, what truly defines a master of bargain hunting? As the comments drifted by, Luo Zihio narrowed his eyes and replied, don't be impatient. You'll see shortly. As his words fell, he promptly set off toward the direction of the figure ahead. Meanwhile, Chen Mo arrived at a stall selling silver ingots, commonly referred to as silver sices. This stall was quite sizable, staffed not only by the proprietor but also by an assistant. The array of silver ingots on display was impressive, numbering in the hundreds, varying in size and style. In front of the stall, a crowd had gathered, eagerly pointing at the silver ingots and engaging in animated discussions. Chen Mo squeezed into the throng, silently observing the scene. Silver ingots were a rarity in the antique market, and the stall owner must have spent considerable time amassing such a collection. The ingots exhibited a variety of sizes and designs. 1 tael, 2 taels, 3 taels, 5 taels, and 10 taels were relatively common. But what truly captivated the audience were 2 fist-sized 50-tael ingots. From a visual assessment, their condition appeared commendable. The surface corrosion was minimal, at least in good condition, and when evaluated, they might even be deemed of superior quality. However, astonishingly, these were not even the main attraction. Even more remarkable was the presence of an even larger ingot, presumably of 100 taels in size. At that moment, a customer casually inquired, "Boss, are the ingots at your stall authentic?" In response to this query, the proprietor chuckled and candidly replied, "As for whether they are genuine, I can't say for certain. I collected them from the countryside, so they're sure to be both real and fake. It depends on your discernment." The crowd fell silent. If he truly lacked knowledge, how would he have gathered so many? It was evident that he was mixing genuine and counterfeit items. Nevertheless, no one exposed the ruse. Such occurrences were commonplace on this street. Profit or loss relied solely on individual judgment. The earlier inquirer examined one of the ingots carefully and remarked, "Indeed, I think these 1 tael, 3 tael, and 5 tael pieces seem quite authentic, but I'm uncertain about the 2 50-tael ingots. However, that piece larger than 50 taels seems too absurd to be genuine." Nearby, another knowledgeable observer chimed in, "That one is nearly double the size of the 2 50-tael ingots. It must be a 100-tael ingot, right?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers burst into laughter. It is widely known that during both the Ming and Qing dynasties, the largest circulating silver ingots were 50 taels. After all, a typical 3-person household at that time consumed between 10 to 20 taels of silver annually. 50 taels were already a rarity in common households, let alone 100. Anyone with a modicum of understanding would recognize this as a blatant forgery. As for the fanciful depictions in dramas where characters casually produce a 100-tael ingot for gratuity, such scenarios are utterly ludicrous. The stall owner was clearly aware of the customer's remarks and did not bother to refute them. "How much for this piece weighing 3 taels?" 8,000. "And for this piece weighing 5 taels? Given its excellent preservation, it will certainly be more expensive, 23,000. What about this 10-tael piece?" Among the onlookers, there were indeed a few individuals of considerable means who, upon discerning value, decisively made their purchases. They scanned the payment code, took their items, and the transactions were executed with remarkable efficiency. In a short span, 6 or 7 deals were concluded, with the total exceeding 100,000. However, the 2 hefty 50-tael silver ingots remained firmly planted on the stall, unyielding. Clearly, the high-value rarity left potential buyers uncertain of its authenticity, fearing they might incur a loss if they purchased a counterfeit. As for the largest 100-tael ingot, not a single inquiry was made regarding its price. Its treatment could only be likened to that of an unremarkable stone by the roadside. Chen Mo was immersed in the crowd, feeling a surge of excitement. For on that stall lay what could possibly be the most significant opportunity he had encountered thus far. 2 50-tael silver ingots, one valued at 700, while the other was appraised at 550,000. It was evident that one was genuine and the other counterfeit. The 700 yuan ingot was the fake, while the 550,000 yuan piece was the authentic article. Yet, even with its immense value, Chen Mo did not regard it as the true treasure. The real gem was the 100-tael silver ingot, which everyone dismissed as a forgery. Item name: silver ingot from the 33rd year of the Ming Wanli era. Category: official ingot. Quality: superior. Weight: 3718 g. Manufacturer: Ming Wanli Silver Mint. Production technique: high-temperature silver melting, ingot casting, inscription. Year of production: 1605 AD. Market value: 10,700,000 yuan. Gazing at the glaring 8-digit figure, even Chen Mo felt a thrill of anticipation. It was likely that none present had anticipated that the most valuable item was precisely what they deemed worthless. An official ingot, a treasury silver ingot. It was not an ordinary silver ingot used for circulation, but rather a special ingot designated for the treasury, reserved for emergency fiscal expenditures during times of war or disaster. Chen Mo observed the expressions of the crowd, contemplating his current financial standing. His total assets amounted to a little over 3 million. Thus, this ingot valued at over 10 million surpassed his net worth by more than 3 times. There was no question. He had to acquire it. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo gradually calmed his racing heart while remaining among the throng. He then discreetly made his way to the forefront. After a buyer completed the purchase of a 3-tael silver ingot, Chen Mo stepped forward and inquired about the 2 50-tael ingots. "Excuse me, how much for these 2 50-tael pieces?" The stall owner glanced at Chen Mo, noting that he was the first to ask about the price. Opening offer: for the piece of exquisite quality, the price is 500,000. For the inferior one, it is 400,000. Upon hearing this price, Chen Mo was taken aback. The piece that the stall owner referred to as of good quality was, in fact, a counterfeit worth 700, while the inferior piece was a genuine article valued at 5,500,000. It appeared that the stall owner had not spoken falsely at the outset. He truly lacked understanding. If Chen Mo were to purchase that genuine article alone, a profit of 15 million would indeed represent a modest gain. With this thought in mind, Chen Mo did not hesitate and pointed decisively at the inferior piece, declaring, "I will take this one." He promptly retrieved his phone to make the payment, his decisiveness leaving the stall owner momentarily stunned. "Are you not even going to haggle over such a substantial item?" Chapter 41. Good things go to the highest bidder. Is that not so? The stall owner felt a mix of astonishment and intrigue. Maintaining a facade of calm, he appeared to embody the demeanor of an expert in the antique realm. Yet in truth, he was quite clueless, merely feigning knowledge. The silver ingots on display were a serendipitous find from his father's rural ventures over a decade ago. Moreover, he vaguely recalled his father mentioning that the total expenditure for acquiring them was less than 2,000, although 2,000 held significant value in those days. In terms of purchasing power today, it would barely equate to 8 or 10,000. Following the opening of his stall, he had already sold the first piece for 22,000. Thus, everything thereafter could be regarded as pure profit. The stall owner gazed at the large silver ingots with elation. He had previously consulted an expert who informed him that the 100 taels were counterfeit and of no worth. However, the 2 50-tael pieces might collectively fetch around 500,000. Consequently, his anticipated price was not particularly high. Selling each for between 250,000 and 300,000 would exceed his expectations. He offered a price of 4 to 500,000, leaving ample room for negotiation. Yet he had not anticipated this buyer's straightforwardness. Just as he was about to agree, "Certainly, you can proceed with the payment," a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Wait." The stall owner was momentarily stunned, along with Chen Mo and the surrounding buyers, all turning towards the source of the voice. A man, clad in a black coat, sporting slick-back hair and dark sunglasses, approached slowly, holding up his phone. With a smile, he remarked, "Let's not finalize so hastily. Good things often require patience, and the transaction of valuable items should not be rushed." This individual was Luo Zihao, who had been observing from distance. Seeing Chen Mo's interest in the purchase, he could not resist the urge to intervene before the deal was sealed. Luo Zihao felt his timing was impeccable. Had he arrived a second earlier, it would have been too soon. A second later, too late. Truly, it was just right. He glanced at the upper right corner of his live stream, and, as expected, the audience, which had previously numbered around 20, began to swell, surpassing 300 within mere moments. What he desired was precisely this effect. Ahem, ahem. Luo Zihao coughed a couple of times, leaned closer to the stall, and scrutinized the silver ingots displayed before him. After a few moments, he had already made a decision in his heart regarding their authenticity and value. He glanced at Chen Mo, inwardly acknowledging, "This fellow indeed possesses some acumen. The item he selected is genuinely valuable. If he were to purchase it for 400,000, there would be at least a profit of over 100,000. With this thought, a smile crept onto Luo Zaheo's lips as he addressed the stall owner. It is said that the love for beauty is inherent in all, naturally. When faced with something exquisite, everyone yearns for it. While conversing with the stall owner, Luo Zaheo provocatively shot a glance at Chen Mo, realizing this. Chen Mo understood all too well. It was evident that Luo Zaheo intended to usurp the deal. Indeed, the very next moment, Luo Zaheo spoke up. This brother was prepared to spend 400,000 on this 50-tael silver ingot, correct? What a coincidence. I happen to have an interest in it as well. I am willing to offer 410,000. After stating this, he turned to Chen Mo, grinning, brother. It is well understood that the one who offers the highest price claims the good fortune. Wouldn't you agree? To this, Chen Mo merely chuckled lightly, observing, by your attire, you appear to be someone from this circle as well. However, he fixed his gaze on Luo Zaheo. Your approach seems to breach certain conventions. Upon hearing the word convention, Luo Zaheo's eyes indeed began to flicker. According to traditional customs, during antique transactions, once an agreement on price has been reached between the buyer and seller, it is inappropriate to interject or to bid higher. Such behavior is typically condemned by peers in the industry. Nevertheless, Luozia au Stuborni retorted, Convention? What convention? Where is it written that others cannot make an offer? Moreover, it is said that money easily falls into the hands of those who possess it. Your funds have yet to be placed, hence the item has not changed ownership. The more he spoke, the more reasonable he sounded, and he boldly countered, the item is still in the stall owner's possession. Why should I not be allowed to make an offer? After uttering these words, he cast a glance at the live broadcast and was astonished to see that the online viewer count had reached an impressive 100. Taken aback by this figure, Luo Zaheo made a silent resolution. Regardless of how much the other party offered, he would outbid them, ensuring his success in this endeavor. The stall owner, of course, welcomed this spectacle. Not being part of the industry, he held a nonchalant attitude towards the so-called conventions. This transaction, with the promise of competitive bidding, was certainly a boon. Luo Zaheo, noticing the delighted expression on the stall owner's face, promptly inquired, Stall owner, it is indeed true that the highest bidder prevails. Would you not agree? The stall owner replied, that is certainly so. If your bid exceeds his, I shall sell it to you. Upon hearing this, Luo Zaheo instantly regained his composure, his face now radiating pride. He looked at Chen Mo, raising an eyebrow. I bid 410,000. Can you surpass that? At this moment, in room 99 of the live broadcast, viewers could no longer contain themselves at the insolence of this slick-haired provocateur. What an insufferable character. Indeed, this demeanor is utterly detestable. It is indeed outrageous that he, having breached the rules, dares to provoke others with such audacity. Indeed, even in the most mundane transactions, such as purchasing vegetables at market, one has never heard of the concept of interference during the payment process. If such a person were to stand before me, I would ensure they comprehend the reason behind the flourishing of flowers. Those of such character ought to face the consequences of justice directly. Am I referring to the kind of retribution that one might assume? Absolutely. The viewers, their teeth set on edge, began to express their disdain in the live chat. At that moment, someone noticed the smartphone propped up on the stand in the hands of the individual. Could it be that this person is also live streaming? It appears to be true. Does anyone know on which platform this individual is broadcasting? Indeed, it has been confirmed that there are indeed millions of viewers who find amusement in this scenario. As soon as the query was posed, answers promptly followed. We have identified the individual. Is it not the one titled Master of Bargains? Precisely it is he. Let us rally together and inundate his live stream with our presence. Chapter 42. I now bid 390,000. At this moment, within Luo Zaheo's live stream, the barrage of comments was abundant. 666. I now understand the implication of your title. You are merely fixated on seizing the treasures coveted by the esteemed number 99. To snatch away the items he desires is indeed the act of a bargain master. The path to wealth lies therein. At this juncture, the comments were predominantly light-hearted jests. Yet, in the next instant, the live stream, boasting over 1,000 viewers, erupted in fervor. The figure in the upper right corner leapt from a mere 1,000 to an astonishing 10,000 within mere moments. The barrage of comments on the screen surged wildly in a matter of seconds. Foolish streamer, leeching off the trend, a disgraceful scoundrel. You, who dare call yourself a master of bargains, aside from snatching the items coveted by the esteemed number 99, what else do you possess? Indeed, you made your purchase. But whose approval are you seeking with that smug demeanor? The audience can readily report for free. Let not the wicked prevail. The collective spirit of the onlookers remains formidable. The influx of spectators led to a flurry of numbered comments in the live stream. Their offensive prowess was at its peak. However, with fame comes controversy. In the No. 99 live stream, many who were initially captivated by Chen Mo's actions became loyal followers, yet a multitude of envious detractors also emerged. Within a live stream hosting millions, these detractors struggled to make an impact, with their comments swiftly drowned out. Yet upon entering Luo Ziheo's modest stream, they instantly found their voices. They retorted vehemently, "How are we the wicked? How are we leeches? Is it permitted for the officials to set fire while the common folk are forbidden to light their lamps? If you, number 99, are allowed to seize bargains, must others be denied their opportunity to profit? The principle of the highest bidder wins is sound. If number 99 desires it, let him raise his bid. Is that not how auctions function? Why not confront the auction house to halt the proceedings? I assert that it is number 99 who embodies the true scoundrel." The host, emboldened, declared their support for the endeavor, expressing disdain for the individual number 99. They promised to shower the host with gifts should they succeed in outbidding. Perhaps it was due to the presence of antagonistic viewers who had adopted this live stream as their battleground, as the momentum of the dissenters remarkably began to swell. In an instant, their voices drowned out the barrage of initial attackers. The audacious remark, "If you want it, simply raise the price," left the fans of the 99 numbered stream utterly speechless. Under normal circumstances, an increase in price might be acceptable, yet the demeanor of the opposing party was unmistakably disruptive. Everyone was keen to witness a fortunate acquisition, but with such interference, how could anyone hope to seize an opportunity? The most perplexing part was that this disruption seemed entirely justified. In a public setting, it is indeed reasonable to engage in fair bidding. Thus, no fault could be found in their actions. As the genuine supporters fell silent, the antagonists reveled in their triumph. Unfazed by the provocation, Chen Mo maintained an air of serene composure. He glanced at the vendor and then at the man with the slick-back hair, and with a light chuckle, he inquired, "Shall we raise the price?" "Very well, I bid 410-100. Luo Ziheo, taken aback, promptly responded, "Then I bid 420-000. Chen Mo, with an unwavering tone, replied, "For 120. 100, 430-000. For 30, 100. 440-000. As he observed the calm demeanor of his opponent, Luo Ziheo suddenly sensed an unsettling shift. Ordinarily, he should have been the one to play the role of the incremental bidder. How had their roles so swiftly reversed? Luo Ziheo felt himself becoming the passive participant, entirely devoid of any leverage compared to his adversary. When he called out 490-000, his voice wavered. To him, this silver ingot was undoubtedly genuine. But in terms of value, over 500-000 seemed to align with market expectations. If he were to spend more than 500-000, the likelihood of a successful resale was far from guaranteed, and the profit margins would be minimal. For 90-100, the calmness of the voice across from him was infuriating, as if no matter how high he bid, the other would steadfastly add 100. Within, Luo Ziheo began to shout in desperation. Wasn't he seeking a bargain? To what extent would the bidding continue? If this persisted, he was on the verge of making a regrettable investment. What bargain could this possibly be? Yet, at such a juncture, he had no choice but to press on 500. However, before he could even finish his bid, Chen Mo interjected once more. "Regardless of your bid, I shall add 100, he said with a smile. He turned to the vendor. "Boss, I initially had a keen interest in purchasing this item, but if the price continues to escalate, I might find myself lacking the necessary funds. If I am unable to settle the payment, I would have no choice but to relinquish this treasure to my esteemed opponent." Chen Mo turned to Luo Ziheo, his face adorned with a brilliant smile. This brother should be able to afford his own bid, and if so, congratulations are in order. Upon hearing this, Luo Ziheo was momentarily taken aback, finally comprehending the implication behind the words. While the bidding price could be arbitrary, the ability to fulfill such a bid was another matter entirely. If the bid were to soar to 6 or 700,000, or even 1,000,000, would not be a grave folly if one were to claim they lacked the funds? This time, it was Luo Ziheo who fell silent. The vendor across from them, initially pleased by the competitive atmosphere, could no longer maintain his smile after Chen Mo's remark. He glanced at Luo Ziheo, his expression laced with skepticism. "Are you certain you can afford your own bid?" Faced with this inquiry, Luo Ziheo remained mute. Witnessing this moment, the vendor was taken aback. It appeared that this individual was merely causing a ruckus. If he could not back his bid, what was the point of his participation? The vendor promptly disregarded the slick-haired man before him. In contrast, the young man who had made the initial offer now appeared earnest and sincere. Had it not been for this disruption, he might have completed the transaction already. The vendor redirected his gaze to Chen Mo, a smile of ingratiation plastered across his face. Come, I shall sell it to you. However, Chen Mo merely smiled faintly and, in a calm tone, stated, I now bid 390,000. He watched as Chen Mo completed the payment. Luo Zihao, with drooping eyelids, resembled a joker card in a deck. Nearby, the vendor's eyes widened in indignation, gritting his teeth in frustration. If it weren't for him, would he have incurred a loss of 10,000? Chapter 43. Did he truly consider him a naive novice? Observing this scene, the legitimate fans who had previously felt suppressed by the derogatory remarks of the detractors suddenly found their spirits lifted. This is hilarious. What a clever strategy to raise the price. The sight of Luo Zihao's dejected expression was nearly comical, a fitting display for the illustrious 99. Each time he increased the bid by a mere 100. Yet should he lack the means to pay, the responsibility would fall to the other party. How absurd. Who would still be inclined to make a purchase under such circumstances? One might argue that we ought to express our gratitude to Luo Zihao for inadvertently aiding in the negotiation, effectively slicing 1,000 off the price. User 99, a steadfast supporter, sincerely thanks streamer Luo Zihao for contributing to the price reduction by gifting a small beer. As the screen flooded with messages, the apparent user IDs, the previously triumphant detractors were left utterly speechless. Encountering a bidding war while hoping for a bargain seemed an insurmountable predicament. They could not have anticipated that with but a single statement, 99 had turned the tide. They had hoped Luo Zihao would manage to annoy the 99, but instead, he had inadvertently assisted, saving them 1,000. Such a disappointing turn of events. What accomplishments can one expect from such limited potential? The critics immediately turned against him, bombarding the screen with furious comments. The same was true in the number 99 live streaming room. Witnessing Chen Mo effortlessly dismantle the grotesque prize competition from his opponent, the audience erupted in applause. However, their attention soon shifted to the silver ingot that Chen Mo had acquired at the staggering price of 390,000. Prior to this, the most he had spent during his bargain hunts was merely a few thousand. Thus, the question of how much profit he could possibly make became a point of great curiosity among the viewers. Unbeknownst to them, it had become a common belief in the number 99 live streaming room that one could not fail to profit from bargain hunting. No one doubted that he could suffer a loss. The audience fervently debated in the comments. How much is this silver ingot truly worth? I know for sure at 1 TB less than 400,000. A humorous disclaimer. Do we have any knowledgeable individuals here? I would guess it starts at 1 million. I suspect it will exceed 5 million. Some speculated its value to be in the millions, while others believe it could surpass the previous 5 million. Even more audacious guesses reached into the tens of millions. However, these wild estimates were swiftly dismissed by those more knowledgeable in the field. While I too acknowledged the exceptional bargain hunting skills of the number 99 host, it was evident that such an exorbitant profit was improbable. That man with the sunglasses and slicked back hair must be an insider. If there were truly such high margins, he would never let them go so easily. This 50-tael silver ingot, based on its style, appeared to date back to the Ming Dynasty under Emperor Wanli. There were numerous comparable examples at auction houses. Considering all factors, the market price should be between 400,000 and 600,000, yielding a profit of approximately 100,000, far from the exaggerated million. Upon realizing this figure was significantly lower than their expectations, the audience was taken aback. They did not anticipate that number 99, having invested nearly 400,000, would only earn a mere 100,000 in profit. This profit margin would bring joy to an average person. Yet for number 99, it seemed rather mundane. However, upon further reflection, the audience found the explanation to be quite reasonable. The price presented was indeed sound. Goodness, this fellow was right. I just checked the recent transaction records at the Jiada auction house, and it indeed aligns with this price. Well, upon closer inspection, a profit of over 100,000 is not insignificant at all. Not to mention, I would need to abstain from food and drink for 2.5 years to amass such a sum. Zhang Qinghua gazed at the live stream with unblinking eyes. Following the incident with the concealed paper in the pot, it was likely that over 1 million viewers believed that no 99 was merely fortunate to have stumbled upon the pot containing a distress signal. Yet, Zhang Qinghua held a different perspective. In the realm of antiques, consistent success in bargain hunting is not attributed to luck. He instinctively felt that before number 99 discovered that bundle of toilet paper, he must have noticed something peculiar. Regrettably, even after the broadcast concluded, Zhang Qinghua remained filled with perplexity as he gazed at the silver ingot displayed on the screen. The price analysis in the bullet comments was not erroneous. If he were to acquire this ingot, it would scarcely exceed 500,000, certainly not surpassing 600,000. However, observing the expression on the face of the young man, number 99, Zhang Qinghua could not shake the feeling that he was concealing some other information. Holding the hefty 50-tael silver ingot in his hands, Chen Mo weighed it, noting its substantial weight of over 3 pounds, undeniably burdensome. After toying with it for a moment in front of everyone, Chen Mo turned his gaze back to the stall owner, smiling as he remarked, "Boss, it's merely a deduction of 10,000, yet you wear that long face as if you've made no profit at all. Pray, do not tell me the principal cost of this silver ingot exceeds 390,000. Upon hearing the term principal, the stall owner's expression improved noticeably. Indeed, it was nearly a no-cost transaction, and a profit of hundreds of thousands made a loss of 10,000 quite bearable. Observing the stall owner's changing demeanor, Chen Mo continued, "All right then, since it appears no one is inquiring about your largest ingot, set a price, and I shall take it along with me." After speaking, he directed his gaze not at the stall owner, but at Luo Zihao, who had just competed against him in bidding. Chen Mo even arched an eyebrow, mimicking the earlier derisive gesture from his opponent, the implication unmistakable. Seeing this display, Luo Zihao felt a surge of indignation, which he promptly suppressed. How absurd! Did they truly believe he was merely an unwitting novice in the realm of antiques? This tactic was blatantly an attempt to provoke him into a bidding war, intending to ensnare him in a trap, was it not? In response, Luo Zihao could only think 3 words: dream on. This 100-tael silver ingot was undeniably a counterfeit. Only a fool would engage in a bidding contest over it. When confronted with Chen Mo's inquiry about the price, the stall owner was momentarily taken aback. The 250-tael ingots had not attracted much interest, let alone this 100-tael one. Having consulted experts earlier, the stall owner was already aware that this 100-tael silver ingot was undoubtedly a fake. Hence, he had never entertained a notion of selling it. It was merely a decorative piece. Consequently, he had not even established a projected price in his mind. Faced with this dilemma, the stall owner hesitated. What should he quote? If he priced it too high, would the buyer walk away? Ultimately, he tentatively suggested 100,000. Chapter 44. Wait a moment. Did you just say 1 million? With a snort, Luo Zihao could not contain his laughter at this quotation. Chen Mo, too, was astonished by the price. Swiftly shifting his gaze from Luo Zihao back to the stall owner, his face a mixture of surprise, confusion, and disbelief, as if to say, "Are you jesting with me?" Noticing their reactions, the stall owner felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly added, that price was merely a spontaneous thought. Don't take it to heart. How about you propose a price instead?" The onlookers were left utterly astonished by this exchange, one audacious proposition, allowing the buyer to set the price. However, Chen Mo quickly composed himself and, after a moment of contemplation, proposed 10,000. Upon hearing this figure, the vendor immediately objected, exclaiming, "That simply won't do. While the authenticity of this piece remains uncertain, 10,000 is far too low." He went on to elaborate, "I have weighed this silver ingot at home. It weighs 37 kilograms. Based on the current silver price of 5 per gram, even selling the silver alone would yield 18,000. The vendor shook his head repeatedly, resolutely rejecting Chen Mo's offer of 10,000. "All right, how about 20,000? Chen Mo countered, holding up 2 fingers. "Furthermore, the purity of this item is questionable. We cannot ascertain the exact amount of impurities it contains." This time, the vendor refrained from rebutting. Yet, Chen Mo did not proceed to make the payment. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Luo Zihao, raising an eyebrow, curling his lip, and shrugging in a mockingly theatrical manner. In response to this subtle derision, Luo Zihao merely rolled his eyes, crossed his arms, and smirked coldly, showing no inclination to negotiate. Still harboring thoughts of deceiving me, are you? Though he had only spent 20,000, it was evident he was at least 2,000 in the red. Not quite a fool, but certainly not wise either. However, in the next moment, he realized that the 50 taels of silver ingot in question could potentially yield a profit of 100,000 or more. Causing Luo Zihao to lose his earlier amusement. Ah, Chen Mo sighed, a hint of regret etched on his face for not managing to outsmart anyone. He then retrieved his phone and proceeded to pay the vendor an additional 20,000, successfully acquiring the 100 taels of silver ingot. At that moment, as the clock struck 10, Chen Mo, despite having just spent over 400,000, remained firmly atop the leaderboard, his wealth starkly contrasting with that of the second-place contender. The other competitors could only feel despair upon witnessing this. The chief coordinator, Wang Xiao, observed the back-end data with a contemplative expression, pondering whether he should arrange a face-to-face discussion with contestant number 99 after the broadcast. The staggering profits this individual was amassing were simply overwhelming. Even without considering the impending 50 million bonus, the pace at which his value was increasing was astonishing. The recent expenditure of over 400,000, as Professor Zhang Qinghua had suggested, was certain to yield no losses, merely a question of profit margins. The 50,000 bounty from the police, which had yet to be released, would not even require tax deductions. Moreover, even after the platform's share, the gifting and tipping in the live stream of contestant number 99 had surpassed 200,000. Given the current trajectory, one could only speculate on the heights this individual might reach. Wang Xiao realized that this was not merely a frivolous endeavor. It was essential for the marketing and promotional campaigns of various new products for major enterprises. In this context, it is often said that those with wealth are the primary stakeholders, yet it is the individuals with influence who truly hold the power. To continue viewing contestant number 99 as just another ordinary participant would be an egregious oversight. It was clear that Wang Xiao was far from foolish. He understood the urgency of making a decisive statement. At this moment, Ma Shiqin and Su Baolong had arrived early at Zhang Meifang's shop. Although they were the proprietors, they had long entrusted the management of the company to professional managers, leaving them with an abundance of leisure time. Their days were often spent either indulging in high-end recreational activities at golf courses with friends or traveling to various destinations around the globe to unwind. Presently, with the expert bargain hunter Chen Mo in their midst, the two men naturally seized every opportunity to visit the Jibao Pavilion to check in. As they watched Chen Mo enter the shop, each hand clutching a gleaming silver ingot, they immediately approached him. "Is this a silver ingot from the Ming dynasty?" Su Baolong inquired after examining it for a moment. Chen Montauk nodded in affirmation. "Old Su, didn't you only study ceramics and paintings?" Ma Shiqin remarked, astonished. "I never imagined you had knowledge in this area as well." Su Baolong replied, "There is much more you wouldn't expect." However, in truth, his understanding of silver ingots was only superficial. If pressed for details, he would find himself at a loss. "These ingots are quite substantial," Ma Shiqin observed. "One must be 50 taels and the other 100 taels, right?" He then asked Chen Mo, "How much did you acquire them for?" Chen Mo responded, "The 50-tael ingot cost 390,000, while the 100-tael ingot was 2,000. Ma Shiqin expressed confusion. "Huh? Why is the smaller one more expensive than the larger?" Despite his limited knowledge, he was aware that the largest ingots circulating during the Ming dynasty were only 50 taels. A 100-tael ingot was non-existent. After Su Baolong provided some clarification, Ma Shiqin grasped the reason behind the price disparity. "So, the so-called 100-tael ingots are merely modern replicas, correct? In that case, the pricing seems quite reasonable. By the way, how much are these ingots truly worth?" Ma Shiqin queried, knowing that Chen Mo would not engage in a transaction without profit. Chen Mo paused briefly before responding. "The market price for the 50-tael ingot should be between 500,000 and 600,000, while the 100-tael ingot might be around 10 million. Ma Shiqin exclaimed, "Oh, with a cost of less than 400,000, selling for 5 or 600,000 seems to be a modest bargain." He continued to analyze. "However, your 2,000 purchase for the 100-tael replica might result in a loss, selling for 1,000. Yet, as he spoke, he suddenly halted, staring in disbelief at the large silver ingot in Chen Mo's hand. "Wait a minute, you mentioned 10 million? The price left Ma Shiqin momentarily stunned, causing his voice to rise involuntarily. 10 million was not a large sum for him. Selling just a few units in a newly opened development could easily yield that amount. However, this 10 million was not like any other 10 million. If he recalled correctly, the initial investment was a mere 2,000. Acquiring an artifact valued at 500,000 for 390,000 was already a significant bargain. What could one call securing a treasure worth 10 million for just 2,000? An absolute, unparalleled stroke of fortune. Ma Shiqin's eyes were filled with astonishment. Much like him, Zhang Meifang and the other two employees in the shop were astounded by the proclamation of 10 million. They hastily set aside their tasks, eager to discern what remarkable object could possibly be valued at such an astronomical sum. Beside them, Su Baolong was equally intrigued. Although his knowledge of silver ingots from the Qingming period was limited, he possessed enough awareness to grasp the situation. He glanced at Chen Mo, noting that the expression on his face was devoid of jest. At that moment, Su Baolong grew serious. After observing for several days, he understood that if Chen Mo were not joking, it indicated that this item was indeed worth 10 million. It was all too easy to misjudge something in the hands of others, but not with this young man before him. With a furrowed brow, Su Baolong spoke. Based on its design, this silver ingot should date back to the Ming dynasty during the Wanli period. But I recall that the highest denomination of circulating silver ingots during the Ming was only 50 taels. As he examined it, he even went so far as to touch it with great care. The condition seems off as well. It appears too pristine. As a form of currency, it must have changed hands numerous times, and after several centuries, the ware should be different. The more he scrutinized, the more astonished he became. This fundamentally contradicted his understanding of the facts. Everyone turned their gaze towards Chen Mo, awaiting his explanation. In the 99th live broadcast room, the audience had long been stunned into silence by the declaration of 10 million. Most of them were impoverished individuals, with the opportunity to see 100,000 in cash being a rare occurrence, let alone an object valued in the 8 digits, which only existed in the tales of France. Unlike the national-level collections found in museums, if this item were genuine, it would represent a solid 10 million. The sensory impression alone was utterly distinct. The audience in the live stream instinctively chose to believe Chen Mo's words, primarily due to his past achievements. The probability of striking gold was a resounding 100. Only after a moment did skepticism begin to surface. Is this for real? Can it truly be worth 10 million? This sparkling ingot could be likened to a lavish mansion held in one palm. It must be a joke. If it's worth 10 million, I'd eat it. I refuse to believe it. The disbelief echoed throughout the screen, with comments expressing incredulity standing out prominently. Some tagged Zhang Qinghua, inquiring about its authenticity. Professor Zhang Qinghua, is what they say in the 99th room true or false? Could you please elaborate? As he surveyed the barrage of comments, Professor Zhang Qinghua furrowed his brow, remaining silent. From the outset, when Chen Mo purchased the silver ingot worth a maximum of 50 to 60,000 for 390,000, he sensed something amiss. His unease deepened upon witnessing Chen Mo spend 20,000 on a well-known counterfeit ingot. For antique enthusiasts, the common knowledge that the highest denomination of circulating silver ingots during the Ming dynasty was 50 taels was undeniable. This knowledge was indeed accurate. Zhang Qinghua was perplexed. Just then, the live broadcast featured Su Baolong beginning to analyze the specifications, the condition, and more. Wear and tear. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Qinghua suddenly appeared to be enlightened. No, he realized he was mistaken. He had fallen into a cognitive trap. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Zhang Qinghua's eyes. In that instant, he comprehended. Everyone instinctively regarded the silver ingots as currency. But could it not be possible that these silver ingots were not intended for circulation in the market? Rather, they might serve another purpose. Meanwhile, on a live broadcast, Chen Mo observed the puzzled expressions of the individuals before him and offered a direct explanation. He stated, "You are correct. This ingot of 100 taels and this ingot of 50 taels share a similar style, both dating back to the 33rd year of the Ming Wanli era. During this period, the highest denomination of silver in circulation was indeed only 50 taels. From the perspective of condition, the wear is minimal, which greatly distinguishes it from the silver ingots typically circulating in the market. However, at this point, Chen Mo changed his tone. Thus, it is not meant for market transactions." What? The group was momentarily taken aback by this assertion. If the silver ingots were not for trading, what purpose could they serve? Chen Mo did not keep them in suspense. Before they could inquire further, he continued. These silver ingots are known as Zhenkuin. They are handcrafted solely by artisans from the Bureau of Silver, primarily intended for storage and not as circulating currency. This clarifies the matters of specifications and wear. As for the method to verify authenticity, it is quite simple. Treat it as an ordinary metallic artifact and examine it with an X-ray fluorescent spectrometer. This will reveal production dates and metal composition ratios, thus confirming its legitimacy. Chen Mo spoke at a measured pace, providing detailed information. As for Ma Su and the others, they remained nonchalant in their reaction. Zhang Meifang, however, was struck with insight. Having been in this business, she had encountered more information regarding antiques and collectibles than Ma Su and the others. She had indeed heard of Jinkuin. This had been a highly discussed topic in the antique community a few years back. Zhang Meifeng promptly retrieved a laptop and began searching for related news. As she entered several keywords into the search engine, a relevant article quickly emerged before them. The news image displayed a 500-tael ingot, which, compared to the 100-tael ingot at hand, was nearly identical in all aspects, apart from its size. It appeared to be a perfectly scaled replica. Gazing at the news article on the laptop, Zhang, Ma, and Su were left speechless in astonishment. Chapter 46. I bid 15 million. Although the piece in the Japanese museum was a 500-tael ingot, significantly larger than the 100-tael piece before them, it indicated that the current piece could not possibly be valued at a low price. Zhang Meifeng searched for Jinkuin on an auction platform and discovered that there had not been a single successful transaction related to this type of silver ingot in the past 5 years. This further underscored the rarity of such ingots. Indeed, rarity enhances value. It can be said without exaggeration that as long as this item before her is authenticated as genuine, reaching a price of 10 million after being auctioned would be an effortless feat. Contemplating this, Zhang Meifeng suddenly lifted her gaze to the composed and handsome man before her. Still somewhat incredulous. Had he truly made 10 million already? Although she had anticipated from a very first day that it would merely be a matter of time before Chen Mo earned that sum, this was astonishingly swift. He had earned 600,000 on the first day, 3,500,000 in the morning of the second day, and 500,000 in the afternoon. And now, merely on the third day, he had already surpassed the 8-digit mark. How utterly ludicrous! The sensation of gasping and disbelief could scarcely encapsulate her current feelings. It was akin to a tempest of astonishment. Zhang Meifeng suddenly became animated. Brother Chen, are you going to auction this? She looked at Chen Mo, her tone brimming with excitement. Leave it to me. I won't take a single cent from the commission. I will ensure you achieve the highest price. Less than 200 meters away from the treasure pavilion, Luo Zihao stared at the live stream on his phone, gritting his teeth in regret. Ever since Chen Mo had paid that 2,000 yuan and left with the item, he had sensed something amiss. However, he could not quite articulate what felt wrong. Thus, Luo Zihao directly opened room 99 of the live stream, assuming the role of an audience member, eager to discern what Chen Mo was up to. What he saw next left him utterly dumbfounded. The town treasury silver. 10 million. Luo Zihao was bewildered. Could that item truly be worth 10 million? His first instinct was disbelief. Yet, as a professional opportunist, he was not like those amateur collectors. He genuinely understood the value of such items, particularly ancient currencies from the Ming and Qing dynasties. This was well within his realm of expertise. Quickly, Luo Zihao confirmed that the individuals in the live stream were indeed correct. If authenticated as genuine, that item could indeed be valued at over 10 million. The thought of it made him nearly grind his teeth to dust. The more he thought about it, the greater his regret became, and he could not help but berate himself. That was 10 million. After years of toil in this industry, he had yet to amass that sum. And yet, the other party had merely invested 2,000 yuan and was now nonchalantly claiming this tremendous windfall right before his eyes. All he could do was watch helplessly, even learning of it through the live stream, belatedly realizing the situation. In Luo Zihao's live stream room, loyal fans from room 99 had already triumphed over the detractors, completely conquering the territory. And this man still dared to call himself a master of opportunism. The evidence was irrefutable. He was nothing but a clown. Perhaps he should consider renaming himself the feces-eating broadcaster. The host asked the master, "What do you think of me?" The master fell silent, merely pointing to the kettle boiling with water. The host hesitated. "Have I matured?" The master shook his head. "Boiling matter." And yet, he still harbored thoughts of intercepting. With such a level of incompetence, standing before the esteemed figure of room 99, even being considered a disciple would be an insult to that great individual. As he observed the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, all uniformly mocking, it became evident that the tide had turned dramatically. The fiery indignation of Luo Zihao was palpable as his forehead flushed with anger. With a resounding smack, he forcefully smashed the selfie stick, along with the phone that was live streaming, onto the ground. The fluidity of his movements was akin to a graceful dance, resulting in the immediate demise of the phone. Onlookers stood around, utterly astonished and bewildered by the unfolding scene. However, gazing at the shattered remnants of the phone scattered across the ground, Luo Zihao felt a surge of regret. That was the newly acquired iPhone 18 Pro Max 2 terabytes in the stunning shade of starry purple titanium. Good heavens! It was certainly an impulsive act. Yet, Chen Mo, at this moment, not only lacked a collection but also had no suitable place to house such items. As for the method of disposal, Chen Mo had no desire to participate in an auction. While this route could indeed yield a substantial price, it was an extravagance of time. To him, time equated to money. The sooner he secured funds, the greater his potential earnings. In truth, Zhang Meifang was inclined to purchase it outright, but her shop simply did not possess the necessary cash flow. At this juncture, her store's account held merely 8 million, which was insufficient for antiquities that often commanded prices in the tens of millions. Chen Mo inquired about the date of the next major auction. Upon hearing the timeline, he promptly dismissed the idea of participating. Forget it, that is too long to wait. Zhang Meifang understood his perspective. The notion of participating in the auction had merely been a fleeting thought in the heat of the moment. She had come to recognize the reality. For Chen Mo, concluding the transaction swiftly to obtain the funds was undoubtedly the best course of action. Truth be told, she had begun to quietly anticipate what new knowledge the next encounter might bring. Zhang Meifang nodded and stated, "Then we shall forego the auction. I will privately reach out to collectors. Given the rarity of this silver ingot, there is surely someone who would desire it, and it shouldn't take long." Chen Mo readily agreed to this choice. With that, Zhang Meifang promptly set about making arrangements. Regarding the authenticity of the item, none of those present harbored doubts about Chen Mo's assertions. However, since it was to be sold to others, employing X-ray fluorescent spectroscopy for testing was imperative. Regrettably, there were no institutions capable of conducting X-ray fluorescent spectroscopy in Luo City, with the nearest located in the neighboring city of Huainan. Zhang Meifang immediately contacted this institution, even offering an additional fee to expedite their arrival with the necessary equipment, striving to obtain results as swiftly as possible. After securing the institution, Zhang Meifang continued her relentless pursuit of contacting collectors. Meanwhile, Ma Su and his companion began to waver. To be candid, both of them focused their collections primarily on porcelain. They had seldom ventured beyond this realm. For instance, Ma Shurchen had no understanding of such silver ingots at all. Yet, given that it was procured by Chen Mo and was indeed remarkably precious, they felt a pang of hesitation. He found himself wavering on whether to take action and secure the item, contemplating the amount he should offer. Just then, the landline phone in the shop rang unexpectedly. The staff member answered, and in the next moment, a crisp and urgent voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, this is Zheng Qingxin, the daughter of Zheng Wentao. I am willing to offer 15 million. Chapter 47 Deal. Wang Xiaosun and Sun, you could hardly contain themselves. The staff member was momentarily stunned. What was happening? 15 million had just been put forth so readily? Zhang Meifang had just contacted a collector known by her father, and, upon witnessing the scene, she hurried over to take the phone from the staff member. "Hello, I am Zhang Meifang, the manager of Jubao Pavilion on Longmin Street in Luocheng. May I ask who is speaking? I am Zheng Qingxin. I obtained your store's number from a friend. Please forgive any offense. I watched the live stream of the number 99 expert, and I want that piece of treasury silver. I am willing to offer 15 million. Please, I implore you to reserve it for me." Zhang Meifang couldn't help but mentally exclaim in astonishment. Goodness, she had only just begun to reach out, and immediately someone had approached her with such an extravagant offer. Was it truly this sudden? Noticing Zhang Meifang's silence, the voice on the other end grew more anxious. "Has someone already purchased it? I can offer a higher price. Please, my ancestors were craftsmen from the Ming Dynasty's silver mint, and they forged many pieces of treasury silver. Though sadly none have survived. My father's greatest wish is to see the silver forged by our ancestors, but he is now in the late stages of cancer. I am still communicating with friends regarding the piece at the Japanese museum, but I fear my father may not last until then." At that moment, Zhang Meifang realized the identity of the caller, having missed the initial introduction. She was taken aback to discover that she was speaking with the daughter of the notable figure mentioned in the news. Glancing at Chen Mo, and upon seeing him nod, she replied, "The treasury silver has not yet been sold. We are currently waiting for X-ray testing. If you wish to acquire it, you may come by to see in person. We can negotiate the price then." Zheng Qingxin immediately felt a wave of relief. "All right, I am boarding now and will arrive within an hour at the latest." After hanging up, Zhang Meifang could not contain her excitement as she looked at Chen Mo, eager to share her anticipatory congratulations. Zhang Meifang, she was genuinely impressed. Under Zhang Meifang's significant financial influence, the research institution from nearby, Huainan, swiftly dispatched an X-ray fluorescent spectrometer with utmost urgency. It was no joke. Typically, the testing fee would only amount to 1,000 or 800, yet for this occasion, Zhang Meifang quoted 50,000. Faced with such a generous patron, it would be a matter of conscience to provide anything less than exceptional service. In less than half an hour, both personnel and equipment arrived from Huainan, and they commenced testing on site. The testing process required approximately half an hour. As Zhang Qingxin hurriedly entered the entrance of the Jubioj, her high heels clicking rhythmically, the inspection report was just being finalized. Where is it? Where is it? The elegant woman inquired breathlessly, her gaze darting anxiously around as she began her search. Zhang Meifang subtly accepted the inspection report, and upon seeing that the item dated back to between 1580 and 1630, she finally felt reassured. She waved her hand. Is this Miss Zhang? This way, please. Chen Mo had entrusted all matters related to the transaction to Zhang Meifang, while he and Ma Su casually sipped tea and chatted, appearing as if they were mere bystanders. Ma Shurchen glanced at the two individuals negotiating prices nearby and quietly informed Chen Mo of their identities. The Zhang family is quite remarkable, the maritime tycoon of Linhai City. Though they may not rival the shipping royalty of Xianjiang, they are certainly among the top tier of inland shipping enterprises. At their peak, their market value exceeded 100 billion. He continued, I had heard that the head of the Zhang family was unwell, but I never imagined it to be late-stage cancer. With a knowing smile directed at Chen Mo, Ma Shurchen added, Zhang Qingxin is an only daughter. Perhaps you might consider pursuing her? If you succeed, life will be much simpler. Chen Mo, taken aback, replied, Please refrain from matchmaking. I have little interest in such matters at present. At that moment, Zhang Meifang and Zhang Qingxin abruptly halted their conversation and approached the group, both beaming with satisfaction from their discussion. Zhang Meifang announced, The negotiations are complete. Miss Zhang is willing to pay 16 million. Zhang Qingxin's smile broadened, and she quickly approached Chen Mo, bowing deeply in gratitude, leaving the seated individuals momentarily stunned. I must sincerely thank you, Mr. Chen. Without your assistance, my father might have left this world with regrets. Chen Mo had just taken the time to learn about Zhang Wentao's legacy, feeling a deep sense of reflection. Whether it was to uphold the spirit of the Zhang family or a personal obsession, his earlier words were not mere pleasantries. Once the price was settled, the process moved swiftly. Both parties signed a transaction contract, one transferring funds while the other exchanged goods. Within minutes, the ownership of the 100 taels of treasury silver shifted from Chen Mo to Zhang Qingxin, and naturally, 16 million found its way into Chen Mo's bank account. Many lament that earning money in this era is arduous, yet the tycoon of number 99 believes otherwise. The first day brought in 600,000, the second over 4 million, and the third netted 16 million. In less than 72 hours, the total earnings pre-tax reached 20 million, a pace unmatched in the world of commerce. While I envy others' success, I can only admire the prowess of the number 99 tycoon. It seems I am witnessing the rise of a new affluent figure in our midst. User, I truly admire the affluent individuals who generously reward the streamer with a pair of sunglasses. The 99th live broadcast room predominantly attracts less fortunate viewers. However, within this brief span, a culture of gifting and rewarding has emerged. Regardless of the amount, be it 10 yuan or 100, any gesture of generosity is met with an outpouring of gratitude in the comments below. It is as if other fans express their appreciation on behalf of the 99th room, bringing warmth to the hearts of those who donate. When a truly wealthy benefactor makes a substantial contribution, the other audience members often organize a heartfelt display of thanks, creating a moment of appreciation that can last for quite some time in a live room bustling with millions of viewers. Such unity is unimaginable in other broadcast spaces. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao and Sun Yu found it impossible to remain idle. Initially, they intended to wait until the evening broadcast concluded to engage in a discussion with the 99th room. However, witnessing the astonishing sale of 16 million silver ingots stirred a sense of urgency in them. They hastily made their way to the location of the gathering of treasures on Longmen Street. The stakes of negotiating for 3 to 4 million versus 200 million over 3 days are starkly different. Following this surge in valuation, their previously prepared demands felt insufficient, and any further delay would only exacerbate the situation. Step on it. Drive us to the gathering of treasures as swiftly as possible. They urged the driver in unison. Chapter 48. The emergence of the free man, Chen Mo. To everyone's astonishment, the 99th live broadcast room concluded prematurely during lunchtime. The audience was left in shock. In fact, Chen Mo had originally contemplated treating a few individuals from the shop to a lavish meal, celebrating the substantial earnings. Alas, He had not even stepped outside when Wang Xiao and Sun Yu were equally taken aback by their unexpected encounter. Their intentions aligned perfectly. One sought to discuss the promotional strategy for the latter stages of the competition, while the other purely wished to secure Chen Mo's contract. With no conflict of interest present, Wang Xiao and Sun Yu quickly reached an agreement to invite Chen Mo to dine together. They chose Rong Ji Private Kitchen. From the outside, it appeared unremarkable, yet the opulent interior was a stark contrast. In a spacious private room, only Chen Mo and his two companions were present. Fully aware of their purpose, Chen Mo felt confident in his position. The meal cost a staggering 5-figure sum, merely serving as an appetizer. The true main course of business discussions would unfold after the meal. After wiping his mouth, Chen Mo stated, "Now that we've dined, please share your intentions directly without any preamble." Wang Xiao replied, "Mr. Chen, I genuinely admire your ability to generate income, so I will be straightforward." At this point, despite having only streamed for 3 days, the competition is already in a precarious state. The promotional plan we initially established has effectively become obsolete. Wang Xiao looked at Chen Mo. "We wish to proceed with the product promotion as originally intended, and we can only rely on you, Brother Chen, moving forward." Faced with this discourse, Chen Mo had already contemplated the situation. Seeing the other party's eagerness, Wang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. However, Chen Mo promptly remarked, "But I have conditions." This was more like it. Having mentally prepared himself, Wang Xiao continued to listen attentively. Chen Mo stated, "From now on, I will determine the timing of my broadcasts. Additionally, the stipulation in the competition contract that mandates I remain in Luocheng for the preceding month must be revised, as I intend to relocate. Lastly, while I am open to promotional cooperation, it must align with my personal discretion and cannot be enforced." Upon hearing Chen Mo's demands, Wang Xiao felt compelled to exclaim, "Is that all?" He had arrived with myriad concerns, only to find such minimal requirements, which seemed exceedingly manageable. Wang Xiao instantly relaxed, a smile gracing his face. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Very well, I can accommodate all your requests." Chen Mo was quite pleased with Wang Xiao's attitude. To him, monetary matters were inconsequential. What truly mattered was the freedom to act according to his own desires. Sun Yu had not anticipated the swift resolution of the negotiations between the two. However, after observing the entire process, she discerned that Chen Mo was not the type to be overbearing simply because he possessed some leverage, which eased her own tension. Sun Yu turned her sincere gaze towards Chen Mo and asserted with unwavering conviction, "My sole objective is to sign a contract with you. Moreover, it could be a customized agreement." Having recognized Chen Mo's aversion to constraints, she directly articulated the terms of the bespoke contract. No requirements for broadcast duration. No daily check-in tasks. You may choose whenever to broadcast, with the only stipulation being that you cannot enter into agreements with other platforms. Beyond that, you are free to pursue any endeavors you desire. The revenue split from gifts is the highest tier, a 90-to-10 ratio in your favor. Additionally, we offer premier promotional resources and can provide a dedicated professional livestream support team. Sun Yu enumerated. As for the most crucial signing fee, the initial payment can reach up to 70 million, with subsequent annual renewal fees of 10 million. She raised a finger. "Once you sign the contract, I have the authority to pay you a lump sum of 100 million. With anticipation, she gazed expectantly at Chen Mo. However, she soon realized that his expression bore no signs of excitement or exhilaration. After a brief pause, Chen Mo inquired, "What about the penalty for breach of contract?" Upon hearing this question, Sun Yu exhaled in relief and promptly replied, "There is no penalty for breach of contract." In fact, prior to this meeting, they had deliberated internally regarding the matter of penalties. Yet, upon witnessing Chen Mo's demeanor, Sun Yu astutely decided to eliminate any mention of penalties. What a folly it would be if a leading streamer were to defect to a rival platform due to such a reason. That would be a tremendous loss. Once the absence of a penalty was confirmed, Chen Mo finally smiled. After all, that was akin to receiving free money. To refuse would be sheer folly. Following their agreement, Wang Xiao and Sun Yu promptly produced the contract. Chen Mo scrutinized it line by line, finding it perfectly aligned with their earlier discussions, devoid of any hidden pitfalls. As he finally picked up the pen, he swiftly inscribed his name with a flourish. Thus, the free spirit Chen Mo officially made his debut. Chapter 49. Monsieur Chen Mr. Chen's Great Justice. After dining, Chen Mo had yet to commence his broadcast. Upon seeing this message, the audience, eagerly awaiting the stream, were suddenly invigorated. Generally, viewers are not particularly inclined to follow accounts bearing official titles. However, if it were disclosed that this account now belonged to the illustrious number 99, the situation would certainly be different. A true devotee has emerged. This is the way it should be. Supporting the official move ensures that the no. 99 will undoubtedly be more attentive during his live sessions, and the anticipation for a more thrilling broadcast is palpable. Support is unwavering. Without further ado, I shall message my wife to encourage her to follow the account, to boost the popularity of number 99. But what if she is reluctant? Well, then there is nothing more to say. A wife may as well become an ex-wife. 666, 783, 000, 831, 000, 98, 000, 1, 784, 000, 2, 319, 000. In just 5 minutes, it surpassed 1 million. In 15 minutes, it exceeded 2 million. Yet this was merely the beginning. An hour after the announcement, the follower count for the number 99 account officially crossed the 5 million mark. In the streaming division, Sun Yu gazed at the back-end data, her mouth agape, speechless for a considerable time. She was genuinely astounded. Goodness, while she had anticipated a surge in followers, she had never envisioned such an extraordinary increase. In the brief span of 1 hour, an astonishing 4 to 5 million followers had been amassed. What was most remarkable was that all these 4 to 5 million followers were exceptionally active. There were not even a trace of so-called dead accounts or inactive followers. Such a scenario was simply unprecedented. A record had undoubtedly been shattered. As the head of the streaming division, Sun Yu was acutely aware of the intricacies of account data analysis. Typically, a blogger with 5 million followers would garner only a few 100,000 views on a video. With likes barely reaching 10,000 or even just a few thousand, this was entirely commonplace. This was due to the fact that such bloggers often had inflated follower counts. The actual number of genuine active followers might not even reach 2/3 of the total, and for those highly engaged quality followers, having even 1/10 would be considered a blessing. This phenomenon was exceedingly prevalent. As a platform, it was challenging to manage. After all, if one were to delve into the details, such scenarios could, to a certain extent, benefit the platform by creating an illusion of prosperity, the advantages of which are self-evident. It was precisely for this reason that the sudden influx of 5 million highly active quality followers for the number 99 account was somewhat alarming. 5 million vibrant, engaged followers. Thankfully, a contract had already been secured. The investment of 100 million was indeed worthwhile. If such a streamer were to be signed by a rival, the potential consequences sent a shiver down Sun Yu's spine. Should that scenario come to pass, it would undoubtedly become the gravest blemish on her professional career. Do not even mention higher-level executives. Sun Yu herself might feel too ashamed to remain in her current position. Chen Mo logged into the account of player 99 using his own phone, and upon viewing the back end, he was momentarily taken aback by the staggering amount of 3.8 million in gift donations, even after the 50-50 revenue split. Goodness, if it weren't for the recent windfall from the 100 taels of treasury silver that earned him 16 million, the earnings from previous fortunate encounters, after taxes, would not even compare to the gift donations from these past few days. However, Chen Mo was merely slightly astonished. He promptly dismissed the back end without any intention of transferring this money to his bank account. He had no plans to touch this sum at all. He had long since made up his mind. He thought to himself that once he accumulated enough, he would donate the entire amount. He would take nothing from the gifts given by the audience. Instead, he would directly donate it in full to those who truly needed assistance. With this in mind, he took out his phone and called Ma Shurchen. After a few rings, the call connected. Chen Mo said, "Brother Ma, do you have any channels for donations?" On the other end, Ma Shurchen was taken aback. "Brother Chen, what do you mean by that?" When it comes to donations, one cannot avoid various charity foundations. However, Chen Mo had no favorable impressions of them. Organizations like the Red Cross and celebrity charity foundations had opaque processes and were rife with scandals. The depths of these waters were too murky for his liking. He had no desire to waste time trying to navigate them. Therefore, his first choice was naturally someone he could trust. He did not contact Ma Shurchen casually. First and foremost, he was a local business tycoon who had been deeply rooted in the business realm for many years, undoubtedly knowing a plethora of individuals from various industries, and should be able to connect with charitable donation channels. Secondly, after a few interactions, Chen Mo sensed that Ma Shurchen had good character, making him someone worth befriending. Furthermore, with Ma Shurchen's wealth exceeding 10 million, he likely wouldn't be swayed by such a small amount of money. On the other end of the line, upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Ma Shurchen fell silent. After a few seconds, he spoke up. Yes, I know a few business owners who are passionate about charity. They handle it personally and are quite familiar with the process. He then inquired, "May I ask how much you intend to donate, Brother Chen?" Upon hearing the specific amount and the subsequent income Chen Mo mentioned, Ma Shurchen fell silent once more. Although he had not seen the exact back-end data, he understood the substantial value represented by the phrase subsequent income. It had only been a few days since the broadcast began, and the gift donations had already reached 3 to 4 million. Any reasonable deduction would suggest that the subsequent income would be substantial. This was no longer something that could merely be described as generosity. With this thought in mind, he added, "Count my donation in as well." Chen Mo replied, "Agreed. Donations are donations. The amount is not what matters. What is crucial is to ensure that the money is used in the right places." He continued, stating that funding must be transparent, with every transaction clearly traceable, ideally bypassing intermediaries to deliver assistance directly into the hands of those in need. Ma Shurchen nodded on the other end of the phone. "If it's of this scale, we could indeed establish our own foundation to oversee the entire process, ensuring that outsiders have no involvement." Chen Mo replied, "That is also an option." The two conversed for quite some time over the phone, discussing everything from selecting the beneficiaries to the specific methods of assistance, and further deliberating on how to streamline the process. This call extended for over an hour, effectively finalizing the matter. Ma Shurchen approached this serious undertaking with great earnestness. In conclusion, he remarked, "Brother Chen, it should not simply be about you. It should be about your noble ideals." Chapter 50. Unlocking New Perspectives. The novice streamer reports in. Ma Shurchen inquired whether this initiative should be made public online. If this news were to spread across the internet, it would undoubtedly garner immense attention, easily trending on social media. However, Chen Mo did not place much importance on such popularity. He preferred to let things unfold naturally. Moreover, in the realm of charity, high visibility is not necessarily advantageous. Ma Shurchen remained silent, only offering a silent thumbs up in response. At 4 in the afternoon, Chen Mo began his live stream. Viewers, who had been waiting for an indeterminate length of time, finally rejoiced. Grandfather, the streamer you follow has finally gone live. From middle school to when my child entered primary school, I have waited for this moment. The Ninth Army has reported in," exclaimed one viewer. "Wow, not only multiple camera angles, but a new perspective has also been unlocked. What a delightful surprise." Unlike the previous third-person perspectives, this time, Chen Mo held the phone himself, presenting a clear view of his face, which elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. "By the heavens!" one exclaimed. The earlier angles were a bit distant, barely allowing us to sense that the esteemed number 99 was somewhat handsome. But now, this front view reveals a stunning visage. "I admit, no. 99 has the upper hand in looks." Another chimed in. "Stop flattering yourself. If you possess even a tenth of that charm, I will eat my hat." 666. Male viewers flooded the chat with admiration, likening Chen Mo to the likes of Eddie Peng and Daniel Wu, claiming the three of them together could elevate the aesthetic standards of all of Asia. Meanwhile, the female viewers remained silent, fervently showering the stream with gifts. In just a few minutes after the stream commenced, they had amassed 3 to 400,000 in pure paid gifts, with the central screen effects running uninterrupted. To an almost ludicrous degree, Chen Mo waved his hand, smiling at the live stream audience. "Hello, brothers. I'm a novice streamer, and on my first day, I thank you all for your support." The chat momentarily fell silent. 666. A newcomer surpassing 100,000 viewers within half a minute of starting. Other streamers would likely feel disheartened upon hearing this. "Forget acting. This is hilarious." At that moment, someone in the chat excitedly inquired, "Nine, where are you now?" The surroundings do not resemble Longman Street. Instantly, the scene before him materialized in the live stream. The majestic characters of Bashinan's secondhand market appeared gracefully above the entrance. Prior to his arrival, Chen Mo had prepared thoroughly for this occasion. He stepped confidently through the entrance, declaring, "I am currently situated at the Bashinan secondhand market in Chang'an City." The name signifies that each of the 8 immortals showcases their unique talents as they traverse the sea. As he walked, Chen Mo engaged with his audience, explaining, "I see that everyone refers to me as the bargain hunter streamer. My primary purpose for visiting this new place is to see if fortune might favor me." The chat erupted with comments. "Wow, the strongest bargain hunter is merely hoping for luck, huh?" Laughing emoji. "Is this the secret behind Nine's repeated successes in finding treasures? I've heard that luck can be learned. Perhaps we should study it well." While approaching the stalls, Chen Mo continued his interaction with the viewers. "I must say, The experience of engaging with the esteemed number 99 is absolutely exhilarating, far better than the previous third-person perspective. One viewer commented, "I must share some news with you all. I live right next to Bashinin. I have already set off and will soon be able to see the esteemed one in person." Another chimed in, "Wang Nima, I want to go too." This time, Chen Mo officially commenced his broadcast as a streamer, providing his audience with a refreshing experience. He could sense a hint of novelty in his own approach. With his phone in hand and the live stream active, Chen Mo stepped into the realm of the Bashinin secondhand market. This antique street exhibited a different layout compared to Longmen Street. Longmen Street was a straight thoroughfare of approximately 200 to 300 meters in length. In contrast, Bashinin was winding and intricate, resembling a convergence of several streets. In terms of scale, the latter was considerably larger than the former. Longmen Street featured only a handful of antique shops on either side, totaling around 7 or 8, while Bashinin boasted a plethora of shops, at least 30 or 40 at a glance. Each storefront showcased a unique style, with some reflecting Tang Dynasty aesthetics, others reminiscent of the Song Dynasty, and some exuding modern flair, each creating its own distinct atmosphere. In summary, this new venue undeniably appeared more grandiose than Longman Street. The novice streamer earnestly commented in front of over 1 million viewers. As he spoke, Chen Mo arrived at a series of stalls. Indeed, the shops, based on their exterior decor, were quite captivating. Yet, Chen Mo understood that they were not suited for him. Only the stalls before him felt like his true haven. "Oh!" Chen Mo exclaimed, slightly taken aback. Unlike the haphazard arrangement of stalls on Longmen Street, here the stalls were organized with precision. A glance around revealed that items of the same category were grouped together, ceramics surrounded by ceramics, and currencies nestled among currencies. The nearest stalls to Chen Mo were exclusively those selling calligraphy and paintings. After mentally counting, he realized there were as many as 12 or 13 such stalls. It was time to test his luck. Chen Mo whispered to the live stream and then blended into the crowd, discreetly making his way to the front of stall. As a novice broadcaster, he glanced at the artworks displayed and randomly selected one to check the price. Counting silently in his mind, he reached 9 seconds. However, upon seeing the floating number clearly, he was left utterly astounded. This was the first time he had lost his composure since he had started scavenging. 700,000 yuan. Chen Mo exclaimed internally, suppressing his shock. After confirming several times, he finally accepted that he had not misread it. Goodness, 666. How could it be that the very first piece he casually looked at was worth 7 million? What a stroke of luck. Chen Mo couldn't help but scoff at his own fortune. He had meticulously scoured Longmen Street over the past few days, examining nearly every stall, and had only found a few gems. Who would have thought that the very first item he encountered here would be such a remarkable find? It was utterly beyond belief. Chapter 51. I thought you were going to negotiate the price. Chen Mo discreetly surveyed his surroundings. The stall owner appeared to be in his 30s, slender in build, sporting round copper-framed glasses, and had a retro little braid atop his head. He exuded an air of cultured refinement, especially when he was silent. Anyone who saw him would be inclined to refer to him as an intellectual. At that moment, a buyer was examining a painting at the stall. After inquiring about the price, the stall owner quoted 3,500. The buyer felt it was somewhat steep and attempted to negotiate. The two parties tussled over the price a couple of times, but the stall owner remained steadfast, repeatedly asserting, "I do not support bargaining here." The buyer, unwilling to relent, continued to press for a lower price. Unexpectedly, the stall owner erupted, exclaiming, "How many times must I say it? I do not support bargaining here. Can't you read the sign that clearly states, 'No bargaining'? Are you blind or illiterate? I am offering the actual price. If you want to negotiate, go find someone else to buy from." The buyer was left dumbfounded by the sheer audacity of the stall owner's words. He stood frozen, perplexed, yet somehow, despite the stall owner's slender frame, his words carried an imposing authority that was intimidating. Witnessing this scene, the buyer abandoned his intended purchase, not daring to utter a single retort, and hurriedly fled. Throughout this entire spectacle, Chen Mo, who had been observing intently, was left speechless. What has happened? How did the atmosphere shift so drastically? Where was the cultured individual he had anticipated? Chen Mo was not the only one taken aback. The viewers in the live stream shared his astonishment. Goodness, the vendor is quite impressive, appearing cultured and refined, yet in just a couple of sentences, he managed to drop several expletives. The level of profanity is truly astounding. This fellow is indeed formidable. When silent, he embodies the scholar. When he speaks, he transforms into a relentless verbal warrior. Speaking of which, as a seller of antiques, is it reasonable to refuse bargaining? Under normal circumstances, it certainly seems unreasonable. However, the vendor has conspicuously displayed a large sign stating this policy. Moreover, the authenticity of the pricing is a separate issue. The fact remains that the vendor does not actively solicit purchases, which leaves little room for argument. One must acknowledge that this point holds merit. They say the customer is king, yet here, the king is treated as a subordinate. This business is quite remarkable. I cannot fathom why so many people are drawn to such a vendor. Perhaps it's due to the prime location. Chen Mo glanced at the sign, which clearly stated that bargaining was not supported. Even he felt a certain respect for this vendor's resolute stance. One could surmise that the vendor indeed possesses a bit of a fiery temperament. After a brief moment of distraction, Chen Mo recalled his purpose and resumed his surveillance. Analyzing the situation, he needed to ascertain whether the painting, valued at over 7 million, harbored any deceitful schemes. It would be quite troublesome if the vendor had set a trap that would lead to considerable complications. Suppressing his wandering thoughts, Chen Mo discreetly observed the vendor's actions and expressions. After a short while, he noticed that the vendor was not even glancing at the painting's location. The painting was positioned at a considerable distance from the vendor, yet was quite close to the onlookers, just at the edge of the stall, within easy reach. It was certainly not within a secure distance. At this point, Chen Mo could reasonably conclude that the painting was not a trap. The vendor seemingly did not recognize its true value. Upon reflection, it is understandable. Who in their right mind would use a painting worth over 7 million as bait? Utilizing items valued at tens or hundreds of thousands is already pushing the limits. With this realization, Chen Mo's mind began to race with possibilities. He must devise a strategy to acquire it. Perhaps it was indeed due to its prime location that this stall faced the entrance and exit of the Eight Immortals Temple, attracting a substantial flow of visitors. Tourists exploring the Eight Immortals Temple antique market, or collectors hoping for a bargain, would typically first glance at this nearby area dedicated to calligraphy and paintings. Consequently, new buyers continuously arrived, and some would indeed take a liking to a particular piece of artwork, instinctively attempting to negotiate the price. In response, the irritable cultured vendor, asserting that his prices were genuine, would firmly reject the bargaining attempts. If his refusals were met with continued insistence, he would transform once more into a professional verbal combatant, confronting the buyers with fervor. "Go buy from another stall. I don't want to sell to you," he would exclaim. "What is the matter? Am I not allowed to refuse you?" In just a few fleeting moments, 3 buyers inquired about the price, a remarkably high volume for the antique trade. Yet, to his astonishment, all 3 were swiftly dismissed, resulting in a total transaction volume of 0. Witnessing this entire scene unfold, Chen Mo felt utterly bewildered. The business was undeniably perplexing. Noticing a lack of further buyers, he resolved to take action without delay. Pointing at the painting valued at 770,000, he inquired, "Sir, what is the price of this artwork?" "For 1,008, the vendor replied, his voice low and somewhat sullen, evidently still irked by the previous buyers who had haggled relentlessly. "Very well." Chen Mo promptly retrieved his phone to make the payment. "The money has been transferred. Please assist me in rolling it up and packaging it." The vendor, casting a glance at the sign beside him, coldly stated, "I do not support price negotiations here." Mid-sentence, the cultured individual was taken aback, his face a picture of astonishment. "You've already paid?" "Indeed, the payment is complete," Chen Mo replied with a smile, displaying the transfer amount on his phone. This maneuver left the vendor utterly confounded. After a brief moment of shock, he stammered, "I thought you were going to negotiate. Please wait a moment. I will package it for you now." As he spoke, his gaze flickered, betraying his embarrassment. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter at the vendor's flustered demeanor. Clearly, he harbored some peculiar inclinations. Despite his aversion to haggling, he seemed to fantasize about it incessantly. It was reminiscent of a poignant lyric about fleeting glances filled with heartfelt confessions. Did anyone notice that the vendor's words this time carried no weight? It appears he was merely assessing individuals. How amusing! Yet, is no one concerned about the substantial sum of 4,500 spent by the esteemed buyer, number 99 on this painting? If I am not mistaken, this was the very piece he first laid his eyes upon. Was it indeed a fortunate find? I am anxious to witness the unfolding of this narrative. I too observed the signature street-sweeping appraisal technique employed by buyer number 99. His gaze first lingered on this painting, and he had not yet had the opportunity to examine anything else, his attention fully captivated by the vendor's outbursts. So, was it truly a fortunate acquisition? Is there anyone knowledgeable who can clarify? I am in dire need of answers. Chapter 52. This achievement surpasses yesterday's, albeit only slightly. The inquiries in the comments went unanswered, for the painting was only visible in the live stream for a few seconds before being rolled up. The vendor carefully rolled the artwork and placed it into an elongated packaging bag. In a tone reminiscent of compensation, he remarked, "You're the first good buyer I've encountered today who did not haggle. Allow me to provide you with a superior packaging box." This wooden box retails for over 100. Retrieving a refined wooden box from beneath his stall, he placed the painting within and then handed it back to Chen Mo. In response to this, Chen Mo felt an indescribable awkwardness. What exactly constitutes a good buyer? Furthermore, why did the tone seem somewhat peculiar? It was merely a wooden box worth a little over 100 yuan. Could he not purchase it with his own money? As for the notion that the first person who didn't haggle, after witnessing the bargaining outcomes of the other 3 buyers, still chose to negotiate, was that not merely an excuse to criticize him? Chen Mo, upon receiving more than 7 million, quickly shook his head to dispel his fanciful thoughts, leaving only a brief farewell of pleasant transaction before hastily departing. Across the stall, the vendor even waved his hand reluctantly, saying, "Do come again." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo quickened his pace. Ha ha ha, what a comical retreat. It truly amused me. Indeed, when he was observing earlier, the big shot had been sipping tea, exuding an air of aloof sophistication. Now I have reason to suspect that it was all an act, as we all know the big shot's prowess in performance. I concur with the previous sentiment. The atmosphere in the comments was extraordinarily light and joyful. Even the frequency of gift donations had significantly increased compared to before. After a few jests, the question arose, was it truly a hidden gem? If so, how much is it worth? If it is not valuable, does it possess any other special significance? At this juncture, no one believed Chen Mo would spend money on a worthless trinket. Not only antiques. Even purchasing a bottle of mineral water would lead people to ponder what purpose it served and whether it had any particular utility. After all, his flawless track record speaks volumes. Anyone questioning it would be rendered speechless after watching the edited videos of Zhu Xiaokong by AB. It was either as valuable as the 100 taels of silver from the morning or like the unique ewer from yesterday. This notion had nearly become common knowledge among the audience. Holding a painting worth 7 or 8 million, Chen Mo was in high spirits. From the moment he set foot in the 8 Immortals Temple area until now, he had only spent a mere 10 minutes. It was akin to stepping downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. Select, inquire about the price, pay, grab the item, and leave. He even omitted the pretense of haggling. Excluding the vendor's personal factors, the entire process was astonishingly smooth. There was no fishing, no schemes, no interception, none of it existed. Compared to the efforts expended previously, this time was utterly devoid of any resistance. Just like that, he effortlessly exchanged 4,800 yuan for over 7 million. Chen Mo glanced at the livestream, noticing that the most popular comments were all questioning whether this truly was a hidden gem. In response, Chen Mo smiled nonchalantly. "Ah, when we first arrived here, did we not say we would test our luck? Well, the results are already evident." He raised the wooden box in his hand towards the live stream. Clearly, luck is exceedingly favorable. Upon first sighting this painting, it immediately captivated me. As Chen Mo uttered those 4 words, the number of comments in the live stream surged dramatically. "Oh, it really is a hidden gem? Wang Defa." Once again, it is truly captivating. Alas, I merely inquired casually, yet it seems fortune smiled upon him. I cannot endure this. Why is it so effortless for the 9 gentlemen to seize opportunities? I spent an entire week at the 8 Immortals Temple, only to end up paying 3,000 yuan in tuition, yet I learned nothing of value. Let us ponder this. Could it be that the tuition was insufficient? After venting my frustrations, the barrage of inquiries regarding prices began to flood the screen. After all, how substantial was this opportunity? How much profit could be garnered after the transaction? This is what truly concerns the audience. Fellow viewers, let us venture a guess as to how much our esteemed expert stands to earn this time. I posit 300,000. I wager 500,000. Aren't your estimates rather lofty? The cost this time was less than 5,000 yuan. Moreover, don't you find the process of seizing this opportunity to be remarkably smooth? It seems to have taken but a few minutes, perhaps not even 15. Typically, the greater the obstacles, the more challenging it is to seize opportunities, thus yielding greater rewards. Yet this time, it was so effortless. Stop analyzing upstairs. Simply share your guesses on the potential earnings. Oh, I surmise it could reach 1 million. How unfortunate that I read your previous remarks. Observing the crowd's inquiries regarding potential earnings, Chen Mo chuckled softly before addressing the live audience. Well, this performance should be slightly superior to yesterday's Chapter 53, the true masterpiece of Zheng Banxiao, a grand fusion of calligraphy and painting. Superior to yesterday? Just how well did yesterday fare? In the morning, the fragmented Song Dynasty official kiln was sold for 3,500,000. In the afternoon, a ball of tissue was discovered in the closed vessel, garnering a reward of 500,000. Thus, yesterday's total performance amounted to 4 million, correct? If this time surpasses yesterday, does that not imply that this painting's worth exceeds 4 million? Good heavens! A single painting, valued at over 4 million? Whose esteemed work could this be? Or what astonishing piece of art is this? The audience in the live stream was left in utter astonishment at Chen Mo's words. However, after the initial shock, aside from newcomers, very few seasoned viewers dared to question. For those who had lingered in this live stream for more than a day knew well that the esteemed number 99 is not one to speak lightly. When he states a value, it is exceedingly likely to be accurate. He is rarely mistaken. The comment section erupted into a frenzy. Just hours ago, 100 taels of silver ingots were sold for an astronomical 16 million. Now, this painting is set at a baseline of 4 million. So in a single day, he has seized opportunities worth 20 million, correct? I dare only dream of winning a 5 million lottery. Yet our host makes 2 transactions and earns 20 million? I am utterly flabbergasted. I shall descend now. I too shall descend, opting neither for the elevator nor the stairs. Previously I felt no envy, but this time, I am genuinely envious. Indeed, in earlier instances, it was all about intricate schemes involving antiques, where common folk like us would surely be at a disadvantage. This time feels different. It is akin to casually descending to the market to buy groceries. The individual upstairs is mistaken when visiting the market for groceries. One must indeed select quality items with care. Did you observe the vendor exhibiting such discernment? Remarkable. The sentiments expressed in this barrage of comments differ significantly from those of previous instances. Previously, the remarks were filled with exclamations like amazing and impressive. Yet this time, the screen is inundated with words of envy, a palpable bitterness almost oozing through the display. Chen Mo glanced at the comments without uttering a word. He held the painting and traversed over 100 meters, turning a corner to distance himself from that stall. Only then did he find a relatively quieter spot where he could catch his breath. To be frank, Chen Mo had not yet taken the time to scrutinize the painting in detail. Upon noticing its value earlier, he had been preoccupied with securing it, focusing solely on his surroundings and analyzing the vendor's behavior, spending no more than 29 seconds on observation. Now that he had a moment, Chen Mo prepared to examine the piece thoroughly. First, he surveyed his surroundings. He stood in a small open space beside an antique shop, with a wall behind him and no one in the other 3 directions. Even if passersby were nearby, they were all headed towards the adjacent shop, entirely oblivious to his presence. Thus, the environment felt quite secure. At last, Chen Mo opened the wooden box and held the painting in his hands to inspect it. The dimensions were modest, a vertical piece measuring 70 centimeters in height and 30 centimeters in width. By traditional standards, this would be classified as a small work. Chen Mo steadied his thoughts and observed closely. This was an ink wash painting depicting bamboo, thus it could be referred to as an ink bamboo painting. 3 bamboo stalks stood upright in the artwork, with inked leaves swaying gracefully in the wind, rendered with remarkable vitality and finesse. The overall composition was rather uncomplicated, even verging on simplicity. Upon closer examination, Chen Mo spotted the name, and he was momentarily taken aback, pondering for a while before finally recalling the identity of the artist. Zheng Banxiao. His true name is Zheng Xie, and the name by which he is commonly known is merely his pen name. With this realization, Chen Mo felt a surge of excitement. No wonder the painting was valued at 7,700,000. He had not anticipated that this piece was an authentic work of Zheng Banxiao. Chen Mo had some familiarity with this renowned figure from his literature textbooks. He was one of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou during the Qianlong era, a master of poetry, calligraphy, and painting. He can undoubtedly be regarded as a quintessential representative of literati in the Qing dynasty. Especially resonant were the concluding lines from his poem Bamboo, writing, "Though battered and worn, I remain resilient, unyielding to the winds from any direction," during a low point in Chen Mo's business endeavors in past life. These words had inspired him for quite some time. As Chen Mo's thoughts wandered, he realized that his gaze had lingered for just over 29 seconds, and more detailed information began to materialize before him. Item name, Untitled Ink Bamboo Painting. Artist, Zheng Xia. Category, ink wash painting. Quality excellent. Creation year, 1761. Creative concept. When there is no bamboo in the heart, the intent lies in the brush first. Evaluation. A masterpiece of the integration of calligraphy and painting. A representative work of bamboo painting. Market price, 700,000 yuan. Upon seeing the term bamboo painting, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. He redirected his gaze towards the 3 ink-painted bamboo stalks in the artwork. After observing for a while, he was suddenly struck with astonishment. In contemporary terms, the proliferation of fakes in the realm of calligraphy and painting far exceeds that of porcelain and metal artifacts. This is primarily due to the relatively low barrier to entry for counterfeiting calligraphy and paintings. With merely paper, brush, and ink, one can replicate works by mastering a certain level of skill. The more abundant a type of artwork becomes, the more likely it is for exquisite pieces to emerge. Furthermore, ancient paper was often made from materials such as hemp, mulberry bark, and bamboo fibers, and as long as it is stored in a dry, light-avoiding, and insect-proof environment, it can be preserved for centuries. The quantity of such preserved materials is substantial. Those intent on forging artworks often utilize aged paper that has withstood the test of time, making it exceedingly difficult to discern through technical means. In this context, refined counterfeit paintings crafted on old paper can appear remarkably similar to authentic pieces, making it challenging to differentiate between the two. However, as Chen Mo gazed at the painting in his hands, an involuntary surge of emotion stirred within him. Initially, it seemed impressive, yet in a sea of meticulously crafted forgeries, it did not stand out. It was only when he observed the word writing from a different perspective that he was struck with a profound realization. The bamboo depicted in this painting was unlike any other. It was not merely painted, but rather written. The strokes of the brush embody the elegance of clerical script, the vitality of cursive script, and the dignity of standard script, all intricately woven into the depiction of the bamboo branches and leaves. As he contemplated the ink strokes within the painting, the phrase cut with a knife and sharpened like a sword quietly surfaced in his mind. He recalled the unique 6½ style created by Zheng Banxiao, which emphasized a visual effect akin to a chaotic cobblestone path, initially appearing unsightly, yet upon closer inspection revealing an ordered beauty characterized by varying sizes and angles, with a rhythm subtly embedded within the spacing of the characters. The irregularly arranged bamboo leaves and branches before him were reminiscent of that 6½ style. Undoubtedly, this painting was a consummate work of Zheng Banxiao's fusion of calligraphy and painting. As he held the artwork, Chen Mo recognized that the price of 700,000 yuan was an undervaluation. It was akin to 100 taels of silver ingots meant to stabilize the treasury. What he perceived as a price just exceeding 10 million would, in reality, easily fetch 16 million at auction. One could only conclude that the market price is merely indicative. Whether it is a buyer's market or a seller's market is contingent upon individual perception. This painting, if it caught the right eyes, could command at least 10 million as a baseline. Chen Mo felt resolute. This time, he had no intention of flipping it for profit. He desired to keep it for his own collection. At that moment, an elderly person and a young child passed by Chen Mo. The boy appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, short in stature, likely just having entered primary school. As Chen Mo gazed intently at the painting in his hands, curiosity compelled him to lean in closer. After all, this work was also a bamboo painting by Zheng Banxiao. Chapter 54. This old man must be a scholar of Banxiao. Hearing his grandson's remark, the old man paused in his steps. Zheng Xia? Bamboo painting? Could it be that the artwork this young man holds is also a bamboo painting left behind by Zheng Banxiao? With a heart full of intrigue, the old man approached the painting, tilting his head upward. Perhaps it was indeed due to the fortunate acquisition of this artwork that Chen Mo felt quite pleased. However, in the next moment, the old man took the initiative to speak first. After casting a few glances at the painting, he immediately shook his head, adopting an air of expertise, and spoke with unwavering conviction. Young man, there is something amiss with your painting. Who are you? I was gracious enough to let you take a look, and now you presume to critique it? Chen Mo refrained from retorting, simply rolling up the painting and placing it in a wooden box, his intent to disengage unmistakable. Observing this, the old man remained unfazed. Instead, he wore a somewhat smug expression. Young man, do you know why I'm so certain? He continued, because I have just obtained an authentic piece by him. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and retrieved an elegant wooden box, which appeared far more exquisite than Chen Mo's modestly priced one. Not only was it adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, but the quality of the wood was evidently superior. Before Chen Mo, the old man leisurely opened the ornate box and extracted the painting within, his face beaming with pride. Let me show you what a genuine piece looks like. At that moment, he was genuinely elated. What could be more delightful than having just stumbled upon an authentic masterpiece, only to witness another admiring counterfeit? Absolutely nothing. I have studied the works of Zheng Banxiao for a decade. The old man handed the empty box to his grandson, declaring, I can discern the authenticity of this painting with a single glance. To determine its legitimacy, one must examine the spirit of the artwork. As he uttered these words, his expression exuded arrogance, his posture straightening. Yet, at this juncture, he failed to elaborate on what this so-called spirit entailed, merely raising his eyebrows in emphasis. Look at the characters in my painting. His mastery in calligraphy is one of the 3 supreme skills. Indeed, the old man was worthy of having studied Zheng Banxiao for a full decade, transitioning seamlessly from analysis of the painting to that of the calligraphy, utilizing various technical terms with ease. If Zheng Banxiao were more renowned, this old man would undoubtedly be regarded as a Banxiao scholar. However, Chen Mo found himself increasingly irritated by the old man's words. He had already discerned the value of the genuine Zheng Banxiao piece in the old man's possession, 320 yuan. Oh, so this genuine piece is worth 320 yuan, is it? Chen Mo interjected, waving his hand dismissively. All right then, please refrain from your analysis, and simply tell me where you believe my painting is flawed. The old man finally ceased his discourse. After a moment's reflection, he spoke. The flaw in your painting lies in its lack of text. His voice resonated with a rich timbre, exuding an air of righteousness. Such a tone could only emanate from someone with profound conviction. Before Chen Mo could react, the audience in the live stream was already taken aback. What? What does he mean by no text? My goodness, I thought this old man spoke with authority, assuming he was an expert in antiques, and I anticipated he would present some lofty justification. And now, I'm informed that the criterion for discerning authenticity is merely the absence of writing. This is what they call a decade-long researcher of Zheng Banxiao. Is it? I am utterly flabbergasted. This is hilarious. Ha ha ha. You, with your prominent brows and bright eyes, are pulling a fast one on the gullible, aren't you? Clearly, no one chose to believe the old man's assertion that the painting in Chen Mo's possession was a forgery, as laughter erupted among the crowd. However, at that moment, a conspicuous paid message surged to the top of the live stream. User Jinling 13 Antique Shop. Brothers, hold your laughter. It appears that among the authentic works of Zheng Banxiao, there truly are no paintings devoid of text. Upon reading this high-energy message, the viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned, followed by a flurry of question marks. Are you certain? Is this a joke? I mean, judging by the username of this brother's antique shop, he can't be serious, can he? Faced with the wave of skepticism, the Jinling 13 Antique Shop could no longer remain silent. They promptly recharged 2,000 yuan and sent several high-energy messages. Brothers, I'm not joking. I'm using my family's ancestral shop's account. How could I jest about professionalism? I've previously compiled a list of all the authentic Zheng Banxiao works auctioned publicly, and every single painting bears inscriptions, be it a title, poetry, or the artist's thoughts during the creation. Zheng Banxiao was not only a painter, but also a master calligrapher, and his love for writing is well documented. The authentication of paintings and calligraphy primarily relies on comparing the author's personal style and habits. The penchant for writing while painting is indeed a hallmark of Zheng Banxiao's unique mannerisms, serving as a key point for verifying the authenticity of his works. A high-energy message costs 500, for messages amount to 2,000. Upon reading these well-compensated clarifications, the doubts of some viewers began to waver. In the upper right corner of the live stream, the 100,000 viewers concealed millions, encompassing individuals from all walks of life, particularly those engaged in the antique field. Soon, several users claiming to be antique shop owners began to emerge. Yanjing Antique Pavilion. To speak candidly, this colleague is correct. Jinyang Listening Rain Pavilion. No errors here. Pinching Secondhand Goods Shop. I can attest, this fellow is indeed not jesting. Upon reaching this point, the audience in the live broadcast room began to waver in their initial certainty. A segment of the viewers firmly believed that Chen Mo would not falter, while another faction leaned towards the assertions made by those within the antique trade, reasoning that the sheer number of voices raised indicated the validity of their claims. An intense debate ensued in the chat room. Meanwhile, the two individuals from Baixian and remained stationed on the street corner. In response to the old man's assertion, Chen Mo refrained from voicing a rebuttal, fully aware that such an argument would bear little significance. After all, most individuals are inclined to believe only in the truths they perceive. Noticing Chen Mo's silence, the old man assumed he had won him over. After taking the wooden box from his grandson and carefully replacing the genuine article within, he inquired, "Young man, how much did you pay for this painting?" The old man continued, "Look, that is more like it. You only spent 4,800. How could you possibly acquire a genuine piece at that price? At such a valuation, it's inconceivable, undoubtedly counterfeit." He spoke with the authority of experience, adding, "You youngsters are often overly optimistic, always dreaming of scoring a lucky find. Fortunately, this expenditure isn't exorbitant. You might as well consider it a tuition fee. This trade is fraught with depth. Make sure to learn diligently." Upon hearing this lecture, Chen Mo found himself intrigued about how much the old man had paid for the genuine piece valued at 320 yuan. He asked, "And how much did you spend on yours?" At this question, the old man's expression brightened considerably. "This painting? I only spent 570,000. But don't think that's a high price. I assure you, this piece, if flipped, would fetch at least 1,000,000. Chen Mo thought to himself, "What a remarkable sum of 570,000. What an astounding baseline of 1,000,000. Frankly, he felt a twinge of reluctance to unveil the truth before the old man. He feared that a careless revelation might elevate the old man's blood pressure. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo, motivated by a desire to do a good deed, decided to temper the old man's enthusiasm. "Uncle, let us entertain the notion, just a possibility, that your painting might not actually sell for 1,000,000. What? That's impossible." The old man immediately waved his hand, raising his voice. "This is an authentic piece by Zheng Banxiao. Not just 1,000,000. It could easily reach 2 or 3 million. After declaring this, he turned to his grandson, pulling him along, and addressed Chen Mo, "You doubt that my painting can sell for 1,000,000, don't you? I'm on my way to show it to an old friend who runs a shop. If the price is right, I'll sell it to him on the spot. Come along and witness firsthand how much it can truly fetch." Chen Mo instantly regretted speaking up. He had no intention of visiting an antique shop, as he had planned to keep this painting for his own collection. However, just as he was about to decline, a thought struck him regarding the live broadcast. The viewers would surely relish such excitement. Truth be told, he was also quite curious about how the situation would unfold. The old man spoke up, "All right, uncle, then I shall accompany you to take a look." The elder's expression was tinged with excitement as he held a painting in his left hand and guided his little grandson with his right, leading the way. Chen Mo followed closely behind. In less than 200 meters, they arrived at their destination. Chen Mo looked up at the sign of the establishment, Pin Emoju. "Ah, what a splendid name for a shop." Although it does not explicitly mention calligraphy and painting, it conveys the essence of the business at a mere glance. Chen Mo entered the shop behind the old man. As he surveyed the surroundings, he indeed found the walls adorned with various calligraphic works and paintings, a rich aroma of ink wafting through the air. Just as Chen Mo was examining the place, an elderly man, appearing to be of similar age to the old man, emerged from the back. The elder greeted him, "Oh, a rare visitor. Old Huang, what brings you here today?" The old man named Huang, who had brought Chen Mo to view the prices, replied, "Old Lu, I came to show you something." As he pulled a wooden box containing a painting from his pocket, he turned to Chen Mo and said, "This is my old friend and the owner of this shop. He will soon inform you of the value of my painting." The Huang elder proudly presented his genuine piece to Old Lu. "Say here, Old Lu, take a good look and help me appraise it. I want to know how much profit I can make from this find." Old Lu took the painting, but before examining it, he inquired, "Did you find this piece? How much did you pay for it?" However, Old Huang waved his hand dismissively. "Just take a look first. I'll tell you how much I spent later." Upon hearing this, Old Lu ceased his inquiries. He donned his reading glasses and carefully unfurled the rolled painting onto the tablecloth, scrutinizing it intently. As he examined it, he muttered to himself, "This is a painting of bamboo by Zheng Xia, also known as Zheng Banxiao. I must say, this bamboo painting is indeed remarkable." Yet, after only a few moments, the expression on Old Lu's face shifted dramatically. He ceased to observe the painting's content and instead began to feel the paper, then leaned closer, pressing his nose against it to inhale deeply. At that moment, the few remaining gray-white hairs on his brow furrowed tightly. With one hand, he lifted the entire painting, while the other retrieved a small, vintage flashlight from his pocket. Turning it on, he directed the beam towards the painting. Observing the size of the light spots on the paper, certainty blossomed in Old Lu's heart. He then turned to Old Huang, hesitating briefly before asking gravely, "Old Huang, honestly tell me, How much did you pay for this painting? Chapter 56. Darkness enveloped him, and he fell into a deep slumber. Witnessing the serious expression on his old friend's face, old Huang sensed something was amiss. What is it? Just tell me how much you spent. At that moment, beads of sweat began to form on old Huang's forehead. He anxiously pressed further. What is going on? Did you incur a loss? However, upon hearing the price of 570,000, the elderly shopkeeper with the surname Liu was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. 570,000. He raised his voice by several decibels, pointing at the painting on the table and exclaiming, "You mean to tell me that you spent 570,000 on this piece of junk? Where on earth did you get that money?" The old man with the surname Huang turned pale, trembling as he replied, "I used my retirement fund." "Isn't this a genuine work by Zheng Banqiao?" "Genuine? What genuine piece are you talking about?" "Old Huang, are your eyes deceiving you? After all these years of studying calligraphy and painting, you squandered your retirement money on such a worthless item. This is no longer a matter of authenticity. Just look at the paper. Even that is not old. Among forgeries, this wouldn't even hold a place." Upon hearing these words, the elderly man Huang stood frozen in place. His complexion shifted from rosy to ashen, and then from pallid to flushed. After stammering a few this in disbelief, he suddenly blacked out and collapsed. Fortunately, Chen Mo was quick-witted and managed to catch the old man just before he hit the ground, preventing any injury. He gently laid the old man Huang on the shop's sofa and checked for his breathing. Thankfully, it was still normal. It appeared he merely fainted from shock. Chen Mo felt a slight relief wash over him. The elderly shopkeeper Liu stood nearby, anxious and remorseful. He regretted his earlier words, overwhelmed by shock. He could not fathom that his old friend, who had studied art for over a decade, would waste his retirement money on such a worthless forgery. This was no mere lapse in judgment. It was sheer blindness. Observing the distressed shopkeeper, Chen Mo offered reassurance. "Do not worry. You should be fine. He merely fainted temporarily. To be safe, I have already called for an ambulance. Do you have any contact details for his family? It would be wise to reach out to them." "I do. I have my son's number. I'll contact him right away," replied the elderly shopkeeper Liu. Just then, a young man in a suit rushed into the shop, drenched in sweat. "Uncle Liu, where's my father? How is he?" Liu pointed towards the sofa, saying, "Young Huang, please remain calm. Your father should be all right. He just fainted for a moment, and the ambulance is on its way." The young man hurried to the sofa, tears streaming down his face as he cried, "Dad, Grandpa, what's wrong with you?" After a little while, the ambulance finally arrived. The doctor accompanying the paramedics assessed the situation and stated, "No need to worry. This is a normal response for an elderly person after being startled. Fortunately, he didn't hit his head, and he should regain consciousness soon." Hearing this, both Chen Mo and the elderly shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief. Fear not the improbable, but rather the unlikely. As long as all is well. The young man in the suit remained anxious. Despite the doctor's reassurances, he insisted on having the ambulance take his father to the hospital for further examination. After a considerable flurry of activity, the ambulance, along with the Huang family, finally departed. The store was left with only Chen Mo and the elderly shopkeeper, surnamed Liu. Both were now free from worry. The aged proprietor, given his years, was exhausted from the earlier commotion and sat resting in a chair. Although Chen Mo had been brought in by the old man Huang, he did not leave, but instead began to explore the shop with great curiosity. The walls of the store were adorned with a plethora of calligraphy and paintings, filling the air with a rich scent of ink, which Chen Mo found quite comforting. As he admired one piece after another, his attention was soon captured by a long landscape painting encased in a glass display in the center of the shop. The painting was extensive, depicting a serene mountainous scene. Affixed to the glass was an informative note. Mountain Water Melody. Author, Shi Tao. Period. Early Qing Dynasty. Collector, Liu Xianming. Auction House, Shanghai Jiahe Auction Company. Auction price, 13.78 million. The details on the note momentarily stunned Chen Mo. Without a doubt, the collector Liu Xianming was none other than the elderly shopkeeper. This meant that the landscape painting had been acquired for an astounding price of 13.78 million at an auction held by the Shanghai Jiahe Auction Company. Remarkable. A painting valued at over 10 million prompted Chen Mo to focus intently on it. The artwork was indeed exceptional. Even someone like Chen Mo, who lacked deep knowledge of art, could sense a vigorous and grandiose spirit emanating from the mountains and rocks depicted within. However, Chen Mo was puzzled. The price he saw before him was not the purported 13.78 million, but merely 210,000. Its value was a mere fraction of what was stated. Chapter 57. The forger of this painting must surely be you, old Lu. At that moment, the audience in the live broadcast erupted with excitement. A piece that could fetch at least 1 million. It would be quite a shock indeed. Fortunately, the influential figure, number 99, was there to steady him. Otherwise, at such an advanced age, if he were to faint and hit his head, the consequences could be dire. Who could argue otherwise? The unpredictability of life. One could say that number 99 had indeed saved the old man's life. Speaking of the antique shops earlier, what about them? Let us clarify. Jinling 13 Antique Shop states, I must clarify that while I agree with the method he described for authenticating the painting by Zheng Banxiao, I did not claim that the piece in his possession is an original. User Jinling 13 Antique Shop rewarded the host, number 99, with 3 gifts during the carnival. Upon witnessing the 2 highly energetic comments alongside the generous donations from the audience, smiles illuminated their faces. 666. An urgent escape, perhaps. Chen Mo stood at the center of the store, gazing intently at a glass display case containing a painting valued at over 200,000 yuan. He prepared to examine the intricate details. However, at that moment, Lu, the elderly shopkeeper, noticed the look of confusion on Chen Mo's face, which sparked a flicker of surprise within him. He inquired, Young man, you seem perplexed. What troubles your mind? Chen Mo had not yet been staring for the full 29 seconds, and given the stark disparity between the displayed price and the auction price, he feared that revealing his thoughts might lead to complications akin to that of the earlier encounter with the elderly gentleman surnamed Huang. Thus, he merely chuckled lightly. It's nothing. To his surprise, Lu urged him, Please, feel free to speak your mind. I can provide answers to any queries you may have. Encouraged by this, Chen Mo finally voiced, This painting is quite remarkable, yet I sense something amiss. Upon hearing this, the old shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with interest. Oh, something amiss? What do you see the discrepancy? Please elaborate. At that moment, the timer had just struck 29 seconds, and more detailed information appeared before Chen Mo. Item name, imitation of landscape and clear sound. Artist, Lu Xianming. Category, ink painting. Quality excellent. Market value, 210,000 yuan. Upon recognizing the artist's name, Chen Mo was taken aback. Astonishing. This painting was a reproduction crafted by the old shopkeeper himself. With this realization, he turned to the elder and confidently stated, This painting is a copy. The revelation left Lu so astonished that he sprang from his seat. How did you discern that? He asked, his tone tinged with admiration. The person who replicated this work must be you, Lu Lao. Lu's astonishment deepened. After a brief moment of shock, he queried, How did you know? Chen Mo replied, I guessed. Guessed? The shopkeeper was obviously exhilarated. This painting has been displayed here for 2.5 years, and during that time, numerous visitors have viewed it, all believing it to be an original. Yet, you're the first to recognize it as my imitation. As he spoke, the old shopkeeper dashed to the back of the store. Moments later, he emerged carrying a beautifully crafted wooden box. Approaching Chen Mo, he revealed the genuine artwork contained within, presenting it for inspection. This is the original piece. Chen Mo took the painting into his hands, falling silent as he scrutinized the artwork with great seriousness. After 29 seconds, item name, landscape and clear sound, Qing Dynasty. Artist, Shirtao. Market value, 14,800,000 yuan. Indeed, this piece before him was the authentic masterpiece. Moreover, its market value had escalated from the previous auction price of 13.78 million to an impressive 14.8 million. Chen Mo meticulously compared the authentic artwork in his hand with the replica displayed within the glass showcase. After a prolonged examination, he found himself unable to discern any differences. The 2 paintings appeared indistinguishable. Such craftsmanship is remarkable, which explains why even a counterfeit can fetch over 200,000. Chen Mo expressed his admiration, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, Lu Lao, your skill is indeed impressive. When placed side by side, the content of the paintings, the paper utilized, and even the degree of pigment saturation were nearly identical, blurring the lines between authenticity and imitation. Such an exquisite replica, even when marketed explicitly as a copy, could command a significant price. The mood of the shopkeeper, Lu Lao, was exceptionally buoyant. His imitation had been displayed for 2 to 3 years without anyone noticing. It felt as though he possessed an extraordinary treasure, yet due to its elevated sophistication, it remained unseen. Who could truly understand that sentiment? Consequently, he transitioned from hoping that no one would recognize the imitation to wishing that someone would. With pride, he declared, The paper I use for this painting is of the same vintage as the authentic piece. The ink's diffusion is a result of my meticulous experimentation. Chen Mo again offered a thumbs up in admiration. Impressive, he acknowledged. Yet you haven't revealed how you discern the differences. Please enlighten me, and I shall make adjustments, Lu Lao inquired. Chen Mo internally mused. Could I truly confess how I recognized it? Lu Lao sighed, choosing not to press further, feeling a mix of joy and slight regret. Through their exchange, the two overlooked their age disparity, as if they had encountered kindred spirits. One genuinely admired the other's replication prowess. The other was simply grateful to be the only one thus far to unveil the truth. Lu Xianming willingly shared his phone number with Chen Mo, contemplating that when he next produced a new piece, he would present it to this young man for his appraisal. Enough of this Lu Lao business, he declared grandly. Calling me Lao makes me feel old, and it feels rather distant. From now on, you shall call me Lu Ge, and I shall refer to you as Chen Xiaodi. All right, Lu Ge, Chen Mo replied. Witnessing this exchange, the audience in the live stream was taken aback. What on earth? Lu Ge and Chen Xiaodi. How amusing, considering there's a gap of 40 to 50 years between them. In all honesty, this duo represented the most remarkable friendship across generations that I have ever witnessed. Indeed, the old shopkeeper's skills were exceptional. I too observed the two paintings together. They were undeniably identical. If he were to specialize in replicating renowned artworks, the profits would be astounding. Yet, it seems the old gentleman possesses considerable wealth, having effortlessly acquired paintings valued in the millions, suggesting he is not short on funds. Perhaps this antique shop opened by the old gentleman is merely a passion of his. The audience in the live stream was utterly astonished by the expertise of this venerable Lu. At this moment, while the two were engaged in lively conversation, the old gentleman turned to Chen Mo and inquired, by the way, how did you come to know that old Huang? Chen Mo replied, actually we are not acquainted. I don't even know his name. I just happened to encounter him by the roadside. He claimed that his painting could sell for at least $1 million, to which I countered that it was unlikely. I didn't even dare to inform him that the painting was a forgery. Chen Mo recounted the entire encounter with the elderly man surnamed Huang. Lu Xianming finally grasped the sequence of events. No wonder, he mused. I have known that old Huang for many years. He has been studying Zheng Banxiao's works for quite some time. Yet I never imagined he would stumble upon such a mishap. He focused solely on the style of the painting while neglecting the most fundamental aspects. At that moment, the old gentleman suddenly noticed a wooden box cradled in Chen Mo's arms. What is that wooden box you're holding, young brother? Chapter 58. Is this painting written out? Chen Mo revealed the wooden box and said, actually, I also stumbled upon a painting by Zheng Banxiao, and that is precisely why I had this interaction with that old Huang. Lu Xianming raised an eyebrow. Oh, let me see. Having just recognized this young brother's ability to discern imitations, he naturally had confidence in his eyesight. Thus, even before examining it, he had already concluded that the painting must undoubtedly be an authentic piece. The old gentleman received the painting, unfurling it to scrutinize it closely. This ink bamboo painting was indeed one of Zheng Banxiao's most proficient subjects, and quite frankly, the depiction of bamboo during the Qing dynasty could certainly be deemed remarkable. However, upon inspecting the painting, he queried, This painting lacks any inscriptions? At this point, Lu Xianming's brow furrowed instantly. No, this cannot be. How could his painting possibly lack inscriptions? He scrutinized the entire painting once more, and this time, the old gentleman was taken aback. He looked at Chen Mo and remarked, This is also incorrect. Zheng Banxiao was famously passionate about calligraphy. Any area capable of bearing writing must contain his calligraphy. Moreover, it is his own painting. The old gentleman, with a furrowed brow, addressed Chen Mo. One of Zheng Banxiao's principles is the fusion of calligraphy and painting. Both must manifest on the same sheet. All of his extant works exemplify this. A painting without inscriptions has never appeared before. Upon hearing this, the live stream's barrage of comments surged once again, particularly from a user named Jinling number 13 Antique Shop. This was already the umpteenth time he had spent money today. Two brilliant golden characters illuminated the screen almost instantaneously after the old gentleman's words, dazzling the viewers to the point of discomfort. Speak. As they beheld these glowing characters, the audience could no longer contain their excitement. When a good Samaritan opts to unleash a paid high-energy comment, they invariably choose the most extravagant and ostentatious gold dragon pattern effect. Moreover, gazing at this barrage box, if I'm not mistaken, this particular item should be the more expensive, unrestricted version that surpasses the ordinary limit on character count by a factor of 2. Remarkable. Although there is no restriction on characters, it seems that only 2 words accompanied by an exclamation mark are permitted. Just as the audience was still pondering this, a series of high-energy comments erupted. User Jinling No. 13, Antique Street. See, I told you I was right. User Jinling number 13, Antique Street. This piece can serve as evidence for authenticating Zheng Banxiao's original work. User Jinling No. 13, Antique Street. Even if you do not believe me, you should trust this esteemed Mr. Liu, acknowledged by the renowned number 99. In response, the viewers in the live room remarked, "So you're just going to shout here, huh?" However, this time, no one dared to question or refute. After all, his assertions held merit. The esteemed number 99 himself recognized the prowess of the somewhat arrogant Mr. Liu. The essence of the elder's statement was clear. There was no fault in it. Consequently, the die-hard fans who firmly believed that Chen Mo would not falter began to stir with excitement. Yet the very next second, the words that escaped Chen Mo's lips left them even more bewildered. He smiled at Mr. Liu and remarked, "It appears that Zheng Banxiao indeed had a habit of inscribing words on his paintings. Such habits, cultivated over decades, could serve as a reasonable basis for authenticating their authenticity." However, his subsequent statement took a surprising turn. "But who says there are no words inscribed on this painting?" Huh? Mr. Liu's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, he thought he must have misread. He quickly scrutinized the content of the painting again. It was not as though his eyesight had failed him, for it was evident there were no words. He turned to Chen Mo, a look of incredulity on his face, as if to say, "Are you jesting with me?" After contemplating for a moment, he inquired, "Brother Chen, the words." However, before he could finish, Mr. Liu abruptly halted. He swiftly turned his head and scrutinized the painting on the table once more. A profound silence enveloped the store. Yet, this tranquility lasted no longer than 3 minutes. Shattered by Mr. Liu's urgent voice. "Is this painting inscribed?" Chapter 59. I will exchange this mountain water clear sound map with you. Is that acceptable? Live room audience. What is this? Isn't a painting merely a painting? How can it be associated with writing? This ISNT calligraphy. Indeed, while the brushes used for ancient ink paintings and those for writing were similar, painting and calligraphy are entirely distinct disciplines, lacking any technical correlation. I don't know, sisterly. Could it be that the elder is becoming confused? Is there anyone knowledgeable here? Please translate. Who can say? Don't ask me. I understand nothing. The live room was filled with talented individuals. However, this time, an unusual stillness prevailed. After quite some time, no informative comments appeared to clarify the situation. At that moment, within the confines of the shop, old Master Liu had already recognized that his demeanor was somewhat unbecoming. However, he paid it no mind and hurriedly turned to Chen Mo, seeking confirmation. This painting was indeed crafted, correct? Chen Mo nodded, stating, "In my opinion, yes," his gaze brimming with fervor. As he earnestly observed, he muttered to himself, "The brushwork of these bamboo leaves begins with a heavy press. The strokes rise and fall, and the finishing touches are executed with a light flick. This is the essence of the clerical scripts silkworm head and swallow tail. The depiction of the bamboo stalks penetrates the paper, the lines sturdy and upright like iron and silver hooks, while the variations in pressure showcase the textured undulations of the bamboo joints, employing the technique of the seal script's central stroke. This sensation of cobblestones laid upon a street is precisely his self-created style, the 6.5 characters of the Banjiao script." Abruptly, he turned to fixate on Chen Mo. This painting is undoubtedly a culmination of Zheng Banxiao's integration of calligraphy and painting. The intensity of old Liu's gaze was almost searing. "Chen, my brother, would you be willing to part with this painting? I could exchange it for my genuine piece by Shirtao, Mountain Water's Clear Melody. I acquired it for over 13 million back in the day. At auction, it would fetch at least 14 million as a starting price. What do you say?" Old Liu's eyes were wide with anticipation, brimming with hope. Yet, this expectation was destined to transform into regret. Zheng Banxiao began painting at the age of 21 and continued until his passing at 73. He lived through the reigns of the Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong emperors, with a painting career spanning more than 50 years, leaving behind an incalculable number of works. Experts estimate that the current surviving volume of his paintings might exceed 7,000. Although many of these are of mixed authenticity, in recent years at major auctions, the average price for genuine pieces by Zheng Banxiao hovers around 1 million yuan, with simpler compositions fetching only several hundred thousand, while only the finest masterpieces can command 2 to 3 million. Thus, Chen Mo's observed market value of 770,000 is certainly not low and can be deemed quite reasonable. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that such a unique painting cannot be compared with ordinary artworks. It is akin to 100 tales of treasury silver valued just above 10 million. Selling it to another might yield around 10 million. Yet, the forthright Chung Xian readily offered 16 million. As for this painting, should it reach the auction block and attract the right buyer, the final price could be astonishing. The price old Lu proposed was nearly double. Yet, Chen Mo had no intention of selling. He shook his head, declining old Lu. I do not intend to sell this painting. Are you truly not considering selling? Old Lu pressed on, undeterred. If you feel the price is low, I can increase my offer. It is not a matter of price. Chen Mo waved his hand. I intend to keep this painting for my own collection. Upon hearing this, old Lu sighed, relinquishing the idea of acquiring it. A gentleman does not deprive others of their pleasures, since his newly acknowledged younger brother was unwilling to part with it. He could not force a purchase. Old Master Lu glanced to his right, where the authentic painting Mountain Water and Clear Sounds, currently valued at a minimum of 14 million. For reasons unknown, a peculiar emptiness settled in his heart. He had once held a profound admiration for this artwork, yet at this moment, that affection seemed to have dwindled inexplicably. Just then, Chen Mo's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Su Baolong, prompting him to answer casually. As the call connected, Su Baolong's distinctive booming voice resonated from the other end. Chen, are you still at the Baxian Temple in Chang'an City? Yes, replied Chen Mo. Could you share your exact location? Su Baolong in Guit? What's the number of this place again? The shop is called Ting Mo Ju. Why? Are you coming to find me? Chen Montak responded. Indeed, I thought I'd tag along to broaden my horizons. By the way, why does that shop name sound so familiar? Never mind, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Chen Mo remained, engaging in a discussion about the painting with the old master. The more they talked, the more astonished he became. His esteemed elder truly deserved recognition for being able to produce replicas that were almost indistinguishable from the originals. In the realm of calligraphy and painting, it seemed there was scarcely anything he did not know. When the conversation turned to the life of Zheng Banxiao, he effortlessly recounted little-known anecdotes, showcasing an impressive breadth of knowledge. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the audience was in a frenzy once again. I just checked the auction history at Jiahe in the Magic City. The old master's painting Mountain Water and Clear Sounds was initially auctioned for 13.78 million. My goodness, weren't we just saying it was only worth a few $100,000? How did it suddenly escalate to 8 figures? Did you not hear the old master's analysis earlier? Indeed, after listening to his insights, selling the painting for 8 figures does not seem unreasonable. This price could buy my life. Dear friend upstairs, you should recognize the truth. Your life is truly not worth that much. Ha, that cracked me up. Why do I feel like the focus of the discussion has completely shifted? Shouldn't the spotlight be on the fact that the big shot at number 99 rejected the old master's 14 million offer? That is 14 million. Adding this morning's 16 million, that totals 30 million. That is equivalent to the annual revenue of many small companies. Chapter 60, The King of Connections. User Jinling Antique Shop number 13 sent a reward. No high-energy bullet screens. No chatter. Just a palpable intensity. The Jinling Antique Shop number 13 remained silent, fervently showering gifts. Observing this spectacle, the livestream audience erupted in laughter. At that moment, Su Baolong entered through the shop door, his loud voice preceding his arrival. Hey, Teacher Lu. Su Baolong's face displayed clear surprise. I wondered why that shop name sounded so familiar. It turns out it's your establishment. Upon seeing Su Baolong, old Master Lu recognized him as one of his former students. Ah, Little Long. I didn't realize you were here. He cast a puzzled glance at the two. Do you two know each other? Of course. We are now the best of brothers. Teacher Lu, allow me to tell you. My dear brother Chen Xiao is quite the expert in uncovering hidden treasures, Su Baolong remarked, giving a thumbs up with a hint of pride in his tone. As if boasting about his camaraderie with Chen Mo was something truly noteworthy. Upon hearing his words, the elder was momentarily taken aback. You two are brothers? What does that make me? This time, it was Su Baolong who was left speechless. Huh? The elder paused for a moment before continuing. Come here, Xiaolong. Let me introduce you. He is now your little master uncle. Su Baolong. As he gazed at Su Baolong, who was tilting his head in confusion, Chen Mo himself found the situation rather incredulous. One could only say that this prominent businessman indeed had an extensive social network. Ever since his arrival in this world, aside from interacting with a few antique stall owners, he had hardly mingled with many others. The only person he had known prior was Ma Shichen from Zhang Meifang's shop, an old friend of his. Now, having traveled from Luocheng to Chang'an's Baxin Temple, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, an old shopkeeper he recognized as one of the mentors he had once apprenticed under in the antique realm. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. It was truly astonishing. After discussing matters further, Su Baolong realized that the mentor he had once revered had recently forged a brotherly bond with his newfound companion. In terms of hierarchy, this meant he had seemingly acquired an additional generation. Now he had to address the younger Chen Mo as Master Uncle. Faced with this revelation, Su Baolong hastily shifted the topic. His attention was drawn to several paintings on the table, prompting him to inquire, "Were you two discussing this? What is it?" Su Baolong was instantly intrigued. In the realm of antiques, he had only delved into porcelain and paintings. This was indeed Chen Mo's first foray into uncovering hidden treasures in paintings. He immediately began to scrutinize them with utmost seriousness. However, due to his research, he was also aware of the authentication knowledge surrounding the genuine works of Zheng Banxiao in the field of painting appraisal. After slowly forming a question mark in his mind, Su Baolong lifted his gaze toward the two. Yet, he refrained from outright declaring it a forgery, as the painting had been discovered by Chen Mo himself. After all, he had been present during numerous past discoveries. Observing closely, it was possible that he had simply overlooked some hidden intricacies. Moreover, the painting was displayed alongside the landscape and clear sound piece that his mentor had purchased for over 10 million. If it were indeed a forgery, could it possibly receive such esteemed treatment? Aware of his own limitations and understanding, Su Baolong promptly assumed the demeanor of a humble student eager for knowledge. Witnessing this scene, Elder Lu couldn't contain himself. "I knew you wouldn't recognize it. Let me explain. This painting is indeed an authentic work by Zheng Banxiao." Upon hearing this revelation, Su Baolong was taken aback, quickly redirecting his gaze toward the artwork. As the saying goes, initial impressions can be misleading, but viewing it from a different perspective can unveil new horizons. "Brother Chen, no, Master Uncle Chen, how much for this painting? Please, name your price." Deeply enamored with paintings, Su Baolong showed no hesitation as he directly inquired about the cost from Chen Mo. However, immediately afterward, the elder doused him with cold water. "Enough of that. Your little master uncle wishes to keep it for himself. I intended to exchange this landscape and clear sound painting, but your little master uncle did not agree." Su Baolong opened his mouth, yet chose not to continue. Indeed, he understood his teacher well. Given the elder's passion for art, had he truly desired it, he would have already secured it. With that notion dispelled, the three resumed their conversation. The elder was taken aback upon learning from Su Baolong about Chen Mo's impressive achievements in recent days. Meanwhile, Chen Mo uncovered the identity of Lu Laoyizi, realizing he was a descendant of Lu Yong, a prominent minister during the Qianlong reign. Anyone familiar with Qing dynasty history would not overlook this esteemed scholar known as Xian. Setting aside his political accomplishments, his achievements in literature and painting are equally remarkable. Due to the gratifying results from both the morning and afternoon sessions, Chen Mo lost interest in wandering and remained in the shop. The trio conversed until the sun began to set, at which point Chen Mo and Su Baolong took their leave. Stepping out of Ting Mo Ju, Chen Mo quickly witnessed Su Baolong's extensive connections once more. Initially contemplating where to temporarily store the painting, he was acutely aware that millions of viewers in the live stream were cognizant of its 8-figure value. Wealth can tempt the heart, especially when it involves sums beyond the reach of ordinary laborers. Carrying it with him felt unsafe, and leaving it in a hotel or elsewhere was equally precarious. To his surprise, Su Baolong drove him to the largest high-end private bank in Chang'an City, where they were greeted by a director of the establishment. Clearly, Su Baolong was well acquainted with this bank director, who promptly arranged for an underground private vault. Gazing at the vault, resembling a military-grade fortress, Chen Mo was left speechless. Wasn't this something only seen in films? You truly came through all along. After temporarily storing the painting in this underground vault, Su Baolong took care of Chen Mo's accommodation as well. He led him to a luxurious hotel. "Mr. Su, our Mr. Zhou is currently in a meeting. He will come once he is finished. He specifically instructed me to host you." Hearing the words of the lobby manager, Chen Mo felt a jolt of surprise. "Goodness. Old Su, you seem to know people from every industry. Chang'an City is quite far from Luocheng. Truly the king of connections." Without any effort, Chen Mo settled into the presidential suite. After a refreshing shower, he luxuriated on the bed, feeling that life was simply exquisite. Chapter 61. Clear yet naive eyes. undoubtedly a university student. The next day, Chen Mo rose early. Observing the rapidly increasing online viewer count in the upper right corner, he felt quite pleased. He was determined to cultivate this live stream channel, as it promised to be of great use in the future. In the mere blink of an eye, the number of online viewers surged from hundreds to thousands. With yet another blink, the abbreviation 10K had even materialized. At this juncture, the rate of 1 minute equating to 10K raises the question, who else remains? The broadcast commenced at 6 in the morning, and one must wonder if the host is indeed human. Just yesterday, they earned 30 million, yet they rise so early. Could this truly be the legendary magnate? I am in awe. To be frank, if granted 30 million, I would prefer to awaken at 8 in the morning. A delicate balance of desires, perhaps. Earning 28,000 monthly, rising at 8 each day with a cheerful smile. Amidst the whimsical barrage of comments, and facing a live stream room bustling with 10,000 viewers, Chen Mo greeted with a smile. Good morning, brothers. Good morning, host. Good morning, esteemed magnate. 9:09 号. Good morning, esteemed host. With an exaggeratedly cute tone akin to a furious kitten's wail. How on earth did someone come in here and make me feel so uncomfortable? Chen Mo then announced. Today, our destination remains the Baxian Temple. I've heard the morning market here is even livelier than the night market. Therefore, let's first take a look at what this morning market has to offer. After a brief pause, he added, however, before we proceed, I must first satiate my hunger to avoid any stomach ailments later. Are there any locals who could recommend a breakfast spot nearby? Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream promptly began to interact. I know. There's a place with exceptionally good flavors, and it's south quite close to your location. Following the recommendations from his fellow viewers, Chen Mo arrived at a breakfast shop merely 200 meters away, ordering a hearty bowl of beef soup. I must say, the taste was indeed commendable. However, it is worth noting that during the time he spent dining, over 10 fans approached him in person, seeking photographs. This scene left the shop owner utterly astonished. Once he had eaten his fill, Chen Mo contemplated and specifically advised the live stream audience. Brothers, in the future, let us try to minimize such requests for photographs. It's manageable outside, but within the antique street, it is best to maintain a low profile and avoid being overly ostentatious. If we encounter each other, a mere exchange of glances will suffice. Upon hearing this, the viewers agreed, for if a magnate were to discover treasures while one sought a photograph, wouldn't that be quite the distraction? Indeed, we as the 9 families must not interfere with the esteemed magnate as treasure hunting, lest such captivating content cease to exist in the future. So let it be resolved, we shall act upon subtle glances henceforth. Agreed. The hotel arranged by Su Baolong is located near the Baxian Temple, not far at all. When Chen Mo arrived, it was merely 6:40. Clearly, his earlier words in the live stream had taken effect swiftly, as he noticed several individuals casting him peculiar glances along the way. At this moment, there remains a little time before the morning market officially opens at 7. At this moment, numerous stalls had already been set up along the street, and many early market patrons had arrived in advance. Groups of 2 or 3 had gathered around the stalls, haggling and engaging in transactions. Chen Mo, an ordinary enthusiast, held his phone aloft, blending seamlessly into the throng of pedestrians as he awaited the commencement of the morning market. He discreetly activated his street scouting mode, refraining from excessive conversation, simply observing. Occasionally, he would engage with the stall owners when he spotted something intriguing and inquire about the price. On average, he spent about 5 to 6 minutes at each stall. After perusing 4 or 5 stalls, he realized that his good fortune from the previous afternoon was indeed a stroke of luck. At these stalls, there was hardly any significant treasure to be found. Even minor gems were virtually non-existent. Not to mention the counterfeit goods, whenever there were valuable items. The prices set by the vendors were generally above their market value, with discounts of merely 3 to 500 yuan at most. Whether one could successfully profit from reselling those items remained uncertain. What a paltry find! Fortunately, Chen Mo's patience was boundless. He remained composed and continued his search. By this time, it was well past 7 o'clock, and the foot traffic at Baxian had swelled several times over compared to before. Although the live stream host had momentarily ceased speaking, the enthusiasm in the chat room had not waned, with viewers engaging animatedly in the comments. So this is what the morning market at Baxian is like. Indeed, there are a multitude of people. The scale of the crowd was nearly greater than that of the early morning rush at the local market, where elderly gentlemen and ladies flock to purchase fresh produce. I surmised that part of the reason lay with the esteemed 99th figure. The news of Kaishur and the lucrative opportunities for treasure hunting had recently spread like wildfire, elevating the excitement within the antique community, and it seemed many on this street were merely here to join the spectacle. It made sense. I was still at the border, having booked an afternoon flight, preparing to bring my wife and children to tomorrow's morning market. Goodness, that's a distance of 2,400 kilometers, 666. As Chen Mo stood before a stall, he noticed a blue and white porcelain bowl valued at 8,000 yuan and was about to inquire about the price when a sudden commotion erupted nearby, capturing the attention of those around. He set down the small bowl and followed the crowd to investigate. Upon reaching the front, he discerned the unfolding scene. A small stall selling jade artifact had drawn the gaze of many, where a man and a woman stood frozen in place, their expressions filled with confusion and uncertainty. At the feet of the young woman lay a jade pendant, white with hints of green, quietly shattered into 7 or 8 pieces. Observing the bewildered expressions of the couple, Chen Mo sensed a clarity and naivety reminiscent of university students, leading him to surmise their identities. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Mo had already formed a rough hypothesis in his mind, and the viewers in the live stream were equally captivated by the unfolding drama. The expression in their eyes unmistakably reveals that these two individuals are undoubtedly university students. Indeed, had they been in middle or high school, their gazes would not possess such clarity and naivety. By the way, they appear to be donning matching outfits, don't they? My goodness. So they have ventured to the antique street for a rendezvous so early in the morning. The shattered jade plate on the ground must have been broken by this girl. I can only imagine that the vendor will demand compensation from her. Certainly, though it remains uncertain how much that jade plate is worth. Chapter 62. Fear not, my dear. Merely 100 yuan will suffice for compensation. The girl and boy stood frozen, unable to respond before the vendor interjected, his voice ringing high and sharp. My jade plate. The girl was clearly startled and hurriedly attempted to explain, I hadn't even steadied it when you let go. It's not my fault. However, before she could finish her sentence, the vendor interrupted her. I had already placed it in your hands. You had secured it. As he spoke, he glanced at the gathering crowd and proclaimed loudly, everyone can see clearly. Just moments ago, this young lady expressed her desire to examine my jade plate, and I personally handed it to her. Only after she had a firm grip did I release it. Yet, as I turned away with a loud crash, the jade plate was sent crashing to the ground by this very girl. Oh, my precious jade plate. Upon hearing this, the girl's face flushed with embarrassment as she desperately sought to explain. Yet, under the vendor's booming voice, her words faded into insignificance. Observing the onlookers beginning to murmur and point, tears welled up in the girl's eyes. At that moment, the boy beside her stepped forward. Though a faint tremor could be discerned in his voice, it carried enough volume for the crowd to hear. What are you pointing at? It is merely a jade plate. We shall compensate you. The vendor's eyes sparkled momentarily. This was precisely the response he had been waiting for. The girl intended to clarify to the boy, but under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, he began to buckle under the pressure. He hastily retrieved his phone, eager to transfer the money to the vendor and escape this predicament as swiftly as possible. Observing this, the vendor smirked and declared, if you are willing to compensate, then so be it. This jade plate is valued at 130,000 yuan. Please transfer the amount directly. Upon hearing this figure, the boy and girl abruptly lifted their gazes, their expressions filled with disbelief, even causing their voices to crack. How much? The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. The vendor remained unfazed, stating, this jade plate is a pristine piece from the Qing dynasty, with a standard market price starting at no less than 150,000 yuan. I will let you have it for 130,000, considering your girlfriend's unfortunate mishap. Both the boy and girl were left speechless by this revelation, especially the boy who had first offered to compensate, his face drained of color. He had assumed the jade plate was worth merely a few hundred yuan, at most 1,000. How could he possibly afford 130,000 yuan? Yet at that moment, the girl suddenly became agitated. You are deceiving us. I never caught it. It fell because you let go. As she spoke, she attempted to pull her bewildered boyfriend to his feet, intending to leave. However, the vendor emerged from behind his stall, seizing the young man with a menacing grin, declaring, you think you can just run away after breaking someone else's belongings? That's simply unacceptable. The imposing figure, coupled with his sinister tone, caused the already anxious couple to halt in their tracks. The girl felt her legs weaken, and she collapsed on the ground, repeatedly muttering, this isn't my fault. Regrettably, her words fell on deaf ears. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter, the noise resembling that of a bustling market, overwhelming them with an invisible pressure that made it hard to breathe. The vendor continued, "No money? Then I'll call your parents. You owe 13,000, not a cent less. Otherwise, I'll call the police this very moment." Witnessing this, Chen Mo sighed. From the outset, he had suspected that these two university students had been ensnared by the vendor's trap. The adage, jade should not be passed by hand. Gold should not be taken lightly speaks to the practice of examining jade. The parties involved must avoid direct hand-to-hand transfer. Only after one party places the jade securely on the table may the other party handle it. This precaution prevents disputes in the event of an accidental mishap. The vendor clearly preyed on the ignorance of these students, cleverly leveraging the moment when he handed the jade pendant to the girl, ensuring that she fumbled it as she received it, leading to its inevitable fall. Just like now, they found themselves unable to defend their position. The most disgraceful aspect was that after the pendant shattered, the vendor seized the moral high ground, deftly manipulating the public's opinion to apply pressure on the young students, compelling them to flee in a panic. At this point, even if there had been a chance to clarify the situation, it was rendered futile. They were left speechless. Observing the trembling students seated on the ground, Chen Mo was suddenly reminded of his own university days, which felt like a distant memory. It is often said that one cannot simultaneously possess youth and the awareness of it. This is precisely the sentiment that enveloped Chen Mo now. In truth, had the vendor's price not been so exorbitant, Chen Mo would likely have remained a mere onlooker. After all, for these students, incurring a minor financial loss and gaining a life lesson could be seen as an early tuition fee before entering the workforce. However, the vendor's demand was utterly outrageous. 13,000 left Chen Mo momentarily stunned. He surmised that the vendor had not anticipated such ease in his scheme, as the jade pendant in question was not a genuine treasure, but rather a random piece taken from a stall. Chen Mo was well aware of its actual worth. Once shattered, it will be valued at less than $1. The other intact pieces on the stall ranged from 80 to 120, and nearly everything displayed was devoid of true value, comprised mostly of low-grade, inferior jade, or even dyed glass. It is akin to the shattered piece on the ground, which is dyed with inferior jade. The dye used in this item likely contains excessive heavy metals, and prolonged contact with the skin could pose significant health risks, serving as a chronic poison. 13,000? Not even worth 130. Chen Mo resolved to act as a benevolent bystander, stepping in to assist these unfortunate souls. It is not merely meddling. He simply cannot bear to witness such unscrupulous vendors profiting in this manner. As he raised his phone, preparing to exit the crowd, a seemingly honest middle-aged man set down his small cart and approached first. "Fear not, my dear. Compensating him 100 yuan will suffice." Upon hearing this, the onlookers turned in astonishment towards the plainly dressed man. In fact, many in the audience had already surmised that this was likely a ruse orchestrated by the shrewd vendor to exploit the two students. Nevertheless, the undeniable truth remained that the female student had shattered an item worth 13,000 and had attempted to flee the scene. These 2 points alone rendered the students culpable. Stepping in to intervene? That is absurd. For such a clearly troublesome situation, bystanders may enjoy the spectacle, but no one wishes to entangle themselves in it. The seemingly honest middle-aged man spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice, yet his words resonated clearly throughout the crowd. In the center of the throng, the female student sat on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. At that moment, the vendor's venomous voice cut through the air. 100 yuan? Are you jesting? This jade pendant has been passed down since the Qing dynasty and is made from top-quality Hetian jade. I assure you, it is worth 13,000, not a penny less. The vendor glared at the middle-aged man who had interjected, exclaiming loudly, "Are you their guardian? Then you shall compensate me for my losses. If not, kindly step aside and do not interfere." With that, he turned to the girl on the ground, threateningly commanding, "Hurry and call your parents, or I will report this to the police. You students must have those records, correct? If this goes on your record, it will follow you for life. Your studies will be ruined." Upon hearing these words, the girl froze, trembling even more violently, clearly intimidated by the vendor's threats. Meanwhile, in Chen Mo's livestream, the unfolding drama was vividly captured for the audience. Unbelievable. This vendor is undoubtedly unscrupulous. 13,000 for a piece of jade? That is utterly absurd. Clearly, he is trying to exploit these two university students. And what nonsense about it being on their record for life. Ridiculous. Perhaps he should familiarize himself with what a record truly entails. The troubling aspect is that these two students seem to genuinely believe him. Will they truly be liable for the sum of 130,000? What shall be done in such a predicament? Given that the jade pendant was indeed shattered by this young woman, the audience fervently engaged in discussion, with some suggesting that Chen Mo should intervene to assist. 99. These two students appear quite pitiable. Please lend them your aid. Indeed, 99. We must not allow such unscrupulous vendors to profit. But how can we assist? Surely, we cannot expect the benefactor to cover this expense. He gestured towards a middle-aged man who had just walked over and addressed the live stream. Everyone, please remain calm and observe how this gentleman intends to proceed. In the scene, following the vendor's remarks, the middle-aged man did not retort, but instead approached the girl, helping her to her feet while softly reassuring her, "Child, do not fear. Your uncle is here." He then bent down to gather the scattered fragments of the jade pendant from ground. Turning to the vendor, he opened his palm to reveal the jade fragments and solemnly inquired, "Is this what you profess to be fine Hetian jade?" The vendor responded, "What else could it be? This has been handed down since the Qing dynasty." However, the seemingly honest middle-aged man merely smiled. He lifted a piece of jade fragment to the sunlight, stating, "Premium Hetian jade possesses a translucent quality that is not entirely clear, with an even distribution of inclusions. Furthermore, it exhibits no significant impurities." With a shift in tone, he continued, "Conversely, the dyed serpentine jade, commonly used as a counterfeit for Hetian jade, displays far greater transparency, often resembling glass. Yet, the fibrous inclusions, or cotton, are distinctly unevenly dispersed." Upon finishing his statement, the middle-aged man fixed his gaze upon the vendor and articulated clearly, "What you possess is not fine Hetian jade. It is merely inferior dyed serpentine jade." At this revelation, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. The vendor, taken aback, instinctively grew defensive, exclaiming, "What do you know? This is Hetian jade. Do not speak of serpentine carelessly. I will accuse you of defamation." However, as he spoke, his eyes betrayed a flicker of uncertainty, and his tone wavered with evident trepidation. Yet, the middle-aged man persisted. "If you are indeed selling jade, you must possess a strong flashlight. The edges of artificially dyed serpentine jade will exhibit distinct color roots. When illuminated, the concentration of dye will be unmistakably apparent." The vendor faltered, I do not have one." "That is acceptable, for the densities of serpentine jade and Hetian jade differ significantly. The former is over 5 grams lighter per cubic centimeter than the latter. Additionally, their hardness varies. A gentle scratch with a knife will leave a mark on serpentine jade, while Hetian jade is difficult to score and can easily cut through glass." The middle-aged man appeared as a humble farmer, freshly emerged from the fields, yet he articulated jade-related terminology with remarkable expertise. After pausing for effect, he continued, "As for whether this is indeed an antique from the Qing dynasty, I observe that this jade pendant lacks even a trace of patina." He turned to the audience, asking, "Is it possible for a Qing dynasty jade pendant to be devoid of patina?" The answer was undoubtedly negative. "Half a year ago, I purchased a jade bracelet, and now it has developed a patina. How could an antique item, centuries old, lack such a natural sheen?" After much deliberation, it appears that this exquisite Hetian jade is counterfeit. Consequently, this show jade must not hold much value. The onlookers around began to engage in fervent discussion. Suddenly, a knowledgeable audience member emerged to enlighten those less familiar with jade. Shio jade is undoubtedly the least valuable. It is the most inferior type of jade, and the dyes used can even pose health risks with prolonged wear. A middle-aged man fixated on the vendor and spoke slowly. "What do you say? Shall we examine it meticulously according to jade standards?" At that moment, the vendor was already in a state of panic, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. He contemplated defending himself, but the cacophony of voices from all directions grew louder, overwhelming him with anxiety. Observing this scene, the man turned to the girl, who was still softly sobbing, and said, "Child, do not cry. This show jade is worthless. You need only compensate him 100 yuan." At this point, the audience, having absorbed the knowledge about dyed jade, became restless. Compensate for what? This is merely a fraud selling fake jade. Prolonged exposure could even lead to cancer. Such a scammer deserves punishment. Targeting a girl for deception warrants a punch. I suspect his entire stall is filled with health hazardous fakes. Let us overturn his stall. The crowd's indignation surged, each person brimming with righteous anger. Witnessing this, the vendor's legs turned to jelly. Forget compensation. He hastily rolled up his stall, wrapping the goods into a bulging bundle, and fled in a panic. Several jade items fell to the ground with a clatter, unattended, as they observed the vendor's frantic escape. The crowd burst into laughter, reveling in the moment. The middle-aged man, who had stepped forward, chose not to say anything further. It was then that I realized the very individual who had assisted me through this ordeal had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Chen Mo quietly observed the entire event. However, as the middle-aged man pushed his cart away, Chen Mo suddenly noticed that the cart he was maneuvering bore a striking resemblance to those of the nearby vendors. Could it be that this gentleman was also a vendor? Driven by curiosity, Chen Mo decided to follow him. Chapter 64. Selling a hammer? A 5,000 yuan iron mallet. This uncle possesses a certain charm. Watching the unscrupulous vendor flee in utter disarray nearly made me burst out in laughter. To be fair, this uncle exhibits a sense of chivalry. He first stood up for justice, and afterward quietly pushed his cart away, reminiscent of a discreet hero from a martial arts drama. I hold great admiration for such individuals. I surmise that the illustrious figure, number 99, must have also discerned the jade pendant's fraudulent nature. I witnessed the eminent figure step forward, poised to make a move, only to be unexpectedly outpaced by a middle-aged gentleman. 666. A mere 9 viewers could not perceive the legs from this live streaming perspective. How did those above discern the advancing step? Oh dear, what a jest! I nearly burst into laughter. Through the live broadcast, irrespective of who the protagonists were, it undeniably offered a delightful spectacle to the audience. Many viewers remained silent, opting instead to shower gifts. Amidst the throngs of pedestrians, Chen Mo, following a small cart, inadvertently glanced at the live stream on his phone, coincidentally witnessing the festive gift effects. Chen Mo mused silently. Is that not my friend? Can one truly start such a spree this way? He shook his head, choosing to disregard the commotion of the live stream, and continued to trail behind the cart. After traversing approximately 20 to 30 meters, the cart veered to the right and halted abruptly, evidently having reached its destination. Chen Mo observed as the middle-aged man began unloading the goods. As anticipated, he was indeed a vendor. However, to Chen Mo's surprise, rather than selling jade, he was peddling porcelain. The cart was filled with an array of small porcelain bowls, all of commendable appearance. Intrigued, Chen Montag approached. Ah, old song, why the tardiness today? The morning market is nearly over. This is quite uncharacteristic of you. The middle-aged man, referred to as Old Song, was still setting up his stall when another vendor of similar age inquired. The latter continued, by the way, where is Sister Wang? It was always the two of you operating this couple's stall together. I haven't seen her in days. He grinned mischievously, adding, what's this? Is she not clinging to you anymore? At this, Old Song froze momentarily, but quickly regained his composure, attracting no notice from those around him. I envied how Sister Wang clung to you, the neighboring vendor teased with a sideways glance. Yet, Old Song chose not to engage, responding only with a few chuckles to deflect the comment. Surprisingly, the neighboring vendor, upon observing Old Song's demeanor, appeared taken aback, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. After a prolonged silence of about 10 seconds, he finally spoke. Something is amiss, Old Song. Why have you refrained from retorting? Normally, you would have shot back by now. What has changed? Is this even the Old Song I know? Ever since Sister Wang stopped accompanying you to the market these past few days, it feels as if you've transformed entirely. The vendor crossed his arms, eyeing him skeptically. Come clean. Who has taken over your essence? Upon hearing this inquiry, Old Song's movements once again faltered, more noticeably than before. He nearly dropped the porcelain bowl he held, teetering precariously in his grasp. He kept his head lowered, yet his tone had grown somewhat unnatural. After mumbling for several seconds, he failed to articulate his thoughts. The vendor beside him, observing the scene with a puzzled expression, was about to inquire once more when 3 customers suddenly approached his stall, asking for prices. Sir, how much is this? And this one? The vendor swiftly resumed his business. As for this item, it is. Upon noticing that the other party did not press further, Old Song sighed in relief, continuing to arrange the porcelain bowls on his stall. Meanwhile, not far away, Chen Mo quietly listened to the preceding conversation. Coincidentally, he noticed how Old Song, who appeared to be a congenial person, had stiffened at the beginning of their exchange, only to relax later and take deep breaths, a process that Chen Mo observed keenly. This left Chen Mo somewhat perplexed, but after reflecting briefly without reaching a clear conclusion, he chose not to dwell on it further. For a middle-aged man, such behavior was entirely normal. Old Song was just a few bowls away from completing his display. At that moment, Chen Mo approached, eager to assess the value of the porcelain bowls. However, his attention was drawn to a small iron hammer resting in the corner of the stall to Old Song's right. What purpose does this hammer serve at the stall? Is it for sale? Undeniably, the small iron hammer immediately captivated Chen Mo's interest. Habitually, after prolonged exposure to antiques, he had developed a tendency to scrutinize objects for 9 seconds. Any more would be excessive, and any less would be even more wasteful. Chen Mo no longer needed to consciously count the seconds. He instinctively focused on the hammer for exactly 9 seconds. When a numerical value appeared, it left him momentarily stunned. 50,000. Chen Mo? A hammer worth 50,000. What on earth is going on? Could it possibly have been used by the Aizen clan? Chapter 65. I wish to inquire about a personal matter. Item name, portable small iron hammer. Item category, tool weapon. Value, 50,000 yuan. Upon seeing the term weapon, Chen Mo froze. He instantly recalled the previously mentioned pouch bottle valued at 500,000. The bottle itself held little worth. It was the crumpled piece of paper inside, inscribed with a distress message, that was truly valuable. Clearly, the hammer designated as a weapon was similarly significant. The hammer resembled the ordinary tools one might keep at home, which surely could not account for such a high value. Thus, the source of its 50,000 yuan valuation likely stemmed from its role as a crucial clue in a certain case. With this thought, Chen Mo suddenly remembered the vendor's earlier question. He had observed distinctly that when the vendor mentioned his wife, referred to as Sister Wang, Old Song had noticeably stiffened. Suddenly, Chen Mo was struck by a somewhat alarming realization. No, he needed to devise a way to test the waters. At that moment, Old Song had already arranged all the porcelain bowls from his cart onto the stall. Just as he lifted his head, Chen Mo turned to leave. Where did that person go? Hadn't he just seen someone approaching? After setting everything up, Old Song was about to call out, but as he raised his gaze, he found no one in front of the stall. Scratching his head in confusion, he wondered if he had misjudged the situation. Once that suspicion surfaced in Chen Mo's mind, he had no intention of directly engaging with Old Song. He decided to gather some information first. Initially, he considered approaching the vendor nearby who had been conversing moments before. The two seemed quite familiar and were likely privy to various tidbits of information. However, the proximity of their stalls posed a risk. If he attempted to inquire, Old Song might easily catch on. Thus, Chen Mo abandoned this idea. He turned and made his way to a porcelain stall across the street. Since they were all dealing in porcelain, he surmised that they might possess some knowledge about the situation. As for the possibility of Old Song overhearing, there was no cause for concern. The bustling flow of people on the street effectively served as a barrier. Chen Mo observed the porcelain stall before him, which offered various porcelain items, including vases and jars. A brief glance revealed that most items were replicas worth merely a few dozen dollars, with only a handful valued at several hundred or even 1,000. Without delving deeper, he assumed these were likely products from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Excuse me, sir. How much for this small porcelain jar? Chen Mo inquired with a friendly smile as he approached. Hey, since I've called you, sir, could you provide a reasonable price? I reckon this jar originates from a folk kiln dating no later than the late Qing dynasty, he added. Upon hearing this, the vendor's eyes narrowed. The young man before him, despite his age, appeared knowledgeable. Just a few glances, and he had accurately assessed the item. After a moment's reflection, the vendor replied, If you genuinely wish to buy it, I can offer it for 800. All right, 800 it is, Chen Mo said, promptly pulling out his phone to make the payment. Witnessing this, the vendor was taken aback. Aren't you going to haggle? He exclaimed, surprised that his quoted price was accepted without question. Chen Mo's swift and decisive action left the vendor in a state of astonishment. The small porcelain jar indeed hailed from a Qing dynasty folk kiln. Given its condition, the normal market value should be around $500 to $600. The vendor's purchase price had been $430. Realistically, selling it for over $500 would yield a modest profit. He had quoted $800, intending to leave room for negotiation. However, he was unprepared for Chen Mo's straightforward acceptance of the price. Was this person truly knowledgeable? The vendor couldn't help but question his own judgment. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, it is undoubtedly beneficial for discerning buyers to frequent the market in greater numbers. Ding! Your Alipay account has received 800 yuan. Upon hearing this delightful chime, the vendor felt a wave of comfort wash over him. It was still early in the morning, not yet 8 o'clock, and he had already profited 370 yuan from this transaction, which meant he could afford to relax for the remainder of the day. With this thought, the vendor turned his gaze to the amiable buyer before him, his spirits soaring with joy. However, after completing the payment, Chen Mo did not take his leave. Instead, he leaned in and said, Uncle, I would like to inquire about something. The vendor, still silently grateful to Chen Mo, smiled and replied, Oh, what is it? Chen Mo continued, I wish to inquire about a person. He gestured towards a stall across the street, saying, "I would like to ask about my uncle's song." The vendor was taken aback, clearly puzzled. "Are you referring to the old song across the way?" Chen Mo nodded and explained, "I hail from a village below, and this uncle's song is a distant relative on my mother's side. I had been working in an electronics factory, but my mother thought there was little future in that, so she contacted Uncle Song, expressing a desire for me to come and learn a trade from him. Before arriving, I even took the time to read several books on antiques." At this point, Chen Mo smiled shyly, adding, "Prior to this, I had never met Uncle Song. I only knew he and Aunt Wong sold antiques at this Aid Immortals temple. I was concerned that my sudden appearance might lead to misunderstandings or inadvertently offend Uncle Song and Aunt Wong. Thus, I thought it wise to inquire about their personalities beforehand." Upon hearing this explanation, the vendor experienced a moment of clarity. It turned out that this young man was merely a distant relative of Old Song. Seeking to rely on him, the vendor recalled that he had initially assumed the young man possessed expertise. In truth, he was merely a novice who had read a few books, hardly a connoisseur. Nevertheless, the vendor did not regret pricing his goods lower, for the young man exuded a pleasant demeanor. Coming to seek assistance from relatives and taking the initiative to inquire about their character demonstrated a thoughtful consideration, preventing any unintended offense. The vendor reminisced about a cousin from his wife's side who had similarly claimed to seek refuge. However, upon arrival, he turned out to be lazy and ungrateful. Despite the vendor's efforts to secure him a job, he complained about the meager pay for excessive work, and even begrudged sharing a small room with the vendor's son. He was, in essence, a slothful dreamer. After spending considerable time and resources on him, the vendor was left frustrated and insulted. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the vendor felt an overwhelming sense of warmth towards Chen Mo. "Let me tell you about your Uncle Song and Aunt Wong." Oh, it's you, Xiao Chun. How could I possibly forget you?" Chen Mo felt that the 300 to 400 yuan he spent had been exceedingly worthwhile. Through this inquiry, Chen Mo has garnered a considerable understanding of the information regarding Old Song and his wife. In summary, this couple operates a stall together, having established their presence on this street for many years. They are renowned as a model couple, exhibiting an enviable affection for one another. Their personalities complement each other perfectly. The husband is a taciturn yet kind-hearted man, while the wife is forthright, efficient, and exudes a certain elegance. Notably, the stall owner emphasized that both Uncle Song and Aunt Wong possess formidable expertise in the realm of antiques, particularly in porcelain. He specifically advised Chen Mo to learn diligently from them and not squander this opportunity. After consolidating this information, Chen Mo felt an inexplicable sense of oddity. Logically, such exemplary couples should not align with the narrative he had envisioned. Despite his lingering doubts, the foundational knowledge he had acquired allowed him to probe further. Thus, he made his way toward Old Song's porcelain bowl stall. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was equally perplexed. Just moments ago, Chen Mo had turned off the camera's perspective. When viewers witnessed him spending 800 yuan on a small porcelain jar, they initially assumed it was yet another oversight and began speculating on potential profits. However, when Chen Mo suddenly engaged the stall owner in conversation, inquiring about Uncle Song, the viewers were left utterly bewildered. Was the prominent figure, Boss 99, truly related to Uncle Song? What an astonishing coincidence. Surely, that could not be the case. Hadn't T-Boss just claimed to have only perused a few books on antiques? Such statements seemed intended to mislead the stall owner. But why would he frivolously deceive the vendor? What was the motive behind his inquiries regarding Uncle Song? The audience was in a frenzy, utterly confounded. Ultimately, they decided not to indulge in baseless conjectures, opting instead to await an explanation from Chen Mo. His enigmatic actions had left the viewers in a state of confusion. However, what followed next only deepened their bewilderment. In truth, at that moment, Chen Mo was entirely preoccupied with uncovering the lethal nature of the Iron Hammer S label, rather than concerning himself with the live stream. Upon reaching the porcelain bowl stall, any trace of doubt had vanished from Chen Mo's face, replaced instead by a hint of excitement. "Uncle Song," he exclaimed, his cheeks slightly flushed with enthusiasm as he gazed at the stall owner. "It's truly you. When I saw your silhouette earlier by the jade pendant stall, I had a feeling it was you. I just hadn't had the chance to speak with you before you departed." Chen Mo's voice brimmed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Uncle Song, your recent display of skill was simply magnificent." Those two students were just about to express their gratitude, but when they looked up, poof, you vanished without a trace. What do they call it on television? A hero of great virtue conceals himself from the world. Yes, Uncle Song, you resembled a chivalrous hero from a historical drama. As Chen Mo continued to speak with increasing fervor, even the passers-by turned to gaze at him, their expressions filled with confusion. Meanwhile, the man referred to as Uncle Song wore a perplexed look. Additionally, he could feel a warmth creeping into his cheeks. After all, who could remain composed when addressed so affectionately as Uncle Song and hero? Song Jiansheng scrutinized the unfamiliar face of the young man before him, quickly racking his brain to recall who he might be. The familiarity with which Chen Mo called him Uncle Song suggested a prior acquaintance. After all, a stranger would hardly know his surname, let alone address him so intimately. However, despite pondering for a while, as the gazes of onlookers multiplied, Song Jiansheng felt increasingly flustered and bewildered. Fortunately, Chen Mo did not exaggerate excessively. Noticing that Uncle Song's face was beginning to redden, he wisely chose to temper his enthusiasm. During this exchange, he leaned a little closer to the stall. Seeing this, Song Jiansheng contemplated saying something, but when he opened his mouth, he found that he still could not recall who this young man was, let alone his name. Words caught in his throat, he was at a loss. Chen Mo, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. The excitement in his eyes transformed into astonishment as he asked incredulously, "Uncle Song, you don't remember me?" Pointing to himself, he continued, "It's me, Xiao Chun. You truly don't recall? Just last week, I came here to buy a bowl, and it was Aunt Wong who packaged it for me. She even complimented my looks, saying I was quite handsome. Don't you remember that very handsome Xiao Chun?" As Chen Mo spoke, his tone betrayed a disbelief that mingled perfectly with a hint of disappointment in his gaze, evoking an inexplicable sense of guilt in Song Jiansheng. It felt as though forgetting him was akin to being a heartless traitor. He hurriedly replied, Oh, it's Xiao Chun. How could I ever forget you? I just didn't register at that moment. I was simply too busy." Chen Mo responded, "Oh, I knew it. Uncle Song would never forget me." At this, Song Jiansheng felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he could not quite fathom the source of that relief. After a brief pause, he cautiously inquired, "So, Xiao Chun, what brings you here?" Chen Mo grinned and replied, "I happened to witness your heroic demeanor just now." Upon hearing this, Song Jiansheng quickly waved his hand, saying it was merely a fortunate occurrence. There is no need for such flattery. He genuinely feared the possibility of reliving that moment once more. Upon witnessing Uncle Song's reaction, Chen Mo chuckled softly, opting not to overly praise him. He turned his gaze around, perplexed, and inquired, "Uncle Song, where is Aunt Wong? Why haven't I seen her?" The expression on Chen Mo's face transitioned from confusion to comprehension upon receiving an answer. However, he remained observant of Song Jiansheng's reaction after posing his question. The momentary daze and the subtle stammer in his voice did not escape his notice, since the neighboring stall owner had already inquired earlier. Chen Mo's question was somewhat of a follow-up. He glanced down at the porcelain bowls on the stall, and suddenly, as if recollecting something, he looked up and continued, "Oh, by the way, Uncle Song, didn't Aunt Wong mention she had a fine item to bring for me to see last time?" Upon hearing Chen Mo's question, Song Jiansheng instinctively furrowed his brow. Didn't Aunt Wong mention it to you? She said that bowl is a prime example from the Qing dynasty's folk kills. And if I wanted it, she would offer me a lower price. Was it a chrysanthemum pattern or a plum blossom pattern? At this juncture, Chen Mo shook his head. I forgot. Aunt Wong merely mentioned a cloud blue small bowl with some pattern. She also said it was in particularly good condition. With that, Chen Mo's face reflected curiosity. Song Jiansheng, however, smacked his forehead as if suddenly remembering, "Oh, this matter. Your Aunt Wong did tell me about it. It's that small cloud blue bowl with the plum blossom pattern, right? The condition of that bowl is indeed remarkable." He promptly glanced at the porcelain bowls displayed on his stall, surveying them before apologetically addressing Chen Mo. "Oh dear, your Aunt Wong specifically instructed me to bring it for you before she left, and I completely forgot. It's still at home. Next time, I will surely bring it for you to examine closely." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's expression turned regretful. "Oh well, that's all right." He then resumed his inspection of the porcelain bowls on the stall. After a brief moment, he pointed to one and remarked, "Uncle Song, this blue and white fish and algae bowl is from the Qing dynasty's Qianlong period, isn't it? I recall that such fish and algae patterns were quite popular among the folk during that time." "You are absolutely correct, Xiao Chun. This bowl is indeed from the mid-Qing dynasty during the Qianlong reign. At that time, fish and algae patterns were quite significant in porcelain knowledge." Uncle Song responded, his demeanor transforming as he spoke with fluidity and confidence, exuding the aura of an antique connoisseur. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo wore a look of enlightenment and asked, "So, Uncle Song, how much is this bowl?" Hesitating for a moment, Song Jiansheng replied, "Xiao Chun, we are family. So let us speak frankly. If you wish to have it, I will sell it to you at the actual price, 2,700. If it were someone else, it would fetch at least 3,700. This price indeed reflected a fair valuation. Compared to the 2,650 he had seen, it was merely 50 yuan more. All right, Uncle Song, please wrap it up for me, Chen Mo said, promptly settling the payment. Observing this, Uncle Song's face regained a subtle smile as he began to pack the item. Throughout this process, Chen Mo casually continued to examine the other porcelain bowls on the stall, occasionally asking questions about those he found unclear. Uncle Song, known as Song Jiansheng, answered every inquiry without hesitation. It was evident that he possessed a comprehensive knowledge in the realm of porcelain, explaining each of Chen Mo's questions with clarity. At this point, the interaction between the two parties appeared entirely ordinary. However, just as Uncle Song finished wrapping the fish in algae bowl and was about to hand it to Chen Mo, the latter's gaze inadvertently landed on an iron hammer placed at the edge of the stall. With a hint of surprise in his voice, he inquired, "Oh, Uncle Song, why do you have this iron hammer here? Aren't you worried that it might accidentally break your precious porcelain bowls?" Chen Mo posed this question with an air of nonchalance. Yet upon hearing it, Uncle Song's hand faltered, and the faint smile on his face froze momentarily. This reaction lasted less than half a second before he resumed his motion, extending the wrap bowl to Chen Mo while saying, "Ah, yes, how did this end up here?" His expression devoid of humor, surprise, or confusion. Uncle Song swiftly tucked the iron hammer into a hidden compartment beneath the stall. The swiftness of his action left Chen Mo momentarily taken aback. Observing this scene and recalling the earlier reaction, Chen Mo had already drawn a conclusion. The hammer was suspect, and Uncle Song was undoubtedly aware of it. Otherwise, such a response would not have occurred. In summation, there was definitely something amiss, and Uncle Song was informed about the issue. Choosing not to press further, Chen Mo accepted the fish and algae bowl, his demeanor calming. With a smile, he remarked, "Very well, Uncle Wong, I'll come by another day. Please remember to bring me the small bowl with the cloud green plum blossom pattern that Aunt Wong mentioned." "All right, Uncle Song, I shall take my leave now." He waved his hand and turned to depart. This entire sequence of events had left the audience in the live broadcast utterly astonished. After deceiving the vendor across the street, he then proceeded to outwit the benevolent Uncle Song. How could this kind-faced figure suddenly resort to lies and deception? The viewers were perplexed, bombarding the live chat with inquiries. Did anyone understand why this gentleman chose to act this way? Why impersonate Uncle Song's distant relative? What exactly was that small bowl with the cloud green plum blossom pattern? Had he genuinely visited the Eight Immortals Temple before? Did he not claim yesterday that it was his first visit? By the way, is there anyone knowledgeable about this? Were the two small porcelain jars and bowls he acquired earlier truly valuable? I pondered that I had yet to hear the esteemed individual utter the words that resonate with me. A perfect match. So, is this indeed a fortunate find? An astonishing scene unfolded in the live broadcast. Among 10 comments, at least 8 or 9 concluded with question marks. Each individual was perplexed, utterly bewildered by Chen Mo's actions and their underlying purpose. In Chapter 68, it was evident that this individual harbored some issues. Yet, what transpired next left them utterly astonished. Chen Mo approached a corner and abruptly halted before a wall. As he was not live-streaming via his phone, the audience could only view the scene through the first-person perspective provided by the camera affixed to his chest. Consequently, this abrupt stop caused millions of viewers to find themselves staring blankly at a wall. Although the visuals were lacking, the audio remained accessible. Thus, over 1 million viewers unintentionally entered a mode of passive listening. Chen Mo retrieved his phone and dialed the private number of Deputy Director Yang Dingshan from the Luochang police station, which he had previously noted. After a few rings, the call connected, and a voice on the other end inquired, "Hello, is this Comrade Xiao Chun?" This took Chen Mo by surprise. He had not anticipated that Deputy Director Yang would recognize him, suggesting that he had saved the contact in his phone. This spared him the need for self-introduction. "It's me, Director Yang," Chen Mo replied. Yang Dingshan's demeanor was exceedingly warm. "I was actually planning to call you around noon, Comrade Xiao Chun. The victim you assisted a few days ago has regained consciousness, and her family has contacted our station, wishing to meet you to express their heartfelt gratitude. Moreover, there was the matter of the 500,000 yuan reward. It has passed internal review, and the allocation has been confirmed for you. However, there are still some processes to complete before it can be transferred to your bank account, which will take some time." His enthusiasm was not without reason. In a few days, there would be a significant reckoning within the public security system, and Chen Mo had indeed rendered him a substantial favor. Furthermore, he He had privately learned of Chen Mo's circumstances, discovering that he had amassed over 10 million in just a few days through fortunate finds, along with substantial competition prizes and lucrative live streaming contracts awaiting collection, all of which had trended on social media. For such talent, both professionally and personally, Yang Dingshan sought to cultivate a good relationship with Chen Mo, as he might find it beneficial in the future. Chen Mo did not anticipate such developments and replied, "There is no need for gratitude, Director Yang. Perhaps you could decline on my behalf." After exchanging pleasantries, they finally delved into the main topic. "I want to refer to you as Comrade Xiao Chun any longer. From now on, I shall call you Brother Chun," Yang Dingshan remarked. "Brother Chun, what brings you to call today?" Chen Mo responded, "Indeed, Brother Yang, there is a matter I wish to consult with you." "Oh, what is it?" Yang Dingshan inquired. Chen Mo paused for a moment before speaking. "Brother Yang, I would like to inquire about a hypothetical situation. If I were to encounter a case, but I'm not entirely certain of its nature." Before Chen Mo could finish his thought, Yang Dingshan interrupted him with a sudden elevation of his voice. "What? You've encountered a case again?" Chen Mo replied, Yes. I merely wish to know if I can report it under such circumstances." He added, "I can only say that there's a certain probability it may be a homicide." As soon as he uttered those words, Yang Dingshan's tone escalated significantly, primarily because the term homicide is exceedingly sensitive. He hurriedly pressed for more details. "Where exactly?" "In the Baxian Temple of Chang'an City." "Ah, not in Luocheng?" "Indeed. I encountered it at the Baxian Temple in Chang'an City. I called you mainly for consultation." Upon hearing that it was outside his jurisdiction, Yang Dingshan calmed down slightly. After a brief contemplation, he remarked, "The Baxian Temple is also an antique market, correct? So, you're saying you discovered a case there, but you're unsure of its specifics, only that there is a likelihood it could be a homicide, and, conversely, there is also a chance you might be mistaken. Am I right?" Chen Mo affirmed, "Yes." Yang Dingshan stated, "In such a case, you may report it." However, he immediately posed another question. "Which district is the Baxian Temple in Chang'an City?" "Chang'an District." Yang Dingshan promptly advised. "Then, Yang Chun, there's no need to report it. I happen to have a university classmate who is the deputy captain of the criminal police team at the Chang'an District Public Security Bureau. I will provide you with his contact information. You can reach out to him directly." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo felt a wave of relief. Reporting the case directly would have made it difficult for him to explain how he came to discover it. However, contacting the deputy captain privately would undoubtedly be more convenient. Approximately half an hour later, the deputy captain, as mentioned by Yang Dingshan, arrived in a private vehicle at the entrance of the Baxian Temple, where Chen Mo was waiting. "Hello, you must be the young Chun that Lao Yang spoke of," said the sturdy man, extending his hand. "I am Zhou Long, the deputy captain of the criminal police team at the Chang'an District Public Security Bureau. You could just call me Lao Zhou." Chen Mo shook his hand. "Captain Zhou, it's me. Director Yang should have briefed you." Zhou Long replied, "Yes, Lao Yang provided me with a general overview of the situation. As it stands, you're uncertain whether it is indeed a homicide, correct?" Chen Mo nodded. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Long inquired, "What is your level of confidence regarding this matter?" Chen Montak hesitated. Although the iron hammer was undoubtedly a weapon, whether it could definitively lead to solving the case remained uncertain. Upon hearing this, Zhou Long raised an eyebrow. Each year, false alarms regarding homicides are far too frequent, with at least 70 to 80% turning out to be mere scares. However, if this level of confidence was not fabricated, it would warrant his serious attention. Zhou Long steadied himself and turned his gaze towards the somewhat handsome young man before him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, his many years of experience as a detective led him to an inexplicable conclusion. The so-called 50% probability was, in fact, a rather conservative estimate on the part of the other individual. "Let us proceed to the stall of the person you mentioned," he declared. With that, Zhou Long took the lead, making his way into the Eight Immortals Temple. Chen Mo did not confront them directly. Instead, he positioned himself a few stalls away, observing discreetly out of the corner of his eye. Meanwhile, Zhou Long had arrived at the porcelain bowl stall, which was currently devoid of customers. Song Jiansheng watched the robust man before him, who bore no resemblance to a typical antique buyer, and felt an inexplicable jolt in his chest. Zhou Long remained silent, merely bowing his head to examine the porcelain bowls on display. Observing this scene, Song Jiansheng's unease intensified. As time ticked away, just as his apprehension reached its zenith, and he was about to speak, Zhou Long suddenly lifted his head, revealing his police badge with his right hand, and in a hoarse yet calm voice inquired, "Hello, I am Zhou Long, the vice captain of the Chonglu Precinct's criminal police team." and I have some questions for you. Witnessing the immediate shrinkage of the other man's pupils and his instinctive step back, Zhou Long felt a surge of alarm. Years of investigative experience informed him that this individual was indeed suspicious. Chapter 69. The Mysterious Figure 99. Have you made a mistake? Under normal circumstances, a paid high-energy bullet chat would remain displayed for at least 5 seconds at the top of the live chat screen. Only when an excessive number of such messages appeared simultaneously would their display time be correspondingly shortened. However, in the 99th live broadcast room, an overwhelming barrage of high-energy paid bullet chats flooded the screen. Each message barely lingered for half a second, flashing momentarily before being overshadowed by subsequent ones. What is happening? Why is there a need to report this? A homicide? How did it suddenly escalate to a homicide? This is utterly absurd. Uncle Song was just assisting those 2 university students. How could he possibly be involved in a homicide? I firmly believe there must be some mistake. Indeed, that Uncle Song seemed like such a good person. I simply cannot accept this. Have you truly made a mistake, Figure 99? Can you provide an explanation? Just moments ago, while millions of viewers in the live room stared blankly at a wall, they overheard the conversation between Chen Mo and Yang Dingshan quite clearly. The contents of that call were akin to a large stone cast upon a tranquil lake, instantly igniting the entire live room. A flurry of conspicuous high-energy bullet chats erupted chaotically, as if they were free for all. One by one, over 1 million online viewers found themselves collectively bewildered. Among them, some astute individuals suddenly recalled that Chen Mo had been purchasing cans and bowls while feigning the role of a distant relative, engaging in a series of decidedly unusual actions that seemed designed to probe the stall owner, Mr. Song. At this moment, a striking barrage of golden text, adorned with shimmering dragon motifs, emerged conspicuously amid a sea of high-energy comments. A user from the Jinling antique shop exclaimed, "Brothers, let's pause for a moment. Weren't we just pondering why the esteemed one has been behaving so unusually? Upon reflection, is it plausible that such a person would act erratically without reason? Certainly not. I personally believe that the actions of the esteemed number 99 were merely a test directed at Uncle Song. Undoubtedly, he has discerned some inconsistencies that we overlooked." The audience stared in astonishment as the golden barrage from Jinling Antique shop monopolized the entire screen. They began to contemplate the implications of the comments made therein. Indeed, since the broadcast commenced, the demeanor exhibited by number 99 has consistently suggested he is a rational individual. Thus, how could a rational person suddenly engage in erratic behavior? It seems he identified a discrepancy, sought an opportunity to probe, and upon gaining sufficient confidence, reached out to Yang Dingshan to inquire whether it was appropriate to contact the authorities. In light of this, everything suddenly appeared to make much more sense. As this realization dawned upon them, the audience was left astounded. With so many individuals gathered in the live stream, all witnessing the unfolding events clearly, how could not a single person have detected the so-called inconsistencies? Naturally, Chen Mo refrained from joining Zhou Long at Uncle Song's stall. Had he done so, he would have undoubtedly exposed his own identity. Consequently, he remained at a distance of 3 or 4 stalls, discreetly observing the situation out of the corner of his eye. Zhou Long felt a heaviness in his heart. His prompt arrival was primarily due to his regard for Yang Dingshan. During their university days, he and Yang had shared a bunk, fostering a close friendship. Among their dormitory mates, their bond was the strongest. After graduating and entering the workforce, their communication had diminished significantly due to geographical distance. Nevertheless, Zhou Long distinctly recalled seeking Yang's assistance a few years prior regarding a work-related issue, while Yang had never once asked for his help in return. As a result, this favor had remained unpaid, until now, when the opportunity presented itself. He could not refuse. Upon displaying his police badge, Zhou Long observed the stall owner's instinctive reaction, which made it clear that repaying this favor would be impossible. In fact, it was highly likely he would incur an even greater debt. A plainclothes officer suddenly revealed his identification and the contrasting reactions of an innocent, law-abiding citizen versus someone with illicit intentions were starkly evident. The former would respond with confusion, wariness, or compliance, while the latter would exclaim, "Finally, they've arrived." A response steeped in profound fear and panic. Those who commit offenses, if they are aware that their actions are illegal, will undoubtedly construct countless scenarios in their minds about the moment they're discovered by the police, striving to simulate responses. However, the reality is that, apart from those criminals who have undergone highly specialized anti-detection training, the average individual, when confronted with a police badge, will instinctively react within the initial 5 to 15 seconds. relying on their primal instincts. In other words, during this fleeting moment, nearly everyone's reactions are genuine, while subsequent responses may be performed. The initial physiological breakdown is something an ordinary person cannot feign. As he observed the vendor before him, Zhou Long's expression remained unchanged. He nonchalantly employed classic interrogation techniques, meticulously crafted by numerous elite criminal investigation experts, based on countless cases. One might wonder why this vice captain of the criminal investigation team did not draw upon the wealth of personal experience accumulated over years of service. Such speculation is unfounded. Experience merely reinforces the notion that the strategies articulated by those distinguished experts are the most effective. In Chapter 70, Zhou Long expressed his gratitude, stating this time, "I must thank you," and "Soma Song Jiansheng." Chen Mo refrained from broadcasting via his mobile phone, leaving the audience to view the scene through the lens of an action camera, focused anxiously on the ceramic ware displayed at the vendor's stall. At this moment, Chen Mo managed to maintain a clear view. He observed Zhou Long approaching Uncle Song's stall, presenting his credentials, and engaging in conversation, which Chen Mo suspected was likely one-sided. After a brief exchange, Zhou Long made a phone call, and shortly thereafter, 2 officers arrived. However, these were not in plain clothes. At this juncture, Chen Mo, from his vantage point, could see that both Uncle Song and Zhou Long, along with the newly arrived officers, appeared relatively composed. Once the officers joined the conversation with Zhou Long and Uncle Song, they began assisting in dismantling the stall. Yet, what transpired next left Chen Mo momentarily stunned. As the officers and the vendor tidied up, preparing to leave with the cart, Uncle Song, whose expression had remained stable, suddenly leaned back and collapsed onto the ground. Appearing utterly drained, Chen Mo observed intently, instinctively turning his body, causing his action camera to align with the direction of Uncle Song's stall. The viewers in the live stream bore witness to the middle-aged man, previously hailed as a hero, breaking down in tears. From this distance, Chen Mo could faintly hear Uncle Song's anguished cries, "Officer, I surrender." Ignoring the astonished onlookers, the 2 officers and Zhou Long grew increasingly serious. After leaving one officer to watch over the small cart, Zhou Long and the remaining officer took the nearly distraught Song Jiansheng and prepared to depart. As they passed by Chen Mo, Zhou Long, with a serious demeanor, addressed him, "We're going to his home to collect evidence. Please head to the Chonglu District Police Station this afternoon and wait for me. I may need your assistance in giving a statement." With that, Zhou Long hurriedly departed with Song Jiansheng. Hearing this, Chen Mo lost the inclination to continue scavenging and decided to take a taxi to the police station to wait. However, before he could retrieve his phone, Su Baolong, a prominent figure, appeared just in time, holding a half-eaten bun and exuding a down-to-earth charm. Noticing the 2 porcelain jars and bowl in Chen Mo's hands, he curiously approached and inquired, "You're here so early, Brother Chen. Did you find these treasures?" Chen Mo shook his head and replied, "Su Ge, you arrived just in time. Please take me to the Chong and District Police Station." Su Baolong responded, "Huh? Where to?" It turned out that Su Baolong, a businessman worth 9 figures, was genuinely free. After Chen Mo briefly explained the situation, Su promptly decided to personally drive him there, insisting on waiting for the results together. Thus, they waited from around 8 in the morning until 4:30 in the afternoon, over 8 hours in total. At noon, they even indulged in a complimentary lunch from the police station's cafeteria. When Zhou Long reappeared before Chen Mo, he had changed from civilian attire to a navy uniform. He immediately expressed, "This time, I must thank you, and Song Jiansheng should also be grateful to you." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo felt a wave of confusion. While he easily understood Zhou Long's gratitude, given that the incident occurred within his jurisdiction, he wondered why Uncle Song would be thankful. With this perplexity, Chen Mo entered the statement room alongside Zhou Long. Of course, prior to this, Chen Mo had already shut down his live stream upon arriving earlier that morning. However, before ending the broadcast, he had informed his audience that he would clarify the situation in the next session. Inside the statement room, Zhou Long prepared a cup of tea for Chen Mo. His expression bore a seriousness tempered by a hint of relief. Sighing, the vice captain remarked, "I truly must extend my gratitude to you this time." Chen Mo inquired, "Has the investigation clarified the case?" Zhou Long replied, "Not yet. My team is still gathering evidence at his home. However, Song Jiansheng has confessed everything." Chen Mo pressed further, "Confessed? His wife?" Zhou Long nodded, "Indeed. It was his wife who committed the crime." The revelation left Chen Mo momentarily stunned, as it starkly contradicted his assumptions. Across from him, Zhou Long continued, "In less than 2 weeks, there will be a substantial reckoning within our police force. I shudder to think of the consequences if this case had been discovered a few days later. Without further ado, once this matter is resolved, I must invite you, young brother Chen Xiao, along with the elder Yang, to share a meal together. Pausing for a moment, Zhou Long turned to Chen Mo and said, in terms of gratitude, it is actually Song Jiansheng who should be most thankful to you rather than myself. The death was not caused by him, but rather by his wife. Upon hearing Zhou Long's account, Chen Mo began to piece together the entire case, simultaneously grasping the true nature of his gratitude. It turned out that Chen Mo had misjudged the situation. It was not a case of a murderous wife as he had initially thought. That very evening, the thief infiltrated Song Jiansheng's home, only to discover that his wife, Aunt Wang, was alone. Aunt Wang, being nearly a decade younger than Song Jiansheng and exceptionally well-preserved, appeared to be in her 30s. The thief, emboldened by lust, succumbed to illicit desires, committing a grave transgression in the criminal world by attempting to seize both wealth and life. In the ensuing struggle, Aunt Wang, in a moment of panic, inadvertently struck the thief on the head with a hammer, killing him instantly. Realizing she had accidentally committed murder, Aunt Wang was gripped by fear, too terrified to contact the authorities, and hastily reached out to her husband. She chose to remain and deal with the thief's corpse herself. Given the nature of their home, a standalone house with a small yard, she dug a pit in the garden to bury the body. The crux of the case lies in the fact that these two individuals, neither of whom had completed elementary school, possessed no legal awareness whatsoever. They were utterly oblivious to the concept of justifiable self-defense. Moreover, they had no inkling that, even in the absence of surveillance cameras, forensic experts could reconstruct the scene based on the evidence available. Their sole focus was on the fact that they had taken a life, and thus believed they must pay the ultimate price. It is worth mentioning that the thief had already been identified by another department due to previous crimes, and it was only a matter of time before they would trace him back to Song Jiansheng's yard. This is why Song Jiansheng felt compelled to express his gratitude towards Chen Mo. Following this incident, although Song Jiansheng's actions cannot be classified as a confession, his prompt honesty can be deemed a quasi-confession. Regardless, it is certainly preferable to admitting guilt only after the body had been unearthed from his home, allowing for a more immediate psychological relief. Chapter 71. Today, we shall continue to immerse ourselves in the local customs and culture of the Eight Immortals Temple. The thief's crime escalated from burglary to armed robbery, with clear malicious intent. The violent coercive actions following his illicit thoughts perfectly align with the nature of the crime of attempted sexual assault, showcasing his intentions unequivocally. Furthermore, a sharpened dagger was discovered in his possession. Considering these points, Aunt Wang's actions could be rightfully classified as self-defense. Regrettably, both Uncle Song and Aunt Wang were ignorant of the law, believing solely that taking a life necessitated retribution. The following day, after Chen Mo's broadcast commenced, he elaborated on the entire case for the viewers in the hotel, prompting a wave of emotional responses among the audience. What crime have Uncle Song and Aunt Wang committed? Perhaps conspiracy or destruction of evidence. I am not entirely certain. This is merely information I gathered from my online searches. Alas, I do not perceive Uncle Song as a villain. Essentially, he acted out of a desire to protect his wife. It is indeed true. Had it not been for the broadcaster's report, Uncle Song and the others might have remained unscathed. Those who blame the influential figure 99 are rather peculiar. Have they not heard that this thief has already been identified by the police in connection with other cases? If the investigation continues, it will inevitably lead back to Uncle Song, and at that point, the nature of the situation would be entirely different. Indeed, had it not been for Mr. Chen, Uncle Song would likely not have been so forthcoming. Voluntarily confessing is a far cry from being discovered by the police at home. Whether Uncle Song's actions qualify as a voluntary confession is uncertain, but at the very least, he could be regarded as having made a preliminary confession, which would significantly mitigate the situation. In the event of sentencing, the court would surely treat him leniently, possibly even granting him probation. Zhou Long conveyed this to Chen Mo, who faithfully relayed the information to the live stream, as there was nothing in the case that could not be discussed. On the contrary, due to the case's classic nature, it could even serve as an educational example. After all, in today's society, the number of individuals lacking legal knowledge is quite substantial. Had either Uncle Song or Aunt Wang possessed even a basic understanding of the laws regarding justifiable defense, the current outcome would undoubtedly have been different. The audience in the live stream exhibited an astonishing interest in this case, engaging in fervent discussions. However, at that moment, a particularly striking comment abruptly shifted the direction of the conversation in the chat. Jinling Antique Shop number 13, By the way, how did the influential figure discover that there was something amiss with Uncle Song? I reviewed the recorded live stream multiple times last night and found no issues. With a familiar user ID, a recognizable golden frame, and the eye-catching golden dragon effect, that man simply used one sentence to reignite a question that many in the chat had nearly forgotten. One by one, they began to barrage the screen with inquiries. In response, Chen Mo remarked, "Do you think everyone would believe it was just a hunch? I certainly do not. If memory serves, the last time you found a wad of toilet paper in that vase, your reasoning was based on a feeling, wasn't it? Can feelings truly be that accurate? What nonsense! I have reason to suspect that the influential figure is merely trying to deceive us. If I continue to trust his words, I might as well be a fool." Who's fool, you ask? To this question, Chen Mo simply laughed it off and moved on. Who among the good-hearted would delve into explanations for such matters? It is worth noting that the reward posted on the police system wanted website amounts to 47,000 yuan. Following a meeting last night, Zhou Long contacted Chen Mo to inform him that this reward would be attributed to him. Coupled with the 3,000 yuan reward for tips from concerned citizens in Chang'an City, the total comes to exactly 50,000, with costs of 802,700, not accounting for any resale. The total amounts to 3,500 yuan. It could be considered a minor windfall. Yesterday was merely an unexpected turn of events. Chen Mo, holding his phone for the live stream, declared, "Today, let us continue to experience the local customs and culture of the Eight Immortals Temple." Upon hearing those words, the audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Indeed, the esteemed gentleman had a point. When we visited the Eight Immortals Temple, we were ensnared in a trap and incurred losses. However, if he were to seize an opportunity there, it could indeed be considered an authentic experience of local culture. Astonishing. There is some truth to that. After tidying up, Chen Mo exited the hotel and waited for his ride at the entrance. Hailing a taxi? No need for that, indeed. His chauffeur, the esteemed Mr. Su Baolong, whose worth is in the 9-digit realm, had specifically instructed yesterday that he would personally come to fetch him today. To decline would be to wound the heart of this good friend. It wasn't long before a familiar S680 limited edition Maybach with a deft drift appeared before the viewers. This scene left the audience utterly astounded. Drifting in a Maybach, how remarkable! As the luxurious tinted windows, designed for utmost privacy, gradually descended, Su Baolong, with his remaining few strands of hair flowing elegantly, gazed at Chen Mo with bright eyes. Get in. For reasons unknown, ever since Su Baolong began to accompany Chen Mo and broaden his horizons, he frequently experienced a thrilling excitement that he had never encountered before, whether in astonishment, confusion, or existential doubt, compared to his current business stability, where he effortlessly earned tens or even hundreds of thousands. The mere act of casually seizing an opportunity to earn several thousand could send ripples through his mind. This sensation led Su Baolong to deeply ponder whether he was, perhaps, growing younger with each passing day. After the viewers had enjoyed a free virtual experience of riding in a luxury car worth millions, Chen Mo and Su Baolong returned to the Eight Immortals Temple. Chen Mo's expression remained calm, while Su Baolong's face bore a hint of excitement and anticipation. Of course, many viewers in the live stream shared his sentiments, eagerly awaiting the next development. Although the profits from the opportunities seized filled Chen Mo's own pockets, leaving the audience with nothing, they still felt an inexplicable thrill watching the esteemed gentleman succeed in his endeavors. It was exhilarating. They were so delighted that they even considered giving him some tokens of appreciation. At that moment, in a luxurious hotel suite, 3 men and 1 woman sat around a table, all intently focused on the computer before them. The screen displayed the 99th live stream channel. The 4 remained silent, observing the broadcast. After a considerable pause, one of them finally spoke. "Boss, are we really going to take him down? I can't shake the feeling that this 99th channel truly possesses some skill." The speaker, with a round face akin to the Buddha, a robust physique, donned a custom suit adorned with a rare South Sea pearl lapel pin, while his wrist bore a Patek Philippe Platinum watch paired with a rosewood bracelet, exuding an aura of opulence that commanded admiration from anyone who beheld him. It turns out that the portrayal of the Hong Kong tycoon in those television dramas was indeed modeled after him. Among those who referred to this tycoon as the boss, the eldest in age was present. Unfortunately, this boss chose not to speak. Instead, it was the man with a buzz cut who broke the silence. "Old 4. We haven't even begun, and you're already getting anxious?" The Hong Kong tycoon replied, "Second brother, I'm not anxious. The issue is that number 99 has yet to miss a shot, and I can't help but worry. At this moment, the only woman among the four chuckled. Old four. Spare us the explanations. You are simply anxious. She then inquired, do you doubt your second brother's imitation skills, or my acting prowess? Or perhaps you question the big brother's decisiveness? Upon hearing this, the man referred to as Old Four became somewhat flustered, repeatedly defending himself. Third sister. That's not what I meant. At this juncture, the older man, estimated to be in his 50s or 60s, finally spoke. All right, second and third. Stop teasing Old Four. He smiled at Old Four and continued, Old Four, just focus on doing your part. Leave the rest to us. After saying this, the elder turned to the other three and stated solemnly, in orchestrating a scheme, the emphasis lies not on the scheme itself, but on the orchestrator. Those who dabble in underhanded methods possess no poor gambling instincts. For such individuals, as long as one understands their nature, even the most seemingly trivial scheme leaves them with no choice but to participate. The second brother is a master in the field of counterfeit imitation. The third sister resembles a sweet, neighborly girl, the youngest among them, exuding warmth and approachability. And Old Four, the Hong Kong tycoon, is someone whose appearance is disrespected by even a hint of performance. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, still live-streaming, remained oblivious to the fact that he had caught the attention of this small group who had traveled from afar specifically to observe him. At the Eight Immortals Temple, Chen Mo was leisurely strolling along the street with Su Baolong. As they made their way, he could distinctly sense that the number of passers-by regarding him with curious glances had increased significantly compared to the previous day. Even some vendors began to regard him with a peculiar gaze. When Chen Mo met their eyes, they would grin broadly, as if to say, ah, a fellow comrade. Su Baolong, following closely behind, felt an inexplicable chill creeping along his back. After a while, he could no longer contain himself. He touched his back and said to Chen Mo, why do I feel like there are ill-intentioned people watching me from behind? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo chuckled. You'll get used to it. Su Baolong zponde, how mama. For some reason, he felt that Chen Mo's smile also bore a hint of mischief. This remark prompted laughter in the live stream from those once captivated by this former top contender. What a delightful notion of getting accustomed to it. In this relaxed and whimsical atmosphere, Chen Mo and Su Baolong embarked on their treasure-hunting journey, wandering from the area filled with calligraphy and painting stalls to the miscellaneous goods section. This time, fortune seemed to have normalized considerably. Chen Mo scanned his surroundings and encountered not a single significant opportunity. However, he did come across several minor treasures that could yield a profit of a few thousand yuan each. As he was yet to familiarize himself with any antique shops in the Eight Immortals Temple area, he found it impractical to make a purchase, dismissing these small finds with indifference. Yet his companion, the esteemed Mr. Su, was keenly interested. After Chen Mo casually pointed out a few items, Su Baolong beamed with delight. Akin to a child weighing 100 to 200 pounds, he eagerly filled a large bag with all the items Chen Mo had mentioned, leaving nothing behind. How much for this incense burner? 5,000. That price seems a bit steep. Could you accept 3,000? The lowest I can go is 4,000. 3,005? If that's agreeable, I can pay right now. Su Baolong was thoroughly engrossed in the haggling, as if 300 or 500 yuan were of no consequence to him. After Chen Mo quietly shared a rough baseline price with Su Baolong, he let him indulge in the negotiations while he continued to wander ahead. Not long after, Chen Mo noticed a crowd gathered at the corner of the street, just around the left bend. From a distance, he could not discern what drew the throng. Without a second thought, he made his way towards the commotion. After considerable effort, he finally squeezed into the front row and discovered what the crowd was so captivated by. It was not merely a vendor. Rather, it was a guardian of a treasure. For on display was but a single item. In such a scenario, it would be more apt to describe it as a guardian of a precious artifact, awaiting an enlightened buyer. Another factor that attracted such a multitude of onlookers was the fact that the guardian of this treasure was, astonishingly, a foreigner. Chen Mo felt a flicker of surprise. Chang'an was not a coastal city. It was rare to encounter foreigners, especially in the antiquities and curios market of the Eight Immortals Temple. The sudden appearance of a foreigner, publicly selling a piece of Chinese antiquity, created an undeniably unique spectacle. As Chen Mo observed, this foreign gentleman possessed a narrow, elongated face with a high, straight nose, reminiscent of a Briton. Yet his jawline was somewhat broad and his cheekbones high, characteristics that strikingly aligned with those of an American. Thus, Chen Mo found himself momentarily unable to ascertain the man's nationality. At that moment, several individuals surrounded him, inquiring about the price. Stone bowl, knife music. The foreigner exclaimed with an almost ethereal intonation, gesturing animatedly as he spoke. The inquirers stood in stunned silence for a while, trying to comprehend the price he had quoted in terms of yuan. Suddenly, they were taken aback, shaking their heads vigorously and retreating. Meanwhile, he muttered under his breath, "What a fool! Such a steep price." Chapter 73. The 8 Craving Knife. Selling to a prospective buyer. What a loss. The foreigner held in his hands an object that resembled a diminutive stove, scarcely larger than a palm. Its surface was marred by a myriad of deep brown rust spots, which immediately suggested that it was not porcelain, but rather crafted from some form of metal. As for its overall appearance, it certainly left much to be desired. The foreigner had the audacity to quote a price of $100,000, which, when converted to RMB, amounted to over 700,000. Spending such a sum on an unattractive and seemingly purposeless little stove could only be the folly of someone utterly devoid of reason. It was no wonder that, upon hearing the price, the onlookers scattered like startled birds, fearing that even the slightest mishap might lead to a costly accident involving the $100,000. After observing the stove for a while, Chen Mo recognized that he had stumbled upon a significant opportunity. However, he refrained from rushing forward. To approach the seller immediately after only a brief glance would betray his intent to acquire what he perceived as a treasure. It was prudent to consider the possibility that the surrounding potential buyers might intercept his bid. Maintaining a calm demeanor, his expression as serene as a placid lake, no one could discern his true thoughts. He remained unhurried. If it were so simple, there would not be so many fleeing in panic. Chen Mo adopted the guise of an indifferent bystander, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Initially, there had been at least a dozen buyers gathered around the stove, but after the foreigner's announcement, only 3 remained steadfast in their position. Clearly, these 3 believed themselves somewhat capable and were unwilling to concede defeat, intent on further examination. One buyer scrutinized the stove for a considerable time before speaking. The base of this stove bears the mark of the Ming Dynasty's Xuanda period. Given that the Xuanda era dates back approximately 600 or 700 years, the oxidation of the rust appears reasonable. However, the craftsmanship. He trailed off, glancing at the foreigner, and inquired, "Do you know the provenance of this stove?" The foreign seller looked perplexed. "Provenance? Are you asking if this stove has any special significance? What was its purpose in the past? Not all antiques are valuable. After all, countless items have survived from centuries ago. If you are selling it for such a high price, surely there must be something of worth about it." After an extensive explanation from a buyer, the foreign seller finally comprehended, his expression shifting to one of realization. "Oh, I see. Is that what you meant?" Upon hearing this, the buyer eagerly perked up, prepared to listen intently, hoping to use this information as a foundation for his own judgment. However, amidst his hopeful gaze, the foreigner merely shook his head and responded with unwavering certainty, "I shall not guide." The buyer exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? How can you demand such an exorbitant price? This is utterly outrageous." At that moment, the buyer contemplated leaving, just as others had done. Yet, after a brief moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose to stay. Deep within, he felt there was indeed something to this stove. After some reflection, he continued, "Sir, your stove lacks any provenance, and to ask for $100,000 is excessively high. That price, converted to our currency, could easily afford a house. You see, with such a price tag, you frighten potential buyers away. Allow me to propose a figure, $8,000. If you are amenable, I can pay you right now." The buyer slowed his tone, addressing the foreigner earnestly. To be frank, he still wished to take a gamble. Unfortunately, the moment he finished speaking, the foreigner shook his head vigorously, like a tambourine. No, that is certainly not acceptable. I spent $80,000 on this. Selling it to you for such a low price would be a tremendous loss." Upon hearing this, the buyer looked incredulous. $80,000? Your cost? You must be joking." Noticing the situation, the foreigner attempted to explain, but his grasp of Chinese was so poor that he could not articulate his point clearly after much effort. Eventually, he pulled out his phone and typed into a translation app, "I acquired this stove from an antiquities dealer in my country for $80,000. He claimed it was from your nation, and I exerted considerable effort to bring it here. If I sell it for less than $80,000, I would incur a loss. Including profit, I must at least ask for $100,000. As the buyer read along, he could not help but burst into laughter by the end. His initial inclination to gamble was swiftly extinguished. "You seriously believe that? You have clearly been deceived by that dealer." With those 2 sentences, the buyer turned and departed without a trace of hesitation. The other 2 potential buyers, who had also entertained thoughts of purchase, followed suit. Consequently, The foreigner's stall was left entirely deserted. Even the onlookers began to disperse. After observing for a while, Chen Mo, a bystander, contemplated whether it was time for him to make a move. At that moment, Su Baolong approached, carrying a large bag. "So this is where you are. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you." The ever-gleeful Su was evidently in high spirits. Chen Mo glanced at the hefty bag and inquired, "How much did you pay?" Su Baolong responded, 3,600, which is 400 less than I anticipated. Chen Mo remarked, "That is quite good. The market value of this item starts at least at 8,000, so if you resell it, you could nearly double your investment." At this point, he felt a twinge of curiosity. "You weren't thinking of parting with such a trinket, were you? Planning to keep it for yourself?" Chen Mo. At that moment, Su Baolong also noticed the foreign vendor ahead, along with the solitary stove displayed on his stall. He casually inquired in a hushed tone, "So, does this stove have a story?" Chen Mo subtly nodded, and upon witnessing this exchange, Su Baolong instantly understood. He feigned indifference, smoothly shifting the conversation back to the earlier incident of finding that small item. As they conversed, they continued to stride forward. In just a few moments, they had approached the foreign vendor's stall. Chapter 74. Whoever buys this stove is a fool. Su boss. At that moment, a slightly surprised voice rang out. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Mo and Su Baolong looked up to see two impeccably dressed middle-aged men approaching them. "Su boss, are you not in Luo City? What brings you to Chang'an City?" The two men, one tall and one short, greeted them with warmth and cheerful expressions. Recognizing the newcomers, Su Baolong's demeanor remained unchanged. Indeed, they were acquaintances from before, though not particularly close. He replied with a smile, "Just here to visit the Eight Immortals Temple." "The presence of Su boss at this humble Eight Immortals Temple is truly an honor," remarked the taller of the two with a grin. Su Baolong laughed heartily. "Please, don't flatter me." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the tall man curiously glanced at Chen Mo and asked, "Su boss, may I ask who this young gentleman is?" Su Baolong replied, "This is my brother Chen." Upon hearing this, the tall man was taken aback. He had assumed the young man was perhaps an employee of Su Baolong's company. To his surprise, he was referred to as a brother. This prompted him to speculate about Chen Mo's true identity. Quickly, he extended a hand, saying, "Ah, so this is Su boss's brother. A pleasure to meet you." Chen Mo reciprocated the handshake. It was during this exchange that the tall man noticed the smartphone in Chen Mo's left hand, which was unexpectedly live streaming. Is he a streamer? He pondered. However, his assumptions about Chen Mo's status instinctively diminished. In his mind, internet celebrities were not individuals of significant standing. At this juncture, Su Baolong began introducing the parties involved. He first addressed Chen Mo. "These two are individuals I met previously in the Antique Association of Su Province. This is Director Jean, and this is Director Wang." Afterward, he introduced Chen Mo to the two, stating, "This is my good brother, and his identity is," here he hesitated, glancing at Chen Mo. Chen Mo promptly filled in, "an antique enthusiast." He raised a phone in his hand, adding, "and also a budding streamer." Upon hearing this, the shorter man, Director Wang, who had been relatively quiet, narrowed his eyes. Uncertain of the reason, he gazed at the young man before him, particularly captivated by the sharply defined features of his face, which inexplicably evoked a sense of familiarity, as though they had encountered each other not long ago. Regrettably, the tall director, surnamed Jean, remarked, "Ah, so you're also an aficionado of antiques. That's splendid. You should follow boss Su and learn diligently from him. In due course, he can serve as your recommender, allowing you to join our antique association." Upon hearing this, Su Baolong was taken aback. "Good heavens, you dare suggest that Chen Mo learned from him?" Instinctively, he wanted to retort, but upon meeting Chen Mo's gaze, he understood the latter's desire for discretion and thus refrained from voicing his objections. At that moment, Director Jean also noticed the foreign vendor and the stove on display. He inquired, "Boss Su, is this what you have your eye on?" Observing the scene, Director Jean chuckled and said, "Oh, in that case, allow me to assist you in discerning its value." Su Baolong replied, No, there's no need." Yet Jean persisted, "It's no trouble at all. It will only take a moment to take a look." Su Baolong thought to himself, "What level of expertise do you possess that I require your assistance in this matter?" Director Jean boldly approached the foreign vendor's stall, with Director Wang following closely behind. Still deep in thought, without inquiring about the price, the tall Jean began examining the item. After a brief inspection, he even touched it, declaring, "This piece is indeed antique. The base mark is accurate. It dates from the Ming Dynasty during the Xuande period. Judging by its form, it appears to be an incense burner crafted using cloisonné techniques. This is undoubtedly a cloisonné incense burner from the Ming Xuande era. Upon completing his assessment, Director Jin set the burner down and, with unwavering confidence, addressed Su Baolong. Su Baolong felt a twinge of anxiety, silently reflecting, "You may possess the knowledge, but your tone is so assured that it seems you fear undervaluing it when it comes time to bid." In the realm of antique trading, the greatest peril lies in setting a high expectation before determining the price. As Jean continued to extol the virtues of the antique, praising its authenticity and quality, Su Baolong could not shake the feeling that Jean was akin to a foolish charlatan, there solely to swindle him. After an exhaustive display of knowledge, Director Jean finally ceased his monologue, leaving the foreign vendor nearly entranced by his discourse. Although many of the esoteric terms were lost on him, he could still comprehend the affirmations of good and excellent. Once Jean finally paused, the vendor hastily inquired, "Are you interested in purchasing it?" Only then did Jean ask about the price. "This burner is indeed a fine piece. How much do you want for it?" 10,000, came the vendor's reply. At this price, Jean momentarily froze. In his estimation, this cloisonné incense burner from the Ming Xuande period should be worth at least 300,000. Even 10,000 seemed too low for him. After all, with just a bit of effort, he could easily profit by 1 or 200,000. Such a sum is not insignificant. The mind of Director Jean suddenly sprang to life. Although he was ostensibly assisting Su Baolong in assessing the item, the fact remained that this furnace was currently unclaimed. If he were to purchase it, the next moment, the foreign merchant's words caused him to choke on his thoughts. "As long as you have the stone bowl, this furnace is yours," the foreign vendor exclaimed with delight. $100,000? Director Jean was taken aback. 100,000 US dollars? I can't believe it. You are asking for $100,000 for this? The foreigner nodded affirmatively. Indeed, as long as you have the stone bowl. Director Jean instantly turned to Su Baolong, exclaiming, "Anyone who buys this furnace is a fool." Chapter 75. The Ming Dynasty Xuande 12-hour cloisonné incense burner. To be frank, regarding this price, Jean Jinming had no inclination to negotiate. He estimated this cloisonné incense burner from the Xuande period to be worth approximately 300,000 RMB. However, if he were to bid for it, he would only offer at most 20 or 30,000 US dollars. Any higher would yield no profit. Beyond 40,000, there would be no margin left. After all, reselling was not merely a matter of words. One had to seek buyers and negotiate prices. Jean Jinming disregarded the foreign vendor entirely and turned to Su Baolong, stating, "Boss Su, this furnace is indeed old, but the price set by that foreigner is utterly ridiculous." This assertion from Director Jean was delivered with such unwavering confidence that it almost overflowed from his countenance. Any antique enthusiast encountering such a strong analytical perspective would likely regard him as a veritable expert. Su Baolong was genuinely impressed. He had encountered similar situations in the Antique Association before, yet he had never noticed the extent of this individual's desire to perform. He even had a chance to examine the item closely. He had already spoken both praise and criticism. Moreover, Su Baolong was acutely aware that anything drawing Chen Mo's attention could not possibly be an ordinary object. He was 80%, no, 95%, certain that Director Jean had misjudged this situation. This furnace was undoubtedly not the same as the ordinary incense burner he had described. Su Baolong was somewhat at a loss for words. In the realm of antique trading, misjudgments were quite normal. However, this lack of self-awareness regarding one's own level of expertise, combined with an audacious display of misguided confidence, was nothing short of misleading. Su Baolong maintained a calm demeanor, continuing to smile as he said, "Oh, is that so? Director Jean is so certain, I see." Upon hearing Director Jin's remarks, Chen Mo only cared that they did not hinder his acquisition. The surface of the furnace was indeed thick with rust, and its oxidation was quite severe. It was understandable that it would be mistaken for cloisonné. Yet in truth, this object bore no relation to cloisonné whatsoever. In Chen Mo's eyes, the intricate details of this furnace were crystal clear. Item name: Ming Dynasty Xuande 12-hour cloisonné incense burner. Category: metal enamelware. Quality: excellent. Period: Ming Dynasty, Xuande year 1433. Kaufmannschieb: cloisonné enamel technique, cloisonné, glass filling, shipping, glass filling, polishing, gilding. Market value: 4,700,000 yuan. Remarks: potential value estimated between 10 million to 20 million. This object is not the enamelware as described by the so-called expert. It is, in fact, a genuine piece of Xuande cloisonné metalwork from the Ming Dynasty. At first glance, the distinction may appear negligible, as both are composed of glaze mixed with metal. However, they represent entirely different realms of craftsmanship. The former can be mass-produced, whereas the latter requires the painstaking completion of 7 primary processes and hundreds of intricate steps, all executed by hand. The level of refinement in their production is not even comparable, observing the potential value noted in the remarks, which is significantly higher than the market value. Chen Mo had begun to form a rough estimate in his mind. Since it is referred to as the 12 zodiac stoves of the Great Ming Xuanda, this particular piece is the rabbit stove. This suggests that a complete set may consist of as many as 12 items. If one piece is valued at around 4 to 5 million, then for a collector seeking to complete a set, the potential value would naturally increase. This is quite understandable. Chen Mo paid no heed to Su Baolong and the expert's conversation, instead approaching the foreign vendor. At that moment, Stephen Sek was quite perplexed. He could not comprehend why the man had so abruptly changed demeanor. Initially, he had been praising the stove, yet upon the mention of its price, his attitude shifted drastically. Could it truly be that his price was excessively high? Stephen felt immense regret. He had indeed spent $80,000 to acquire it from an antiquities dealer. Initially, he had thought it a wise investment, but now it seemed to be a profoundly misguided decision. Given the chance to choose again, he would resolutely avoid this transaction. Stephen thought to himself, if he ever encounters that old dealer again, he would not hesitate to confront him vigorously. However, before that, he had already abandoned the hope of selling it for $100,000. If someone were willing to pay the original cost of $80,000, he would gladly part with the stove without hesitation. He might even consider accepting a loss as low as $70,000. Chen Mo observed the foreigner's changing expressions with amusement. Without even handling the item, he merely glanced at it a few times. We noticed the prominent character Mao etched beneath the thick rust at the base. He withdrew his gaze and turned to the vendor. I heard you acquired this stove for $80,000. I will offer you $90,000. Will you sell it to me? In his moment of regret, Stephen paused, instinctively replying, that is in US dollars, not in local currency. Chen Mo remarked, I am indeed referring to the American dollar. Upon hearing this, Stephen was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly shed tears, eagerly inquiring, is it for the needle? Are you willing to offer me 9 bowls of American dollars? Chen Mo nodded with a smile. For him, the difference of $10,000 paled in comparison to the profits in the millions. What mattered most was to finalize the deal swiftly. Observing this, Stephen joyfully closed his eyes and gestured in gratitude towards the heavens. His excitement was palpable. Just moments ago, his psychological threshold had plummeted to 60,000. If anyone had offered that amount, he would have unhesitatingly handed over the furnace. To his astonishment, this young man from Huagua was able to bid 90,000. It exceeded the principal by $1,000. He seemed like a radiant angel. Chapter 76. Misjudgment. It's not enamel, it's cloisonné. Meanwhile, a short director named Wang had remained mostly silent, quietly observing Su Baolong's younger associate engaging in conversation with the foreign vendor. He scrutinized Chen Mo, his handsome visage growing increasingly familiar. He was certain he had encountered this individual not long ago. Yet, the name eluded him, stuck in his throat, leaving him utterly perplexed. Wang Quan was utterly distressed. At this moment, Chen Mo had already taken out his phone to initiate the transfer. Previously, alongside Su Baolong, he had opened a private account at an exclusive bank targeting high-end clientele. For transactions not exceeding 5 million, there were no restrictions, and the funds were transferred instantaneously. $90,000 at the current exchange rate of approximately 72 amounted to 6.48 million. Upon the foreigner providing his account details for transactions in Huagua, Chen Mo promptly transferred 650,000, considering the extra 2,000 as a tip due to his buoyant mood. Stephen was fixated on his phone. Upon receiving the transfer notification, he counted the digits several times, his grin nearly uncontainable. Once he regained his composure, he attempted to remove his hat, wishing to perform an eagle-style bow to Chen Mo. However, he soon realized he was not wearing a hat at all. There was nothing to remove. Yet, the foreigner did not appear embarrassed. He chuckled at Chen Mo before leaning forward slightly, bowing his head naturally for 2 seconds in a sign of respect before standing upright again. He then solemnly handed the furnace to Chen Mo, speaking earnestly. It now belongs to you. After accepting the furnace, Chen Mo was met with Stephen's continued remarks. Thank you, sir. May I have your contact information for future correspondence? What on earth? Contact information? The incongruity of the phrase momentarily left Chen Mo bewildered before he realized what was being asked. Nearby, Jin Jiming, who was standing next to Su Baolong showcasing himself, happened to notice the foreign vendor handing over the peculiar furnace to the young host surnamed Chen, leaving him utterly perplexed. As he delivered an extensive monologue, Jin Jiming suddenly felt a sense of being overlooked. He was on the verge of mocking this unsuspecting fool. Yet as he prepared to speak, he noticed Su Baolong observing him with a subtle smile. Instantly, Jin Jiming fell silent, hesitating before he ventured, "Boss Su, your brother here." Su Baolong merely cast a glance in Chen Mo's direction and, still smiling, replied nonchalantly, "Oh, perhaps this incense burner merely caught my brother's fancy." Jin Jiming, momentarily speechless, found himself torn between words, ultimately surrendering to curiosity and inquiring, "How much did you spend on it?" After successfully acquiring the burner, Chen Mo was in high spirits. "Huh?" Jin Jinming's expression froze, disbelief etched across his face. "Did you really negotiate it down to 90,000? If this was indeed the price, it would be an extraordinary bargain." Witnessing another success stung him more than his own losses. Jin Jinming mused. Had he known such a price was attainable, he would have done the same. After a brief pause, he pressed on, "Is that an RMB or USD?" "USD? You truly spent 90,000 USD? What was it again?" "See, Upon hearing this, the flicker of regret that had momentarily ignited within Jin Jinming vanished into thin air, even evoking a desire to laugh. However, as he noticed Su Baolong still watching him with that faint smile, he instinctively stifled the grin that had begun to form on his lips. For reasons unknown, today he felt an unsettling vibe from the usually amiable boss Su, as if he were a smiling tiger, ready to devour him whole. This peculiar sensation left Jin Jinming feeling rather uncomfortable. Initially, he had intended to impart a lesson to this antiquities enthusiast turned streamer, not to ridicule, but to enlighten him about the true worth of the burner. He relished the thought of witnessing the regret on the other's face when he learned of his loss. Yet, with Su Baolong present, he ultimately refrained from speaking, merely curling his lip in disdain and shaking his head, swallowing the words that had nearly escaped his lips. Chen Mo, however, paid Jin Jinming little mind. As for his earlier comments, the live chat was inundated with inquiries about the origins of the incense burner. As a budding streamer who cherished his fans, he surmised that to realize the burner's potential value, he would need to connect with the rightful owner seeking to complete a collection of 12 such pieces. By broadcasting the information through the live stream, should the owner catch wind of it, they would naturally reach out to him, sparing him the effort of searching. Chen Mo showcased the burner in the live broadcast, explaining, "This is an incense burner formerly known as the Ming Dynasty Xuanda 12 Zodiac Cloisonne incense burner, specifically the rabbit burner." At that moment, the esteemed director Jin was preparing to greet Su Baolong before casually concocting an excuse to depart. Suddenly, he heard Chen Mo's words and instinctively scoffed, "Cloisonne? That's merely enamel." Before he could finish his sentence, Jin Jinming abruptly halted. An image from earlier, when he had gazed at the furnace, flickered in his mind, and he sensed that something was amiss. He scarcely had time to converse with Su Baolong, hastily striding towards Chen Mo, fixating intently on the unsightly black-brown furnace in his hands. Something was decidedly wrong, indeed, overwhelmingly so. Upon a second glance at the enamel, a heavy feeling settled in Jin Jinming's heart. Through the thick layer of rust, it seemed he had indeed misjudged. This incense burner was not enamel, it was cloisonne. Moreover, it was precisely cloisonne. The loquacious director Jin, who had incessantly spoken since his arrival, suddenly fell silent. Concurrently, the inconspicuous and contemplative director Wang, who had been lost in thought, experienced a moment of clarity as his pupils dilated and his brow unfurled in realization. Goodness, it finally dawned on him. This individual was none other than the renowned leak detection king, who had recently become the talk of the antique community. Chapter 77. What fortuitous luck for this streaming kid. Jin Jinming was engulfed in regret. His gaze remained firmly fixed on Chen Mo's hands, desperate to ascertain whether this furnace was indeed cloisonne. After all, enamel and cloisonne belong to entirely different realms. The value of antiques is not merely determined by their age. Items that command high prices today were not accessible to the average person in ancient times. Consider porcelain. Even if from the same era, the price disparity between folk kiln and imperial kiln wares is astronomical. Why? Because porcelain produced by the imperial kilns was a serious offense for ordinary citizens to possess. Discovery could lead to severe penalties, including execution. Furthermore, in terms of craftsmanship, Enamel is relatively uncomplicated, and ordinary folk could afford it with a bit of copper coin. However, cloisonné, especially cloisonné incense burners, requires hundreds of intricate processes, making it virtually unattainable for anyone outside a wealthy household. In such circumstances, the latter could fetch a price far exceeding that of the former, often starting at a tenfold increase. Jin Jinming instinctively moved closer to Chen Mo, eager to examine the piece firsthand. Though he was reluctant to concede, he had already come to a tentative conclusion. This furnace was undoubtedly cloisonné. What extraordinary fortune had this streaming lad stumbled upon? He had truly found a treasure. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts of exasperation flitted through Jin Jinming's mind. Yet he remained silent, who allowed this stove to slip away right under his nose. At this moment, Wang Quankai, who had been relatively silent, suddenly exclaimed, Jin Jinming was taken aback and instinctively turned to ask, "What is number 99? It's that profitable competition," Wang Quankai explained, his face filled with astonishment. "Don't you remember? Just last night during our drinking session, you mentioned it was all scripted." As he spoke, Wang Quankai paused, realizing that the principal figure was right before him. Perhaps his words were not entirely appropriate. However, it was precisely his remark that made Jin Jinming recognize the identity of this young man before him. A minor streamer, a small-time host who had rapidly amassed over 10 million followers in just a few days. In an instant, his complexion turned a shade of green. Damn it, Lao Wang. Why bring that up now? He could discuss it behind the scenes, but to mention the scripted performance in front of the person involved? It was as if he had left the final word unspoken, leaving it shrouded in ambiguity. Jin Jinming's mind was overwhelmed with a torrent of expletives. The scene before him seemed to be a result of his own short-sightedness. Yet, prior to this, he had boasted that anyone who bought it was a fool. Coupled with Lao Wang's words, Jin Jinming found himself utterly embarrassed. He had intended to take the stove back and examine it thoroughly. His hand was already extended. Now, whether to continue reaching or to retract was a dilemma. To be honest, if a fissure appeared in the ground at that moment, he would surely dive in within a fraction of a second. In that instant, Jin Jinming felt as though his behavior today had become somewhat ludicrous. The person who purchased that stove was not the fool. He was the true fool. Chen Mo was addressing the audience in a live stream when he noticed Jin Jinming reaching out to take the stove from him and inquired with curiosity, "Do you wish to see it?" Jin Jinming quickly shook his head, and Chen Mo found the other's actions somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, he had no intention of handing over the incense burner for inspection. After all, it was a valuable item worth several million. If it were to be damaged inadvertently, who would take responsibility? Chen Mo continued to interact with the viewers, while deep down, Jin Jinming still yearned to take another look at the exquisite enamel incense burner. However, he could not bear to remain any longer. Staying would only solidify his role as a fool. After contemplating, he took out his phone, feigning a phone call. "Boss Su, something urgent has come up on my end. I need to rush over." With that, he turned and discreetly left. Su Baolong, observing the other's hastened departure, could only think of one word: awkward. For some reason, his mood suddenly lightened considerably. Upon witnessing Jin Jinming's departure, Wang Quankai felt compelled to leave as well. After all, the words he had instinctively uttered, though left unfinished, had rendered the atmosphere rather awkward. Acknowledging this, he gave Su Baolong an embarrassed nod before hastily pursuing Jin Jinming. Consequently, a serene quiet enveloped the scene. Given the multitude of onlookers at the Eight Immortals Temple, Chen Mo had no intention of lingering any longer after acquiring the incense burner. As for the fate of this exquisite incense burner, he had no plans to keep it for himself. It would be far more advantageous to sell it to a collector seeking to complete a full set. Cash was the most tangible reward. After a brief discussion, Chen Mo and Su Baolong decided it prudent to depart from the premises. Thus, their expedition, which had spanned less than 2 hours, concluded with the unexpected discovery of a golden legend from the treasure chest. After explaining the situation to his audience in the live stream, Chen Mo promptly ended the broadcast, intending to resume once his affairs were settled. When Su Baolong arrived in his luxurious Maybach, Chen Mo entered the vehicle, and they set off directly to the underground vault of a private bank to temporarily store their newfound acquisition. As the car roared to life, Su Baolong seized the opportunity to explain, "The two gentlemen you encountered earlier are acquaintances from the Provincial Antique Association. I am a member, and they serve as directors, functioning in a quasi-official capacity. The gentleman, surnamed Jean, is Jin Jinming." Seated in the passenger seat, Chen Mo casually toyed with the incense burner in his hands, shrugging nonchalantly. "It's of no consequence. It didn't hinder my purchase." At this juncture, Su Baolong could no longer contain his curiosity. Keeping his gaze fixed ahead while driving, he inquired, I heard you mention the name of the burner. What was it again? The Ming Dynasty Xuanda 12 Zodiac Incense Burner, Chen Mo replied. This piece is specifically the rabbit burner. 12 Zodiac? Rabbit burner? Su Baolong paused, then continued with keen interest. Are you suggesting that there are 11 others identical to it? Indeed, Chen Mo affirmed. And what might its value be? Su Baolong asked, recalling that such enameled artifacts are not inexpensive. I believe cloisonne is even more costly. Typically, it should be valued around 4 to 5 million. Chen Mo remarked casually. However, if someone aims to collect a complete set, the price could escalate significantly. Upon hearing this figure, even as he drove, Su Baolong instinctively cast a glance at the unsightly dark brown burner in Chen Mo's grasp. Goodness, that burner was worth more than his vehicle. Without Chen Mo needing to elaborate, Su Baolong was well aware that the normal price for a single piece could reach 5 million. A complete set of 12 would undoubtedly command a price well into the tens of millions, should a collector with grand ambitions seek to obtain it. After all, when calculated at the most rudimentary level, a single piece holds a value of 5 million, and 12 pieces collectively amount to 60 million. However, if one could gather the entire set of 12 exquisite cloisonne items and display them together, the price could easily double. This would genuinely represent a 9-figure baseline. Regardless of the auction house, such a collection would undoubtedly be the grand finale, showcased only at the end. Therefore, selling this item to that collector should be readily accepted, provided the asking price is not exorbitantly high. Chapter 78. Asking for 8 million? Too low. Upon arriving at the private bank, the two proceeded directly to the underground vault to temporarily store the incense burner. Chen Mo felt relatively assured about the bank security. With dual safeguards of a biological key and a physical key, and the bank retaining no copies, only he could access it. Additionally, he could monitor the real-time surveillance both inside and outside the vault via an encrypted channel, with the footage securely stored using blockchain technology, rendering it tamper-proof. The bank itself was unaware of the specific item he had stored. After such a meticulous process, if any uncontrollable incident were to occur, Chen Mo would have no further recourse. Having secured the incense burner, Chen Mo and Su Baolong took a brief respite in the bank's reception area before preparing to depart. However, before they could reach their vehicle, a phone call arrived on Chen Mo's mobile. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Zhang Meifang, still in Los Angeles, and he answered casually. What's up? Chen Montak in Kviat. Zhang Meifang's somewhat anxious voice came through the line. Brother Chen, did you just purchase an incense burner? Yes. Chen Mo replied, momentarily taken aback. Goodness, that was quick. Although he had casually mentioned it during his live broadcast, he had not anticipated such a swift response. He initially thought it would take at least a few days for the collector to catch wind of it online. After all, the very existence of this collector was merely conjecture on his part. The swift contact implied one thing. His assumptions were likely correct. With this in mind, Chen Mo asked, what is the buyer's offer? 8 million. Too low. Zhang Meifang was momentarily stunned by Chen Mo's response. Prior to making this call, she had specifically researched the transaction prices of similar auction items. Incense burners crafted using cloisonne techniques from the Ming Xuanda period had recently sold for approximately 2 million to 5 million, depending on their condition. Given this comparative analysis, the offered 8 million seemed quite sincere. Thus, her urgency in reaching out to Chen Mo was understandable. However, she never anticipated that the figure of 8 million was still an underestimate. Fortunately, on the other end of the line, Chen Mo did not keep her in suspense and quickly elucidated the reason. This incense burner was not a singular piece, but rather part of a complete set, which should consist of 12 items. The normal value of an individual piece is approximately 4 to 5 million. However, if the buyer intends to collect the entire set and subsequently resell it as a whole, there is a potential for a price increase. Upon hearing this explanation from Chen Mo, Zhang Meifang instantly comprehended the situation. She also grasped why the other party had initiated with such a high offer of 8 million. She then inquired directly over the phone to Chen Mo. Understood. Should I negotiate with the buyer, or will you handle it personally? Chen Mo replied, you should negotiate. After all, you are more specialized in pricing. Once you reach an agreement, just provide me with the final offer. Zhang Meifang responded, all right, do you have a bottom line? Chen Mo stated 10 million. As long as it does not fall below that price, it is acceptable. Zhang Meifang affirmed. Okay, I will strive to secure a higher price. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Meifang clenched her fist tightly. Another transaction exceeding 10 million. This deal alone was equivalent to at least a quarter's revenue for her shop just a week prior. Yet, this was merely routine for Chen Mo. Contemplating this, Zhang Meifang shook her head to dispel any distracting thoughts, her gaze regaining its resolute determination. Negotiating prices was a battle, and her objective was to excel in this confrontation. In the parking lot of the private bank, Su Baolong closed the car door once more. Following Zhang Meifang's phone call, they decided not to leave, but to rest inside. This place had everything and could be deemed far more upscale than typical entertainment venues. Whether resting elsewhere or here, there was no need to rush about. Chen Mo, sipping on the high-quality tea provided by the bank, reopened the live broadcast. How much could that burner be worth? The figure was still uncertain as negotiations were underway. Indeed, a buyer had expressed interest. Who was negotiating? It was Manager Zhang from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion on Longmin Street in Luocheng. If anyone sought to buy or sell antiques or curios, they could also reach out to her. Chen Mo casually engaged with the viewers in the live stream, addressing several curious questions directly. When mentioning Zhang Meifang, he even casually promoted her services. After approximately an hour of broadcasting, Chen Mo felt his lips growing parched and considered ending the stream when Zhang Meifang's call came through. As soon as he answered, an incredibly excited voice resonated from the other end. "We did it! 17 million. Chapter 79, truly stunning. Zhang Meifang was elated. To be honest, she herself had not anticipated that they could actually negotiate such a price. Initially, after gathering general information about the incense burner from Chen Mo and considering the baseline price of 10 million he quoted, Zhang Meifang set her target at 12 million. For her, achieving a final price not lower than this figure would constitute a victory. However, when negotiations commenced, the demeanor and tone of the opposing party appeared rather subdued. Their desire to purchase seemed markedly less fervent than at the outset. Witnessing this, Zhang Meifang instantly surmised that they were merely putting on an act. This could only indicate one thing. Their intent to acquire the incense burner was undoubtedly strong. Realizing this, Zhang Meifang steeled herself and boldly proposed a bid of 20 million, projecting an air of certainty that she had the upper hand. This figure was astonishing, even to her. Yet the buyer's reaction on the other end of the line was merely a stunned silence. No immediate disconnection followed. Zhang Meifang was taken aback. The absence of a hang-up suggested there was still room for negotiation. For over an hour, they engaged in a tug-of-war over the price, ultimately settling at 17 million, a reduction of nearly 3 million. Nevertheless, Zhang Meifang felt immensely satisfied, as this exceeded her initial expectations by over 500,000. Upon hearing Zhang Meifang swiftly recount the negotiation process, Chen Mo had yet to react, while the audience in the live stream was collectively bewildered. Had they misheard? Or was there a distortion in reality? 17 million was confirmed, not 1,700. Just last month, they had managed to pay their mortgage and car loan, leaving them with a mere 1,700, feeling as affluent as a fool. One viewer lamented, "You have a house and a car, while I haven't even gathered enough for a down payment." Indeed, the truth cut sharply. It was a world where only those who were hurt found acceptance. The audience had lost count of how many times they had been astonished, only to be repeatedly amazed. 17,300,000 was a price that also took Chen Mo by surprise. While he perceived the potential value to lie between 10 and 20 million, the latter was likely theoretical. Thus, he was equally impressed by Zhang Meifang's negotiation prowess. After concluding the call, both Chen Mo and Su Baolong remained, as the buyer had indicated that a representative would soon arrive to complete the transaction. Meanwhile, Zhang Meifang was en route, making her way from Luocheng to Chang'an City, a journey of about an hour. After hanging up, she hurriedly brought the contract with her. Upon Zhang Meifang's arrival, it wasn't long before several men in suits appeared, escorting an elderly gentleman to the private bank where Chen Mo awaited. Su Baolong, upon seeing them, was astonished to recognize a familiar face, Elder Rue. He greeted the elderly gentleman who had accompanied the suited men, saying, "It is you, Boss Su." The elderly gentleman, referred to as Old Rue, was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Su Baolong. In the brief interval as the other approached, Su Baolong quietly introduced Chen Mo to him. "This is Old Rue, also a member of the Antique Association of Su Province. Unlike the previous two directors, he holds the esteemed position of vice president and is known as Rue Mingshan, a prominent expert in the antique circles of Su Province." After hearing this introduction, Chen Mo nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the man in the suit and Rue Mingshan had already approached. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Baolong, Rue Mingshan fixed his gaze on Chen Mo and stated, "If I am not mistaken, You are indeed Chen Mo, dear friend. Chen Montak nodded in affirmation. Rui Mingshan continued. I have been hearing about your reputation these past few days, and upon meeting you, it is evident that you are indeed a person of exceptional talent. Chen Mo remained composed as he replied, It is merely a matter of superficial fame. Compared to an esteemed elder such as yourself, I have much to learn. Upon hearing these words, Rui Mingshan let out a hearty laugh. You are too modest, dear friend. After a round of mutual flattery, Rui Mingshan finally spoke. I have come at the behest of another. I trust you have already negotiated the price for the incense burner. I am here merely to take another look. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo produced the incense burner he had prepared earlier and handed it over. Rui Mingshan accepted it and examined it carefully. He then pointed to one of the legs that exhibited significant oxidation, inquiring, May I clean this rust off? Chen Mo nodded, of course. After receiving confirmation, Rui Mingshan retrieved the case carried by the man in black and took out an assortment of tools that he had prepared in advance. Several small bottles of an unknown liquid, a soft bristle brush, and a piece of cloth resembling animal skin. Though the elderly gentleman appeared to move slowly, he worked with remarkable speed. He meticulously dripped the unknown liquid onto the oxidized area of the leg, then gently brushed it with a soft brush. Finally, he used the cloth to carefully wipe it down. Following this series of actions, the original dark brown hue of the incense burner leg vanished, revealing a delicate light blue with golden threads. Rui Mingshan could not help but exclaim, How beautiful! After admiring it for a few seconds, he turned to the man in black beside him and confidently stated, This incense burner is perfect. It is precisely what your boss desires. Upon hearing this, one of the previously silent figures in black stepped forward, saying, Let us proceed with the transaction. After signing the transaction contract presented by Mei Fong, Chen Mo received a notification on his phone indicating that the funds had been transferred. Glancing at it and confirming the accuracy of the amount, he calmly put his phone away. With the transaction completed, the men in black retrieved the briefcase containing the incense burner and prepared to depart, with Rui Mingshan accompanying them. However, before departing, Chen Mo was taken aback by the unexpected goodwill shown by the veteran in the circle, Rui Mingshan. After bidding farewell to several individuals, only Chen Mo, Zhang Su, and a service personnel arranged by a private bank remained in the room. The entire lounge fell into a serene silence. You, this incense burner, are likely the last few pieces of the entire puzzle, Su Baolong remarked with a hint of nostalgia. I estimate that it is either the final piece or the second to last. Otherwise, the owner would not have been so agreeable. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. Acknowledging his perspective, Su Baolong continued, For one of these pieces, he is willing to bid nearly 20 million. Just imagine the worth of an entire set. If it truly exists, I can't say for certain, but it's undoubtedly not below a modest target, Chen Mo replied. The entire transaction process had not taken long. From the inspection of goods to signing the contract and finally transferring the funds, it all transpired in less than half an hour. Chen Mo had not even turned off the live stream. The phone he used for broadcasting lay beside him, capturing the sound clearly, if not the visuals. Consequently, the audience realized that the recent negotiation for 17,300,000 had now transformed into a cold, hard number, resting quietly in Chen Mo's bank account. Their excitement was palpable. What began as mere voyeurism into Chen Mo's profitable ventures had evolved into a thrill derived from hearing about his success. The number of gifts in the live stream surged accordingly. Once Chen Mo found some leisure, he approached his phone, intending to interact with the viewers. However, upon glancing at the barrage of comments on the screen, he was astonished to see a user from the Jinling antique shop persistently flooding the chat with high-energy comments, adorned with a lavish golden dragon motif. The frequency of these messages left Chen Mo bewildered. Momentarily, he wondered whether these high-energy comments were indeed paid. Was this extravagant display free of charge? Contemplating whether to mute the user for a few minutes, to spare his own eyes from the gaudy spectacle, while also helping the individual save some money, Chen Mo was interrupted by the content of the barrage. Cloisonné craftsmanship. This incense burner, during the Ming Dynasty, was typically found in affluent households. Realization dawned upon him. He had misjudged this user, initially thinking it to be a malicious attempt to attract attention. He soon recognized that the individual was, in fact, assisting in answering the questions posed by the viewers, utilizing the paid high-energy comment feature solely to enhance visibility for those inquiring. Chen Mo is undoubtedly a good fellow. Isn't this essentially volunteering for paid labor? Chen Mo remained silent, merely activating the high-energy bullet screen filter and scrolling through a few entries. He soon discovered that the insights shared by the Jinling antique shop gentleman were indeed impressive. The information aligned closely with what he had previously observed, prompting a thought to arise within him. Chen Mo reached out, accessing the back end to send a private message to Jinling Antique Shop. Would you like to be a moderator? About a second later, a reply came. Yes. Oh, esteemed one. Really? Please don't deceive me. I'm not one to be trifled with. As he watched 3 new messages refresh on the screen, Chen Mo proceeded to operate the back end. In no time, a system notification appeared in the live stream. Congratulations to user Jinling Antique Shop for being promoted to moderator of room 99. The moderator, Jinling Antique Shop, rewarded the streamer with a Carnival X1. The same message appeared twice more. Observing the screen filled with Carnival X10, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. So it was indeed a paid gig. While streaming, he discussed dining options with Zhang Meifang and Su Baolong. As they waited for the transaction to conclude, they had lost track of time. Now that everything was wrapped up, they realized mealtime had long passed. Each of them was ravenously hungry, clamoring for Chen Mo to treat them. After all, he had just earned a substantial profit of over 10 million. It would be utterly unreasonable for him not to treat them under such circumstances. Chen Mo was, of course, agreeable to this notion. Earning money and treating friends is precisely the atmosphere one cultivates. However, after much deliberation on where to dine, they still had not reached a conclusion. Ultimately, the loyal viewers in the live stream came through, recommending a highly rated restaurant nearby called Chiyuan Restaurant. The group prepared to set off. Yet, just as everyone anticipated departure, Chen Mo's phone rang once more. Zhang Meifang, Su Baolong, and the audience in the live stream all fixated their gazes on Chen Mo's phone. Chen Mo was taken aback himself. What was happening? Was getting into the car akin to pressing the start button for a program? The moment he prepared to embark, a call came in. He glanced at the caller ID, revealing Sun Yu's name. This surprised Chen Mo. He wondered if she had tuned into the live stream and wanted to join them for a meal. With curiosity piqued, and under the watchful eyes of Zhang, Su, and the audience, Chen Mo answered the call. Hello? On the other end, Sun Yu's voice resonated. Are you still live streaming? Chen Mo replied, Indeed. Sun Yu continued. Are you all going out for a celebratory dinner? Chen Mo confirmed. Yes, what's up? Sun Yu responded. You all couldn't even give me a call to invite me to the celebration? Through the phone, Chen Mo could even hear the quiet laughter of the formidable woman on the other end. He discerned that her tone was undoubtedly playful, yet he found himself perplexed about the true purpose of her call. He decided to inquire directly. Director Sun, is there something you need? Sun Yu replied, All right. I want to interrupt your meal any longer. When you have a moment, take a look at your messages. Chen Mo did not hang up. Instead, he lowered his gaze to his phone. At that instant, a message popped up. Your savings account ending in 9527 received 100,000 RMB on XX month, XX day at 14:30. Current balance. Chapter 81. Joining the Billionaire Club. Staring at the unembellished 9-digit balance in his mobile banking account, Chen Mo momentarily lost his focus. In his previous life, he hailed from a rural background and had spent over a decade building his fortune. Barely scraping by with a net worth just over 10 million. He had encountered countless pitfalls along the way, being deceived by colluding partners, clients defaulting on payments, suppliers breaching contracts with sudden price hikes, and losing hard-won orders to connections. Just when it seemed that things were about to improve, he would find himself targeted by industry titans, their fingers pressing down mercilessly. The hardships he endured were unimaginable for anyone who had never ventured into entrepreneurship. A fleeting image of his most stressful moments surfaced in his mind, when he had even contemplated standing on the rooftop in despair. He vividly remembered that night, the cool wind brushing against his face. In this lifetime, bolstered by his newfound fortune, it had only been a few days since his arrival. Yet he had effortlessly achieved a net worth exceeding 100 million. Compared to his previous life, it was as if he were playing an easier version of a game. Chen Mo felt a wave of introspection wash over him. Although Sun Yu had stated during their contract negotiations that the signing fee would be transferred promptly, he had not anticipated it would arrive this swiftly. He had expected at least a fortnight, if not a month, for the funds to be allocated, given the substantial amount involved. Yet, astonishingly, it had only taken a few days. At this moment, the call was still ongoing. Regaining his composure, Chen Mo quickly responded. Sister Sun, I've received it. On the other end, Sun Yu chuckled lightly. You were just calling me Director Sun, and now it's Sister Sun, is it? Hearing this, Chen Mo felt no embarrassment. He merely chuckled in reply. After all, one's demeanor certainly shifts when money is involved. Sun Yu said, All right, as long as you've received it, I won't interrupt your celebration any further. Goodbye. After hanging up, Zhang Meifang and Su Baolong looked at Chen Mo with curiosity written all over their faces. They knew that, in their eyes, Chen Mo was a master at controlling his emotions. Even when he scored a lucrative deal worth millions, he would only display joy after the transaction was completed. Yet now, merely a phone call had elicited a smile from someone usually so composed. This piqued their curiosity about what had transpired during the call. "Brother Chun, what did Mr. Sun say to you on the phone?" Su Baolong arched an eyebrow, leaning from the front door of the car to the back door, inquiring. "I just heard her mention something about a message." "Oh, it was about the signing fee. I thought it was something else," Su Baolong replied, his expression one of calm understanding. However, in the next moment, the esteemed boss was left utterly dumbfounded. "Wait, what did you say? Signing fee? Goodness, it's already been transferred?" Zhang Meifang beside him wore a similarly shocked expression. She was well aware of the specific amount of the signing fee, but knowing it was one thing. Witnessing it materialize into a cold string of numbers in a bank account was an entirely different experience, one that was profoundly awe-inspiring. Su Baolong gazed at the dashing figure before him, his emotions a tangle of complexity. Has he officially become a member of the billion-dollar club? The first time Su Baolong witnessed this individual in the live broadcast during the carnival, he sensed that this person was exceptional, predicting that he would undoubtedly rise to prominence. It was merely a matter of time, but this was exceedingly swift. Prize money, an exorbitant signing fee, and those fortunate antique finds, when all added together. The final figure would undoubtedly start with a 2. Su Baolong understood that his brother Chen might still be, like him, a member of the billion-dollar club. Yet, it wouldn't be long before this individual catapulted into the 10 billion club. It is essential to note that even Su Baolong himself had merely grazed the threshold of such an achievement without formally entering. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind, leading him to ponder whether Chen Mo could ultimately join the elite 100 billion club, where true giants convene. As for Zhang Meifang, it goes without saying that the concept of a billion was still a distant reality for her. Even with her father's antique shop factored into her assets, she estimated that she was still far from reaching that figure. For her, merely touching such a milestone would mean surpassing her father's legacy. Observing Chen Montauk, Zhang Meifang was struck by the thought that this man, younger than herself, already bore a hint of legend within the antiquities industry. At this moment, the live broadcast had descended into chaos. The signing fee, wasn't it previously revealed by a blogger online? 70 million, it seemed. That was for the initial signing. And if memory serves, there was also an annual renewal fee of 10 million. So just now, did the big boss receive a payment of a full 100 million? Indeed, it's almost unbearable. I'm turning green with envy. Enough of this. I'm heading downstairs to buy a few scratch-off tickets. I must surpass the boss in savings. Wake up upstairs. The maximum prize for scratch-off tickets is only a few million. If you want to exceed the boss's savings, you need to play the double color ball or the lottery. And you must buy 10 or 20 tickets at once. The director warned. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, accompanied by a deluge of gifts, small beers, sunglasses, lollipops. Those delightful little gifts seemed to be countless in number. Moreover, every now and then, a particularly dazzling one appears, almost blinding in its brilliance. Observing the myriad of gift effects on the screen, Chen Mo realized that ever since the contract was signed, with the revenue share shifting from a 50-50 split to a 90-10 arrangement, the earnings from gift donations in the account backend had seen a significant surge. At this pace, it would not be long before he surpassed the 10 million mark. Chen Mo quickly took a screenshot, and about a minute later, he captured another. He sent them directly to Ma Shichen. Ma Shichen, who was in contact with various parties, preparing to personally establish a new donation channel, was momentarily taken aback upon viewing the images. Just 2 days prior, the figure was just shy of 4 million. How had it soared past 5 million in such a short span? He noted the subtle difference in amounts between the two screenshots. The first displayed 51,337,000, while the second had already escalated to 51,458,000. Glancing at the timestamp in the upper left corner of the screenshot revealed that merely a minute had elapsed. Incredible. Over 10,000 in gift donations within just 1 minute? Even Ma Shichen, a well-known figure in the Los Angeles area, found this somewhat astounding. After a moment's contemplation, he messaged back, "Impressive, but don't rush me on the donation channel. I'm already in contact with the necessary parties." Chapter 82. The Tender Lamb in the blink of an eye. Nearly a week had passed since the dinner invitation. Chen Mo remained at the 8 Immortals Temple, adhering to the standards of a professional treasure hunter, clocking in and out punctually each day. However, perhaps due to his entry into the 100 million club, This week had seen countless small treasures come his way, yet no significant finds had materialized. The largest treasure he managed to acquire yielded a mere 300,000. Compared to the previous instances of several million or even tens of millions, this was hardly comparable. Nevertheless, the viewers in the live stream remained thoroughly captivated. For each find was guaranteed profit. To date, Chen Mo's success rate in treasure hunting remained an impressive 100%. It was precisely during these few days of relentless treasure hunting that viewers became acutely aware of a rather astonishing fact. Chen Mo seemed to be adept at finding treasures across all categories. Porcelain, famous paintings and calligraphy, metal artifacts and currency from various dynasties, even an assortment of bamboo, wood, and ivory items. The diverse array of treasures he unearthed was indeed remarkable, and he had not missed a single opportunity. This fact left not only the casual onlookers in awe, but also genuinely stunned the seasoned professionals in the field. They were all left pondering, desperately trying to comprehend how Chen Mo could achieve such mastery at such a young age. In comparison to him, what do those seasoned experts, who have devoted their entire lives, yet remain unable to thoroughly comprehend a single category of antiques, truly amount to? A script? Let's not jest. What kind of script could orchestrate such a multitude of participants? With a multitude of real-world cases at hand, even the detractors, who thrive on negativity, can no longer utilize the authenticity of scripts as a means to disparage him. If such sentiments were to be expressed in the comment sections of major media outlets, they would serve no purpose other than to elicit laughter. The adept bargain hunters within the industry have analyzed the situation and ultimately concluded that Chen Mo is indeed a genius. For ordinary individuals, not only is replicating such cases beyond their reach, but there is also nothing for them to learn. Chen Mo, however, has risen early. Yet, after casually enjoying breakfast at a roadside stall, he did not head straight to the Baxian and flea market. Instead, he stood at the intersection, awaiting Su Baolong to come and fetch him. Today, he is to attend an auction. This auction is organized by the Beijing Jiada Auction Group, with the venue selected in Jiangcheng, right next to Luocheng. It is not far from Chang'an City. A mere 2-hour drive will suffice. The auction does have its prerequisites. Although it is not strictly invitation only, attendees are required to provide proof of participation in at least one previous auction. If it is their first time attending, they must undergo a financial verification. Only upon passing this scrutiny can they enter the auction hall. Chen Mo's eligibility was arranged by Old Su, and although it is his first attendance, he is exempt from financial verification and can enter simply by presenting his identification. As he got into the car, a sleek black S680 came to a halt before him. Lowering the window, Su Baolong called out to Chen Mo. Chen Mo took his place in the passenger seat. Old Ma and Xiao Zhang had already set off. Su Baolong remarked that they had departed directly from Luocheng and would likely arrive an hour earlier than the two of them. Chen Mo inquired about the auction's start time. It's at 2:30 in the afternoon. So why are we heading there so early? Chen Mo asked. I suppose it's to ensure we are well fed before attending the auction, Su Baolong replied. Despite his teasing, Chen Mo wholeheartedly agreed with the arrangement. As the Maybach glided onto the national highway, Su Baolong casually asked, "Did you take a look at the electronic catalog of auction items I sent you yesterday? This auction is quite significant, rated A level by Jiada, and features many fine items." Chen Mo nodded in acknowledgement. Su Baolong continued, "Did anything catch your eye?" "Not particularly. I simply wish to broaden my horizons," Chen Mo replied. Su Baolong dismissed this without concern, believing Chen Mo was merely being modest. What nonsense! Someone of his caliber would hardly lack for knowledge. Chen Mo chose not to elaborate, although he truly felt that way. The primary issue was that through the screen, he could not discern much of substance. Only upon arriving at the venue could he examine the items more closely. However, Su Baolong instinctively believed that Chen Mo intended to seize an opportunity at the auction, a notion that was not entirely unfounded. In such auctions, aside from exceptionally rare artifacts, the concept of authenticity is rather ambiguous. In other words, the lack of guaranteed authenticity is, in fact, a consensus within the industry. Major auction houses generally adhere to the principle that the authenticity of items is to be determined by the buyers themselves. They provide details regarding the provenance and lineage of each item, including opinions from various experts, but these are merely for reference. It is precisely because there are both genuine and counterfeit items that such auctions are not devoid of opportunities for discovery. After the tea break, they would not return. Should Chen Mo evaluate the ranch acquired by Ma Shurchen, he would succinctly summarize it with one word: succulent. Although the lambs appeared quite adorable, their flavor was indeed exquisite. According to Old Ma's own account, this batch of lambs was specially transported from Ning province, known as the Yinshi Tan sheep. Despite not being fed the grass from Yinshi Tan after their arrival, they still vastly surpassed the local inland sheep in quality. Simply boiled in water with only a pinch of salt added, they remained incredibly delicious. Chen Mo indulged in 2 generous bowls. After satisfying their appetites, the group, feeling reluctant to depart, rested for a while at the ranch before being loaded into a large business vehicle by Ma Shurchen's driver, who transported them to the exhibition center in Jiangxing. Upon seeing the prominent character's Jiao auction, they realized it was precisely 2 o'clock, with half an hour remaining before the auction commenced. After verifying their identities and entering the venue, they discovered that nearly all of the 200 seats in the hall were already filled. They had arrived relatively late. Isn't that Boss Ma? Oh, Boss Su has arrived. To be fair, both Old Ma and Old Su held notable reputations within the antique collecting community of Su province. Just as they entered, before even locating their own seats, they were compelled to engage in socializing. Witnessing this scene, Chen Mo and Zhang Meifang exchanged knowing glances and, without waiting for the two, proceeded to the adjacent tea area to enjoy some tea. However, just as Chen Mo lifted his teacup, before he could take a sip, he spotted 2 familiar faces approaching. It was Jean and Wang, whom he had encountered days earlier while discovering the cloisonné incense burner at the foreign vendor's stall. Jean Jinming, tall and observant, spotted Chen Mo before Wang Quankai did, and his expression shifted into one of utter disbelief. The next moment, this towering figure appeared as though he had bitten into a bitter herb, his face contorting with distaste. Gazing at Chen Mo, who was leisurely sipping tea, Jean Jinming could not help but feel an inexplicable blend of sour and bitter flavors in his mouth. He was certainly not someone who shunned the internet or avoided social interaction. After Chen Mo purchased the incense burner, he immediately resold it for an astonishing sum of over 17 million. Jean Jinming, who had observed this transaction online, could only watch in disbelief, feeling an acute sense of envy. The events of the previous week replayed vividly in his mind, and with each recollection, regret gnawed at him. He had personally examined that incense burner, so how had he overlooked its value? What if he had not missed it? Was there a possibility that he could have acquired himself? When he learned it was cloisonné, he had thought it would fetch at most 2 to 3 million, a price that had already made him envious. However, no one could have predicted that the final selling price would be so outrageous. The mere thought of such a substantial sum slipping through his fingers made Jean Jinming want to pound his chest in frustration. Fool! He was the true fool. As he glanced towards Chen Mo, he instinctively wished to evade him. He certainly did not want to appear a fool in such a setting. However, fate had other plans. Just as he lowered his head and attempted to discreetly change direction, his companion Wang Quankai happened to raise his head and noticed Chen Mo from a distance, calling out, "Mr. Chen." Feeling the gazes of those around him, Jean Jinming cursed his height, wishing he could hide beneath the table in that very moment. Wang Quankai hurried over to Chen Mo, excitement written all over his face, exclaiming, "Mr. Chen, the incense burner you purchased last week." While Chen Mo engaged in conversation with the only recently acquainted Wang Quankai, he smiled warmly at the nearby Jean Jinming, his expression genuinely friendly. Chen Mo understood that even without the presence of his rival, the burner would likely have slipped away. Nevertheless, Jean Jinming did not act like a mindless antagonist who would disrupt him. This aspect of Chen Mo was indeed commendable. Jean Jinming, taken aback by that friendly smile, felt as though he had been hit once more, albeit inexplicably. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic Wang Quankai, Chen Mo sought to enjoy a few more sips of tea during this quiet moment. However, he soon realized that the encounters with Jean and Wang were merely the beginning. The understatedly extravagant owner, renowned within the industry for his expertise, along with several elegantly poised women, approached him one after another to engage in conversation. Each of them was exceedingly polite, expressing admiration and respect, each greeting him with phrases like, "I've long admired your work." In such a scenario, Chen Mo felt it would be discourteous not to respond. Thus, in less than 20 minutes, he found himself receiving no fewer than 15 business cards, each exchanged in a matter of 1 to 2 minutes. The cup had been held for quite some time, its tea untouched. Observing the entire process was Zhang Meifang, who shrugged her shoulders, filled with secret delight, nearly bursting into laughter. At 2:25 p.m., upon seeing Ma Shurchen and Su Baolong approaching, Chen Mo, who had been passively receiving guests for an extended period, promptly exited the tea break area. Goodness, what a farce this tea break had turned out to be. If a similar occasion arises in the future, I shan't attend. After reconvening, the 4 of them made their way to the seating in the hall. They were all seated in the front row. Chen Mo's admission was arranged by Old Su, and his seat number was 9. Zhang Meifang occupied seat 10, while Ma Shiqin and Su Baolong were in seats 11 and 12, respectively. Upon arriving at the front row and settling into their seats, Chen Mo suddenly realized that the occupant of seat 8 beside him was none other than the owner from whom he had previously purchased an incense burner, the vice president of the Su Province Antique Association, Rui Mingshan. Chen Mo quickly greeted him. Old Rui. Rui Mingshan, upon seeing Chen Mo, responded with a smile. Good to see you again, young friend Chen. As Chen Mo flipped through the electronic catalog of auction items, he casually inquired, Is there anything you have your eye on this time, old Rui? However, Rui Mingshan shook his head, still smiling, and replied, Not quite. I'm here to assist that gentleman with his sales. Sales? Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. But then the realization struck him. This was precisely what he had surmised earlier. What could possibly be sold? Naturally, it was the complete set of the Ming Dynasty Xuanda 12 Zodiac cloisonné incense burners. Chen Mo recalled that the rabbit-shaped burner might very well be the final piece of the entire 12-piece set. Yet, he had not anticipated that the owner would act so swiftly. Upon gathering the complete set, he was eager to present it at the upcoming auction. While Chen Mo conversed with Rui Mingshan, a well-groomed middle-aged man, dressed in a meticulously tailored dark gray suit and appearing to be in his 50s, ascended the auction display stage. Esteemed collectors and guests, welcome to this auction held by China Guardian. Chapter 84. This auction has certainly raised the stakes. To maintain order during the auction, the organizers prohibited attendees from live streaming the event. Chen Mo understood this regulation and refrained from violating it by attempting to broadcast independently. Meanwhile, in livestream room 99, although the screen was black, the number of online viewers in the upper right corner reached heights that small streamers could only dream of. Over 10,000. A multitude of viewers, idly chatting in the dark background of the live stream, transformed the chat room into a bustling forum. It was utterly absurd. Oh, how I missed the great streamer. Me too. For some reason, I can't even get into games lately. I'm just eager to watch the great streamer in room 99. It feels incredibly entertaining. The upstairs is experiencing electronic impotence. As the audience engaged in casual chatter, a paid, high-energy comment suddenly appeared at the top of the darkened livestream room. Brothers, let's go. I've spotted the esteemed number 99, right in the official livestream of Jiao Auction, seated prominently in the front row, unmistakably clear. The moment this comment emerged, a flurry of question marks filled the screen below. Is this for real? Really, I just confirmed it. The esteemed individual is indeed chatting with Manager Zhang. Brothers, you go ahead. I'll notify the members of the livestream group. In the official livestream of Jiao Auction, there was no host, but a dedicated staff member was present. Her primary responsibility was to manage the camera angles and broadcast the entire auction event. This role did not require the vocal exertion typical of other livestream hosts. She merely needed to ensure that the broadcast remained uninterrupted, which was quite leisurely. 10 minutes before the auction commenced, the staff member began the stream. She glanced at the number in the top right corner, 23, 57, 137. Observing the slowly rising viewer count, she remained composed. As long as the numbers were stable, the live stream was functioning properly. Having conducted numerous broadcasts previously, she was well aware that the online audience typically stabilized between 2,000 to 3,000 viewers. For her, everything was satisfactory as long as no unexpected incidents arose. After completing her adjustments, the staff member checked the visuals and then the viewer count again. Wait a minute. 7, 652, 10, 000, 30, 000. In just a few minutes, the viewer count in the upper right corner soared to 100, 000, leaving the young staff member utterly astonished. What is happening? Oh my goodness. The esteemed number 99 is indeed here. Truly a person of stature, sitting in the front row. Hey, brothers, the auction is about to begin. In the front row, vendors were setting up stalls, selling peanuts, sunflower seeds, and small beers. The audience members bearing the number 99 fan badges swiftly commandeered the comment section, transforming it into a temporary base for number 99 as supporters. The auction officially commenced. Chen Mo watched the podium with keen interest. It is well known that the Xuanda period of the Ming Dynasty represents a golden age of culture throughout the history of the dynasty, and the unique voice of the auctioneer resonated softly. Upon hearing the opening words, Chen Mo glanced at Rui Mingshan beside him. Prior to the auction, the organizers had presented an electronic catalog of over 100 items, Yet these constituted only about 90 of all the items for the auction. Among them, several bore a black question mark as their description. The intent behind this was clearly to pique the bidding interest of potential buyers. To be honest, Chen Mo was somewhat surprised that the organizers had placed the entire set of incense burners in the very first lot. While the excitement of a promising start and the high valuation of exquisite items may seem reasonable, the raise stakes are indeed quite elevated. As the auctioneer concluded the tale surrounding the first item, the lights illuminating the display case flickered to life. A three-dimensional, transparent showcase materialized before the audience, featuring 6 tiers on either side, totaling 12 trays. Each tray held a subtly larger than palm-sized, pale blue incense burner adorned with faint golden threads. The first auction piece was named the Ming Dynasty Xuanda 12 Zodiac Enamel Incense Burner. The auctioneer surveyed the room, his voice resonant. The starting price for the complete set is 70 million yuan. Increments must not be less than 100,000. Are there any bids? Upon his words, a wave of astonishment swept through the buyers. Wow, was the opening piece really this explosive? After a brief silence, a paddle was raised. Collector number 73 bid 71 million. The current price stands at 71 million. Is there anyone willing to follow? Collector number 26 has bid 72 million. Observing the bidding escalate within mere minutes from the starting price of 70 million, surpassing 80 million and nearing 90 million. Chen Mo found himself increasingly intrigued by the subsequent auction items. He had previously reviewed the estimated price for this entire set of burners, which was around 5 billion. The behind-the-scenes owner likely spent no more than 70 million, suggesting a potential profit of several tens of millions upon resale. However, Chen Mo felt no envy over this. After all, the audacity of that owner to collect each piece warranted the profits. Should the collection remain incomplete, the losses would be considerable. Moreover, for Chen Mo himself, the 17 million he had already secured rendered the notion of loss irrelevant. This situation was indeed a win-win. Chapter 85, what does that raised eyebrow signify? The atmosphere on the auction stage was intensely competitive, with bids echoing throughout the room. Yet just 2 meters behind Chen Mo, in the 5th row, a middle-aged man adorned with a Patek Philippe was whispering with a stunning young woman, seemingly 20 years his junior. Leaning towards him, the young woman inquired, "Isn't the person in the front row the one who recently became famous online for his incredible finds? Number 99? How do you compare to him?" Upon hearing this, the man's demeanor soured as he scoffed. "Shuebao, what do you mean? Comparing me to an online clown showing off?" Noticing her husband's expression, the young woman quickly reassured, All right. I was just asking. My husband is the best." The couple continued their affectionate murmurs for a while. Suddenly, the man turned his gaze towards Chen Mo, observing him intently before stating, "Shuebao, keep an eye on number 99 in a moment. If he raises his paddle, you should follow suit." The young woman responded. The final auction price for this entire incense burner set reached an astonishing 2 billion, exceeding the market value observed by Chen Mo by a remarkable 15 million. This price was quoted by a telephone agent responsible for the bidding, while the actual buyer remained absent from the scene. Casting a glance at the ever-smiling Rui Mingshan beside him, Chen Mo was uncertain whether an authentic collector had indeed placed a bid, or if this was merely a stage performance orchestrated by Rui Mingshan and the elusive mastermind behind the scenes. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the allure of 2 billion had ignited fervor among the auction participants. Subsequent items presented on stage, barring those that were unsold, fetched impressive prices. For instance, the blue and white figure brush pot from the Ming Chongzhen era had a starting price of 200,000, but concluded at 3 million. The embroidered lady's poetry dish from the Qing Xuanji period began at 450,000 and soared to a final price of 7 million. Among the first 30 items, an astonishingly high transaction rate of over 80 was recorded, with merely 5 items remaining unsold. This percentage was significantly elevated compared to the average transaction rate of 65 previously recorded by the China Guardian Auction House. Seated in the foremost row, Chen Mo had a clear view of the items being auctioned. He observed that, aside from a rare few, the final selling prices of successful bids generally surpassed the market values he was aware of, mostly constituting premium purchases. For instance, the aforementioned poetry dish from the Qing Xuanji era had a true market value around 5 million, yet it ultimately sold for 7 million, representing a premium of 200,000. However, it must be noted that despite the auction's lack of a guarantee of authenticity, Chen Mo had yet to encounter any forgeries thus far, which was indeed reassuring for buyers apprehensive about acquiring counterfeit items. He found this aspect quite intriguing. At that moment, Rui Mingshan turned to Chen Mo and inquired, "Chen Xiaoyu, we have passed over 30 items. Have you not yet found one that piques your interest?" Chen Mo replied with a smile, "Rui Lao, you have yet to raise your paddle either." Unfazed, Rui Mingshan responded, "True, but let us wait for those few mysterious items not included in the electronic catalog to see how they fare." As the two exchanged words, the auctioneer at the podium paused to remark, "It seems that everyone's enthusiasm for bidding is quite high." Up next is the third mysterious item of this auction. A set of 4 calligraphy tools attributed to the late Ming calligrapher Xiangguang Guoshi Dong Qichang. With his words, a bamboo brush, an ink stick, a stack of paper, and a stone ink slab, 4 items in total, were displayed within a glass showcase and brought to the auction stage. The auctioneer continued, "This set does not bear any inscriptions, but a letter of gift from Dong Qichang was found at the site, which mentions these 4 essential scholarly instruments. Due to the absence of a signature, this auction item, suspected to be a gift from Dong Qichang, commenced with a starting price of 800,000. Collectors with interest may wish to contemplate this opportunity." As the auctioneer's voice fell, the previously fervent atmosphere in the room suddenly hushed. This enigmatic item was, surprisingly, an unverified piece. Such artifacts inherently involve a gamble. Typically, a complete set of writing implements passed down from the late Ming dynasty, devoid of additional information, is valued between 200,000 and 300,000. However, should it indeed be a gift from the esteemed calligrapher Dong Qichang to a friend, the price would warrant an additional digit, effortlessly fetching 2 to 3 million upon resale. Regrettably, the lack of a signature signifies the challenge of authentication. Consequently, no bids were placed initially. Chen Mo gazed at the item on display from a distance, observing it for a moment as detailed information manifested. Name, late Ming calligraphy tools set, gift from Dong Qichang. Category, Scholars 4 treasures. Market value, 2 million. It indeed was a gift from Dong Qichang. After discreetly surveying the surroundings and noting the absence of bidders, Chen Mo entertained the idea of acquisition. Was truly no one interested? After emphasizing several times, the auctioneer prepared to withdraw the item under the procedure for unsold lots, transitioning to the next item. Just as the auctioneer was about to signal the staff, Chen Mo raised his paddle. "I'll take it for 800,000. Witnessing this, the auctioneer, who had previously appeared slightly disappointed, instantly transformed his demeanor and, with an infectious enthusiasm, proclaimed, Bidder number 9 has offered 800,000. Is there a higher bid than number 9? Before the auctioneer could finish, a voice from the rear chimed in. A young woman raised her paddle, declaring, 810,000. Bidder number 89 has offered 810,000. Will bidder number 9 raise their bid? Chen Mo remained unfazed. It was a normal occurrence at an auction for there to be competition. The bidder number 89 continued to escalate the price. 850,000. 870,000. 900,000. Within a mere 2 minutes, this unverified item's price surged from the initial 800,000 to an astonishing 6 million. This spectacle drew the attention of other collectors present, including Chen Mo, who curiously glanced toward the back. There, beside the bidding woman, a middle-aged man raised an eyebrow in a gesture that seemed almost confrontational. Chen Mo thought to himself. Honestly, he felt somewhat speechless. If they were to bid, what was the meaning behind that eyebrow raise? 1, 7 million. 1, 8 million. 3 million. The woman's voice began to waver. Yet she ultimately announced her bid. At this point, Chen Mo fell silent. In truth, he had resolved not to pursue the item once the price surpassed 2 million. Though this object is indeed authentic, it still necessitates validation, which is quite bothersome. To spend over 3 million on such a trinket is sheer folly. Observing Chen Mo silence. The middle-aged man in the back chuckled with evident satisfaction. His laughter, distinct even from 2 meters away, resonated clearly. In response, Chen Mo silently deemed him a fool, though he maintained an impassive facade. At that moment, the auctioneer's voice rang out. It appears that bidder number 9 has withdrawn. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Truly, is there no one else? With the sound of the gavel striking, the auctioneer exuberantly announced, "Let us congratulate bidder number 89. Chapter 86, 27 million. Chen Mo had anticipated such interludes. After all, he is now somewhat of a public figure, if not nationwide, at least within the antique community of Su province. He enjoys considerable recognition. Hence, it was entirely expected that after he placed his bid, others would follow suit. Consequently, he refrained from raising his paddle again, treating the event merely as an opportunity to broaden his horizons. The antics of the two individuals in the back did not particularly concern him. However, what he did not foresee was that while he chose not to bid again, his companions, Old Ma and Old Su, did. Ma Shichen had his eye on a Buddha sculpture with a starting price of 1.5 million, while Su Baolong was interested in a Qing dynasty porcelain plate starting at 650,000, both of which were disrupted by the same man. The Buddha sculpture, initially priced at 1.5 million, was escalated to 7 million. Although Ma Shichen eventually secured it, the price was already somewhat inflated compared to its true market value. As for Old Su's porcelain plate, it was outright snatched from under him by that same individual. Witnessing this unfold, Chen Mo understood that the man had grouped them together. Whether it was his bid or those of Zhang, Su, and Ma, they were all subjected to an increase. While such behavior is not inherently problematic, it is rather foolish. At this juncture, the auction had reached item number 57. The auctioneer announced, "Item 57. This piece is called the Sea Beast Great Bronze Mirror, though it remains uncertain whether it hails from the Ming or Qing dynasty. The starting price is set at 1 million, with minimum increments of 50,000. Upon seeing this, Chen Mo thought to himself, good heavens, the market value he knew was merely 2,000. While this price may not reflect last week's figures, it certainly cannot be from the Qing or Ming dynasties. Undoubtedly, it is a questionable imitation. Nonetheless, despite being an unverified item, it was not without bidders. On the contrary, several collectors were eager to place bids, and in less than a minute, the price surged from the initial 1 million to 1.4 million. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Mo raised his paddle and declared 1.5 million. Observing this scene, the middle-aged man adorned with a Patek Philippe immediately gestured to his female companion. The young beauty, referred to as Shui Bao, promptly called out a counteroffer, 1.6 million. Hearing the woman's voice, Chen Mo smiled silently. The bidding commenced. Observing the scene, even the other collectors nearby ceased their offers, watching as the two engaged in their auction. The prices soared from 170 to 180, then 190, swiftly reaching 2.5 million. At this juncture, Chen Mo fell silent, opting not to counter the bid. The auctioneer's voice remained incredibly compelling. The price has risen to 2.5 million, with collector number 9 withdrawing from the bidding. Collector number 89 emerges victorious once more. Let us congratulate collector number 89. With 3 authoritative strikes of the gavel, the ownership of the bronze mirror was conferred upon the middle-aged man adorned with a Patek Philippe. Upon hearing the faint laughter from the back row, Chen Mo offered a subtle smile. Subsequently, mirroring the earlier gesture of the man, he raised an eyebrow slightly in his direction. Upon realizing this, the middle-aged man, once brimming with pride, suddenly froze in his expression. To have been outmaneuvered and still be mocked? Something feels amiss. The man sensed an unsettling shift as he finally registered the transaction amount, 2.5 million. During the bidding, he had been raising the stakes by increments of 100,000 and 200,000. And in a moment of distraction, the final price had landed exactly at 2.5 million. Could this not be a deliberate tactic by the opponent? The man fell silent. Up to this point, he had already expended nearly 10 million in this auction. To him, such an amount was insignificant. Prior to the event, he had surmised that anything coveted by the earlier collector number 9 was unlikely to be of inferior quality. However, he harbored no expectations of profiting from this maneuver. It was merely a whim, a desire to engage in the thrill of the chase, content with not incurring a loss. Yet now, the more he contemplated, the more he felt that this 2.5 million was clearly a calculated affront by the other party. Ignoring the shifting expressions of the man behind him, Chen Mo, after raising his eyebrow, turned his gaze back to the front. He was certain that this individual was indeed a fool. The auction continued. When the bidding reached item number 88, Chen Mo finally chose to make an offer. After raising his paddle, he deliberately glanced back, only to find the man silent, devoid of any intention to bid. Instead, several other collectors began competing with him. From a starting price of 400,000, it escalated to 1.3 million. Ultimately, it was Chen Mo's initial bid that cut through the competition, securing the item. However, the profit was minimal. A quick resale would yield at most a profit of around 200,000. As the gavel fell once more, Chen Mo glanced back again. and the man merely curled his lip, saying nothing further. In response, Chen Mo shrugged, maintaining a neutral expression. As time passed, after more than 3 hours of auctioning, the event edged toward its conclusion. Out of a total of 117 lots, 115 had found their new homes, either purchased by buyers or left unsold. Only 2 items remained, yet to be presented on stage. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall became electrified. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the final piece de resistance. Item number 117. Many among them had been seated for so long precisely for this climax. As for item number 116, it garnered no attention whatsoever. Following the conclusion of item number 115, item 116 was pushed onto the auction platform. With a starting bid of 500,000, each subsequent bid could not be less than 10,000. Initially, Chen Mo paid little heed to it, having endured over 3 hours of the auction, causing a slight discomfort in his seat. However, after casting a casual glance at the overlooked item 116, he was momentarily taken aback. His expression remained calm, yet his heart was in turmoil. This item was valued at a staggering 27 million. Chapter 87. The Carved Phoenix Comb of Qian by Elephant Ivory. Item name: Carved Phoenix Comb of Qian by Elephant Ivory, used by Empress Dowager Cixi. Category: Ivory carved comb. Material: ivory. Craftsman: Zhu Yongtai. Technique: material selection, carving, shadow engraving, inlay. Description: a cherished possession of Empress Dowager Cixi during the late Qing dynasty. Market value: 27,000,000 yuan. Upon discerning the detailed information, Chen Mo was taken aback. Good heavens! The auctioneer merely described this item as a Republic-era ivory carving, failing to even provide the correct dynasty information. Such an oversight was quite absurd. Regardless, it was imperative to secure this item. Chen Mo had silently resolved to do so. Undoubtedly, this comb represented a significant oversight in the auction. To let it slip away would be sheer madness. Fortunately, the attention of the many collectors present was not on the comb, but rather on the impending item number 117. Even Zhang Meifang beside him wore a curious expression. Hey, Brother Chen, what do you think the final item, number 117, really is? The electronic catalog merely states it is porcelain, with a starting bid set at 60 million, nearly rivaling the entire set of cloisonné incense burners. What kind of porcelain could it possibly be? At that moment, Chen Mo's focus remained entirely on item 116, responding to her inquiries with mere pleasantries. He was contemplating how to successfully secure this piece. He thought to himself, fortunately, I managed to unsettle that bidding fool earlier. Otherwise, acquiring this comb would undoubtedly involve complications. Rather than looking around, Chen Mo slightly turned his body and lowered his voice, just loud enough for Zhang Meifang to hear. Sister Zhang, please hold on a moment and assist me in securing this comb. Startled by Chen Mo's sudden hushed tone, Zhang Meifang paused briefly but did not display any outward reaction. The abruptness of his whisper made her instantly comprehend his intent. This item was likely a hidden treasure. She also gazed ahead, her voice barely audible to just the two of them, inquiring, "What is the budget?" Chen Mo replied, "Anything below 10 million is fine. Above that, it depends." Upon hearing this budget, Zhang Meifang's pupils momentarily contracted, but she quickly regained her composure. With a slight nod, she softly responded, "All right." On the auction stage, the auctioneer continued to elaborate. Lot number 116 is a remarkable ivory carving from the Republic of China era, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship and intricate hollow designs. At this moment, nearly 2 minutes had passed since Lot 116 was presented, yet no bids had emerged from the audience. Chen Mo understood that the only risk in making a direct bid now was from a man in the back who had recently attempted to outbid him while wearing a Patek Philippe. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze towards the rear, raising an eyebrow and silently chuckling. Meanwhile, Zhang Meifang raised her bidding paddle. The auctioneer, ready to proceed with the past procedure, quickly exclaimed, "Bidder number 10 offers 500,000. Is there any further bidding?" In the back, seat number 88. The middle-aged man's expression darkened upon witnessing this. The young woman beside him in seat 89 promptly asked, "Darling, should we continue bidding?" "Yes," the man growled, fixating on Chen Mo's back. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he recalled the unsettling figure of 2.5 million and decided against continuing. The paddle for seat 89 remained down, but others entered the fray. Bidder number 43 raised their paddle, offering 510,000. "Will bidder number 10 continue?" the auctioneer queried. Hammer in hand, Zhang Meifang replied with a calm demeanor, 550,000. As she announced her bid, Chen Mo turned once more to observe seat 88, locking eyes with the middle-aged man. The latter distinctly sensed a hint of mockery in the gaze of the prominent influencer before him. Frustrated, he instinctively contemplated placing a bid, but ultimately restrained himself, repeatedly admonishing in his mind, "This petty individual is clearly trying to provoke me. Restrain yourself. You must endure." After the price reached 550,000, several others joined the bidding. Zhang Meifang had no choice but to keep escalating her offer. Her expression transformed from raised brows and smirks to a simple smile, gradually devoid of any taunting, merely tinged with a hint of regret. With the rhythmic sound of the auctioneer's gavel echoing, his voice rose in excitement. 790,000 once, 790,000 twice, 790,000 thrice. Congratulations to bidder number 10. Observing the disappointment on Chen Mo's face, the man inexplicably felt a surge of satisfaction. With a young beauty 20 years his junior by his side, he fixed his gaze on Chen Mo's retreating figure, chuckling. "Does that fellow truly think he can provoke me? Let him dream on." After the gavel fell, Chen Mo finally felt a sense of relief. Although there were several other bidders in the hall, they did not persistently follow the price, and after a few tentative offers, they all gave up. This simply indicated their lack of understanding of the true value of the comb. Perhaps they were merely caught up in the moment. Chen Mo took a deep breath. After all, securing the item was what mattered. Lot 116 concluded, and at last, it was time for the much-anticipated Lot 117. This piece de resistance was not detailed in the electronic catalog distributed by the organizers, other than its classification as porcelain and a staggering starting bid of 60 million. Beyond that, the rest of the information was cloaked in mystery. As the foremost category in antique collecting, porcelain undoubtedly holds the highest recognition among collectors, with a vast number of enthusiasts. Consequently, the value of porcelain is exceedingly transparent in the marketplace. A starting bid set at 60 million signifies that this auction item is of exceptional rarity and quality. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lot 117 was presented on the exhibition stage. The auctioneer's tone was markedly more spirited than before. "I trust everyone has been eagerly awaiting this moment. Our Lot 117 is a famille rosebat peach-patterned olive vase from the Qing dynasty, Yongzheng period. The starting price is 60 million, with increments of no less than 200,000. The moment the auctioneer's words resonated, the pent-up excitement within the hall ignited. Bidder 174 raised their paddle at 61 million. Bidder 55 followed with 61.5 million. Bidder 23 offered 62 million. As Chen Mo gazed at the exquisite white-bodied famille rose vase, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Name: famille rosebat peach-patterned olive vase. Category: porcelain. Period: Qing dynasty, Yongzheng. Maker: Jingdezhen Imperial Kiln. Market value: 98 million. It was indeed a remarkable piece. No wonder the market value of this top-tier, official kiln masterpiece from the Jingdezhen Imperial Kiln during the Qing dynasty approached a significant milestone. As the finale of the auction, it was undeniably impressive. Chen Mo had no intention of bidding. For him, simply appreciating such a treasure sufficed. Moreover, this was not a mere oversight. Items of such caliber appearing at this auction would certainly not be easily overlooked. Bidder 4 offered 97 million. Bidder 37 bid 98 million. Bidder 66 escalated the stakes to 100 million. Ultimately, the final hammer price soared to an astonishing 1.24 billion. Compared to the price Chen Mo had observed, this reflected a premium of 26 million. In terms of premium percentage, it surpassed even the initial bid of the incense burner. Chen Mo couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Chapter 88. The most significant oversight of the entire auction secured. Once Lot 117 was sold, the entire auction came to a formal conclusion. Regarding the handover of the auction items, Jade presented two options. One option was for the buyer to take the item directly on site. The other involved the auction house, China Guardian, arranging an armed security convoy to deliver the auctioned item directly to the buyer's vault. After some deliberation, Chen Mo and his companions opted for the first option, deeming it less troublesome. After all, the four of them had not acquired many items, with only Ma Shurchin and Chen Mo having won 3 pieces in total. Following the interception of Old Su, he refrained from raising his paddle again, while Zhang Meifang only assisted Chen Mo in bidding for a comb without uttering a word. After completing the payment, inspection, and handover procedures, the staff of China Guardian presented the safes containing the auctioned items to the buyers who had settled their payments. Once Chen Mo confirmed that the item he received was satisfactory, he prepared to depart with Zhang, Su, and Ma. At that moment, a couple strolled by, one man and one woman, the latter youthful and beautiful, while the man was elegantly attired, sporting a striking Patek Philippe watch. They were none other than the two competitors from the auction, numbered 88 and 89, who had previously bid against Chen Mo and his group. As the man passed by Chen Mo, he remarked with a smile, "Nice comb." Hearing this, Chen Mo chuckled, raising the safe in his hand and replying, "You are quite right. This comb is indeed remarkable." Having said this, Chen Mo departed with a smile, leaving the man momentarily stunned and at a loss. He had intended to mock, yet somehow found himself on the receiving end of the jest. "Where did they go?" his female companion inquired. As the man regained his composure, he attempted to say something, only to realize that Chen Mo and the others had vanished. It wasn't until they settled into the spacious seven-seater vehicle arranged by Ma Shichun that Zhang Meifang could no longer contain her curiosity. She had been holding back since the bidding commenced, and now, unable to refrain, she fixed her gaze on the safe in Chen Mo's possession and inquired, "Brother Chen, what is the origin of this comb? Could it truly be worth 10 million? Upon hearing this, both Ma Shichun and Su Baolong were taken aback, simultaneously exclaiming, "What 10 million? Observing the astonishment on their faces, Chen Mo smiled, but shook his head, saying, "It certainly does not hold a value of 10 million. Zhang Meifang blurted out, "What? Not worth that? Then why did you mention a 10 million budget?" She looked at Chen Mo, her expression one of confusion. Yet she proceeded to open the safe and began to toy with the comb inside. With a playful tone, she added, "Do not panic. While it may not be worth 10 million, it is indeed valued at 20 million. In the vehicle, the three remained silent, their eyes fixed on Chen Mo, awaiting his explanation. After a moment of admiring the smooth, lustrous ivory comb in his hand, Chen Mo finally spoke. "This comb is not the Republic-era artifact introduced by the auctioneer. To be precise, it dates back to the Qing dynasty. The reason I assert its worth at 20 million is that it is likely a cherished possession of Empress Dowager Cixi, the sculptor responsible for this masterpiece. If my conjecture is correct, is none other than Zhu Yongtai, the most renowned jade carver of the late Qing dynasty. You may have heard of another of his creations, the exquisite jadeite cabbage, currently housed in the Palace Museum." Chen Mo explained in a hushed voice. The three individuals within the vehicle were left utterly astonished by his words. The beloved possession of Empress Cixi, crafted by Zhu Yongtai himself. How could this comb, which cost less than 800,000, possibly be associated with such illustrious terms? Were they indulging in flights of fancy? Or was it Chen Mo who was lost in reverie? If his assertions held any truth, this comb could very well be the most significant oversight of the entire auction, let alone the items numbered 1 and 117, whose final prices, albeit high, might not yield substantial profits upon resale. After a prolonged silence, Su Baolong finally inquired, "Brother Chen, how do you know this is indeed the cherished possession of Empress Cixi? Or how do you intend to prove it?" Upon hearing this question, Chen Mo merely smiled. "At this moment, I cannot provide verification." The possibility that this comb could belong to Empress Cixi had captivated both Su Baolong and Ma Shichun, leaving them disinclined to pursue other matters. Upon arriving at Zhang Meifang's Jujioj, Chen Mo recognized that proving his claim would not be overly difficult. The information he had acquired was undoubtedly accurate, akin to possessing answers while seeking questions. Both Empress Cixi and the esteemed jade carver Zhu Yongtai were not obscure figures. They surely left behind traces to be uncovered. Once at Jujioj, Chen Mo immediately downloaded photographs of Empress Cixi from online sources. As one of the few royal figures in Chinese history with authentic photographs, she had left behind a considerable number of personal images, easily accessible online. Chen Mo intended to peruse the photos casually before investigating the connection between Cixi and Zhu Yongtai. However, to his surprise, upon examining the third image he downloaded, he stumbled upon a scene depicting the Empress having her hair styled. There she sat before a bronze mirror, attended by palace maids, one of whom held a comb that, upon close inspection, bore an uncanny resemblance to the one in Chen Mo's possession. Chapter 89. You don't want the incident of a 9 yuan donation to a live-streaming host wearing sunglasses to be. Gazing at the life photograph of Empress Cixi, Chen Mo was taken aback by the swiftness of his findings. The investigation had scarcely begun, and yet, by merely the third image, he had unearthed a significant clue, far exceeding his expectations. Nonetheless, Chen Mo did not cease his inquiries. After all, when dealing with transactions exceeding tens of millions, a single photograph could not suffice to verify the comb's true worth. At least 2 or 3 pieces of corroborative evidence would be necessary to arrive at a definitive conclusion. When photography was first introduced to China, it was once regarded as a form of soul-snatching sorcery. It was only in her later years that Empress Dowager Cixi came to accept and appreciate this technology. Entering the 20th century, Yu Xuanling, the official photographer of the Qing court, captured a multitude of images at Cixi's behest. Although most of these were staged, a considerable portion consisted of candid moments from daily life. These photographs later became emblematic of court photography during the Qing dynasty. As Chen Mo perused the relevant historical materials, he meticulously selected photographs depicting the Empress Dowager's hairdressers, ultimately discovering 4 staged images of palace maids styling Cixi's hair. Among these 4 images, while the garments and jewelry varied, the comb used remained unchanged, precisely the one in Chen Mo's possession. After preserving these 4 photographs, Chen Mo continued his research into the jade carving master Zhu Yongtai, not concluding until after 6 o'clock the following afternoon. He remarked to Zhang Meifang, "This newly emerging big data AI is truly remarkable." Zhang Meifang nodded in agreement. Acknowledging its convenience for research, the pair did not even need to visit libraries or museums. They effortlessly gathered the necessary information from their computers, significantly easing their workload. Once all the data was compiled, Chen Mo concluded his work. "Let us store this in your shop as safe," Chen Mo suggested as he handed Zhang Meifang the suitcase containing the comb. Upon feeling the weight of over 20 million in her hands, she was taken aback, not by the comb's monetary value, but by the enigma of how Chen Mo had managed to identify this particular comb at the auction with such precision, thereby making an astute find. After a day of research, Zhang Meifang was utterly convinced that Chen Mo's assertion post-auction was entirely accurate. This comb was indeed a cherished possession of Cixi. Furthermore, it was authentically crafted by the renowned Qing dynasty sculptor Zhu Yongtai. Once the suitcase was temporarily secured in the safe, Zhang Meifang casually inquired, "Do you intend to sell the comb, or keep it for yourself?" She had anticipated the answer. "I just glanced at the recent auction held by Poly International Auction, under the Poly Group in the capital. It's scheduled for next Wednesday. If you decide to participate, you only need to deliver the item by this weekend." The only drawback was that the auction would take place in the capital, a considerable distance away. The level of this auction was comparable to the one held by China Guardian the previous day, both being classified as A-grade within the industry. Chen Mo, however, was indifferent to the logistics. "You can make the arrangements as you see fit." Receiving affirmation, Zhang Meifang nodded, saying, "I will contact them shortly." Just then, a gurgling sound escaped from Zhang Meifang's stomach, causing her cheeks to flush. She hadn't even realized she was hungry. "How is it that my stomach suddenly began to rumble?" Zhang Meifang, feeling the atmosphere grow somewhat awkward, silently screamed in her mind, "Silence, troublesome belly." Chen Mo heard the commotion as well, yet he felt no embarrassment. He merely recognized that it was mealtime. After a long day, both breakfast and lunch had been hastily assembled, and by evening, it was indeed time for a proper meal to reward himself. He promptly called the delivery service of a private dining establishment where he had previously dined, known for its exorbitant prices, and ordered several signature dishes before settling down to wait for the food. While waiting, Chen Mo found himself somewhat bored and began scrolling through his phone. Uncertain whether it was a malfunction of the device or his own lack of control, he inadvertently stumbled into the Star Showcase section. Gazing at the pale snowflakes, he felt that these rather prominent streamers were exceedingly generous, considering their lavishness. He thought it inappropriate not to reciprocate. After navigating through a series of careless steps, his account was automatically charged 9 yuan and 90 cents. User Contestant 99 had rewarded the streamer with a pair of sunglasses. Having paid the entry fee, Chen Mo felt justified in enjoying the sights of the live stream. However, just as he began to appreciate the view, a barrage of messages appeared, specifically mentioning him. "Oh my, it's the illustrious Contestant 99. I caught the big shot. Ha ha ha, Contestant 99. Chen Mo, momentarily stunned, realized with a sinking feeling, "Oh no, I forgot to switch to my alternate account." Aware of his predicament, he instinctively reached for the XI in the upper right corner, hoping to escape before the situation escalated. Unfortunately, despite years of practice, his reflexes failed to keep pace with the rapid-fire messages flooding in. Following the initial mention, a relentless stream of notifications ensued. "Contestant 99, no way. Over 10 million followers. It's really him, captured in the wild. Contestant 99, I never expected the big shot to seem so aloof, yet you're just like me. It's hilarious. Contestant 99, I've taken a screenshot. You wouldn't want the internet to discover you tipped a female streamer 9 yuan and 90 cents, right? Hehehe. Contestant 99, unless you stream more often in the future, we shall not forgive you. Upon reading the last message, Chen Mo felt his heart drop. It suddenly dawned on him that he also had an account boasting over 10 million followers, with countless eager viewers waiting for him to go live. Realizing this, Chen Mo was not one to hesitate. He swiftly opened his account's backend and clicked to start streaming. Chapter 90, an encounter that captivated my gaze. Grandfather, the streamer you mentioned has finally come to life. Oh, you've finally decided to go live? I thought you had forgotten your account password. With a cold, aloof demeanor, he tossed out a tip. I suggest the streamer rename himself to intermittently Resurrected Creator. As the sports car descended from the heavens, a wave of excitement surged through the stream. User XXX generously bestowed upon streamer contestant number 99 a sports car, a hot air balloon, and an impressive 99 pairs of sunglasses. Witnessing the barrage of playful banter and the deluge of gift effects, Chen Mo found himself momentarily speechless. Yet he quickly gathered his thoughts. Everyone, please remain calm. I haven't even had my meal yet. I'm merely here to chat with you all, he explained. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the audience in the live stream became animated. Absolutely. I enjoy conversing with the esteemed host. This lively interaction brought Chen Mo a sense of ease. This informal style of conversation was remarkably comfortable for him. Soon, a multitude of questions adorned the public screen, including, esteemed host, did you attend the auction yesterday? Chen Mo confirmed, indeed, I want to broaden my horizons. Another query followed. Were all the auction items genuine? Chen Mo replied, well, I can only say that most are authentic. However, the principle upheld by nearly all auction organizers is one of non-guarantee of authenticity. So it ultimately falls upon the individual to discern the truth. Curiosity continued to flow. Was the auctioneer male or female? I've heard that the female auctioneers are quite attractive. Is that true? Chen Mo admitted, this is a gap in my knowledge. But the one at the event I attended was male. Then, a particular comment caused him to pause. Esteemed host, we watched the live stream yesterday. The individuals sitting behind you, numbered 88 and 89, were they intentionally trying to provoke you? I noticed they didn't follow others' bids, yet they mirrored your bids. Chen Mo was taken aback momentarily. If memory served him right, he had not streamed the previous day. After reading subsequent comments that elucidated the situation, he found himself both amused and touched. His viewers had followed him to the official live stream of the auction at Giada. Truthfully moved by this display of loyalty, Chen Mo thought, these are indeed true fans. I must carve out more time in the future to engage with them more often. With this resolve, he emphasized the word intentional as he continued. By the way, you were inquiring about the presence of fakes at the auction, correct? Those of you who watched the stream, do you recall the Sea Beast Great Bronze Mirror? From my perspective, that mirror aligns quite well with the principles espoused by the auction organizers. Chen Mo spoke in a notably calm tone, yet the insinuation was unmistakable. The audience reacted swiftly. So, it's true that according to the organizers' principles, that bronze mirror is not genuine, right? Another chimed in, what was the final price for that mirror? I believe it was around 2.5 million, came the response. I suddenly feel that the transaction price seems a bit off. Could it be? Don't just feel it. Take a look at the expression of the big shot above. I dare say it's precisely as you imagine. What the hell? 666. Ah, you sly one. But I must say, I like it. In a high-end bar in the capital, Chu Lingxiao wore a different style of Patek Philippe watch, subtly exuding the mature aura of a middle-aged man. At that moment, the beautiful woman in his arms, although still youthful, was clearly not the same one from yesterday. A soft and gentle voice whispered in his ear, darling, what's wrong? However, Chu Lingxiao ignored her, casually replying, why don't you play on your own for a bit and not disturb me? Upon hearing this, the young beauty was taken aback, quickly retracting her previous demeanor and sitting off to the side, hesitant to speak further. Chu Lingxiao focused on the live stream on his phone, watching the host, feeling an inexplicable sense of annoyance rising within him. Yesterday, he had coincidentally been invited by a friend from Jiangcheng to join in some fun, and attending that auction was merely a stroke of luck. The items he bid on at the auction were simply whims of the moment. He had spent only a few million altogether, a mere trifle for him. Moreover, that too, 5 million was intentionally placed by the other party to provoke him, which made the implication all the more distinct. Sensing something amiss, Chu Lingxiao handed the Sea Beast Great Bronze Mirror to a familiar antique shop owner for examination. At that moment, upon hearing the words from the live stream host, he could no longer contain himself, suppressing his impatience. He sent a message to the antique shop owner. Has the appraisal result come out? Is there any issue? After a while, upon seeing the response to his message. Chu Lingxiao's brow furrowed instantly. This shop owner was a well-respected figure in the antique world of the capital, possessing one of the keenest eyes among those he knew. If he deemed an item to be problematic, it was tantamount to a death sentence. In other words, he had spent 2.5 million on a worthless piece. Upon realizing this, the affluent young master from the capital, aged in his 40s or 50s, was instantly enraged. At that moment, in the 99th live stream room, big shot. Did you acquire anything good at the auction? Was there something that caught your eye? Chen Mo replied, indeed, there was one item that caught my eye. Chapter 91. Just remember one thing for all the viewers in the 99th live stream room. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream was taken aback. The phrase caught my eye from Chen Mo was unambiguously straightforward. Another treasure unearthed, and not just any treasure, but one worth at least several hundred thousand or even millions. Really? Is that true? You can find treasures at an auction? Surely the auction items have been scrutinized by many experts. Is it really possible to still find undiscovered gems? If these words were spoken by someone else, I would certainly not believe them. However, since they were uttered by the esteemed individual himself, I find myself inclined to trust them. I recall that the influential figure had only purchased a single Changhua porcelain bowl, reportedly for the sum of 1.3 million. Is that the piece in question? Observing the barrage of comments, I noticed inquiries regarding the specifics of the porcelain bowl. Chen Mo shook his head and clarified. It is not that piece. Rather, it is the comb that Manager Zhang helped me acquire. A comb? Manager Zhang? Oh, during the live broadcast. I indeed saw Manager Zhang bid on a comb. So that comb was purchased on your behalf. Is there any particular significance to it? How much could that comb possibly be worth? Listening to Chen Mo's words, it dawned on me that the intriguing find was indeed that comb. The viewers in the live stream grew increasingly curious, pressing Chen Mo for the value of the comb that had been acquired for 790,000. Yet, there was no way to ascertain the potential profit until it was sold. At that moment, the delivery vehicle from the private dining establishment finally arrived. Chen Mo addressed the live audience, stating, brothers, the meal you ordered has arrived, so I shall pause the conversation for now. We can continue discussing tomorrow. Okay. See you tomorrow, esteemed one. It is advisable for the host to consume less takeout, as many external food deliveries lack in-house dining options, consisting mostly of pre-prepared dishes, which are not very nutritious and could be detrimental to health. A user by the name of Thrilling Little Lamb rewarded the host, contestant number 99, with a donation and left a message urging him to eat something nutritious. After ending the live stream, Chen Mo noticed this comment. He glanced at the delivery brought by the private dining service. A vintage flour glue and conch stew with 3 abalones, priced at 1,888, and a 2-course imperial crab dish at 2,188, and thought to himself, this should be considered nutritious, right? Having satisfied his hunger, the Changhua porcelain bowl, purchased for 1.3 million, along with Empress Cishi's comb, were entrusted entirely to Zhang Meifang for handling. The former had a modest profit margin, and since it fell under the broad category of porcelain, selling it would be straightforward. Zhang Meifang merely had to make a few calls to reach interested collectors. The latter, however, required a more intricate auction process. To meet the schedule for the Beijing Poly auction event, Zhang Meifang could not attend to her shop. She enlisted her cousin to oversee the business temporarily, while she devoted herself entirely to the comb. From inviting qualified third-party appraisal agencies for valuation, to catching a flight for an on-site inspection of the auction venue's storage conditions, to signing a detailed auction contract, every step was meticulously followed. Ultimately, she successfully delivered the comb to the Beijing Poly Group's storage facility before Sunday, all without burdening Chen Mo in the slightest, an astonishingly efficient process. As for Chen Mo himself, he spent a few days wandering along Longmen Street in Luocheng, and, as anticipated, he encountered no significant treasures. He intended to complete his exploration of the Baxian and before moving forward. However, before he could set off, several matters simultaneously converged upon him. Initially, Deputy Director Yang from the police station called him to say that the semi-annual internal system audit had concluded and invited him to dinner at his home to sample his sister-in-law's culinary skills. Given that Chen Mo was still in Luocheng, he found it inappropriate to decline the invitation, nor was there any real need to refuse. Upon arriving at Yang Dingshan's residence for dinner, Chen Mo learned that the title of deputy was soon to be dropped from Yang's name. He promptly extended his congratulations. During their casual conversation, the topic of the 500,000 arose. Chen Mo discovered that after more than half a month's procedures, they had finally completed the final step, and the funds would soon be deposited into his account. Frankly, this sum was negligible compared to Chen Mo's current worth. had Yang Dingshan not mentioned it. He might have forgotten entirely. For him, the significance of this money transcended its actual value. Aside from Yang Dingshan's generous invitation for dinner, after confirming their plans for a late-night snack at a roadside eatery over the phone, Chen Mo found himself with some free time and arrived early. The lively commotion around him was quite pleasant. He was the type of person who could relish a high-end meal costing 4 digits per person just as easily as he could enjoy a modest meal at a roadside stall costing merely 30 or 40. Before long, Lao Ma arrived, accompanied by a man who appeared relatively young yet bore the marks of experience. Ma Shichun called out from a distance, "Chen brother, you're here so early." Chen Mo replied, "I had nothing much to do, so I came a bit earlier." "Who is this?" Ma Shichun, brimming with excitement, introduced the man to Chen Mo. "This is the expert I invited. You know, I've been busy establishing our own charitable channel, right? Well, guess what? A business associate of mine learned about it and recommended me the contact of Teacher Han Hong. You know who Teacher Han is, don't you?" Ma Shichun proudly gestured to the man beside him. "This expert is from Teacher Han's team, here to assist us." Upon hearing this introduction, Chen Mo was taken aback. Unlike their light-hearted banter, Teacher Han was a true philanthropist dedicated to charitable endeavors. Observing the somewhat weathered man before him, Chen Mo felt a surge of respect and promptly extended his hand. "Chen Mo, it's an honor to meet you." The man reciprocated the gesture, Tan Yen. The three settled at the roadside stall, each ordering a chilled beer to enjoy a modest toast. With the aid of the beer, they quickly delved into discussions regarding the establishment of the charitable channel, focusing on how to directly deliver funds to those genuinely in need, how to prevent absurdities like a set of stationery costing 300 yuan, and how to ensure greater transparency in financial transactions. After just a brief exchange, Chen Mo realized that the sense of weariness etched on Tan Yan's face was not unfounded. He truly possessed profound knowledge and insight. From the exploration of how to engage in charity to the mastery of executing it effectively, the discussion was rendered with remarkable clarity. It is evident that only a truly sincere individual dedicated to philanthropy could articulate such insights. Eventually, as the meal neared its conclusion, Chen Mo glanced at the earnings displayed above, 673 million. Without waiting for it to accumulate to 10 million before making a withdrawal, he promptly transferred the entire sum into a bank account. Now, he was relieved from the immediate burden of tax payments, as these would henceforth be settled annually under the company's name, sparing him the inconvenience of frequent trips to the tax bureau. Upon inspecting the balance in his account, Chen Montauk transferred 27 million from his personal bank account into the account from which he had just withdrawn his earnings, thus amassing a total of 10 million. He then handed the card to Ma Shichun, saying, "Brother Ma, this card holds 10 million. Consider it the inaugural charitable fund." Nearby, Tan Yen was taken aback by the sight. "Is this really 10 million, so casually produced?" Ma Shichun was equally surprised by Chen Mo's swift actions. After receiving the card, he contemplated for a moment and remarked, "Then we shall record this amount under your name." However, before he could finish, Chen Mo interjected, "No, there is no need to use my name. If you must record it, then attribute it to the audience of room 99. After all, this money is indeed a tribute from the viewers." Concerned that Tan Yen might inadvertently disseminate this information online, Chen Mo cautioned, "Brother Tan, please refrain from sharing this publicly. Old Ma and I merely wish to initiate this endeavor ourselves, fearing that public discourse might stir unnecessary commotion. Donations can indeed lead to tax deductions." Tan Yen had witnessed numerous business owners contribute modest sums to charitable organizations to alleviate significant tax liabilities. He had also observed public figures donate funds to cultivate a favorable public image. While such donations might be motivated by ulterior motives, one cannot dismiss the merit in these actions. Ultimately, as long as the funds are genuinely directed towards those in need, such endeavors warrant encouragement. Initially, Tan Yen presumed that this Mada boss and the young Chen boss were similar to others, driven by personal agendas. However, upon hearing these words, he realized his misjudgment. Who among those with ulterior motives would choose to directly engage in philanthropy, fearing misappropriation of funds, and actively establish channels for assistance? Who would willingly present a sum of 10 million without the desire for personal recognition, even stressing the importance of confidentiality? Tan Yen suddenly recognized that these two individuals were genuinely committed to ensuring the success of this initiative. Chapter 92, Calculations. Once all tasks were completed, as per usual, they commenced the live streaming of their treasure hunting endeavors. At 7:30 in the morning, Baixian Temple bustled with sellers, buyers, and curious onlookers. creating a vibrant atmosphere in the antique street market. "Good morning, everyone," Chen Mo greeted, savoring a steamed bun as he walked. "Good morning, esteemed guests." After Chen Mo greeted the audience in the live stream, he mingled among the crowds and began to explore the various stalls. Much like Longmin Street in Luocheng, he had nearly completed his exploration of the Baxianan instance. At this juncture, the development level of the entire area had reached about 60 to 70%. In the very heart of the Baxianan, there lay the miscellaneous goods section. Recently, Chen Mo had developed a particular fondness for this area. The previously distinctly delineated sections, such as the porcelain and calligraphy zones, had yielded little of worth upon his inspection. While authentic items surely existed, they were exorbitantly priced, far exceeding their actual market value. There was simply no opportunity for a bargain. In contrast, the miscellaneous goods section, populated by individual sellers offering fresh items, presented a significantly higher chance of discovering hidden gems. Chen Mo knew that once he finished exploring this miscellaneous goods area, he would have nearly completed his exploration of the Baxianan. "How much for this abacus?" he inquired upon spotting a dark, heavily patinated old abacus displayed on a stall. "Quite pricey, I must say," the vendor replied, gesturing to the abacus. "This piece has been passed down since the Qing dynasty. Just look at this patina. It has at least 200 to 300 years of history." As he spoke, he picked up the abacus and handed it to Chen Mo. "Feel it. Tell me if it's smooth." After Chen Mo examined it, the vendor continued, "Moreover, the material of this abacus is of the highest quality. It's made entirely of rosewood. You're familiar with rosewood, I presume? It's a precious timber." Amused by the vendor's enthusiastic sales pitch, Chen Mo couldn't help but retort, "But not all rosewood is precious. For instance, the rosewood from Côte d'Ivoire in Africa is worth only a few thousand per ton." The vendor paused at Chen Mo's remark, quickly responding, "This abacus is certainly not made of that inferior African rosewood. No, it's the finest quality. Just take a closer look." Observing the thick patina on the abacus, Chen Mo chuckled and said, "But with that much patina, who can truly see it? Why not clean off some of that patina for a clear view?" The vendor shook his head vigorously. "What a ridiculous suggestion. If the patina is removed, how can I prove this abacus is ancient?" Seeing this exchange, Chen Mo ceased his jesting and stated, "The abacus is indeed old, and the material seems quite good, not that African rosewood you mentioned." Upon hearing this, the vendor's face lit up with a smile, nodding enthusiastically. However, before the vendor could fully bask in Chen Mo's compliment, he interjected, "Nonetheless, even if it is top-quality rosewood, your asking price is rather steep. Those selling rosewood furniture for hundreds of thousands or even millions are dealing with solid pieces. While this abacus is undoubtedly made from scrap." Chen Mo concluded with a smile directed at the vendor, "I genuinely think this abacus is remarkable. Let us skip the fluff and settle on a fair price." Chapter 93. The Fragrant Pearls of the Imperial Court's Ministry of Revenue. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the vendor's brow furrowed deeply, as if it were on the verge of tying itself into a knot. His expression was fraught with conflict, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. "Since you are genuinely interested, let us settle on 63,000. Upon hearing this price, Chen Mo could not help but roll his eyes. "Boss, after all that discussion, you've only reduced it by 2,000? He reached out to weigh the abacus in his hands, caressing its solid wooden frame, and continued, "Let me be forthright, I won't beat around the bush. If I'm not mistaken, the wood used for this abacus frame is indeed of fine quality, Indian rosewood, to be precise. However, do observe the junction between the crossbeam and the frame, that small blemish, known as a golden star." Chen Mo elaborated on the abacus for quite some time, adopting the demeanor of a wood expert. He eventually concluded, "The material for this abacus frame falls within the A5A range of Indian rosewood, not straying far from the 3A standard. Truthfully, if it weren't for my fondness for this abacus, its price would seem somewhat inflated merely based on the quality of the material." With his intentions clear, Chen Mo turned to the vendor and extended 5 fingers. Witnessing this gesture, the vendor's heart leapt with joy. Who would have anticipated that this abacus was acquired from a fellow villager for a mere 380 yuan? Complemented by a bowl of fried noodles and 2 bottles of Qingdao beer, it was an incredible profit. Yet, despite his internal elation, the vendor maintained an outwardly troubled expression. 50,000 is simply too low. I couldn't sell it even when someone offered 61,000. Let us settle at 60,000. That's the lowest I can go. 52,000. 59,000. 54,000. After several minutes of back and forth, Chen Mo ultimately transferred 56,700 yuan to the vendor. The transaction complete. He triumphantly held the newly acquired abacus in his right hand, while the left raised the phone used for live streaming. Slowly, he walked away from the miscellaneous goods area. With a faint smile gracing his features, the viewers in the live stream could no longer contain themselves. I distinctly heard him say it caught his eye. This abacus must surely be a steal. If he purchased it for nearly 60,000, according to the principles of treasure hunting, a profit below 100,000 would be utterly implausible. Coupled with the tone in which he spoke, I would wager the profit starts at a minimum of 200,000. Considering the cost, that means it won't fall below 250,000. By the gods. The principles of treasure hunting, the tone of speech. I am inclined to dub the upstairs commentator a research monkey, dedicated to studying the ways of the treasure hunting elite. As Chen Mo read the phrase research monkey in the barrage of comments, he could not help but chuckle. It was evident that there were indeed many talented individuals among the viewers. Due to the overwhelming number of inquiries regarding the price, Chen Mo had to say, "Brothers, please be patient. I'm heading to the antique shop now. The exact price will be revealed shortly." After speaking, Chen Mo quickened his pace towards an antique shop not far ahead. Name, Qing Palace Ministry of Revenue Incense Pear Bead Abacus. Category, woodwork. Material, Wang Wali. Origin, Hainan. Small leaf rosewood. Origin, India. Market value, 1,080,000 yuan. Observing the detailed information displayed on the abacus, Chen Mo felt a surge of satisfaction. Ever since that evening when he withdrew his earnings from his account and handed them over to Lao Ma, he sensed an inexplicable twist of fortune in his life. How did he come to realize this? It was during a stroll across the street when, while walking on the crosswalk, he suddenly noticed a peculiar phenomenon. In recent days, he scarcely encountered a red light. At each intersection, the traffic lights consistently glowed green. Once or twice was acceptable, but this occurrence transpired consecutively for 7 or 8 times. It was indeed rather extraordinary. Gazing at the abacus worth 1,080,000, he couldn't help but feel the same sensation. He hadn't deceived the vendor. The frame of this abacus was indeed crafted from small leaf rosewood, and it was genuinely sourced from India. However, in comparison to the top-tier variety with abundant knots, there existed a noticeable disparity in quality. If the entire abacus were made from this AAA grade small leaf rosewood, a price of 50 to 60,000 would be quite reasonable. Yet, who could have anticipated that beneath the thick, dark patina, the beads and the frame were not made from the same material? The beads were crafted from Wang Wali, sourced from the finest wild, old materials in Hainan. This substance is also known as incense yellow sandalwood, and is revered as the emperor among woods. The fact that Chen Mo stumbled upon this treasure was purely due to good fortune, as the vendor clearly lacked expertise in the field. At that moment, when Chen Mo casually mentioned cleaning the patina, the vendor instantly rejected the notion, expressing concern that removing the patina would inhibit the proof of the abacus being an antique. Just from this statement, Chen Mo could deduce that the abacus was likely an accidental acquisition for the vendor. If the patina were to be removed, the distinctive grain of Hainan Wang Wali would be notoriously easy to identify. In summary, had it not been for his stroke of luck, if the vendor had been knowledgeable, or if any other connoisseur had taken notice, this treasure would undoubtedly have eluded him. Inside Debao Xian, a middle-aged rotund man was using a brush to clean an antique. Upon noticing Chen Mo's arrival, he quickly set aside his task and approached with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Ah, Mr. Chen, have you found another gem?" This Xian and was certainly not Longmen Street, and Zhang Meifang was not present here. He frequented various shops like Debao, Xian, Jijin Pavilion, and Zhuguju, as the prices offered were generally comparable. Each time he sold items, Chen Mo would choose based on his mood, without particular preference. Zhao Youfu beamed with delight upon seeing Chen Mo enter the store, phone in hand. He was well aware of the online persona this individual held. Number 99, the master of serendipitous finds, a veritable titan of live streaming. As the store manager, Zhao sensed a notable uptick in business over the past several days, directly attributable to Chen's presence. To maintain this momentum and distinguish his establishment amidst fierce competition, it was imperative to ensure this esteemed guest received exceptional care. Zhao Youfu was cognizant of Chen Mo's live streaming activity. However, he refrained from overtly acknowledging it. By not watching, inquiring, or showing concern, he cultivated a more natural demeanor within the live stream, thereby enhancing the store's image. Chen Mo placed an abacus on the counter and inquired, "What do you think of this abacus, Boss Zhao?" Zhao Youfu, ever the diplomat, responded with genuine flattery. "With your discerning eye, how could anything you bring be lacking?" After exchanging pleasantries, He began to examine the abacus closely, noticing the wear on the frame from regular contact with the table. He deduced that the patina was relatively shallow and the color less pronounced. Donning his reading glasses, he quickly concluded this level of patina undoubtedly indicates age, likely dating back at least to the Qing dynasty. The frame is impressive, crafted from small-leaf rosewood, which is of commendable quality, at least above average. Zhao Youfu raised his gaze and remarked, just from the base of this frame, the value of this abacus must be at least in the tens of thousands. Chen Mo nodded, adjusting his phone's camera to provide a clearer view for his audience. Once satisfied, he encouraged, "Please continue your inspection, Boss Zhao." Zhao Youfu, now thoroughly engrossed, was captivated by the beads of the abacus, each encased in a thick layer of patina. He rubbed them gently before leaning in to inhale their scent deeply. After savoring the aroma, he looked up and exclaimed, "Wang Wali?" Observing Zhao's swift conclusion, Chen Mo was not surprised and casually asked, "Do you have any tools for cleaning these impurities?" Indeed. Xiao Wang, please fetch my toolbox number 7. Zhao promptly instructed an employee. Shortly thereafter, an employee named Xiao Wang emerged from the back room, carrying a small toolbox. Upon receiving it, Zhao Youfu inquired, "Shall I clean these up before we continue our examination?" "Thank you for your assistance, Boss Zhao," Chen Mo replied, as Zhao opened the toolbox and set to work with diligence. This wooden artifact, in its typical state, exhibits a lustrous sheen akin to that of jade, with a palette that may appear somewhat somber, yet predominantly translucent, a natural patina developed over years of use, requiring no additional cleaning. However, the patina on this abacus is not a result of prolonged usage. Rather, it has accumulated dirt due to excessive time spent in storage. Its surface is grimy and sticky, obscuring the true color beneath. Zhao Youfu employs a specialized neutral cleaning agent designed for wooden items, which does not harm the artifact while effectively removing impurities. With a horsehair brush, cotton gloves, distilled water, beeswax, walnut oil, and this neutral cleaner within mere seconds, the first bead reveals its authentic form in Zhao Youfu's skilled hands. Observing the bead's intricate surface patterns, the audience in the live stream gasps in astonishment. "What is that?" they exclaim. The circular whirlpool pattern, featuring an eye at its core, is indeed the ghost face pattern. It is true that this abacus bead is made of Wang Wali wood. Let's be precise. There are various types of Wang Wali, such as Vietnamese and African hedgehog Wang Wali, characterized by ghost face patterns, which are quite different from inferior varieties. This is the finest quality Hainan Wang Wali. How intriguing. Does this imply that my earlier valuation of 250,000 was, in fact, an underestimate? Certainly, the top-tier Hainan Wang Wali could fetch several hundred thousand. Amidst the audience's excited exclamations, Zhao Youfu completes the cleaning of the other beads, removing the thick layer of dirt. He then applies beeswax and walnut oil to the entire abacus for protection. Once this meticulous work is done, he turns to Chen Mo and inquires, "Mr. Chen, are you willing to sell this abacus?" There is no doubt that this is a remarkable item. Such high-quality wooden antiques have become priceless in the market, and many collectors would undoubtedly be interested. Setting aside the question of profit, simply using this opportunity to network is immensely valuable. Upon hearing Zhao Youfu's question, Chen Mo smiles and replies, "Of course." Zhao Youfu continues, "How would you like to sell it? At auction? Should I assist you in contacting collectors? Or shall we proceed with a direct sale to my store?" Chen Mo responds, "If you are willing to purchase, let us go with a direct sale to your store." Zhao Youfu's eyes light up. Whether through auction or contacting collectors, he would only act as an intermediary. However, if he can acquire it directly, the potential for profit is significantly greater. "What price are you considering?" Zhao Youfu inquires. In typical antique sales, the store owner usually dictates the terms, establishing a buyer's market. Yet, the current scenario has unmistakably shifted to a seller's market. The initiative firmly rests in Chen Mo's hands, and both parties perceive this as entirely normal. The audience watching the live stream cannot help but marvel at the unfolding scene. In response to Zhao Youfu's pricing question, Chen Mo, without hesitation, quotes the market price, 1.08 million. Deal. After hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds, Zhao Youfu waved his hand decisively in agreement. The price was essentially in line with his expectations. While this particular transaction might not yield substantial profits, if managed astutely, the benefits would extend far beyond mere monetary gain. In less than 2 hours, with an investment of 57,000, the profits soared into the 7-figure realm. The audience, who witnessed the entire trading process in the live stream, were genuinely impressed. This fortunate stroke of luck felt almost effortless. Buying here, selling there, it seemed rather too simplistic. Other antiques could be debated for their authenticity, but the ghost face pattern of the Hainan Wang Wali was already ubiquitous online. Once the dirt and patina were cleaned off, who could fail to recognize it? After the live broadcast, viewers were unable to contain themselves and began to bombard the screen with questions. Could it be that I could do the same? Chapter 95, Raw Goods. On Wednesday, Chen Mo was still clocking in at Bixin Temple. However, in stark contrast, Zhang Meifang, who was in the capital, felt a twinge of anxiety. Ever since Chen Mo entrusted her with the comb, she had taken the earliest flight to the capital the very next morning. She contacted several third-party appraisal agencies to obtain certification reports, reached out to the auction house for physical inspections, and signed a consignment agreement. Fortunately, although these processes were cumbersome, they proceeded smoothly, primarily because Chen Mo and she had resolved the crucial aspect of proving the comb's identity that very day. Apart from the photos left from the Qing court, they also discovered a record of the comb in Zhu Yongtai's autobiography, Yongtai Jiliu. Today, I present the ivory comb to the Empress Dowager. Upon seeing it, she nodded and smiled slightly, uttering the words, "You are thoughtful." This utterance brought me great solace. My years of craftsmanship have not been in vain. This autobiography not only contained Zhu Yongtai's personal reflections, but also detailed the entire manufacturing process of the comb, complete with hand-drawn illustrations, making it quite comprehensive. Additionally, a 1903 version of Japan's survey of Qing dynasty artifacts noted, the Empress Dowager greatly cherished the comb crafted by Zhu, often carrying it in her makeup box, praising its smoothness and warmth, designating it as one of her treasured possessions. Armed with the answers, Chen Mo and his team uncovered several corroborating documents, effectively solidifying the comb's true identity. Zhang Meifang's consignment went remarkably smoothly. At 10 o'clock in the morning, at the main venue of Poly Group's auction, the auctioneer took the stage, marking the official commencement of the event. Sitting nervously in the back row, Zhang Meifang clenched her fists, fully attentive to the proceedings on stage. The comb's value started at 20 million, far exceeding her worth. It would indeed be strange if she were not anxious. The consignment contract she signed with the auction house, namely Poly's staff, set the starting bid at 21 million, with a handling fee of 45. As for the final price, it is difficult to ascertain. It largely depends on the prowess of the collectors participating in this auction. Following the remarkable sale of the first item at the staggering price of 76.5 million, secured by a telephone agent, the atmosphere within the venue became palpably fervent. Zhang Meifang's demeanor grew increasingly anxious, for the next item on the block was none other than the coveted comb. As the staff wheeled the glass display case onto the auction stage, the auctioneer began to stir the emotions of the audience. Adopting a tone imbued with historical gravitas to introduce the item, ladies and gentlemen, the next piece you are about to witness is a Qing dynasty imperial artifact, a meticulously carved blue and white jade comb once used by Empress Cixi. The starting bid is set at 21 million, with increments no less than 100,000. At the Eight Immortals Temple, Chen Mo was browsing a stall while live streaming. Just then, Su Baolong, having finished his prior engagements, arrived at the temple. Upon spotting Chen Mo, he briskly approached him, curiosity etched across his face. "Brother Chen, have you received any news from Xiaozhong?" "Not yet," Chen Mo replied, shaking his head. "They probably just commenced." "Oh, then we shall have to wait a bit longer," Su Baolong remarked. The audience in the live stream, overhearing their exchange, was rife with curiosity. Who is Xiaozhong? What news are they referring to? Are they talking about Manager Zhang? I haven't seen her in days. Where has she gone? What does the big shot mean by just commenced? I'm a bit lost here. Does anyone understand? Noticing the barrage of questions flooding the chat, Chen Mo chuckled softly. You'll find out shortly. As he continued to tease the audience, their curiosity intensified, akin to a cat's playful pawing. Yet, there was little they could do but await the anticipated revelation. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Baolong redirected their attention. The portly middle-aged man leaned closer to Chen Mo and said, "Brother Chen, I have just unearthed a little rumor from our antique association in Su province." "Oh, what is a rumor?" Chen Mo asked, intrigued by Su Baolong's enigmatic expression. "Remember our last trip to Jiang City? We first ventured into the countryside, where Old Ma purchased that ranch. The village where Old Ma's ranch is located is called Lijia Village. Adjacent to it, there is a small village named Wangying Village, which has recently yielded a large cache of goods." Su Baolong Divun, Chen Mo, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean by a large cache of goods?" "Su Baolong Hin Det," I mean fresh finds. Taken aback by this revelation, Chen Mo paused. Fresh finds just unearthed? Aren't these items prohibited from being traded? Seeing Chen Mo misinterpret his words, Su Baolong quickly shook his head and clarified, no. They are fresh finds, but they are not newly excavated. To explain further, many years ago, there was a river beside Wangying village. Following a torrential downpour, the river swelled and washed away numerous items. The villagers then discovered that beneath the river lay a tomb, from which various artifacts had been swept away. However, the inhabitants of the village were oblivious to the fact that these objects were indeed antiques. They had no inkling of their potential monetary value. Consequently, the relics unearthed by the torrential rains were largely disregarded. It wasn't until a few days ago, when someone sold a porcelain vase for 300,000 that the matter came to light. Due to the passage of time, no one had monitored the possibility of trade. Once this news circulated within the Antique Association, seasoned collectors hastily set out in their vehicles. After an elaborate explanation, Su Baolong eagerly turned to Chen Mo, inquiring, "What do you think? Any thoughts?" Upon hearing Su Baolong's words, Chen Mo remained silent. Yet the audience in the live stream was already in a frenzy. "Wow, we absolutely must go, esteemed one. We need to hurry. If we delay, the good items will be snatched away," exclaimed one viewer. "Indeed, I feel compelled to go myself," added another. User esteemed follower 348 tipped the host a Porsche X1, leaving a message that encouraged the esteemed one to take them along for an enlightening experience. User esteemed follower 1573 followed suit, tipping another Porsche X1 with a message, "Charge ahead." As Chen Mo observed the barrage of Porsche effects flooding the live stream, he felt a sense of bewilderment, given the enthusiasm of his viewers. It was indeed prudent to embark on the journey. Moreover, the Baxian monastery had recently yielded little of interest. After a day of searching, he had only managed to uncover a minor find. With a cost of 130, he sold it for 18,000, yielding a profit of less than 20,000, which left Chen Mo feeling somewhat disheartened. Considering this, he turned to Su Baolong and suggested, "Shall we take a look?" "Absolutely," Su Baolong replied. "I will call old Ma to check if he is available." Wangying village was quite close to Li Family Village, in a familiar S680. With the driver at the wheel, Su Baolong and Chen Mo settled into the back seat. Suddenly, Chen Mo's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID as Zhang Meifang, he promptly answered. As soon as the call connected, an exuberant voice burst forth from the other end. 31,800,000. After deducting the 45 fee, it amounts to 30,037,000. Zhang Meifang's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement, and even over the phone, it was evident that the person on the other end was likely on the verge of jumping for joy. Upon hearing this figure, both Su Baolong and Chen Mo were taken aback. Chen Mo had not anticipated that after the auction, the selling price would exceed 27 million by an additional 3 to 4 million. This was even after accounting for over $1 million in fees. If one included the fees, the premium would approach 5 million. It remained a mystery which collector possessed such discerning taste. In his heart, Chen Mo expressed his sincere gratitude to the collector who had bid on the comb. Zhang Meifang continued speaking. "The auction is not yet concluded. You must wait until it is over to process the payment. Once you receive the funds, please give me a call, and I will sign the contract on my end." At that moment, the live broadcast was still ongoing. Listeners, hearing Zhang Meifang's voice over the phone, were inundated with bewildered question marks that obscured the live stream. "No way. Don't tell me that the 30 million she mentioned is in RMB. Am I really that foolish? Does this mean that the manager just made an additional 30 million? This is utterly absurd. So, this is the secret behind what was just sold." After hanging up on Zhang Meifang, Chen Mo finally had the opportunity to glance at the live stream. It was only then that the audience began to react and inquire. What on earth could be worth such a sum? If memory serves, the abacus was sold directly to the antique shop owner for 1.08 million. So what on earth is this 30 million about? Contestant 99, please enlighten us. Don't keep us in suspense. We implore you. Contestant 99, indeed, please share with us. Seeing these questions, Chen Mo finally spoke up. "Have you all forgotten about the comb I purchased a few days ago at the auction in Jiangchen? That comb is worth 30 million? Am I going insane, or is the world mad? Please do not deceive us." Observing the barrage of comments, Chen Mo remarked, "I had stated before that the comb is a fine piece. Even if it is extraordinary, it is still merely a comb. Could it possibly be one used by Emperor Qianlong? Qianlong, please, do not jest." Chen Mo chuckled at the two conspicuous comments and said, "That comb was not used by Qianlong. but it is indeed related to him. Before the barrage of questions could continue, he clarified, to be precise. That comb belonged to the great-granddaughter-in-law of Emperor Qianlong, who was the favored item of Empress Dowager Cixi during the late Qing dynasty. It was meticulously crafted by the most renowned sculptor of the late Qing, Zhu Yongtai, and became a treasured possession of the Empress Dowager. Upon hearing Chen Mo's explanation, the audience fell into a profound silence. If it truly was a cherished item of the Empress Dowager, then selling it for 30 million would not be beyond comprehension. In the deafening silence, the titanium alloy fans in the live stream found Chen Mo's presence somewhat overwhelming. It was as if, even without tasting lemons, they suddenly felt an inexplicable sourness in their mouths. At the poly-auction venue in the capital, Zhang Meifang was still quite exhilarated in the back row. However, just 3 seats behind her, Chu Lingxiao sat in silence, his expression somber. He had come alone this time, without any companion. Yesterday, upon receiving the electronic auction catalog sent by Polly, his gaze was immediately captivated by the photograph of a comb. Initially, due to a prior engagement with friends, Chu Lingxiao had not intended to participate in the auction. However, upon seeing the comb, he resolutely decided to attend. Just moments ago, as he observed the comb, the bidding began at a starting price of 21 million, escalating wildly among the audience until it reached an astounding 31.8 million. Chu Lingxiao recalled that just days prior, the comb's price had been less than 800,000. The mocking smile of Chen Mo flashed through his mind, compounded by the realization that the bronze mirror he had purchased for 2.5 million was confirmed to be a counterfeit. This nearly 50-year-old scion of Beijing finally understood that throughout the auction, he had been nothing but a plaything for the opponent. The S680 glided along the road with a disconcerting stability. Seated in the rear, Chen Mo felt virtually no wind noise, tire noise, or any semblance of roughness. All sensations filtered away. It was amidst this exquisite comfort that they arrived at Wangying Village. Chapter 97. Why are you so adept? Upon gazing at the courtyard of Wangying Village, a long line of vehicles, many of which were luxury cars worth over 1 million, caught his eye. Clearly, a considerable number of attendees had arrived early. Su Baolong sensed an ominous vibe. Oh dear, we might be a bit late. If there's anything worthwhile, it's likely already been snatched up. Hearing this, Chen Mo shook his head. No need to fret. Finding a gem is all about fate. If the time isn't right, even the finest treasures can be overlooked. When the moment arrives, true fortune cannot escape. Once Chen Mo concluded, Su Baolong suddenly realized that his remarks seemed rather pessimistic. At his age, he found it somewhat embarrassing to require comfort from this young man, who was over 20 years his junior. Blushing, he quickly added, "You're right. Good things are often saved for last. Perhaps our timing is just perfect." Chen Mo dismissed Su Baolong's words lightly. If the rumors held true, and there were indeed significant tombs in the vicinity, there would surely be many treasures to discover. He was eager to see for himself. As Chen Mo stepped out of the vehicle, he noticed a familiar large business vehicle following closely behind, entering the courtyard. Su Baolong exclaimed, "Ah, it's old Ma's car." As expected, no sooner had Su Baolong spoken than Ma Shichen emerged from the back seat of the vehicle. "You two arrived quite swiftly, even before I did." However, before he could finish his greeting, he noticed the long line of cars parked nearby, and his tone shifted to one of regret. "Oh dear, so many people have already come. Will there be anything left for us to purchase?" Hearing the familiar sentiment, Su Baolong could no longer contain himself, maintaining an unperturbed expression as if the heavens were collapsing before him. What is there to panic about? So what if we arrived a tad late? Finding treasures is a matter of fate, not merely a matter of a few minutes. Upon uttering these words, the audience in the live streaming room was momentarily taken aback. 666. And it was our esteemed Su Ge. No pretense whatsoever. Goodness. This calm demeanor suggests he has completely forgotten what he said just 2 minutes prior. It was utterly amusing. Oh, Sving Lao Su She Gong Pao. Ma Shichen suddenly felt that perhaps his own mindset was indeed somewhat flawed and in need of adjustment. Silently reflecting to himself, he resolved that one must possess vigor in the face of challenges. With this thought, he approached Chen Mo. "Brother Chen, I just heard Xiao Zhang mention that your comb sold for 30 million. That's quite impressive." "Oh, it was merely luck," Chen Mo modestly replied. Once the three were gathered, they prepared to depart. At that moment, a voice called out, "Are you here to buy antiques as well?" The trio turned to see a somewhat gaunt middle-aged man emerging from a room, addressing them. Chen Mo, standing closest, casually leaned in. "Yes, indeed, my brother." As he offered a cigarette with a smile, he inquired. Have many outsiders come as well? Upon noticing the brand of the cigarette, the middle-aged man's eyes brightened slightly. Accepting the Zhonghua cigarette, he quickly replied with a grin. Indeed, they have. The man tucked the cigarette behind his ear and pointed towards a row of cars. That line of vehicles belongs to them. They arrived early this morning, all talking about antiques. Listening intently, Chen Mo promptly handed the entire pack of cigarettes to the man. Without a word, the middle-aged man accepted it, his eyes revealing his evident delight. Before Chen Mo could ask further, the man cheerfully volunteered, Ah, young brother, let me tell you, those who came this morning are all looking to acquire antiques. They've already gathered quite a few. Are you heading to the small square in our village? If so, I can take you there. Chen Mo nodded and then retrieved another pack from his pocket. Then I would appreciate your guidance, good sir. The man could hardly contain his excitement after stowing the cigarette in his pocket. He couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face. Oh, young brother, you're being too formal. It's no trouble at all. Come, follow me. Thus, the middle-aged man led Chen Mo outside with little more than a few exchanged words. Su Baolong and Ma Shichin stood by bewildered. Wait, isn't this fellow just a businessman? Who exactly is the true entrepreneur here? Engaging with others and offering cigarettes is standard practice. Yet Chen Mo's approach seemed so effortlessly natural and adept, particularly Su Baolong, who remained puzzled, for Chen Mo did not smoke and hadn't brought any cigarettes with him. Where then did this cigarette originate? As this question lingered in his mind, Su Baolong suddenly recalled that there were indeed several packs of cigarettes in his car, and he distinctly remembered a pack of Zhonghua among them. The two prominent businessmen, after a brief moment of realization, promptly followed suit. As Chen Mo descended into the soft embrace of the three-pack, his rapport with the man had grown remarkably intimate. Through their exchanges, Chen Mo gleaned that this elder was the accountant of Wangying village. He also learned that, following the torrential downpour over a decade prior, the riverbank had indeed yielded a plethora of debris. Additionally, he inquired extensively about the group of outsiders who had arrived before them. In the early hours, these outsiders had approached the villagers one by one, but once the village secretary became aware, negotiations ensued. Following these discussions, the secretary took to a loudspeaker, urging the villagers to bring forth any pickled vegetable jars or chicken feeding troughs salvaged from the riverbank years ago, gathering them in the small square for the outsiders to inspect collectively. The village courtyard was merely a couple of 100 meters from square, and during a brief exchange with the accountant, they soon reached their destination. Before them lay an expanse of approximately 400 to 500 square meters, surrounded by numerous exercise apparatuses such as parallel bars, all of which bore rust and cracks, clearly having endured many years of use. At that moment, at least 30 to 40 individuals congregated in the square, their voices mingling in a cacophony of noise. Among them were over 10 individuals whose attire was notably refined, distinguishing them as outsiders from the local populace. The locals were busily presenting various jars and containers to the newcomers for inspection. Before Chen Mo and his companions could approach, they spotted a few familiar faces among the outsiders. None other than Jin and Wang, two board members. Jin Jinming was animatedly holding a small earthen pot, enthusiastically engaging an elder Liman in conversation. Ah, it's Boss Chen, remarked Wang as he noticed Chen Mo. Upon hearing this name, Jin Jinming momentarily faltered, and when he looked up to see Chen Mo clearly, he fell silent. It was perplexing. Despite having just spent 23,000 yuan on a Ming dynasty bowl valued at no less than 180,000, his elation had inexplicably waned. Chen Mo also took note of the two men, observing the array of items on display. Name: earthen pickling jar. Category: earthenware. Market value: 35 yuan. Name: chicken feeding trough. Category: earthenware. Market value: 14 yuan. Name: dilapidated wooden box. Category: woodcraft. Market value: 8 yuan. Chen Mo glanced through the items, most of which were commonplace and of little monetary worth. However, when he laid eyes upon a small dish, the figure of 97,000 yuan materialized before him. In that moment, Chen Mo realized this excursion was indeed worthwhile. The information he had received was accurate. He had hardly examined a few items when he encountered a genuine artifact. The authenticity ratio here far surpassed that of the antiques market. Chen Mo gazed intently at the small dish for a while, and soon, detailed information emerged. Name: blue and white Mandarin duck dish. Category: civilian porcelain. Period: late Yuan to early Ming. Features: a burial item of the renowned Ming dynasty general, Chang Yuchen. Market value: 97,000 yuan. Upon seeing the name Chang Yuchen in the features section, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. My goodness, This tomb is not that of an ordinary person. At this revelation, Chen Mo's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Beside him, Su Baolong noticed the subtle change in Chen Mo's expression. He was aware that Chen Mo possessed exceptional discernment. After all, he had been wandering through the antique street for quite some time. Even without Chen Mo articulating it, Su Baolong had deduced a pattern. Whenever Chen Mo fixated on an item for an extended period, it was almost certainly genuine. He never spent more than 10 seconds examining a counterfeit. Su Baolong was acutely aware of this fact. Consequently, he leaned closer to Chen Mo and whispered, "What do you think?" As soon as he spoke, Su Baolong's eyes lit up. Having mingled in the antique circle for a considerable duration, he had heard numerous rumors from a rural locality about similar finds, yet among 10 such tales, only 1 or 2 were true. The rest were largely fabrications. He never anticipated that this time, the information would indeed be accurate. As for doubting Chen Mo's assertion, that was a frivolous concern. If this young gentleman had spoken, it was certain to be error-free. Following Chen Mo's gaze, Su Baolong also regarded the small dish. At this moment, the dish's owner, a seemingly unassuming peasant, approached. Noticing the group's attention, he quickly came forward to Su Baolong, smiling, and inquired, "Are you an expert from the city as well? All these are the antiques you mentioned. Take a look, and if you desire, I shall sell them to you." The peasant had quite an array of items. In addition to the small dish, there were jars, bowls, and basins. Chen Mo observed that one of the bowls even bore remnants of noodle soup, now dried and formed into a pale yellow crust. So it hasn't been cleaned properly. The peasant directed his attention to Su Baolong, saying, "Expert, just let me know which ones you fancy, and I shall sell them to you." As for Chen Mo, he appeared far too youthful and was thus overlooked. It was a given that an expert must be of advanced age. How could a young lad possibly be considered one? Meanwhile, new villagers continuously arrived at the square, carrying various jars and pots, and each expert from afar was surrounded by at least 3 or 4 villagers, creating a scene reminiscent of a feast with an abundance of meat and scarce wolves, leaving little room for further attention. Consequently, the arrival of Chen Mo and his companions did not attract significant notice. Su Baolong observed the dish's owner approaching him. He cast a glance at Chen Mo, noticing his lack of reaction as he busied himself with other objects. Only then did he engage in conversation with the farmer. The farmer inquired, "Expert, what are you looking for?" Su Baolong himself possessed considerable knowledge about porcelain. If tasked with selecting valuable pieces from a heap of porcelain, it might not be an easy endeavor. However, this small dish had been previously marked by Chen Mo. If he failed to recognize its significance now, it would be time to reconsider his choices. Su Baolong first examined the jar in the farmer's hands, then glanced at a small bowl, before finally focusing on the dish resting on the ground. Upon noticing Su Baolong's gaze fixed on the dish, the farmer promptly set the jar down and picked up the dish, asking, "Expert, is this dish what you desire?" Su Baolong replied, "Indeed, how much for this dish?" Upon hearing the inquiry about the price, the farmer's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "This dish is exceptional, surely an antique, as you say. I only need 20,000. You give me 20,000, and it's yours." Hearing this, Su Baolong thought to himself, the value of this dish must certainly exceed that amount. Acquiring it for 20,000 would be a profitable venture. Yet, he could discern from the farmer's tone that this was merely a casual offer. Chen Mo observed that most of the villagers had brought porcelain items, whether jars, small bowls, or dishes, along with pickling jars or feeding basins. He surmised that the village party secretary must have specifically mentioned porcelain when rallying the villagers. Under normal circumstances, this was reasonable. Porcelain constitutes the primary category of antiques, and it is common to find such items as burial goods in tombs. However, Chen Mo recognized the identity of the tomb owner and noted the period of these porcelain pieces, which dated from the late Yuan to early Ming dynasty. Shortly after the establishment of the Ming dynasty, this period could be described in a favorable light as one of rebuilding, in a less favorable light as a time when everything was just beginning and had yet to develop. The official kilns for porcelain might not have even emerged yet. These were merely folk kiln products, lacking substantial value. Consequently, after surveying the items the villagers had brought to the square, Chen Mo felt compelled to depart. Chang Yechen, one of the prominent figures of the early Ming dynasty and a fierce character known as the Duke of Yi, had been posthumously honored by the Zhou family as the King of Kaiping, with the posthumous title of Loyal and Martial. The truly valuable items accompanying him were certainly not the shabby porcelain before him. He resolved to explore the village more thoroughly. Chapter 99. The Northern Foothills of Zijin Mountain. After exchanging greetings with Su Baolong and Ma Shurchun, leaving them to scout for treasures in the small square, Chen Mo ventured alone into the village. As he walked, he observed the surroundings. Wangying village was a small settlement, much like others today. The concrete roads on either side exuded a modern flair, devoid of the dirt paths and earthen houses characteristic of the last century. Chen Mo strolled along the concrete path, taking note of the yards flanking either side. Their gates conspicuously locked, indicating that the homes were uninhabited. Observing this, he paid it little heed, surmising that the residents were likely gathered in the small square with their bottles and jars. Earlier, while still in the car, Chen Mo had utilized his mobile phone for a live broadcast. However, upon alighting, he found holding up his phone too conspicuous and opted instead for a compact Conchialid Action Camera. This allowed the audience to relive the experience from a first-person perspective. The downside of this approach was the lack of interactivity, as from this viewpoint, Chen Mo could not perceive the barrage of comments on the screen, nor could the viewer see him. Nonetheless, for a temporary experience, it sufficed. As he walked, Chen Mo surveyed his surroundings while retrieving his phone to conduct research using AI. Although the information retrieved might not always be accurate, it was undeniably convenient. By merely inputting the name Chang Yuchen, a plethora of data emerged within seconds: his identity, experiences, and notable deeds. Chen Mo perused the information while walking, and through the lens of the action camera positioned at his chest, the content on his phone was crystal clear to the audience. Why is the expert suddenly searching for the name Chang Yuchen? Some viewers wondered aloud. Isn't he one of the founding generals of the Ming dynasty? Was he the Duke of Yi or the Duke of Qi? It was undoubtedly the Duke of Yi, as the information displayed on the expert's phone confirmed. Yet, the viewers were more curious about the underlying reason for this inquiry. Who could possibly know? The screen was soon flooded with question marks, as the audience struggled to comprehend Chen Mo's sudden decision to use his phone for AI research. Unfortunately, Chen Mo was oblivious to their confusion and could not provide any clarification. Just then, a particularly insightful comment surged to the top of the live chat. I recall that the reason the experts group came to this village was due to a significant downpour over a decade ago that swept away numerous ancient artifacts from the river. Right? Didn't they also discuss the tomb while in the car? And just now, in that small square, there were so many people and so many bottles and jars. Upon reading these astute observations, the viewers were taken aback. Indeed, the tomb, Chang Yuchen, was one of the founding generals of the Ming dynasty. Could it be? Connecting the dots, the audience's imaginations began to run wild, and the chat erupted with exclamations of astonishment. Goodness, no way. If this truly is the tomb of the Duke of Yi, it would be monumental. He was one of the founding heroes of the Ming dynasty, personally posthumously honored by Zhu Yuanzong as the King of Kaiping, ranking third in the pantheon of meritocracy. The significance. The viewers, transfixed by the information displayed on Chen Mo's phone, were momentarily speechless. However, rationality soon prevailed as some voiced their skepticism. Could you all please engage your brains? Has the expert ever claimed that this is indeed the tomb of the Duke of Yi? The illustrious individual had never uttered such words. Moreover, just moments ago, he had hardly lingered in that small square, scarcely observing anything. And thus how could he possibly arrive at such a conclusion? Most importantly, anyone with even a rudimentary understanding of history should be aware that the tomb of Duke Yi has long been discovered, situated on the northern slope of Purple Mountain, just outside the Taiping Gate in Xuanwu district of Nanjing. Besides him, there lie the tombs of Duke Wei, Duke Chao, and Duke Xian, all esteemed founding figures of the Ming dynasty. Do you know what this signifies? It is known as guarding the imperial mausoleum. Upon encountering such a well-reasoned rebuttal, the audience in the live stream fell silent, hastily opening their browsers to investigate further. To their astonishment, they discovered that the contentious comments displayed on the screen were, indeed, accurate. The tomb of Duke Yi had indeed been unearthed long ago. This revelation only deepened the viewers' confusion. Chen Mo, examining the information retrieved by AI, noted that the tomb of Chang Yuchen was also located on that northern slope of Purple Mountain. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that he could not be mistaken. The distance from here to that location exceeded 1,000 kilometers. How could the small dish he had seen earlier traverse such a vast expanse to arrive in this village? As Chen Mo pondered the online data indicating that Chang Yuchen had succumbed to illness during the northern expedition, a conjecture began to form in his mind. In that moment of contemplation, he noticed a household to his right with its gate wide open. Shaking his head to dispel the distractions, he approached with a smile. Inside the courtyard stood a middle-aged couple. The woman was vehemently berating the man, Oldly just sold a porcelain bowl for 20,000. And that old Wong from the previous village brought out a jar, reportedly fetching 38,000. That's equivalent to how much land we have to cultivate. You're always dawdling, and now that fortune is at hand, why can't you produce anything? As her tirade escalated, her voice quivered with emotion. Ever since I've been with you, how much suffering have I endured? As Chen Mo approached the entrance, he chanced upon this scene and hesitated, unsure whether to intrude at such a moment. However, the couple soon noticed his presence, upon seeing a stranger. The woman left the chastised man standing in the courtyard. Chen Mo could only offer an awkward smile in response. Fortunately, despite having just faced his wife, sire, the man did not appear irked. Observing Chen Mo's attire, indicative of a traveler from afar, he approached him and inquired, "Are you an expert come from the city? What brings you to our humble abode? We have none of the bowls you seek." Chapter 100. The Imperial Gift of the Sword of Victory and Territorial Defense. Noticing the man's willingness to engage, Chen Mo deftly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and casually extended it. "Brother, what is going on? I heard your wife mention figures like 20,000 and 30,000. Upon seeing the bold characters on the red cigarette pack, the man's eyes lit up. After glancing back towards his wife, the man hurriedly took the item, his lips instinctively curving upwards. However, the next moment, Chen Mo's voice echoed, causing the man's smile to falter immediately. "Oh dear, what terrible luck I have." A mere pack of cigarettes had unexpectedly bridged the gap between them, prompting the man to pour out his woes to Chen Mo. Old Wong from the east end of the village spends his days drinking and can't even afford a wife. Can you believe someone like him stumbled upon a ceramic jar and sold it to you for 38,000? What sheer luck that is. I took every jar and bottle from my home for you experts to examine. Yet, not a single one was deemed valuable. Why is it that they can strike it rich while I cannot? Upon hearing this lament, Chen Mo understood. Since the village secretary had announced that they should bring their dishes and jars to the small square, claiming that experts from the city might offer handsome prices, the man had immediately gathered everything, including chicken feeding troughs and pickling jars, and brought them over. Alas, not a single item caught the expert's attention. Meanwhile, several individuals he usually looked down upon were fortunate enough to have their items valued at several thousand, even tens of thousands. It nearly brought him to tears with envy. Unfortunately, it was of no use. If the experts did not find something appealing, they would not spend their money on it. It was precisely because others had struck it rich that his wife had berated him earlier. The man regretted. They say that during that heavy rain years ago, I picked up that antique from the riverbank. I remember collecting quite a bit back then. Why isn't any of it valuable? Hearing this, Chen Mo remained silent, merely pulling out another pack of cigarettes and handing it over. Once the man finished speaking, Chen Mo asked, "Brother, do you recall what you found during that heavy rain?" "I only remember that I collected a lot of things back then." Chen Mo interjected, "So, you only remember gathering numerous items, right?" The man continued to lament. "You say I gathered so many things, but why wasn't there any porcelain among them?" At this, Chen Mo replied, "Brother, it doesn't necessarily have to be porcelain. Think carefully. Aside from porcelain, is there anything else you might have?" The man was taken aback. "You mean you buy things that aren't porcelain too?" Chen Montauk nodded. "As long as it's old, I will purchase it." Upon receiving this affirmative response, the man tilted his head in thought, and suddenly his eyes brightened as he turned to shout towards the house, "Wife, where did you put that mirror I had before?" With that, he swiftly made his way inside. Halfway there, watching the man rush like the wind, Chen Mo fell into silence. However, he did not heed the man's advice to sit and rest. Instead, he began to wander around the courtyard. Indeed, the small courtyard is quite well kept, meticulously arranged, clearly indicative of a household that values daily life. It boasts a variety of plants, including scallions and tomatoes, along with 2 trellises for loofahs, which are adorned with petite yellow blossoms. As Chen Mo observed and contemplated the speculations surrounding the tomb of Chang Yuchen, he recalled having discovered several differing accounts online. Yet they all concurred on one point. The recorded time frame falls roughly between the years 1369 and 1370. In that era, traversing hundreds, if not thousands, of kilometers would require a significant amount of time, even in a state of urgent military march, armed with weapons, armor, and provisions. The maximum distance covered in a day would be around 60 to 80 li, which translates to approximately 30 to 40 kilometers. Furthermore, following a hard-fought victory, the troops would undoubtedly be fatigued, making a rapid advance implausible. Under normal circumstances, a military force would be considered swift if it managed to cover 20 kilometers a day. If Chang Yuchen indeed passed away en route, the records indicate this occurred during the summer months, a time when a body would begin to decompose rapidly. Indeed, within just a few days, it would show signs of significant decay, and after 10 days to half a month, it would be reduced to bones. As for refrigeration, could such technology have existed within a marching army during that period? Considering all these factors, Chen Mo speculated that the tomb situated on the northern slope of Purple Gold Mountain was likely a commemorative mound erected by Emperor Zhu, while the true burial site was most probably at the place of his demise, interred in the original ground. Having clarified this point, Chen Mo began to wander around the courtyard. However, as he strolled, he chanced upon a discovery. In the corner, beneath farming implements such as plows, rakes, hoes, and sickles, there lay several iron rods, encrusted with a yellow-brown rust. Upon closer inspection of these rods, Chen Mo's eyes brightened. Name: standard longsword. Period: late Yuan to early Ming. Category: cold weapon. Material: wrought iron steel composite. Market value: 87,500 yuan. Name: standard longsword. Market value: 91,000 yuan. Name: standard longsword. Market value: 83,000 yuan. Gazing at these iron rods, each valued at nearly 90,000 yuan, he noted that there were at least 7 or 8 in this small bundle. With this realization, Chen Mo prepared to call the man over. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed that one of the iron rods appeared slightly different from the others. Chen Mo halted his movements and focused intently. The first thing that caught his eye was a string of numbers: 14, 380, 000. After recognizing that this figure reached 8 digits, he was momentarily taken aback, and then the name appeared. Name: Imperial Gift Sword for suppressing enemies and securing borders.